Welcome to the Private Halbert Tapes. Copywriters Gary Halbert and John Carlton are widely regarded by most direct marketing experts as the best guns for hire in the world. On June 11, 1997, direct marketers Joe Polish and Terry Huenefeld hired Gary Halbert for 2 full days of intensive consulting about their information selling businesses. John Carlton joined the session for the first day. Joe and Terry locked both Gary and John into a hotel suite atop the South East Denver Marriott, where the session you are about to hear was held. Warning: these tapes contain adult XXX real-life language. If you are easily offended by military-style, hard-hitting conversation, please don't listen to these tapes. This session was recorded only for the private use of Joe and Terry. Only after the session was complete did we realize the tremendous wealth of secrets, techniques, and methodologies that these tapes contain. These tapes have had some slight editing, but in order for us to properly convey the content and impact of the sessions, it was not possible to edit everything. As outrageous as he is, Gary reveals frank opinions in these tapes that he would never say in public or in seminar setting. So again, these tapes are not for the faint of heart. So, with that warning, fasten your seatbelt and hold on as your direct marketing beliefs are taken on a roller coaster ride by the king of direct marketing copywriting, Gary Halbert.
Hello, this is Joe Polish, the most brilliant marketer on the planet. Here today with Terry Huenefeld, Jim Fleck, John Carlton, and Sam Fishbein, and eagerly awaiting Mr. Gary Halbert. So anyway, this is our first tape, and we're just going to babble about marketing. So,
Today, June 9, 1997?
Yeah. June 10, 1997, in the Marriott Hotel in Denver, Colorado. So anyway,
Yes,
welcome.
Denver.
Hello, all of you listeners. Mr. Huenefeld, you wanted to speak.
Yes, I wanted to talk to Sam and to John about what they each see when they're running space ads. Sam, do you do direct mail too, or just space ads? Direct mail?
Direct mail, TV.
Basically, the difference between what you do when you do a direct mail piece and when you do a space ad, and what are some of the... We've all read the same books, and we've all listened to the same speakers and been to the same seminars. What are some of the unique things that you've developed, the kind of your favorite things, your favorite techniques, the favorite things that you like to use in your business when you're writing ads, either direct mail or placing a space ad?
It's about 5 questions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, all at once. All right, we'll start with direct mail. And of all the advertising vehicles we use, that is the most powerful by far, and the one that I use the most, because the total advertising cost as a percentage of sales is about half of what it is compared to television or newspapers. And the crux of the direct mail that I use, the majority of it, is to customers that have already made purchases in the store. And the hooks that we use on every direct mail piece, the key elements for every direct mail piece we use are a special invitation that's private for them only.
Personalization.
Personalization, yeah, we personalize every letter. We use first class postage.
How much more does that cost, by the way, the personalization?
A couple cents a piece.
It's
not
almost
that much
negligible.
more. Yeah, it's
Right.
negligible. First class postage, we always put a return address without identifying who it is.
And you tried bulk rate too, right?
Yeah, we tried bulk.
And it dropped response significantly.
Even pre-sorted first class drops response. And we tried different size envelopes, different colors.
Tried stamps versus indicia,
Yeah,
and indicia will drop it too, right?
yeah, and Disha drops it.
This is all very important.
Right, these are all important things.
So you'll use all live stamps, just like if you're doing
Always
50...
use live stamps because you know the old story that Gary always tells. When you get your mail, when you come home every day, you make 2 piles. One pile of the one you're going to look at and one you're going to throw away. So you want to be in the pile that's going to get opened up. And that's how you get opened up.
Now, when you do like a 55-cent stamp, would you use 2 stamps, like a 32 and a 23, or would you just do like a single 55?
I don't think anybody's tested that.
Well, we did that. Gary and I did that. We did a program for a dentist. I don't know if Gary talked to you about that. I'm sure he did because it took a big part of his life. But the first mailing we did $120,000 in subscribers off the first mailing. We used 2 32-cent stamps.
Did you mail that pitch?
Yeah.
Did you also mail the one when he was talking about doing the seminar at sea where it says, see how shitty the weather is in whatever, Arizona? Because that was personalized. That was one of the few letters I've gotten from Gary in a long time that actually was personalized, so I thought you might have been behind.
Yeah, Gary doesn't do a lot of personalization. But I use it in all our letters by name. We always have a free gift that we give people for coming in. And we try with a free gift and without, and the free gift always enhances it.
What are the free gifts normally?
No, we give them a rug. We have little throw rugs that are hand woven. They're seconds. leftovers, that kind of thing. And then we give out silver platters, serving trays. We've given out a set of Coke glasses, nostalgic
Just for
glasses.
showing up?
Just for coming in, yeah.
So you always
You always have to have something that's just for coming in, no purchase necessary. We also have a drawing for a gift certificate.
Okay, so the majority of your marketing is designed just to drive people into the store, and then the salespeople
Right,
work.
take it from there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
with different offers. And I don't know how these would relate to anything else, but we always give our preferred customers an extra discount over and above what the general public would have to pay. And we have special finance offers, and like I said, free gift certificates.
Don't your sales letters, don't they have a story? They have quite a story with them.
Some
don't
of them
they?
do. The ones that work the best really don't have as much of a story as if you come in, you're going to save so much, it's going to be incredible. You know, that kind of thing.
But you did have some breakthrough newspaper ads back
Yeah.
with the stories.
Well,
Leslie.
some of the stories, again, switching over from direct mail to newspaper. Newspaper, I focused on single products, which is now a trend in the industry, by focusing on one item where normally you'd see a newspaper ad for furniture and you'd see 1,000 items on one page. They try to cram everything they've got in the store on the page. Where I started advertising one single item and would flood the store with customers because this item was so incredible. And we sold a lot of those, but we sold a lot more of everything else because people figured if that was such a great deal, everything else in the store was. So everybody in the country started copying that with a promotion called Hot Buys, where you take one specific item and you give that item away at a ridiculous price and you romance it in the ad, tell people how great it is, and the curiosity draws a lot of traffic. I don't know how that would relate to what you're doing.
Oh, it does relate.
Yeah.
No.
That's a
greed, like Gary says, you got to reach out of the page and grab them around the neck and squeeze
drag
everything
them
you
in,
can.
not let them go to the
greed
walls.
glands, he calls it.
That's a good principle to understand, is the single item issue. That works with catalogs. People send out catalogs with multiple items, and we found out that by going back and occasionally going back and just selling one item, finding out what your main best item is, and focusing just on that you can increase response. The idea with catalog people is that they get trapped into thinking they're a catalog. It goes back
Yeah,
to
they think they
email.
have to show everything.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at a lot of the new catalogs that are coming out, the more sophisticated ones, you're going to see one or two items per page, where they're focusing more on single items rather than trying to throw up everything they've got all at once, which
Right.
confuses people.
What I have found with doing like any type of catalog mailer or any type of mailer that is offering, multiple items for sale,
And you have an ad in there, you mean?
yeah,
Or what,
like say
you
for
buy
instance-
one page in there or something? Is that what you're saying?
No, say for instance like to give you an example, in carpet cleaning, the suppliers send out catalogs of all the different chemicals, equipment, little hose reels,
Right.
little wands and hand tools and all these different things that they sell. And the whole catalog philosophy is you've got this piece devoted to many different, the package.
But getting back to focusing on a single item, what you can do is take a single item and target a specific crowd that you want in your store, in my case, to sell them other things related to that. Like once we ran a promotion on leather where we sold a sofa, love seat, and chair for $1,499. And we sold a few of those, but we sold a lot more of the $3,000, $4,000 groups because we targeted people who wanted to buy leather. And once they saw the one for $14.99, they said, I want to spend a little more and get something a little nicer. So,
Bait and switch.
not really. We had all the $14.99 they wanted to buy, and we left it up to them to decide whether they wanted to buy it or not. But there's such
bait
a
and switch.
call it benign bait and switch. Like saying,
Well, what I was going to say,
Finance
just so we'll have it on the tape, the thing I did with the suppliers, carpet cleaning suppliers, is what I explained to this one particular supplier, that when you send a catalog to someone with multiple items to sell, instead of their focus being on one item, it's now on 100 items.
Right.
And how do you focus in or hone in just on a couple of those? Well, you do it with a cover letter. So I wrote a cover letter for this guy for the same catalog he'd been sending out every month. And when he added a cover letter with 4 items within the catalog, go to page 12, go to page 18, go to page 23, with their special items on each of these, when I wrote a cover letter for him, 1-page cover letter, and then a little insert with 4 items that were in the catalog, but specifically making attention to those particular items. He did $20,000 in business extra than what he had been doing just from adding the cover letter to the catalog and focusing on those items. So when I tell people, it's like, look, if you're going to send out a pitch with many different items, at least put a cover letter focusing on 1 or 2, because that's the problem with catalogs, is they've got someone's attention span is not on one thing anymore. It's now on 100, and that's not specializing anything.
the key is you got to hit them between the eyes with 1 or 2 things.
Right.
Because they won't spend the time to go through a whole catalog. People have too many time constraints.
The research we had on catalogs, the people that did the research that took the time and the money to do it found that often there were half a dozen products out of the 100 that were carrying the weight of the entire business, and they just weren't aware of it. And really advanced catalogs will portion out the space in their catalogs according to how much money that product is bringing in. There'll be one page with one product, a lot of copy for one particular item. And then other pages will be split up into 8s or even 16s or something like that, selling a lot of different ones. But they know how much space they need to sell the maximum number of that product. There's a point of diminishing returns where more copy isn't going to sell any more filler things for something.
Right.
So it only needs a little bit of a blur. But say you're selling a major item, then you want to have one page, you want to devote a lot of time to it. It has to be an intelligent choice. You can't just randomly pick 4 things out of there.
No, it has to be an obvious value, or else people gloss over. The example I gave, at the time we sold the sofa love seat and chair for $14.99. The cheapest sofa you could buy at the time was $2,000. The market's changed considerably since then, so when people saw that, it just hit them right between the eyes.
The unspoken thing in Sam's advertising is you're getting a better deal than anyone else. You have been singled out by getting this mailing, and you're one of selected few. And you're going to come in and get a better deal, you're going to get better service. You've had a lot of success with the special times, right? The doors are only open for you and,
well, I
and
can
a
do it
few
for
other
a
folks.
4-hour period only. You have to come in during these 4 hours. And if you don't, it's over.
How often do you do that?
Every month. Once a month.
Once a month you have the special hours.
Yeah.
And who's invited?
People who have made purchases in the past.
Your whole list.
Yeah.
How big is your list?
We keep it down. It's actually got 70,000, but I call it down to 30,000. We have a lot of people that just come in for their free gift. And
Do you have a hot list too within there?
Yeah, and we're going to break that down even further. When
You
we start
definitely
doing
need
the
that.
whole
You should
survey.
do the referral program thing. Would work so well for you.
What about you, John? What, in the last few years, what insights do you have as to what copy you like to write?
I have some clients who have an interesting way of doing things. I will typically write a long copy direct mail piece that will go out first as a direct mail piece, and then they take that same piece and turn it into a magazine ad and run it almost verbatim. The only time it changes is if it's personalized. You can't personalize in a magazine, so sometimes the headline has to change. Or sometimes if the ad, say, had a grabber on it, then you can't use a grabber in the magazine, so you have to change sometimes the headline. But often the copy will go in verbatim as it went out. So if you got a 12-page letter, that will often come down to a 3-page magazine ad. So it's radical thinking for a lot of people to do multi-page magazine ads, but I have clients that have been making this work. The reason people don't do multi-page magazine ads is because of the cost. Salesmen at magazines and even at newspapers think in terms of a page or a fraction of a page. And you won't even find it in the rate cards how much multi-pages are. They don't know about giving discounts for it and things. People just don't do multi-page ads very much. We've gotten enormous response for it, and we're running in national magazines, both in small markets and in very large markets like the golfing market. So if you can take the hit, which is, you're talking about a large amount of money, it's worth not trimming the copy or just taking what worked in the mail and putting it straight into the magazine.
You're perfecting a sales letter first, and then putting
Making sure if
the
it worked.
magazine.
In fact, what these clients found, they actually did a little research, and they found that a direct mail piece sent as a test to the list of the magazine they wanted to go to didn't have to break even to be able to be a successful insert in the magazine. That if they got 90% of break even, they would come back a time and a half or 2 times in the magazine. In other words, yeah, the magazine ad pulls better than direct mail to targeted lists, which would mean like if you're selling bass fishing equipment to bass fishermen, then and you want to go into a bass fishing magazine, then that's a very specific target, as opposed to selling.
You narrow your focus with a magazine as opposed to going to a whole market that's interested.
Exactly. An interesting thing I've always thought about is why car ads, a lot of times major car companies will run the same ad in Time magazine that they will in Car and Driver. And I think that's just idiotic, because a Car and Driver reader is going to be predisposed to read long copy about a car. Why not go into some car-loving lingo and really talk it up, what you got with your new car? Run a different ad in Car and Driver than you'd run in Time Magazine. Because Time Magazine, you're dealing with a much broader audience that just, oh, there's a car ad. You know, they weren't expecting it. They just come off with something else. Car and Driver, they bought it because they like cars. They're reading about cars, and they're going on. So it's important to know what your idiom is.
Yeah, your audience. What's interesting, we're going to do some tests with Gourmet Magazine and the Wine Spectator, because we found that people who subscribe to those entertain a lot, and they want their home to look nice, and they spend a lot more money on furniture than the average person who does. So that's going to be more about
How did you find that out?
through research with a guy that I know in Richmond. So we're going to go after that market. to narrow down and focus our marketing strategy rather than, we do a lot of television advertising, obviously. That's a buckshot approach where we hit the whole market and it's very expensive. So we're going to try to minimize that and go more into the direct mail by category as opposed to spending all the money on television.
What about writing your letters, John? What are some of the techniques you like now as far as writing?
Again, it depends where you're going to. If you're in a targeted audience, you can get much more, I call it Ida Val letters. It's like, it's just you and me, buddy, and we're talking about something that's really close to both of our hearts. And that you can really let go in that and write. Gary Halbert actually made the phrase muscle writing, which means you get down and use a lot of jargon and talk very intensely about exactly what you want to talk about, which if you're dealing with somebody who you are just bringing up the subject for the first time, have you ever thought about buying this particular product, something like that, then you've got to keep the sell going a lot. You've got to bring the person in and very gently know exactly what you're doing as you're coming on. And if you come on too strong, you may lose them. If you come on too weak, you may lose them. Whereas the person who is already interested in what you've got, again, taking the bass fishing thing. If you're writing about a bass fishing product to a guy who came from a bass fishing list, you can just jump right into it and start talking about it. If you are branching out and saying to try to find the bass fishing market within the wider population, so say you're writing to people who subscribe to Sports Illustrated, you don't know if they fish or not, then you've got to take a whole different tact. So there's a different way to write for each one. But basically, funny you mention this, because I've been talking with Gary quite a bit about this. I don't know how to put it exactly. You have to fall in love with the product. If you can't care enough about your product that you can work up a frothing passion before you sit down and write, then you're probably not going to connect with the people on the right level. You need to go over the top, not over the top sales-wise, but over the top just falling in love with this product and sharing. The urgency comes from a passion rather than a sales technique. It's a subtle difference. You can sell a lot of stuff with technique. In other words, you can write very fast. You can say, well, I'll just take this ad that's already worked in this particular idiom and change it over to what I want to sell and change a few words and do stuff. And that will probably work. What works a lot better, though, is when you've gotten to the point where you've internalized the writing process. So you're not constantly thinking about, okay, now I got to sell here. I've got to put some bullets here. I've got to wind up the pitch here, something like that. Once you've internalized that and you're no longer thinking about that, you can sit back and just let it happen, which is much more like what happens when a salesman who's really hot is sitting face to face with a client. He's not thinking about, I'm reeling him in, I'm doing this. It's an unconscious little love affair that's going on. Love affair.
How do you develop your headlines? Is that the last thing you come up with?
Actually, it is. First, my copy is very long. A 12-page letter is not unusual at all. I usually start with the bullets because in the bullets you break down the essence of what the product is. I call it sales detective work. You have to go in there and find out what the actual sales hot buttons are. A lot of times the people who are selling stuff, say if I had a client who was a car dealer or was selling fishing supplies or whatever, they're often too close to know what the real hot buttons are. And you have to learn how to interview people and look at products and look at them in ways where you start to find what the essence of the sales pitch is. And I say bullets, I often have 4 or 5 pages of bullets in my copy. That's because I never leave any of the points out. I never try to guess what the hottest bullets are going to be. I just throw them all in. Because you never know what's going to flip a guy. It may be something that you think is a very small, minor point, but it may be the point that takes him over the top and does a sell.
Yeah,
so,
it might be one bullet that does it.
Yeah, actually it often is one bullet, and you can't predict what that bullet's going to be. It's often not the obvious bullet. So I start out writing bullets, and that is more or less describing the general features and benefits of this thing. This is the essence of the product. And then I go back and I do the beginning of the letter, which would be the reason that I'm writing to you, the whole setup kind of thing, If there's a grabber involved, it would involve that. And then I finish up the letter, meaning I'm sandwiching. In the middle, there's all these bullets. Then I go back and I do the front. Then I finish it up. Then I go back, and then it's time to write the headline, because then I know what the letter's about and what the 1, 2, 3, or 4 major themes that I'm trying to get across. And then the headline will often write itself at that point.
I know when I look at your letters, they're heavily bullet intensive.
Yes.
You probably use more bullets than anybody ever
He's a
read.
bullet guy.
Yeah, I'm a bullet kind of guy. Boardroom Report is famous for sending out letters that are nothing but bullets.
They have the greatest bullets.
And it's like if you want to do a reduction on an ad, if say for some reason you had to start taking pieces of the ad out, you would take out excess verbiage, you would do all stuff, but the bullets would be one of the last things that you take out. In other words, you could say, I have a product for you, it has to do with bass fishing, and then just go right into the bullets with no intro, with no anything. And it's that heavy sales pitch stuff going on, and you're explaining constantly what the features and the benefits of the product are. And often I don't have to explain features and benefits, do I? Okay. The benefit is so important, it's such a crucial part of the bullet, so that each bullet is almost a little sales thing in itself. And it helps to really dig when you're doing the benefit of each bullet, to make it be as expansive as possible, to put a thought in their head as they're thinking. Don't assume that they're going to make the jump of what that feature means. Tell them exactly. Be very explicit.
How do you break down, because I think a lot of people, I don't even know how to say this, or a lot of people get caught between like a half benefit, a half-baked benefit. They'll identify a certain benefit of something, but it's really not the true benefit.
Yeah.
For instance, if you wear this coat, you know, obviously the feature would be what the coat is made out of, whereas the benefit, you're going to look good. Okay, well, what's the benefit of looking good? You're going to get the job promotion or whatever.
That's good, and that's in with the theme of what you're doing. Now, if you read books like Vic Schwab, How to Write a Great Advertisement, is in it?
Yep.
He has two major points in that book. Have you recommended this book to everybody?
I've not even read that book.
Okay, that's one of my top two books.
What are your top two books, by the way?
The Vic Schwab, How to Write a Great Advertisement, and Claude Hopkins, Scientific Advertising, My Life in Advertising. But also John Capel's
How to Write a Good
Ad. No, not How to Write a Good Ad, but the thick one. I forget. I can't think of the name of it. I'm sorry.
He's got a couple of them.
Yeah, but it's the bigger one. He's written several, but those were the three that I kept close to me back when I needed to keep referring to books. But the points that Vic Schwab made are very good. He has one little tiny box in there. I think it's a quote from Rudyard Kipling, which is Molly O'Grady and the Colonel's Lady. And the point he's making is that everybody has the same wants. In other words, it doesn't matter if you're living in a mansion on a hill, driving Cadillacs and dressing very well, making a lot of money, or if you're a washerwoman living in the ghetto, your basic needs are the same, and it's a point that can't be looked over. You want to be loved, you want some respect in your life, you want to be comfortable. What?
Shelter.
Well, yeah, well,
The basic.
some of the basic things. But he outlines what the basic needs that everybody wants is, and I've internalized that a long time ago because I just kept doing it over and over again. So I'm spreading those kind of basic 7 wants and needs out. I can't think of them right now off the top of my head. Too much pressure.
Like the Maslow hierarchy?
Right, drink some water.
Actually,
Well, in the meantime, there's a great book out called Getting Into Your Customer's Head. It's a new book I've been reading.
By who?
I forgot the guy's name. I'll get it later. I'm
Getting
reading it
into
now.
your customer's head.
Right. And what this guy talks about is that when you're approaching your prospect or your customer, there's various steps you go through, of course, but what it boils down to is you have to determine what your customer must have and what's nice to have. And you can actually create your bullets based on that, what they absolutely have to have and what's nice to have. And then prioritize it, especially if you're in a competitive situation, prioritize it based on where your strengths really are, based on must-haves and nice-to-haves. And he goes through a scenario of how to do that and how to convert your client and make them almost beg you to want to buy from you based on that. And that's what you try to do with your bullets.
that goes back to Mark Twain's quote, which is, there's 2 reasons why a man buys anything. One is the reason he'll give you, and the other is the real reason. And often they're not the same at all.
Right.
The classic one is the Corvette. A classic Corvette buyer will quote to you all kinds of stats about the car, how it's one of the original muscle cars, it's a classic car, goes fast, it has all this engine power, has a lot of stuff. And he's well aware of its ability to turn heads and stuff, but what it's doing is fulfilling a need inside. Nobody spends $90,000 on a car without fulfilling some very deep inner need.
Yeah, basic need.
And that need, don't scoff at those needs. All of us have those needs. We have a need to feel a little special. That's why I always try to make the person feel a little special. I always try to slip in, you're going to get a better deal than anyone else. In other words, that by getting the information that you're getting here, you're going to get treated a little better, you're going to get a little bit of a better bargain, you're going to get something no one else will even know exists, you're going to get it first.
Your status will go up, your
Yeah.
self-esteem will go up.
Yeah. I talk about in these self-defense tapes that we're selling. It's one of my favorite lines is, you can silence a room just by walking in, and the confidence will shine out of your eyes like a searchlight. And it's what people want. People want to feel that they have attained something a little special, a little different. All of us have the same needs. All of us, selfish is too strong a word, but we are basically very selfish. We need to take care of ourselves and our own before we can move on to any other levels. Everyone's life is basically quiet desperation. Nobody
They wanna
has
be
enough.
better than they really are at all
Yeah.
times. They're constantly striving for
Yes, striving.
The confidence will shine out of your eyes like a searchlight. That's a great bullet.
Yeah. I've used that or a variation almost every single self-defense letter I've written. I've written about 17. So not necessarily, that feeling has to get in there, that feeling of walking in a room and silencing a room just by walking in. And it was that kind of John Wayne feeling. It's almost like a swagger. You got to give people the idea that they can swagger a little bit. Most people feel they don't get enough respect in their lives. Most people feel they don't. You all have little tiny slights that happen to you in childhood or in high school or something like that you harbor. You wake up in the middle of the night and you remember, God damn it, when some bully got to you or some girl rejected you or something. These things stay with us for a long time. No matter how much self-esteem you have, no matter how many self-help books you've read, no matter how what a guy you are now, we're all nagged by these little doubts and these demons running around inside of our heads. That's just part of being human.
And most people want to eliminate stress out of their life, and they'll do anything to do that. And they also want to simplify their life. So you want to do that too, and I think you achieve that in your golf tapes.
That's a real good point. That gets back to what you were saying. When you say save time, the simple way to give a benefit to a feature would be like, you'll save time. So you say, this product will do such and such, and you can say in your copy, thus you'll save a lot of time. Well, that's a simple way to do it. Why not expand on that? Rather than saying you'll save time and leave them to imagine what saving time means to them, say, so instead of spending an hour changing the oil in your car, you'll spend 10 minutes, and you can use the rest of that time to take your kids out to a movie, or you can spend that time with your family, or spend that time practicing your golf swing or something like that. Bring it home to them. Give them something that helps them flesh out the fantasy. People aren't as visual as we think.
I don't have the imagination. You have to create it.
They can't make that jump. In other words,
That's why
saving
they
time
like
unless you
movies.
tell them, unless you give them examples of what they can do with that
No
time.
imagination.
Right.
Yeah.
The basic mistake most people make is you don't even say save time. Most ads just say you can do it very quickly or something. They don't make the point. Make the point and make it as many times as you need to make it. And that's why having long copy ads gives you the freedom to make your point several times in several different ways. You may want to have 4 or 5 different bullets in there, all saying essentially save time, but in maybe different ways. So you take 4 different features of a product, and without talking about particular products, it's a little hard to be specific, but there may be different ways to say the same thing. Don't be afraid of saying the same thing. I forget where it was, most people need to be told things 3 times before it gets through to them. It's like you tell them it's free. Saying, by the way, when you come into the store, I'm going to give you a free such and such. And the guy says, yes. And you're talking, and you say, by the way, it's free. And you just got to say it again a little later. It's free, no cost, zilch, nada. It's absolutely on the house. And it's like, oh, it takes a while to sink in. People forget that. They'll mention it once in a letter, they won't mention it again. I mention any major point like that at least 3 times in a letter.
What about the greased skid part? You call it the greased skid?
No, it's the greased slide. And the idea of the greased slide is that I write letters with the idea that all I want the reader to do is to read my headline, just look at the headline. And if I've done my job, he's going to look at the headline, want to read the first line of the copy, and then after reading the first line of the copy, he'll want to read the second paragraph, and the second paragraph will lead him into the third and the fourth, and it goes on down. So that once you're in, it's like you've just stepped off a platform onto a greased slide, a slide that has been greased, and you're going to just keep going until we get to the bottom. And there's going to be no chance. That's why you got to be careful when you're writing. You need bucket brigades, which is you end every paragraph with an idea that what begins the next paragraph keeps the interest very high. So you don't have any little tangents. You want to keep it so there's no point where they can stop and say, oh, I'll put this aside and I'll pick it up later, or somebody interrupts them, that they can lose their point of interest. In other words, every page has to end on a split sentence. You cannot end a page without having to go to the top of the next page to finish the sentence. So you're doing little tricks like that, just keep it
Okay,
on
say
going.
that again? You mean at the end of every page?
Every page you continue on the next
You
page.
do not end a page with a period.
With a sentence or a paragraph ending? Okay.
Never. Sometimes it'll drive the designer nuts, but you...
I always do.
Yes.
And the other thing you do, use at the end of a paragraph, ... going into a subhead.
Yes, exactly.
Lead them into the next thought.
That's right.
We use a lot
Oh,
of that.
so please turn to the next page, ...
No, right above that. The sentence above
you
that.
might say, I've got the greatest, and then it'll say, go to
It'll
the
say
next
over here.
page. So you have to go to the next page to continue. Because a lot of people stop reading after the one.
Simply watch them perform ...
Oh, so you're ending the paragraph, or you're ending the sentence there, but you're doing ...
Into the
No.
subhead, see?
Oh, okay.
Dot goes into the subhead.
Yeah, that's that.
Right, but at the end of the page, you...
Look at this. At the end of the page, you
only
see,
have half
you
the
can't
sentence.
buy
Oh, right,
Become a
I
video.
saw that.
but not, and then you got to turn the page to
Right.
finish reading the sentence. So
Right.
you actually
But not
physically
what?
may
Not
turn
what?
the page.
So in other words, you very carefully,
great.
that's a, you
Always look for
carefully
a sentence
determine.
that, when I get to a full page, I always look for this that has the best continuation potential at the end of it, and then I'll adjust the margins to do that to make them flip over.
It's a constant battle I have with clients to keep going back and work it until the thing looks right.
What do you call that? I'm trying to take a note
Grease
here.
slide.
No, that.
Well, it's part of the grease slide. It's a split sentence.
Okay, split sentence.
This idea of truncation.
A lot of people use subheads as sort of titles. For me, subheads are either the continuation of a sentence, and that's where you get the ellipses. It says right here, in fact, ... the only way you can get this tape now, ... subhead, is to let Chris send it to you free. So it's continuation of the sentence.
But it's also a major selling point, too.
Yes. Choosing your subheads is a very...
Now, what you have blue subheads, how does that affect the response?
That's something the client actually likes doing. They like to put a little color in. I'd say color is the last thing you should look at to make your letter work. That's just a little touch. It's a little subtle touch.
Yeah, it's totally...
It doesn't hurt, but I wouldn't
It's a waste
expect it to get...
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do
I
you-
said
how
a
do you
lot of
choose
my
your
letters go
subheads?
out with one color. What?
How do you choose your subheads? Now, do you use a double readership path idea?
I don't know what that means.
Double readership path is that you have your analyticals who want to read every word of copy, you have your skimmers and you want them to pick up the subheads
No.
and follow the subheads and have the subheads tell the story.
Nobody's ever been able to figure out what skimmers do, but I have found in a 12-page letter often people will call in before they finish the letter, often by page 3.
Right.
Often they've read 1 or 2 bullets, they will call in. And there's no way to tell who's going to do that or what. And what I found out is don't worry about it. The skimmers skim on their own. There's no certain way to skim. And the guys who read, there are guys who read every word, and there are guys who will skip whole pages. I've had pieces go out where page 2 got dropped out at the printers, and it didn't affect response. You tell me how that happened. I don't know how that happens. I don't understand it.
Uh-huh. What about varying the types of stuff that they get in the package? Different sizes, having different pieces, different colors,
Well,
rather
I
than having
don't-
just a bunch of 8 by 11?
Well, that's something too. Actually, Joe and I had talked about that before. I usually don't put a lot of accoutrement stuff. My basic letters go out with just a letter and then some kind of, if it needs a fulfillment device, a fulfillment device. Once in a while I'll throw in a lift note, which would be a different size, probably a different color, but very rarely. Lift notes were 50s and the 40s. I think it was in the 40s they figured out the lift notes would boost response.
Yeah.
Because it was a chance for you to take your major benefit, restate it from another point of view, from the
That's like
president's
your
desk or
catalog letter,
something.
where you focus on one item.
Yeah.
So you actually you can focus on major things in a letter to
Right.
get them to go in to read it.
Right.
So
Right.
that's
But
what-
I haven't found that they've raised response for me. So.
Yeah, because see, I mean, us in the niche marketing things, I mean, some of us are, including myself, I mean, I fill it a cover letter with $1 million or a dollar bill attached on the first sequence. On the second sequence, we have pennies glued to the letter. But we have like a green order form, a couple of inserts, a testimonial booklet, another order form inside the testimonial booklet, another insert that says, warning people off about competitors if I happen to be mailing to a list that's one of my copycats is mailing to. So I mean, sometimes they're getting a sales letter with all these different inserts all over the place, and like I asked you before, including the cassette tape, they're also getting a 90-minute cassette tape in there, so they're just getting loaded with a bunch of stuff. Gary Halbert's here for all those listening on the tape. We'll record the entrance. It should be interesting.
Can you guys smoke? There's no smokers in here.
Yeah.
doing
Tape's
fine.
still on.
I do.
Huh?
How you doing?
I do.
You want a cigarette?
Hey, Joe, nice to meet you. I'm Carrie.
Glad you're here.
Hi, Carrie.
Carlton, how you doing? I'm fabulous. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Jim Pluck. Hello.
Jim, I'm Carrie.
Terry Huenefeld.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
Carrie, you have to dress for this.
Terry, I'm Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
Nice
It's
to
a
meet
pleasure.
Oh, Johnny. Hi, how are you?
Pretty good. How you
Nice to
doing?
meet you. How you doing, sweetie?
I really
Good to see
don't
you.
know. Sit on the
Great.
floor. I can sit
Thank
any
you.
place.
Your little son, huh?
Do you guys
Yeah,
want
a
a
little
couch
bit.
together? Gary Halbert has arrived.
Okay.
So Gary
I
is
don't know
speaking.
how you guys plan on doing this, but the way I'd like for you to do it is my way. And what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys, at least I am, everything you think you want, and then what you really need, and I'm going to introduce you to some new things. For the first part of it, would you do me a favor and close your laptop? Thank you. Now, I want to get the correct spelling of your name, your address, your business, and a little bit of history of it. Let's just go with that a little bit.
Jim,
Flex, right?
it sounded that way. It's F as in Frank, L-E-C-K.
Like solo,
Like Fleck.
like solo flex.
No,
That's
flat,
F-L-E-X.
no X.
Okay. Okay.
F-L-E-C-K.
And what's your address or your business?
1417 Ellisville. E-L-L-I-S-V-I-L-L-E. Lane.
In the city and zip.
Schaumburg, S-C-H-A-U-M-B-U-R-G. That's Illinois. 60193.
Okay, and tell me about it. I know you did some on the phone, but
Well, it's just getting started. My main business right now is computer consulting.
and what does that mean? I mean,
Well, I go in to large companies. I mean, my clients are the Canadian government, the U.S. government, Ameritech, US West, all the large banks, and it's all mainframe related. I show them how to automate those data centers. In other words, how to get done with software what's now being done manual, so that it's done correctly instead of human error.
But what you've got now is an information product that you're marketing.
Right. So what I'm doing now is license Joe's stuff and converting it for the heating, ventilation,
Let's
and air.
go back to this. You're still doing this, right?
The consulting?
Yeah.
I'm just letting some contracts run out. Most of my business has been outside of Chicago, which is Schaumburg's outside of Chicago. It's been out of the state. So I've been traveling nonstop for the last 7 years. Don't want to do that anymore. So I have gotten a company that's only 25 minutes from my house that are giving me 2 weeks a month to the end of the year. And
Okay.
so they're paying me pretty decent. I mean, I make decent money at this. I've got some guaranteed money through the end of the year, so I'm not taking any more contracts. I've got a government one running out, and I've got one out in Phoenix, and then that's it. The only thing I've done is I've just raised my fees twice in the last 4 months. I'm only taking new contracts.
What are your fees?
$300 an hour, and actually the last one I just raised $400 an hour, and they went ahead and took it. So went ahead and took it.
Now, the business you're segueing into,
Is the marketing program for heating, ventilation, and air.
and you're going to do it much like Joe does?
Yeah. I'm starting off just like his.
Dan wrote the ads and copy also. I have Dan worked into this deal also to write the copy.
Okay. Now, have you done anything yet, Tim?
I sent out, in fact, Terry, your little one-page press release, Joe had given me a copy to the realtors, and I sent that out to all the trade publications, and I got 2 articles.
How many trade publications are there?
I've got about 12. Some of them hit it right on, heating, ventilation, and air. Some are maybe mechanical consulting or engineering. However, some of those companies are this industry. But I've got 12 written down at home. from
Okay.
the library.
And do you know about how many of these guys there are in the country?
I haven't looked recently. When I was first getting all the publications and doing my library research, it was 110,000. That's the number I have written on the same page with my publications. I don't know if that's correct.
You mean
or not.
businesses?
Yeah, businesses.
So we can say, broadly speaking, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 110,000 prospects, right?
I think so.
Okay. These publications, you've sent a press release so far?
Yeah.
And can you tell me what that says?
It basically says that I'm a consultant or a marketing person to the heating, ventilation, and air, that I have articles available. They've appeared around the country, and of course now they've been published in 2, so I've changed that and I put those specific.
But you mailed a press release to these 12 publications,
Yeah.
right? And you have articles that ran in 2 publications.
Yeah. I list like 7 articles right on this press release and say, for more information, call or fax me.
They could choose the articles that they want to use, the topics, and they're all real powerful articles also.
So he sends the press release and say, here are my articles. You can run them if you want.
Because we put contact information at the end of the articles that offers a free
Okay.
recorded message that gets them a free report. That's the only purpose of the article, is to basically get free advertising and to build credibility, so you can have article reprints to insert into your sales letters when you send out the sales letters to pitch your course.
It's a 1-page press release. I make them call me before I send them articles. Otherwise, I'd be sending out 10, 15 pages to them, not knowing. So every person that's called me for articles has put them in.
Which is 2, right?
Was 2 in May. It's going to be 4 it's going to be 3 in June and 4 in July.
So that's 9 that you've gotten from this?
Yeah. Not 9 publications. Some of them are the same publication doing a different article.
Can you give me like a guess number?
I think the one, yeah, I can. The one article is, their circulation is just the Phoenix area. It's 4,000.
Oh, so that wasn't in the national yet?
That one wasn't, no.
Okay.
None of them have been in the national.
Okay.
Now, when did these 2 articles that ran, when did they run?
Their issues mail about the middle of the month, so.
Have they mailed them?
Yeah, I've got them right here.
Okay, you have those.
Yeah.
Now, have you gotten any response from them?
Yes.
Tell me about the response, how much?
From the local Phoenix one, I think I got about 3 people called for the free report
Okay.
out of those 4,000. At least their circulation is in their media kit. And of those leads, no one's bought of the Phoenix, of the small
we'll
one.
get to that in a
Okay.
second. And from the other one?
The other publication is just the Western states, and I want to say that the number on that is about 12,000. But again, I could be wrong on those.
That's okay. Get any calls?
Yeah, that one I got about 20. 15 to 20.
Okay. Now, all of these people have gotten a free report.
Yeah.
And how long has it been since they've had it?
They were going out towards maybe the last week of May. 15th, 16th. The last 2 weeks of May is when they were getting them. The issue was supposed to go out about the 15th. I probably started getting calls about a week later.
Okay. Your information product. Tell me about it physically first.
In addition to these articles, I also have a classified ad running at the same time.
Oh, okay. In all of them?
No, I just ran that one in a national.
How much did that classified ad cost?
$290.
Okay. And how long has that one been out?
That ran, it's same time. Came out middle of May. It's the
Okay.
May issue.
Okay. Getting any calls from that?
I got about 10 to 12 on that. Maybe 13. It was an okay classified ad. It was one we didn't write. It just came with the package, kind of.
Now, the free report that you send out, what's that like?
That's 12 pages.
You seen mine, Gary?
Yeah.
Very similar.
Okay.
It's 12 pages. Dan wrote it. I put a green order form in, a 4-page blue testimonial book, and the 2 articles that were going in May. Right away, I had them fax me some letterhead, so I sent out 2 reprints also with it of the 2 articles that were.
Who wrote the articles?
I did, and they're just general marketing articles.
I just want to tell you that the color coordinates are just great there. The horrid yellow and the...
You know what? That's a Jeff Paul thing. Jeff.
Maybe it works. I don't know.
You know what? Seriously, we use.
You missed the puke green.
Yeah, we use horrid
Goes in
green
the
colors. I mean, the more hideous the colors, the better the.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't a criticism. I was just making that observation. You know, there's a woman judge in Miami, and she gets attention from all the people that she has to mail to that appear before her. And I want to get a copy of it by sending like these day glow orange letters. They're almost phosphorescent. And I was thinking, hell, I'd like to do that.
Well, you know what? Jeff did a test once that supposedly using pink envelopes, he got 5 times the response just using pink envelopes. But anyway, that's off track.
Okay, tell me about the information product physically.
Okay. They get this book.
Keep in mind too that he's seen my course too. I sent him a
So
copy.
this is pretty much his course rewritten. Any references to carpet cleaning obviously are taken out. The sales letters have been rewritten. The ads.
Sure. Okay, and what else do they get?
And then they get the employee handbook, which is just some little notes on running a business.
Okay.
Consumer awareness guide, which is the text of what they should put on their recorded message to lead generate. Basically telling the consumers, you know, don't get a heating and air guy until you listen to this message.
Okay.
They get a quick cash startup guide, which are
4 strategies they can use right away.
4 strategies to use right away. Thanks, Joe.
Believe me, I'm not trying to just butt in here. I just
that's all right.
since I kind of have a couple more years.
They get a marketing toolkit, which is all of the sales letters, ads, and everything that are in the big book are pulled out. In addition, there are some other ads in here from other industries.
Yes, the purpose of those things, like the marketing toolkit and the quick startup guide to fast cash, they're also things that many are covered within the main manual. But the reason we strip it out is to, 1, add bulk, so they get more stuff, and 2, to hone in on what's the simplest strategies for them to up and run to make it user-friendly for them.
Okay.
They get a consumer awareness video, which is things they need to know about heating and cooling equipment, which is just a 15-minute sales job.
That's for their clients, right?
Yeah, they would put this into the VCR of Mrs. Smith while they're checking out her furnace or air conditioner. It educates her on heating and cooling equipment. It's not so much a sales job as it is educational, but that's what it's used for.
Of course. Okay.
And for all the listeners, that background noise is Sam Fishbein is programming Gary's brain.
And then they get my coaching tapes, which are
How many?
6. 5 coaching tapes actually are in here, and 1 fast start tape.
What's the coaching tapes?
The coaching tapes are me explaining risk reversal, explaining referral systems, explaining as much as I could glean out of any Halbert letters I had, J. Abraham letters, Dan Kennedy letters,
And the fast startup tape?
that is explaining the product that they have and what's in it, saying get the quick cash startup guide, go through those. It basically tells them to lay the product out in front of them, explains each piece, and I use a little bit on there to sell them a little bit about what's coming down the pipe. You know, their newsletter and...
They get a newsletter with it?
They get a newsletter.
Monthly?
Monthly.
Nice package.
And I've also, like, in the fast start tape, like I said, I mentioned 3 or 4 of the back-end products that I've got almost complete and that I have thought of that I know that they'll probably be interested in, just trying to reduce a refund based on things that they won't want to miss out on.
Is that it? Anything else in the package?
Yeah, you get a newsletter subscription.
Yeah, we can cover that. I think that's it. Yeah.
Now, what does it cost you, that entire package, including mailing it out? The fulfillment cost?
Well, I've done 4 of them. I haven't tracked it real well, and I haven't mailed the cheapest I can. Do you know what yours package is costing?
Well, yeah, because we change them so much. But you're talking
$60 for all that?
No, probably about $20
Yeah,
plus the video. So we're looking to be conservative. Let's use a $30 figure with the
Fulfilled.
cassette.
That's
no,
about right.
I would say 35 to 40 fulfilled.
Because I know...
$40 fulfilled, right?
Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8.
I'd rather be higher than lower.
Because right now my audios are being done very small
Yeah,
quantity,
okay.
things like
Okay. Now, how much does it cost?
The basic package is $5.97.
That includes everything minus the video, and the things we change are the length of the newsletter subscription. For instance, my basic package is $5.97. My gold is $7.97. They get a 2-year subscription with the gold, a 6-month with the basic.
The same with you?
Same.
So it's $5.97 to
$7.97.
to $7.97. Now, you have any?
I've got 4.
How much did they pay?
They were all deluxe.
All deluxe.
$7.97.
$7.97. Yeah.
Plus shipping and handling.
Is that true?
It's a good profit center. Yeah, make about $10 on shipping. At least I do.
Anything else I need to know?
Pays for my rent.
I've ordered up a full page ad for July. That's about it. That's going to be $4,900.
$4,900 for the ad. How many circulation for the publication?
49,000.
Full page?
Yeah. And I dropped second sales letters to all the leads. Well, not all of them, the ones that are due second, based on 15 to 20 day spacing from the first
Anything
sales.
else?
That's all I can think of.
Okay, now, if because of today and tomorrow, whatever your dream scenario would be, the utopian outcome, what would that be? What would me and Sam or John or all of us, what would you walk out of here that would put you walking on a cloud?
A little more clarification on some of the things we talked about on the conference call, because I know that the majority of my market is not looking at my trade publications. Getting successfully to them, I think, would do it. Because I don't know whether that's going to double, triple, quadruple the business I do, but the majority of them are not going to be reading the trade press.
True.
You know, been proven out to be too much work or what, but certainly if I came out with that, that would be a big bonus.
Do you know why they're not reading the trade publications?
Just, you know, a two-man guy that's got a truck that's going to go in and repair somebody's furnace. You know, not everybody has a big sheet metal shop where they're building, you know, ductwork and doing commercial
Is there
buildings.
anything else that you should tell me with this?
If you asked him if he has access to all the names of everybody in the country?
Mailing lists, yeah. I mean, I've got it done in Bradstreet CD.
Well, they've got to be, because they're on the yellow pages. He's, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be available through, what is it, Business America Business?
Business, America Business.
Yeah, there's many sources
Oh,
of these guys, just like carpet cleaners. They're available also through suppliers that sell to these guys. There's many lists available, including endorsed lists and things like that. You can probably buy the subscription to the magazine and buy those people. You know, same thing goes with me, same shtick. I mean, you got blue-collar guys out there. Many of them don't read the trade mags. That's why I do seminars, because it's a way for me to reach guys I can't reach through the trade mags.
Let's go through the same exact process here. Okay. Name, address, serial number.
Terry, T-E-R-R-Y, Huenefeld, H-U-N-E-F-E-L-D.
Address?
4 Alton, A-L, Real Estate Marketing Group, R-E-M-G.
Now, I know from talking to you on the conference call, you market to professional realtors. But let's just go through the whole process, just like we did with him, okay?
Sure.
What's the first thing that you do? Just start.
Well, I copy the Dan Kennedy and Jeff Paul lead generation formula. I market in trade magazines.
So you run ads in trade magazines.
Full page ads in trade magazines. I am in 15 trade magazines now. There are 3 national magazines. Today's Realtor, with a circulation of 750,000. That goes out to every realtor whether they ask for it or not. You just get it as a free part of your membership. There are 2 smaller national magazines that are subscription, with circulations of about 30,000 apiece.
Okay, the largest is 750,000.
Right.
And you get it whether you want it or not.
You got it.
Other 2,
Are by subscription only, with a combined circulation of about 60,000.
okay.
Then on top of that, each state has its own state trade magazine for realtors. So, well, for instance, I'm a member of the Grand Rapids Board of Realtors, thereby also a member of the Michigan Board of Realtors and the National Association of Realtors. So every realtor gets 2 magazines whether they want it or not. It's the national magazine and one from their state. Well, I'm in 10 states. I'm in California, Florida, and many of the other larger states like Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Texas now. And so I'm reaching through the trade. I'm in about 1.2 million circulations when you combine it all. And I'm spending about $25,000 a month for space advertising, lead generation ads. That ad generates calls. My lead costs running that ad started out early back in September and October when I went national. My lead cost was about $6 to $7. It is now creeping up as the ad fatigue sets in. I've fiddled with the ad only once, I've changed the headline once, and I've inserted the photo. But still, I'm up now to around $11 per lead, and it continues to creep up. What I do when I get a lead is they get a 4-step mailing, similar to what Joe does, the special report. Very similar model.
Wait. How do they respond?
Call an 800 number, hear me for 30 seconds, giving them another little pinch on how great the system is, and all they have to do is leave their name and number, and I'll send them out a free special report.
They can't mail for it.
No.
Good.
My leads are automatically downloaded by Concord and transcribed by Concord. We upload them by database every day, and the first mailing goes out the next day. I mail them 4 steps.
Okay, just a second. Does Concord give you numbers on hang-ups or capture rate and all that?
Yes, my capture rate runs around 75 to 85% depending on the circulation. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Sure is. And the next day, they get...
This goes in the mail along with testimonials and the order form, and
They get a similar pitch to Jim's.
yeah, very similar. Long copy. Tells the story about me and how I was a failure real estate agent and how I discovered my gold rush system and how it's changed my life. They get one of those every 6 days. I've got them on a 30-day leash for the free bonus gifts, so you order
Wait. They get one of these every 30 days. Now, these are people that have no contact with you except they have your name and address, right?
Yes. They read my ad,
Yeah.
called the 800 number, they get the special report, then they don't get this report, they get 3 other letters from me in
Okay.
8x10 envelopes.
And
business-size
how
envelopes, I'm sorry.
spaced are those?
Every 6 days. So there's 24 days. From day 1 to the end, there's 24 days that elapse.
So you actually send out a sequence every 6 days?
You bet.
That's
Step
why
1,
he's
step
doing
2,
it
step
right.
3, step
Thank
4.
you, John.
Boom, 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 boom. To them, it's like they're getting it every other day.
After they get the report.
They get the report on day 1,
2 weeks.
then on day 2 they get the day 2.
Wait a minute, well, on day 2?
I'm sorry, day 6 they get
Yeah, day
step,
6.
step 2.
Yeah.
Right.
That's if they don't respond?
They don't respond.
Meaning they don't call an order.
They don't call an order or fax in their order.
Then you hit them again in 6 days.
They're again in 6 days with a different letter, a
And then
little bit
if
of
they
a
don't
different.
respond to that, they hit them
6
again
days
in
later.
6 days.
6 days later. Half the sales come in after the second. Now, I don't know if it's procrastination. It's the model Dan Kennedy taught, so I never quibbled with it. I mean, it works.
Took a hell of a good
We
model.
always do it every
Works.
2 weeks.
You know,
Well,
instead of
you-
getting a 20-page letter, they get an 8-page letter in step 2, different colored, here's testimonials, copies of published in national trade journals, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Ironclad guarantee, order form, they can fax in or they can call.
If you get 1,000 leads, how many sales do you end up with?
I've got about $18,000 in 1,000 leads,
Okay?
okay? I sell about 8%. My numbers have been holding real good at 8%.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's that.
I'll sell 80 systems at an average price point. I've got the basic and deluxe too. About $650 is my price point on the average. 80, that's a $52,000 in sales.
$650 average.
Average.
Which equals $52,000 in sales.
So I'll spend $18,000 on space ad and 4 sequence follow-up mailings and generate $52,000 in sales.
And then the fulfillment cost?
That's included in
No, to send out
the
the
fulfillment.
packages.
Pardon me?
To send out all the packages. What does it cost per package to mail them out?
Per system that I
What
sell,
you sell?
including the manufacturing cost,
Yeah, everything.
I'm at about $60.
8. So 80 times another $5,000. So you got about 23 grand in expenses, total expenses.
Right. Well, not counting, I don't want to get off track here, but because I followed the Jeff Paul formula, we're selling them more than just a system. Can I tell you what the system
Absolutely.
is? Okay. System consists of a 10-step quick start guide, a quick start tape. Realtors are interested in listings. Listings are the name of the game, is the conventional wisdom. So there's a module on listings, a book on listings, a book on working with buyers, a master marketing manual, a couple more bonus books, a video, cassettes, consulting certificates, ad and newspaper, critique certificates. Most realtors don't know anything about direct marketing. So we have a support staff there for them, and when they buy the system for 1 year, they're able to call in using their phone certificates or fax us their ads and scripts if they're not working. They're able to call in and get support. And that pretty much takes a couple full-time people, 3 full-time people
Sure.
to handle those calls, and we have them on an 800 number. So I have more cost than just the cost of the system. I don't just ship them a system and they're done. They're calling back in the office and asking for help. Because realtors as a whole are pretty dumb, okay? When you think about the guy that gets laid off from the factory or the guy that gets laid off from teaching school, what am I going to do? He gets into real estate, and he gets into real estate under the big lie. The big lie is that you drive around in a nice car, show people houses, and you get rich. It's a real nice way to make a living. Only when they get in it do they realize they have to cold call and prospect and get rejected and humiliated over and over again. So my whole system is geared to that pain that they have in prospecting, and I teach them how to use automatic hotline robots, properly scripted, to reposition themselves as something other than salespeople, but to position themselves as professional consultants. But it's a big mind shift, especially somebody who's grown up with Tommy Hopkins and some of the big real estate sales trainers like Mike Ferry and Floyd Wickman, who teach sell, sell, sell. Manipulative closing techniques, objection handling techniques, and all that crap. I'm saying you don't have to do that. If you consult and you hold yourself out as a professional and you help, you will prosper. My 10-step quick start guide gives them 10 steps. You do 1, 2, 3, 4. You will make it. We've sold 2,500 systems now. We've got 2,500 members. I've changed lives. I've got testimonials like you wouldn't believe. I give what I call a $100,000 weekend seminar every quarter. I stole that name from Jay Abraham's $1 Million Seminar. He calls it the $1 Million Weekend. I call mine the $100,000 Weekend. I get anywhere from 60 to 100 realtors in there at $1,000 a piece, coming to do the advanced stuff. So that's kind of a good back end. That's my best back end. The problem with realtors is that a lot of them are dumb, so my refund rate, and Dan Kennedy cautioned me on this at the very beginning, is that the refund rate with realtors is going to be high, because I give them total risk reversal.
How high is it?
15%. I've never been less than 15%, and it's crept up to as high as 21.
Is that on the seminar or the
No,
package?
on the package.
Oh.
So I'm making $52,000 in sales, but I've got 15 to 20% of those refunding. Now I have implemented, Joe and I were talking about this, I've never done anything other than just send them a stick letter along with the system. I've now got a 9-step sequence of a playoff on your $1 million bill letter or your dollar bill letter with I'm going to bust my butt for you type of a thing, and a testimonial tape and more we're here to help you type
How long have
stuff.
you been doing this, Terry?
How long have I been doing the whole system?
Yeah, just...
Started about 1.5 years ago. I started hitting California and Florida about 1 year ago, and I went national in September.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you the same question. What would be the utopian result here if...
Well, I know what that is. The utopian for me is to get away from having to depend on the limited life trade journal model where I take the space ad and do lead generation and mail. You know, I've not seen anybody make that work on a long time consistent basis. The front end always dies, and I'm building my back end rapidly, but it's not building fast enough. I have to get somehow to the other real estate agents who've not heard about Gold Rush. If you went to a National Association of Realtors convention and said to 100 realtors, what's Gold Rush? Maybe 10% would know, okay? And that's because they just haven't seen it in the trade journal, or it hasn't registered with them. The numbers that I've heard about trade journals in my industry are that 70% or even as high as 90% don't even get looked at, don't get read, or get paged through very occasionally. I know a lot of realtors, personally, successful realtors in Grand Rapids, who never pick them up. They go into the trash can. So I've got a model here that works. I've got a system set up, but direct mail, to me, if I can make direct mail work, I believe that direct mail can work. I just have I didn't learn that model. So if I can leave here with direct mail letters and ideas that I can go back and implement and start testing, buy the lists and test, and start testing 1,000 here, and then I can test a lot, and I can test different models, and I can find out what works, because then I can roll out. I mean, look at my universe. I've got 750,000 realtors. That's a great universe, and I can get their names. You know, it just, there's that curve that once you go over it, you're on a slippery slope going the other way.
Tell me about your business.
Okay, well, my business is selling to professional carpet and upholstery cleaners, and also I'm going into pest control.
Okay, but let's get to
Okay.
Yours is the almost like the original story, right?
Jeff Paul is the original story. I'm a byproduct of that.
What was his original product?
His original product was selling the certified financial planners, and then he went into real estate, and then he built a business around how he did the marketing to CFPs, which spawned JPDK, Jeff Paul Dan Kennedy, teaching other people how to do niche marketing. So Jeff Paul was the first person, okay?
Okay, but your business is very similar to these businesses, right?
We're all very similar.
All very similar.
We're a very incestual kind of group.
But what else do you do now? I know that you're starting to license what you're doing, right?
Yes, I currently have my course licensed to the heating air conditioning industry, the remodeling industry, the florist industry, the printing industry, the accounting industry, the window cleaning industry, and used car sales, where other people are running the business and paying me a royalty off of gross. My main shtick, where 95% of all my money comes from, is professional carpet and upholstery cleaners, where I sell a marketing course that teaches them how to write ads, sales letters, referral generation, how to present themselves, blah, 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 blah. How to be better marketers, all based around direct response marketing. And included in our courses, and I'm speaking for everyone, we don't just sell a book on how to do it, we actually give them the actual sales letters, follow-up letters, referral generation systems, things like that.
Great concept, really.
So, what I do is I reach carpet cleaners through trade magazines, send them long-form sales letters pitching a basic course and a deluxe course. I call it Basic and Gold. Now, out of that, I have currently sold about 1,500 people. I also do seminars, which is I don't like doing the seminars, I don't like the travel, but it's a very high profit center. I mean, the amount of net that you get out of doing a seminar is much higher than the net you would get selling the same thing through the mail. And in the last 40 days, I've done $140,000 in revenue out of seminars, which is at least about 90,000 net. So there's a lot. No, I wouldn't say that's too high. That's not 90,000 net. It's more probably around 60 to 70. But it's very good net. But I don't like the seminars. So I want to reach these people through other means, of course, which everyone's been repeated. But that's not my nirvana. That's not what I really want out of here. To me, that would be great to tackle this niche and to make a lot of money in here. But by learning how to do this, it leads to so many other things in terms of, people perceive Terry, me, Jim, whatever, as like, marketing consultants for carpet cleaners, real estate agents, but we're mail order guys. I mean, we do mail order and we sell marketing information through the mail. And once you learn that skill, it can go everywhere. Now, like I was talking about with this other deal that me and Brian Kay are talking about, taking it to the big infomercial market, the big infomercial guy doing joint ventures to his list on how to do niche marketing, which creating a product which is not, competing with Jeff Paul. Hopefully we can be friends on that type of thing to where we can endorse each other's programs. But I want to eventually lead to teaching other people how to do mail order, how to specialize into niche marketing like I'm doing with my licensing deals, and in the process pick up more people to do licensing deals with, so I can end up getting revenue without physically having to run the business, royalty type of thing. there's a lot of things. I mean, I'm scatterbrained. I have a lot of different things I'd like to do. I want to make a lot of money. A lot of money. I want millions of dollars. And I want to do that with as limited amount of ridiculous, wasted nonsense in terms of running a business that I can. For instance, right now, I've got 50 things going on that is making me money here, there. But there's probably, if I was to break it all down and analyze it, there's probably 5 things tops, maybe 1 or 2 that are really bringing in the money. But in the process of doing this, I'm expending so much energy on bullshit when I should be focusing on the few things that are bringing in the dough and spending my energies doing those things. Kind of like what we talked about. You said the majority of your money's made writing copy, but you end up 95% of your time sometimes is wasted doing bullshit. And what the best thing I can get out of this is more on clarification of how to really take a concept and go ballistic with it. And not have so many little things going on that bring in a few thousand here, a few thousand there. I mean, I want a couple of things that bring in hundreds of thousands and millions where I can roll out with these things.
Let's talk about your lead cost. What's your lead cost?
It varies on different magazines, ranging anywhere from...
What's the average lead cost?
What is the average? I had it from the tracking guy. I know it's $30 on, but there's 2 main magazines, so let's just go with those. There's 2 main magazines I go on. One of them, my lead cost is $11. The other one is $30. So if you were to average those 2, that means my lead cost would be $20 between the magazines. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else? From anybody?
You know what? You were talking about something that I think could turn into something big. Remember, you told me to get this information to research dust mites. You had some crazy idea of selling a dust mite detection kit to homeowners or something for like $19 or whatever. But what I'm thinking is, there's not a franchise on the planet that sells a smidgen of what I sell these guys for less than $1,000. And if I was to franchise this stuff, I'd probably make a lot more money than I'm doing selling it like a business in a box or an information product. But then again, I need to set up that structure, get all the legalities involved in franchising, get lawyers and all that stuff. But it would seem that the rewards financially that would come from that are much more so than what I'm actually giving these guys for less than $1,000. Also, my focus is not on unloading information products, but to build relationships and to develop a continuity program. I want to get 1,000 cleaners paying me at least $100 a month on a continuity program, which would generate $1.2 million gross per year, of which $1 million would be net, because the maintenance cost is so low on that, because it's automatic, ching, ching, ching. That's where I want to take the business. The $500 package, the $700 package, I mean, whatever the hell you sell it for, that's just a way to get someone into your funnel. And once you got them into the funnel, what is the best way to profit from these people and also not giving so much time? The big mistake I've made is what's that?
Tail. The tail.
Get rid of the tail. Okay. Get rid of the tail, meaning all the consultation, the personal stuff, but at the same time, have the relationship there so the money keeps coming in. So you're still tied to them and they're still giving you money, but at the same time you're not spending so much of your personal time. The way Terry does it is Terry doesn't offer consultations. He talks to none of his realtors one-on-one. His support team does that, but he had to build a staff to do that, and I don't know if I...
Wait just a minute. Terry, if you eliminated that support team, how would it affect your business?
Well, realtors need a handholding, so I think it'd be hard to keep refunds down because we're teaching them a fairly complex topic here.
But it wouldn't affect your sales on the front end, would it?
Correct. But what it does is it affects the back end and the continuity. I've got a tremendous reputation already in just a year, and I think I can leverage that to being the real estate guru in the country in another year, because the system is really good. It's unlike anything else that's out there, and it really
works. But it doesn't increase sales.
Does not increase sales.
But what it does
with
is
clever
copywriting.
With good copywriting, you can, they don't realize how important that is until they actually have the system.
In fact, you don't even have it as a sales point, do you?
Yeah, it's in the sales letter. It's not in the ad, but it's in the sales letter.
Do they upsell when the support team the orders come?
The support team does upsell, and they're getting better at that as they get deeper into that.
When the people anyway, I don't know.
That's all right. Good.
Well, I had this conversation with Joe about trying to get rid of the tail. Have you even experimented not having that, or having a substratum of this, selling without the consultation, and see how they do it? Have you tried it?
No.
You believe it reduces refunds, or you know it.
Believe.
You believe it.
You know what though, Gary?
I'm just
if I didn't, I would, without having hard data here, I can't imagine by not offering it that it would not increase refunds dramatically. I mean, so many of our upsells, our boot camps, our additional orders are made by people calling in for help. I look at every phone call as an opportunity to sell something else.
This is just sparing ideas, and we're doing. You want to keep this as a brainstorm?
Yeah. That's. I just want to get this space.
What if you, instead of holding their hands and doing this, what if you gave 4 seminars a year, cost them money to come, but it was a hand-holding seminar. You come in and you said, these are the 100 or the 80 or the something top questions we always get, and this is the 80-step way to go from taking this, from understanding this to actually implementing it, and you take care of it. And you do it in a weekend, rather than holding their hands constantly throughout the year, and they get a chance.
Let me mention something that I think will help clarify. Let me kind of finish it, because it does have a point. I'm not just saying this just to talk. See, what Terry does differently than what I've done is he has every week, on Thursday, he does a teleconference, where that's where they get the opportunity to talk to the gurus. So every week Terry does a 1-hour teleconference, but it's not just doing the teleconference, because you could say, yeah, that takes away Thursday, you're going to have to spend an hour of your time plus preparation, and every Thursday of every week of the year you're going to be tied to this teleconference. But it's not just consuming his time, because he takes the teleconference, has it transcribed, and that becomes data for his newsletter that he writes, and he can reference it for the newsletter. So
more books.
He's simultaneously creating product. Yeah, he could have it transcribed and create a damn book, because of 1 hour.
He is doing this, or he's not?
Oh yeah,
He is.
you bet.
He is. Now,
Are you the one who talked about they pressed button 1, 2, 3?
No, that was
No.
Jeff Smith.
No.
Is Sam aware of that yet?
No, that's.
Let me tell you, I'll
That
sketch
is-
it and you guys can fill it in. How about this is slick? Guy does conference calls, got maybe 200 people on it. He's got a guru on the call, impresses everybody. And then at the end of the call, it says, now, if you really like this and you're ready to proceed right now, press 1. If you're thinking about it, but like more info or something, press 2. If you're definitely not interested, press 3. The people who set up the conference call immediately capture the name and telephone number and all the data of those people, and they have salesmen calling those. If you're a guy who pressed 1, within an hour after the conference call, a sales guy is on top of you with that. That's pretty slick, isn't it? Oh, and they did it so well that they made the people call and get on the conference call, but they couldn't ask questions because it was now recorded. They recorded. It's like you're calling up to listen to a 90-minute pre-recorded message,
Well, they were letting them ask questions, but they were just telling them, because there's so many of them, they were just queuing them up.
If you have a question,
If we get to you, we'll
press
get
a
to you.
button, and if we get to you, we'll.
Yeah, and the queue thing would come back saying there's a lot of cars on the line. Your call will be taken in the order of whatever.
Yeah.
Which they never got through.
And of course, if there's a system breakdown, the guy says, well, the first thing you should do, the first thing you should do, the first thing you should do.
I have a question for you. This is obviously based on somebody who hung around J. Abraham and got this throwing everything but the kitchen sink kind of idea, right?
Well,
directly related to that.
Piling on
Trust me,
comes
it
from
is.
Dan.
Piling on, yeah.
Dan teaches a lot
Trust
of
me,
that
it's
stuff.
J.
Yeah, it's J2.
Who decided on this price that you're selling this for?
I've tested 3 different prices. I tested for the deluxe, $577, $677, $777, and that price works good at $677. Nice conversion rate of 8%.
Did you test 2,000?
No.
Let me mention something and reason why. You got to understand that we all come from a teaching from like Dan and Jeff, where it works, and so we do it. Now, we haven't wandered too far off to test $3,000 packages. Should we? Yeah. I mean, I've even thought about taking my whole course and breaking it into modules, and instead of selling people, a $500 upfront thing, just go right into a $197 membership and pay $100 a month and a yearly renewal. We don't do yearly renewals.
Here's the way I look at pricing, and I think it's a little different than a lot of people do. How soon can what you learn bring back what you're paying for this information? In other words, if it costs $10,000 this information, are you going to make it back in 2 weeks? So if you can make a good case that you're essentially making a small investment, you're renting this information for 2 weeks and you're going to get your money back. I mean, what kind of statement can you make that makes sense, that is true? If you're going to give them information and stuff that they're going to get it back so quickly, start thinking about what kind of, within a month or 2 months or whatever makes sense, that they're going to make that money back. So the price is no longer relevant. The price is merely the price of getting on board. It's a ticket for the ride. And once they're on the ride, it comes back.
I love that. You're
Mindset
renting this
of
information for 1 month or 2 weeks. I mean, that's
It's a
it.
mindset.
Because you're talking about
How
here
hard is it
$10,000 of initial income over the next 12 months.
Right.
That's a
How hard
great
is it to
guarantee.
finance these guys?
Oh, well, we all do installment plans. I do a half now and half in 45 days. Terry probably does the same.
Don't you
What
agree
we
with-
also do
Yeah.
after
Do you
the...
take a credit app from them, or?
No, we just take credit cards.
Okay.
Just take credit cards, and you know, I don't have serious problems with declines. We have a few, you know,
No, the other way
How to
is
steal
if you
credit
take a
cards.
credit app
Got
and
too
give
many
them
conversations
a
going
year
on.
with no payments and no interest, you get a year to pay for it. You pay me a year from now.
Terry,
Start
accept the
using it.
chaos. It's gonna be
Probably
How
chaos.
many more would you get?
Just trust it.
John, I'm in a box, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm in a box.
Yeah.
Because I copied a model and the model's worked, and so I'm just in this little box of this model that I was taught, and I'm not breaking out of that box.
Yeah, you're not doing
Yeah, but you're not doing anything wrong. It's a good box to be in. you know?
What-
Spend a lot of money in that box.
What you may want to think about is go ahead and set up your own competition under a different name, a different corporation, or maybe the same guy's a different thing. Offers such a totally different package that nobody will say, I bought this. I mean, maybe you can have guys buying the same thing. It can be the same information packaged differently in a different way and call it the gold deluxe whatever type of thing and construct it the way I would construct it according to my comfort level is there would be almost zero tail. And you understand what I mean by tail.
This program continues with tape 2.
Tail means, yeah, you're doing service afterwards, consultations, the phone calls. Over the next 12 months, I will meet with you every time you can come. That's tail. Anything that after you got their check and you cashed it in, anything after that is tail.
Terry, let's talk about you, because you have pretty big and accurate numbers here. Let's forget your tail for a minute. It's cost you about $10 a lead, right? Okay? So, Terry, 1,000 leads is $10,000. It costs
8,000.
$8,000 to do it. That's $18,000.
Right?
All right, and you sell how many packages?
80. So my cost is $225 per sale. I'm spending
No, hang with me a minute. You sell 80 packages, and the package costs you $60. What's your average sale? You told me.
$650.
$650. I'm going to make it $600 that you
Sure.
make on it, okay? $600.
His math skills are weak.
Yeah, $48,000. So you spend $18,000 to take in $48,000, and that's after fulfillment.
That's
Okay?
before fulfillment.
No.
Fulfillment's
No,
included in there.
this
I
is-
get
he
plus
sells it
shipping
for
and handling it.
$650.
Fulfillment's
Right, but the
self-fulfillment.
18,000 is before the cost of fulfillment.
Oh, yeah, but that's in there. It's 10,000 plus 8 is 18,000.
Right, and $60 a package is 4,800.
Oh, yeah, I see, I just
That's
took it
already-
off over here, but if
Oh.
you want to do it that way. See, I just, he sells it, okay, I just
I
did
got
it by
it. You
the,
took it off.
I'm faster, see, I'm faster.
Human computer.
Okay, so you spend 18 grand in advertising to net after the cost of fulfillment, $48,000.
Yes.
So
You
just
sub-
count the tail though.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
Oh, no, on the tail,
But
yeah.
wait a minute, we're not to the tail. So that means that not counting the tail, not counting refunds, you spend 18 grand
Uh-huh.
to do 30 grand, right? To net 30 grand. If nobody asked for a refund and you didn't have to do
Yes.
anything else, you would spend $18,000 and you would net 30 grand.
30 grand, yeah.
You would net it,
Yeah.
But time and a half.
which is pretty good. No, actually, John, it triples because that's when it grows. No, he
Yeah.
quadruples.
18,000 gets me 48.
Quintuples. It's
I
5
triple.
times.
I'm triple.
Well, yeah, that's right with the 18, yeah. Okay, so you're tripling. Let's pretend that you stop right there. Well, wait a minute. Because you don't stop there, these 80 people, how much more money do you spend on them?
Per person to wag the tail, you mean, for the tail? For the support? and
Yeah, you
everything?
got the support team, your 800 numbers.
You figure $100 per person?
So you're adding 8 grand, and that sounds really low to me.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, because-
Phones.
Yeah. it
Because you
probably
got
is low.
people there.
The
Probably
newsletter
low.
subscription alone will probably cost you 50.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
then, yeah, so I would
Not
say,
per person though.
yeah, per person, 2 years out. All the shit you send them, big thick newsletters, not 32
This is
centers.
what I can tell you, is that when I'm spending $225 per sale, like we're just talking about, it's costing me $225 to get every sale, I make good money spending it to $225 per sale and having that overhead that I have and having that system in place. That makes me good money when I'm selling 300 or more a month. When my sales fall below 300, but, now my overhead and the profit starts getting squeezed. I got to keep my sales at 300 and more, and I'm making good money. I hit 400, I'm making tons of money. The model isn't the problem. And there may be things we can do here and raise prices and do things. What I got to do is keep my sales up. I keep my sales up at 300 or more, I'm in Fat City. I can go off into a million different directions.
Still, we want to explore a lot of things, and we may not end up going down those paths, Terry. But I want to know, what's your overhead per month with the employees and stuff? Let's suppose that you did this and outsourced all of it. Somebody did the shipping and everything. Yes. Then you wouldn't have that overhead, but you do have the overhead. And that's not necessarily, but what is that overhead? And when I ask for numbers, if it's anywhere close, the number's good enough. Generally within 50%.
What does it cost per month to run your office? Let's say you didn't sell a goddamn thing. How much would you get?
Right.
They're not.
No advertising, no nothing.
An easy way to look at that is when I do 300 sales. If I bring in 200,000 in a month, my overhead is probably, including everything, including ad costs, shipping, everything. You take the cost of advertising and everything, it's around 150.
I mean, half the cost or $150?
Yeah, I'm making somewhere between 30 and 50 grand a month right now.
But let's take away your ad cost, so you have no sales.
Just what is it?
Well, ad cost is 25,000 a month.
So what's it cost?
Follow up another 25,000.
What's it cost to keep your business open with if you stop that stuff?
What's your salary, rent, and phone
high.
bills?
How much?
That's high.
That's your nut. You gotta know what your nut is.
What is your nut?
I got 30,000 a month in salaries.
Jesus.
30,000.
You got rent,
Rent,
telephone, all that.
telephone.
Nice.
So you're 40 grand a month.
I bet it's higher.
I bet it is too.
It is.
I bet you're talking 70, 80, maybe 100.
Okay.
Well, does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
And you take in an average of 180,000 a month on 300 sales.
If I'm bringing in 200 and making 40, that's 160, and 50 of that is advertising and everything else, and the nut is 100. You're right.
Yeah. No.
As long as the numbers stay up, the nut's not a problem.
Very astute of you to realize about the box, but you're still thinking in it. That's really funny, because I haven't dealt with a lot of guys who started out with a really tight model to work from. And it's both freeing in that it gets you from 0 to going 30 miles an hour down the road really, really fast.
Well, what you got to understand.
That's the hard part of getting going. Wait a minute. You guys want to go 100 miles an hour. You don't want to go 30 miles an hour. While you've jumped past the hard part that most people have to get through, which is going 0 to anything, you've gotten by that really fast, and the system really got you going there. But you got to get out of that system if you want to go as fast as you guys want to go. And you guys want to go real fast. And this system ain't designed to do that.
See, one thing we got to remember, me and you and Sam, if we end up consulting with you guys 5 years from now, it's going to be very different. Because you will probably, 5 years or 10 years, be closer to where we are, is how the fuck do I get rid of this shit? But right now, you got to understand, John, they wallow like pigs in shit with this shit. It's okay for them to have support teams and employees and all kinds of shit because they like it. So we don't have to take it away from them.
Well, if someone can show me, without me having to be a world-class copywriter, which I'm not, nor do I have any desire to be, I'd rather hire copywriters, how to make millions of dollars with no staff, I'm all ears.
Eliminate the tail.
That's what Ross Perot said.
See, another thing, for instance, you take someone like Terry who's really gone gangbusters with this type of thing. I mean, how many of those Jeff Paul Dan Kennedy books have been sold? Over 50,000. Thousands of the courses have been sold. 70,000 books? Okay. But the fact is, the amount of people that actually ever make this thing work are far and few between, and we're all friends with each other. And so, there's tons of people out in this world that want to get rich in mail order that never figure it out. And I think I agree with Ben Suarez's statistics of, it's probably not as high as he states it, but like 1 in 70,000 people ever have any success at all in mail order. That's kind of high. But, most people just don't figure this out. They don't.
Suarez wouldn't have figured it out if it went for me. He started out working for me. It's an interesting thing about Suarez. He was bound and determined that his product was going to be a table of interest rates. And I bludgeoned him until his first product was an astrological product. And he ended up with the largest, the American Astrological Association, the largest in the world. But by God, after he got rich, he published those fucking interest tables in one of his books. And
the fact is, I look at it like something like Brad Richdale. Brad is not as savvy of a marketing guy as like someone like Dan, who, in my opinion, is a very, very bright marketer. However, the application of his marketing knowledge has allowed him to build a company that last year did 100 million in sales and this year will do 200 million in sales, just because of the proper application of the marketing. And so that's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for, I got this stuff.
200 million a year will satisfy this polish, okay? Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, it would. It would satisfy me. Let's go with 10 million a year.
Sam, I'm grossing 200,000 a month. In the good months, I was grossing up 250,000 a month. Okay, coming down to the bottom line, my net after everything is never less than 20%, sometimes 30%. Now,
Sure.
in a business context, that's not bad.
It's wonderful.
That's great.
So Sam's here running a furniture store. How many employees you got? So why am I in a box and Sam isn't? I'm not being defensive here, but I'm trying to
Because
understand.
Sam has a wife, Leslie, who takes care of all that, and he's forbidden to go into the stores. Sam doesn't even have a secretary. Sam has no employees. Leslie has 170 employees. And also, we're talking at this point. You got to get used to it. And a lot of times when we're talking, you will hear us ask questions, and you might think the answers make you look dumb. We don't look at it that way. I mean, we do more dumb things than you will in all of your life combined. And in fact, I will do
Before lunch.
I will make the mistakes that I tell you not to make and everything. But we're going to just bounce really off the walls here before we narrow in
Right.
on what we're doing.
Well, one of the things I do really well, Gary, is I follow instruction really well, which is why I'm here, which is why I succeeded so well with the Dan Kennedy model. I didn't go off and not do it. I didn't try to invent my own wheel. I did it. I applied my special knowledge to his model. I'm going to make more than $500,000 this year. Well, that's great. But you guys are saying, now I can do it with less stress, without a staff? I'm all ears.
We're just talking.
Yeah.
We're just talking. We're asking you questions.
You know what a good example is Robert Allen. He was making $1 million. He didn't have a lot of people. He was selling information. He wasn't doing any back end, as I recall, or any tail. And he just went the other way. He got a huge staff, and we went down there to consult with him. He had this new product put out that he wanted to save the world. Wasn't that it? That was literally what he wanted to do. He wanted to save the world. And he was hiring all these people, and he'd taken this beautiful thing that was just cruising along, making them buku bucks.
Yeah.
The first thing you need to know is you guys are doing nothing wrong. You just need some other things to do right. Along parallel things,
Right. My whole thing is I'm working too hard for the amount of money I'm bringing in. I'm bringing in good money, I mean, I'm doing anywhere from 70 to 100,000 a month. I should hit $1 million this year, but I'm working way too damn hard to do it. I need to just cut some of the stupid things and focus in on the things that actually make money and just duplicate myself.
What are you doing that's too hard?
He's all over the country in an airplane doing one-day seminars, and he's making good money on them, but he's locking himself up in the silver tube once a week.
Yeah, about every 2 weeks. And I've got a business to run, so it makes it difficult. I got a staff.
Joe's delegated very little. I've delegated a lot. I've got a system that runs without me while I'm here. Joe's requires more hands-on.
Yeah, so you look at Terry's selling 4 times the amount of stuff I am, has a staff that's 4 times the size of mine, but it's more systemized. So a lot of the ways this type of stuff helps me, the brainstorming, is just clarification on how to actually manage my own life, because this is management shit. It's not marketing stuff. I mean, some of the last things I need is another marketing concept. It's more of a clarification of the knowledge I already know so I can do it better.
Did you work for a living, Terry, before?
20 years in real estate.
Working for someone else?
Oh, well, for myself as a broker.
Not out of an office then? You're working?
I worked with people for 10 years in one of these RE/MAX type offices where you rent space or you share expenses.
3 years ago, what would you have considered was good money?
3 years ago, I grossed $350,000, and about $150,000 of it came to the bottom line. So I netted about $150,000.
Yeah, but what would you have considered good money? If you said so-and-so is making good money.
$250,000.
Joe, what would you consider good money?
I think
2
that's
years
Back in I would probably have considered $100,000 a year very good money.
Yeah.
Now I consider it bullshit. I mean, if I make
Now,
less
wait,
than $3,000 a day, I'm like irritated.
I'm making a point.
Same in my
100,000?
consulting business. If I hit 100, I was
Sometimes I go hang out with some of my friends and they'll be talking about somebody and they'll say so-and-so is really making good money and blah, blah, blah. And I say, how much is he making? Oh, he's up to $20 an hour, Or he's pulling in $50K a year, And what your concept is, do you remember how hard it was when you first went out, how hard it was to break that $30,000 a year barrier? Remember how hard it was? Once you broke it, did you ever go back and earn less than $30,000? You remember how hard it was to break $100,000 a year? Once you broke, did you ever go back under that again? Remember how awesome that seemed to actually make that? And how you thought that making $1 million a year just seemed like an inconceivable amount of money? Okay, when you guys talk about we're making good money, I hear that. It's not limiting, but it's workaday world thinking. You know, you don't know what good money is. You really don't know. You don't know. All you guys know is that you're hungry. You know, something's missing, you want to bump it, you're not quite sure what it is. I have no idea how much I make an hour, but I remember talking to some guys who finally got up to making $100 an hour or something like this, and they're figuring it out. Why think about how much you make an hour? How much you make an hour is irrelevant. Wouldn't you rather make just huge amounts of money and maybe no hours at all? You know, work 1 hour a year, wouldn't that be great? You know, so don't think about it in terms of an hour or even money, really. It's lifestyles. What kind of lifestyle do you want to back up, and what's it going to take to fund that?
That's what I want to do, because Terry has a thing, I even put this on my computers, you know, the screensaver that flashes across, it says, money without quality of life is useless. Yeah. And I agree with that. It's not the money I'm looking for, it's obviously there's a benefit buried in my mind of what I think money's going to do for me. You know, I want an enjoyable life. I'm a frickin' workaholic, and the habit I need to break is to just flat out quit frickin' working so much. But at the same time, I want the money.
For about 3 years, I was taking off 6 months a year. I was working for 6 months and taking off 6. Now, I wasn't making as much as I was making before the first couple of years, and then suddenly I started bringing it back up again. And then I was still taking off a lot of time, working a couple days a week. It was a mindset. It's a mindset. I read a book a long time ago, 1980 or something. It was called Money Love. I think it's been long out of print. I don't know who has the rights to it. I never saw it again. But the guy made some very, very good points. It's like, stop thinking about money as poo-poo. It's not keeping score. It's nothing. Money is only what you can use it to do what you really want in life. If you're using money to keep score, then it's fouling every other way you think about it. Money is this ephemeral thing that is just passing in and out of your life. And actually, this guy had a kind of a Buddhist theory that the more money you spent out, the more it would come back to you. You would think of sending your dollars out into the world to go out and gather other dollars and come back. And so you stop thinking about money in terms that most people in America think about money. It's a whole different...
We have some of our salespeople, after they make a sale, they sit down and calculate how much money they made.
Right.
And those are the ones that never do well.
And they never do well.
And the ones who never even think about how much they make are the ones that are at the top all the time.
That's when you start thinking about what your course is worth. You haven't sat down and thought about what it's worth. How are you changing these people's lives?
What would have been worth to you when you first started in real estate?
$5,000 easy. It's worth $5,000. It's worth every penny of $5,000.
You know, and I feel the same way. I just always go back to you're not your own customer. That's probably a self-defeating belief, meaning what I created and what I sell to these guys is exactly what I wish had existed when I first got into the business, so I didn't have to go through all the crap that I went through in order to take my carpet cleaner.
Yeah, I write the newsletter I wish had it existed before I started writing it.
You know, you're opening up 2 more stores. I mean, what's your goal? Is it a money thing? I mean, what's your motivation for doing that?
Die with most toys.
Yeah.
No, seriously, I mean...
Well, let's go on to the next level. We get bored very easily. When everything levels out and nothing happens, we want more excitement in our life. So the way you do it is add more stores, hire more people, have more problems.
Yeah, but this time last year you were seeing it different too.
Yeah, I was.
If you want.
That's the simulation.
Be great.
Sam wants to make enough money to afford to take time off and hang out with Dennis. That's
Root canal.
Well, how old are you, Gary, when you first actually felt like you were kicking ass with your marketing business? When your ego grew to the size of...
I was about 31 when I didn't know what to do with the money.
How many years of struggling, living off credit cards, all that shit before you actually hit something? You cracked the code on one of the things.
They didn't have credit cards back then, did they?
No.
How the hell did you live?
Actually, I got out of the service, so I did that, and I worked, and I got divorced. Once I started studying marketing, it probably took me 6 years. You know, I'm going to give you the end of this. I shouldn't, should I? I should make him like, this is...
Don't grovel.
The fucking perceived value goes down if you solve it early, right? We need a computer printout. Can you print some shit out?
Where?
I don't know, just print some data out or something. No, we need to make this more difficult. Let's see. Jim,
What's your do you feel by doing that, because you always do it? I mean,
I don't always do it.
Most times I've seen you do it, but I mean, do you feel that the impact is better taken if you go through loops in order to figure this shit out? Or
well, in reality, it depends on who I'm dealing with.
Well, I already gave up a good-sized contract this week to be here.
No,
after I heard you on the conference call.
No, I want to answer that question. The sharper the people are, the less they give a fuck about how long it takes you to give them the solution. The people who...
It's just like caring how much something
Yeah,
costs.
I mean, if a guy, I've had guys pay me enormous amounts of money, 30 grand, I go in there and talk to them for 20 minutes, and they are happy because they're players and they got the key that they want. The lower the level you are, it's like information. It's like some people value information by the pound. There was a guy, had a little mail order ad, said Illustrated Encyclopedia of Sex. Remember that? About this big? And then there was another one, Math Made Easy. And he sent these out of copyright books, but they were big, thick books, so everybody thought they were getting a good value, What you guys want to achieve your stated goal, it's just like clear as a bell. It's really. You're a sales letter away from doing that. That's all you need, all three of you, is a fucking sales letter that plugs into the system. Let's see if that's true, okay? Now, let us say that you mail to 1,000 realtors. That's going to cost you, and you can just take my word for it, between $400 to $600. But let's say that it costs you $500, all right?
Okay.
50 cents a piece. That's a good number to start with. Okay. The only purpose of this letter is to do the same job that your ad does, right? And that's to make those people call an 800 number. That's the only job of this entire letter. There's no order coupon, there's no reply envelope, there's nothing. They wanted to hire me to hype the city of Las Vegas one time. And they gave me every kind of document. You talk about people that got their shit wired. They know how many people come in by Greyhound, and to the penny how much those people spend. They know how many people drive in and what they spend. They know how many people that fly in and what they spend. And I could not figure out any way at all to do a better job than they were doing. What I told them is I can redirect the flow. I could make more people go to the Sahara than go to the sands, but I couldn't come up with any. So right now, and I'm talking to him because he's got the numbers mostly, but it applies to both of you. And truly, your back end, not that it can't be improved, but that's not the problem. I mean, if you were getting 10 times as many leads from the magazines at the same cost, you'd be happy as a pig in shit. You probably wouldn't be sitting here. What you need is more of those calls, more of those people entering into the funnel.
Yes.
Now we're going to save the conversation about your tail till later. We're going to put that on hold, the consultants and your overhead and all that. We're going to pretend that you're in the mail order business, and that's it. I mean, you're in the, you send me your money, I send you this mail order business. Because I believe I can put you in that business if you want to be in that business. If you want to be employee intensive, we can do that too. All right, now let's talk about the direct mail. Your average sale is how much?
$650.
Cost how much for you to fulfill?
$240.
No. Just his hard cost to fulfill. 60. Okay. We're gonna add $10 shipping, handling, or shave your cost or some fucking thing, so it's $600,
Right.
okay? All right. So you make $600 a sale.
Right.
Now, if there were no lead cost, you'd have to make one sale to make a profit. It costs you $500 to mail 1,000 letters. You'd make, after the cost of fulfillment, you'd take $600, you had made $100. One sale, right? Mm-hmm. Where do I go from here? Tuesday. Now, what's your conversion rate for your leads?
8%.
8%. So that means that you would, let's see, if he has 8%, we're gonna change that figure too and make it 10%, okay? Okay. Because that could probably be achieved if we reworked your letter and stuff like that. But let's say it's 10% conversion. So that means that you would have to get 10 people to call you. Am I right?
10 out of 100.
10 out of, wait a minute, out of 1,000,
You get 100.
you'd get 100.
But we're talking about the original 1,000 is a lead generation ad.
That's right.
That's going to bring.
Yeah, but I'm talking about to get one
conversion to
sale,
sales or conversion to
get one out of the calls. If it's a 10% conversion, it takes 10 calls to make one sale, right?
That's right.
Now here's our task, as impossible as it may sound. You need a letter that you mail to 1,000 people that makes 10 or more people dial a free telephone call, right?
I need to get 100 people to dial the telephone call and 10 of those to buy.
No, he's talking about break even.
If
Break
I-
even.
No,
We're
you
gonna make
don't. No, you
100
don't. No,
Oh.
let's go over it.
Okay.
Let's go over it. You get 10 people to call, and 10 people at a 10% conversion is one sale.
So 10 people call out,
10
you're
people
600
call,
out.
he
One of them
sells one, he
buys,
gets $600.
cover the cost of the mailing.
You
Right.
cover the cost plus you make
But
$100.
I've lost money.
No, you
but-
made $100.
But I've lost money because of the overhead. We're not factoring in any overhead there.
That's
So it's
true.
not-
We're not going to factor that in for the moment.
The way when I look at it my way, I'm spending right now $225 to get a $650 sale, and I make money at that if I'm over 200 sales a month. Why can't we look at it that way?
We can
$225.
look at it that way,
Okay.
but let us segue up into that, okay?
Okay.
So I want to make a point to you. Let's go through what happens. See, first of all, if you had to make that many sales because of your overhead, we just mail more than 1,000 letters, all right? But now let's talk about mailing 1,000 letters, and all we're going for is telephone calls.
Right.
Now, I don't know how many telephone calls we can get from mailing to your realtors, but I'm going to be astonished if we can't get 3%. I'm going to be astonished.
Right.
And I think you have a shot at getting 7%. We're talking about free calls. That sounds about right, doesn't it? So let's say it's 5%. 5%. Now here's what that means. You spend $500 and you get 50 calls.
And 1 out of 10,
And that's 5 sales.
5 sales.
Okay? Now, go through the numbers with me on this, right? There's a $500 mailing cost. If you take out your fulfillment, that's $3,000 for your initial 500. But see, here's the really important factor. Here is the killer factor on it. The killer factor is the universe is so much bigger now. Let's just go through this without your overhead, and then I'll let you factor it in. $500 to mail 1,000 letters. We take in 50 calls and we make 5 sales.
And on those 50 calls, I have to mail out a 4-step sequence.
Okay,
So
how
it costs
much
me
how much does it cost to capture the name and mail the 4 steps to the 50 people?
Another 500.
Another 500. So now we got 1,000 in it, right?
Right.
We make 50 sales at net after fulfillment of 600 a sale, right?
5 sales,
5 sales.
650.
Okay, that's $3,000.
Right.
After we subtract
Yep.
the thing.
Uh-huh.
$3,000.
Right.
So we subtract the
And $300 for the packages, it's $60 a piece, right?
no, we deducted that.
That's already
Oh, yeah,
deducted. That's good for round figures here.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do we got left here? We got 3,000 and we spent 1,000, so we made $2,000, right? And we made 5 sales. Let's put that over here. And how many realtors are there to mail to?
700,000.
Okay. Now, so we multiply this by 700
Times 2,000.
times 2,000, 0. I'm wrong. It's not worth doing. It's only 1,400,000. It's a joke, guys. And
That's on
35.
the initial sale.
And that's on the initial sale. But not only do you have a service cost on the initial sale, but you also have a back end on the initial sale. Now, let me tell you something that ought to get your juices flowing. You should be mailing a letter to these 750,000 people at least 10 times a year. 10 times a year. You should be doing that. We get the kind of percentages that we're talking here, Sam does, I do, John does, when we're selling stuff, or higher. Sometimes we get 10% selling stuff. You're not selling anything on that call, a free telephone call. So the first overall recommendation I have to make to all 3 of you is the essence of simplicity. You should be doing direct mail. Now the numbers can vary from what I told you, but if it works at all, you need to be doing it. It doesn't have to work better as what you're doing, although it will, I believe. It doesn't have to work better. It doesn't have to equal it or anything. It's just if it works, you put that on automatic pilot too. That's the one thing that you need to do that's just right off the bat. Now,
Got that?
I'm mailing Post-it note things right now as we speak. Post-it notes attached to a full-page ad direct mail.
You just start getting any response?
I don't know the numbers yet. I can call my office and see if we know right now.
When did you mail?
Last couple of weeks. We got the leads. I can tell you what the leads are. I don't know what the conversion would be yet. though.
Well, what we really want to know is what the leads are.
Yeah, I can call my office and find that out.
And you're sending to carpet cleaners, is that it?
Yeah.
You look puzzled. I mean, are you puzzled?
I'm pretty good at doing numbers.
No, you know what's hard for me? I get lost in the thing,
numbers?
like the cost involved. Yeah, I've always hated numbers. It drive me up the frickin' wall, and that's what sucks.
But you're in the numbers business.
I know.
It's all numbers.
It is all
Okay,
numbers.
no, don't get me. Not that I don't want to know it. It's
I like
just hard
the
to
numbers.
follow. It's just hard to follow it. It's just hard to follow the shit.
But where I am is when I do the numbers, well, I look at my $225 a sale, which is what I'm paying now, as my flagship. If I pay more than $225 a sale, then I'm getting into the danger zone. But at $225 a sale, I can make a good profit. So when I do these numbers, and I calculated it at 65 cents a letter, 10 cents a name and the first class mail, and maybe it's a little bit on the high side. If I got an 8% conversion off the letter, I sent out the first letter, the lead generation letter, if I get 8% on that letter, and then I sell 8% of those, not 10%, but 8%, my cost per sale is going to be $216. Bingo, that number works. So that means I got to get 8% on that letter. So what I need is a letter that I can send out to these $700, start testing with 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. I need a letter that can get me the 8% response.
You got the letter.
Where's the letter?
Right under that file there.
The letter's in here?
You talking the lead generation letter?
Yeah.
No, the other one.
You don't
My ad?
Yeah.
My ad?
There it is.
6 months, and I've known this shit for 6 months. Why haven't I mailed that?
You haven't made this, turned
But
this
you put it
into a
in
letter and
letter
mailed it?
Duh! Why would I do that? That's too easy.
Well, if you double space, you'll get 8 pages out of that. And then-
I can blow up the 14 point and get 20 pages out
This
of
will
it.
be a 4-page letter.
Yeah.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Should be a letter or an ad. I mean, it should be just a tear sheet.
I should test them both.
Well, actually, you should mail out about 8 different versions.
Right.
Well, bulb is going on. Yeah. You
Edison's
need
the right.
10 letters.
Yes.
8.
Look, one.
Okay, can I throw out some really, I think, kind of pertinent
No,
information?
Joe, you talked.
No,
about it.
actually, really, I'd rather you didn't.
Listen, Jeff Paul, he does not do lead generation post notes anymore because what he found is you would get the same lead conversion, meaning, people would call, they get very good leads, but when he sent the sales letters out to people that were generated through the mail as opposed to people that came into him through the magazines, the sales worked in the magazines, the sales didn't work through the mail.
Who is this guy, Jeff Paul?
Why? Who the hell knows? He's Dan's partner in the JPDK thing.
I distrust everyone's numbers except my own.
Well, I've refused to believe it because if I did, I wouldn't be
Especially
sending out-
generalized numbers.
I wouldn't be doing this right now if I took that as
So you're
wrong.
saying that, I go through this with Rodale and people like this. Rodale refuses to have phone calls. You can only order Rodale products through the mail. And they make it work. Like I say, they're a billion-dollar company. They do very well. But I asked them, I said, have you ever tried phone numbers? Oh, yeah, they said, we did a mailing, we put an 800 phone number on it, and response dropped. Now, I don't know, maybe...
And they don't take credit cards either.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure what the deal is, but I'm thinking to myself, I'm sitting here and I'm reading this letter and I'm turned on. I want this book so bad, I can't wait. I get to say, now how can I get it? I'm thinking, oh damn, I can call or send this thing in. If it was just sending the thing in, I would have bought it, but since you're giving me a choice, I'm out of it, I'm throwing this thing away. I don't understand the mindset that goes to this. I don't understand how that number could work. Maybe it's true that putting the phone number in did make it work. Part of this is science.
True, though. You know.
I understand, but part of this is science and part of this is intuition and part of this is just trying to figure it out from little scraps of information we get, and a lot of it is psychology. And nobody can explain to me how that could have happened. How by adding a phone number option is going to drop response. I just don't get it. I don't understand how it's going to work.
And if the reason you don't understand it because it's not so. It's just like numbers we got from Phillips. They're not true. It's end of story. They're just not true.
So I don't know who this guy is. I'm sure he's very bright and knows what he's doing.
I would say probably, though, he is right that there be a higher conversion rate from somebody reading the real estate magazine than there is from direct mail. I would say that the numbers are right. But I want
a
to
targeted audience, though. Let's not get off this too
There's
quick.
one easy way to find out, though.
Test it.
Yeah, you should test it, but just think for a minute. I mean, let's get this straight. Remember how we were talking before? I brought up about the difference between mailing a thing on fishing to fishermen as opposed to mailing as the guys who read Time magazine. if you're going to mail a letter to real estate guys, that's the same pool that's going to be reading the
Not
the
exactly.
magazine.
There's an active real estate and then people
Inactive.
who are not really active.
Right.
And reading
But
the
you can
trade,
get that list.
you can get that list too.
And you can probably get it by the amount of income
Can you?
too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what the average income is of the person that buys your course?
No.
You can start
You can probably
specializing in
find
your
out.
letters. You can just mail it to people in Cleveland, Ohio. You can say,
Yes.
special deal. Make them feel special, make them feel they're getting a deal no one else is getting, make them feel they're part of it.
Special deal for Cleveland people only type of a thing?
Yeah, and a special deal that they are in on something. You got to start thinking as a con man too. You can't just give them this open-ended kind of, give me a call sometime. It's like, this is a special opportunity. There's a little window of opportunity. You may never get this letter again. This is a very controlled mailing. You may see this letter again, but chances are you won't. If you put this letter aside right now, the odds of you remembering where you put it and picking this up and doing this tomorrow are about 1 in 1,000. And if this opportunity slips through your hands, you're going to lose out on changing your life, on taking your hectic, unpleasant life right now and changing it in a very, very short time, to having more money, to having more freedom, spending less time, to being one of those guys that get talked about in awe. Oh yeah, that's one of the legendary real estate guys in Cleveland, instead of being one of the schmucks who's just barely paying the rent and driving a 10-year-old car. But you better do it right now. You better get in on this right now. This is only a few people ever get into this club. If you really get that going, you can do things like that to up the response to.
Well, before we go into something else, I want to talk to you about the telephone calls. On that conference call, we were talking about phone calls, and you guys playing around with making phone calls. You make phone calls too?
Yes.
Talk to me about the phone calls.
Well, there's no structure to it. My brother follows up with leads after they've been on the sequence for between 2 or 3. He calls the people that have not yet ordered, and basically, it's not even really scripted. He just asks them a series of questions. Did you get
What
the
happens?
letters?
But what's the?
He sells a few $1,000s a week worth of courses.
If someone equal to your brother were doing that, also along with your brother, what would happen?
We'd probably make more sales.
So in other words, your brother makes X amount of calls, does he not?
Correct.
And if you had 2 brothers, both equal, you would make more sales, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so why don't you have 2 people doing it?
Same question, why am I not mailing out more letters? Why am I not doing a lot?
No, I mean, I could ask myself, but
management problems.
Hold on.
You could
Sorry,
double
I got
the-
completely distracted there.
I'm sorry, Sam.
What'd you say, Sam?
No, you feel right now that your people can't get anything done unless you're there to direct them.
No. I'm rarely
You don't
even
have
at the
that.
office. Very little supervision.
Okay, so they can handle a lot of things without you.
Yes, and they do. My
well.
business pretty much churns without me there.
Okay.
Does it churn very effectively? Nah, not really. Considering there's like 0 leadership.
Now, do you make telephone calls?
No.
And why not?
I spend my time writing.
He picked that up.
No, not you personally, but why doesn't your operation make telephone calls?
Just started.
You did just start?
Yes.
And how long ago was
Last week.
Last week.
Yes, they're doing it right now. They're developing the scripts and they're making the calls right now. And I know that's going to increase response. The reason we haven't done it is because I was busy training them. It exploded in September, and now we're finally over the curve. I say, okay, got to get sales up. Now, guys, you're trained. I'm comfortable with you on the phone. Start calling them. We selected a whole group, and we're going to test that. We're going to be able to statistically compare in a month the difference between people we did call and didn't call.
What would happen if you personally made all the calls?
I would probably double the sales, from 8% to 16%.
You know why I haven't done the calls? Because it's so damn easy to send out a sales letter that sounds good than it is to teach a live human being how to do it. But anyway, that's my answer.
Okay.
See, and the companies that fail are the way the people who work for you are managed. That's all it boils down to. And what you guys are concerned with, you can sell all that you want. It's just what happens after you sell it. Putting everything in place. How do you do that? Like somebody like Dell Computer, who grew from nothing to a gigantic corporation. What did they have in place to manage all that? It's very technical and very complicated. And what we're talking about is very simple compared to that.
Good point.
So how do you manage your people?
By staying away
Whips,
from it.
chains. But who, I mean, there has to be
We have people in place.
There's leadership, obviously.
Right.
And
We have people
there's
in place.
ownership, obviously.
What it boils down to is each person in the company is forced to take responsibility for what they do.
How?
You just say, what do you think your job entails, or what is it going to take to get your job done? They enumerate it, and then after they enumerate it, say, okay, now that you said this is what you have to do, you're responsible for making sure it gets done. It's not up to me to make sure you get it done. Most people wait for the owner or the boss to tell them what to do next and how to do it. And then once you stop telling them that, they stop doing whatever they're doing. So you've got to reverse that and make them take responsibility for what they're doing. And of course they have to get rewarded for taking responsibility too, otherwise they don't want to do it.
How they get rewarded?
Well, they have bonuses based on net profit or whatever they achieve or whatever they get done. Those kind of things. Once somebody has something at stake in what they're doing, they'll work harder at it. And they'll learn how to make decisions on their own rather than, in most companies, and we had this problem too many years ago, everybody sits around and waits till the next edict comes down or the next decision or the next process or the next program. And what you got to do is get them to do it on their own.
iPower helps you do that, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that has helped tremendously in opening their minds to start thinking about that.
How long did you use iPower?
About 3 years.
Joe, is that what you told me that Boardroom Reports was using?
Yeah, well they invented it.
But they invented by using it in their own organization?
Yeah, they started in their own organization. They grew from like 20 million to 120 million in 2 or 3 years.
Is there one book on the subject?
Yeah,
there's a book. You can buy it. We'll go buy the tattered cover, or Leslie might have some extra copies. We've got.
What's it called?
iPower.
It's just called iPower.
Yeah, you really can't implement the program by reading it. Ken does a class on it. And
I have the tapes.
You get them tapes?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not interested in learning. I'm
just
I don't
what the
have people
theory is
in.
behind it. That boils down to giving people responsibility or opening their minds, and like Gerber says, you got to work on your job, not in your job. And that's another thing you have to do is get people to start working on their job and not get mired in it and listening to what somebody else tells them to do. They have to think about, now if I did this way, how much easier it would be, how much cheaper, how much faster. You got to change people's mindsets from the way American industry is set now. And unions have caused that too. In a union, nobody does anything outside the box or outside the rules. They know there's all kinds of consequences. You get punished if you do it. So that shuts everybody's mind off. Nobody thinks, and there's no progress made. So until you can get people out of that mode, you're really not going to get anywhere, and you're going to find a hard time expanding. Because you can sell all you want, really, if you want to cut loose, but you're afraid of doing that because you don't know what the end result's going to be once it starts.
Right.
You're afraid of the total chaos.
Well, see,
and
that's what.
level.
Right now, my numbers are gotten so high that
It scares you.
No,
In terms of what?
It's the amount of time that the people coming, calling,
Right,
phone calls. In fact, I can't respond to
Your
it all.
service is going to hell, is what happens. We've gone to different levels of sales where we said, this isn't worth the shit anymore. There was so much aggravation, so much grief. And 14 and 18 hours days, we said, we can't take it anymore.
It's the same process whereby when you start out, you can make every call and you can go down to Kinko's and Xerox everything and send it out. At a certain point, that becomes impossible, and then you have to move to a certain
You have to
level.
delegate it and leverage it, or else you go crazy.
But there's also levels above that. I mean, you start chunking up. Pretty soon, you're a corporation. Pretty soon, you don't even know who's answering the phone anymore. It's not a matter of trying to find the right person. You got to find the person who's going to hire the person who's going to hire the person who's going to hire the person.
You can't get
who's gonna
involved
answer
in
the
that
phone.
anymore. You're going to be totally detached. Can you imagine somebody like Jack Welch who has 400,000 people working for him? And he's got
Hey, Gary, how many people does Nieswanger have working for him? Do you know?
Nieswanger? No.
Not very many.
No, not very many.
And he makes, I don't even know.
Is he still
6,
selling
7 million
that
a year?
real estate appraisal thing? Yeah.
What are you yammering about? How many people did Rick Nieswanger have working for him when he was pulling in 20 mil a year, whatever he was pulling in?
Not very many.
No.
And he had very little tail, if any, at all.
Well, see, he was an expert at culling it down to the least common denominator with the least amount of people to get it done.
This is relevant because he was very, I learned a couple of things from Rick Nieswanger. One, it's possible to make a lot of money selling information products without having a large corporation. And two, this is a side point, but he's the guy that told me, he says, he just pays all his taxes, and he says he sleeps at night. And that was important. A lot of people would like certain people in this room would like to fight the IRS for every cent he thinks, oh, that's fine. If that's the way your mind works, do that. Me, I'd rather pay it and use that extra time to go make more money and sleep well at night. Sleeping well at night is
You don't
worth more to me.
want to have all these diversions.
Right, but it fits in. Nieswanger's idea of his lifestyle was more important than doubling what he was making by bringing in a lot of people and a lot of grief. That the grief factor was very, very important to him. And I
And
think it's very important to you
adjusted
guys.
the way his business ran according to that
To the grief
goal.
factor, absolutely.
So John, you've seen, and you've known a lot of people in the direct marketing, this type of business. And you've seen some models where people have used direct mail without a tail.
I was going to finish my point.
Direct mail without a tail. Minimal tail.
I can't remember if I brought this up this morning or not, but there's a famous story that I like, and it happens to be with Jay Abraham, and it was the year that he made $1 million with these seminars, and at the end of the year, he found out it cost him $900,000 to fulfill, and he got sued. I mean, it was you know,
he just paid $3 million?
Hey.
For what?
The difference between Jay and Nieswanger, Jay had that thing of piling on, and what he started piling on to bump up to paying $30,000 to come to a seminar was personal attention, personal this, tail. I looked at his pieces, 90% of it was tail. And he paid a very dear price for doing that. It consumed him, consumed his life, consumed his business, consumed every waking moment and sleeping moment of his life. And then you got Rick Nieswanger, who just kept going the other way. What is this decision going to increase the grief in my life or decrease the grief in my life?
Nieswanger did it gradually. He did it from selling one-on-one to selling to big crowds in an auditorium to the videotapes, to where he simplified it each step of the way.
Yeah.
Where Jay goes the opposite direction and gets closer to the one-on-one, where he has
That's
no
true.
time
That's a
left.
really good point.
Yeah.
Well, you asked earlier if we were confused, and at the time I had a question popped into my head, because you guys were talking about the direct mail and getting the 5%. When I took over this HVAC from Joe, it was already written. Another guy tried it a little over a year ago. Part of it was I got, I think, 80 leads. And I simply took a cover sheet saying, hi, we dropped the ball due to change in management and blah, blah, blah. So we're giving you an opportunity to get in on this first, I don't remember how I worded it. I sent to those 80 leads with just my full page ad. And out of those 80, I got 4, which is 5%. And 2 of those bought the $800 package.
So what's the question then?
Well, no, I was thinking, because we were talking about different direct mail, I mean, I was simply sending out my full page ad, probably $1 a piece. Oh no, those were only 32 cents because it was just 2 sheets of paper in there, with an envelope. But would it even help to throw in a cover letter to all the cold mail, even though it's not true, they didn't request information a year ago?
Wait a minute. How much did it cost you to send the letters?
Probably 35 cents, I don't know.
So that's a total of what?
Was that 20 bucks?
Okay, how much do you make in sales?
About 1,500.
Well, fuck that.
Yeah, I quit doing that. I don't do that anymore. 20 bucks.
The only reason I did that was, I'm just saying, I did that to the 80 leads I got. And basically, what I was thinking is that's cold. Because, I mean, they were well over a year old.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, they were just following in with the numbers you were saying. And I'm just saying, I have some
said
data
that
that shows
just
it
to
works.
blind leads as if these guys are thinking when they're reading this, I must have requested shit a year ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying here, I was just giving it out because I got some data here that actually worked.
I know, we just wanted to make fun of you, humiliate you a little.
You guys are dealing with a specific audience. You have specific information for people who are doing something that will benefit directly from the information. In other words, if I'm a ditch digger and you're going to show me how to have a better shovel, okay, that's better than trying to sell a shovel to just people, to just general people. Part of the job is done for you by the fact that your lists you're going to buy are very specific lists. So all you want is names. And then once you got the names, if you got what Gary was talking about, the means to process those names in an effective way, we call it raping the list.
But I want to address, because that is very important what he just said. It's almost like you guys are going through, maybe because of some indoctrination, whether or not to use direct mail. Obviously you should be using direct mail. Obviously. I mean, the idea that you should have a model and the model's profitable so you don't do anything else, that's insane. Obviously you should.
Well, I think we're all here to shorten that learning curve because I think we all agree on that.
Okay.
And I agreed on that before I freaking came here.
The thing is, what you're telling them is what they really need to know and what they're 20 years away from comprehending. These people need to be battered. So let's teach them how to achieve their admittedly ridiculous objectives. These guys want to make a lot of money, have a lot of employees, and blah, 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 They should be thinking about listening to classical music, driving around. They don't know that yet. So let's just improve their business.
I have to interrupt you. Yeah. We do want to learn how to simplify. We do. We do.
But that's not within the format of what we're doing here. I'm going to tell you guys some things, and we're just going to try and string it together later on, okay?
Okay.
This is not direct mail 101, this is direct mail 101. The number one way to increase response to a direct mail promotion is to mail to a better list. Simplest example of that, let's say that you have a product you're selling via direct mail to nurses, and by mistake you get a mag tape with names of secretaries. You mail it to the secretaries instead of the nurses. For the most part, it doesn't matter what you say. There's no area that lends itself to response improvement as much as the list. We're going to talk about that, but before I have some specific advice to tell you. It is almost, I believe, a source of pride with you that you do not sell the opportunity seeker market. I think you should look at that differently. I think you should go after the Robert Allen, Mark Haraldson, whoever the current guru market is, and I'll tell you why. First, it's a big market, you can make a lot of money. Secondly, you have a quality product giving these people what they really want. And I mean, that's going to exponentially increase your profits and exponentially increase your customer base and all the rest of it. I mean, what you're doing now is just saying, we won't sell to Filipinos, and that's crazy if there's a big Filipino section in your town, okay? Mm-hmm. And that should open an enormous door for you, all right? A long time ago, before zip codes, we just kept our lists in alphabetical order and we mailed them out, Then zip codes came in and you got certain breaks from the post office by putting the zip code on or putting them in zip code order. Well, actually, what the first thing that happened though is you had to put the zip code on the letter, where you used to be just Chicago, Illinois, now it had to be Chicago, Illinois zip code. And everybody bitched about that, except that after it was implemented, they found that by using that data, you could increase response. Now, let's pretend for a moment that you have unlimited amounts of money and you are able to mail to everybody in the entire United States. And I don't know what that is, but for talking purposes, 250 million people, okay? And whatever that offer was. Now, I don't know how many zip codes there are now. I know that there used to be 40,000. There's probably 80 or 100,000 now. Let's say that there's 100,000 zip codes. If you analyze the response, remember you've mailed everybody, you would find that some of those zip codes responded 30 times better than other zip codes, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, this is real basic, and we're going to get into more specific stuff. There was a guy named Martin Baer who worked for Old America Insurance in St. Louis, Missouri, and they were incredibly huge mailers. I mean, tens of millions and, just on and on and on. They sold low-cost mail-order insurance. Well, Martin Baer became the father of his mathematical zip code regression analysis, and this is how he did it. He assigned every zip code in the United States, and there were 40 at that time, with a number. The first number was 1, 2, or 3, and that meant that it was urban, suburban, or rural. Okay, that identified the zip code. The next number identified by quartile the educational level of the people in that zip code. The highest quartile, number 1, it means that they got a lot of college graduates. It would go down to 4, no. I think it was actually backwards. I think 4 was the best, So let's say that you lived in New York City and you had a college degree. So the first number of your zip code would be 1 because it's urban, and the second would be 4 because you're in the top quartile of education, right? Then he would do it by income. Same thing. And if you earned 100 grand a year or more, you would be 4 on that one. And the last one was conspicuous consumption. The way they got conspicuous consumption is they would take the aggregate value of the automobiles in that zip code and divide it by the population, and they would use that number. So let's say that the average, for every person there's $15,000 worth of automobiles. So that would be a 4. Now, 4, 4, 4 is the highest rating you can get, okay? Then you could get 433, or you could get 443, okay? And so forth. But the lowest rating you could get, and the first urban, that just identifies where you live, would be 111. It means you're an idiot who doesn't make any money and doesn't own a car, basically, okay? Now this was the beginning, but it was really very, very crude. So what he did is he identified every zip code in America with an ID number that identified the characteristics of that. Have you got that?
You bet.
Okay.
You bet.
Now, then what Old American Insurance would do is they would say, like they would mail 1 million letters to the zip codes at random, and then they would analyze their results. It's called a regression analysis, to find out what type of people, generally, at least what zip codes of people were buying. And then, instead of mailing 100 pieces of mail, they would get the same results by maybe mailing 70 million pieces of mail, which is an enormous accomplishment. You with me so far? Now, here's something kind of curious about them. They found out the opposite of what they expected to find out. They found out that the lowest elements was buying mail order insurance. They were finding out that the people in the ghettos were buying mail order insurance. And when you think about it, that is who would buy it. You know, that's not like who the company wanted to think was buying it, but that's who was buying it. Well, he made this service available to other mail order companies, and my company at that time, which still exists, has my name, but I don't own it. But that's easily, it has to be one of the biggest direct mail companies. I mean, I wrote one letter they've mailed 600 million of so far, just the one letter. And they're in the billions of letters that they've mailed. And when you mail billions of letters, you know, you analyze everything, red envelope versus blue envelope. So a lot of stuff I'm telling you that because I'm not guessing, okay? What he did then is he had a computer program, one of the first ones, and you'd give him your customer list. And he would run it through and intermasticulate and do all this stuff and come out and tell you who was buying. Now, we were selling family crest items, you know. And it turned out our best customers were the opposite end of their best customers, right? So if we wanted to, now, on the particular mailing that we mailed the most of, how common the name was determined the response more than any other factor. Mailing to Smiths and Jones didn't work. Mailing to the Murgatroyds would work very well. However, if you were mailing to a really common name and you knocked out those people that didn't buy, it might punch it up enough you could make the mailing, right? Now you have a 750,000 licensed realtors, which incidentally, I can guarantee you is your secondary market. Your primary market is the people that Robert Allen sell to. Just take my word for that, that's true. But that's another story. Now these 750,000 people are only people registered with a real estate license. That does not mean they are currently interested in real estate. A lot of housewives got it. All the women in Boca Raton, you know, they want to get out of the house and have an affair, they get a real estate license. But some of these work better than others. So the first thing you want to find out is how well the 750,000 will respond by taking a random sample, because the utopian scenario is that that list will work. Now, you keep harping on your $225 or whatever it is per sale, but the way you want to think of it, if you make $10 a name by mailing list A, $5 by mailing list B, $4 by mailing list D, etc., you don't stop mailing at list N because it only makes 50 cents a letter. You want to vacuum out every pocket of loot you got, right? Mm-hmm. The first thing is, will the 750,000 work at all? So what you want to pull off here is a nth, now do you know that term?
Nth, yeah.
NTH, nth name sample.
What the hell is that?
Random.
Random, you know, like you pull off every 10th name,
10th, or, yeah.
or every 20th.
So it's not really random, it's every so many.
And you want to mail 5,000 pieces of mail with your lead generator and see how many comes in, and then you also want to follow up. Is that profitable? Will that be profitable? It doesn't have to be as profitable as your ads are. John was making that point. If it's profitable law, you got a fucking license to print money, right? Mm-hmm. And you can do that over and over. I think that's not likely to be the case. unless you've got a really great copywriter doing it for you. It's unlikely to do that. Now,
It's unlikely that what?
that the 750,000 list will work. It could. Now let's talk about how to narrow that down. The number one way to narrow it down is the people who subscribe to the trade magazines. I would think, wouldn't you? I mean, those are the hottest of the hot, probably. Actually, they are not. The hottest of the hot are people who have bought other real estate instruction stuff. You should be working with a first-class mailing list, bro. Once in a while, I'm going to tell you to take notes, and this is the first one. Mailing list broker. Get the best. You really want someone who ferrets out great mailing list for you.
Who do you recommend?
There's a lot of programs where real estate agents further their accreditation or standing, right? What kind of things do they have for real estate agents?
Yes, they have.
Different courses?
Yes.
Because those are
Yes.
people that want to better themselves.
Yes.
And you need access to that information. Who are the people that are doing that? And the other thing, like I said, is the income levels.
I'm not sure.
What income level are they at when they buy your place? Is there a consistency there, or is it all over the place?
I got people who are experienced and people who are dead broke, flat on their ass, ready to get out of the business.
Right.
All over the place, yeah.
There's a part I'm going to really want you to fill in here when we get to a thing, but before you get to income, the number one prospect is someone who's bought something else related to how to make money in real estate. Robert Allen's thing, the closest thing to what you're selling, to tell you the truth. This is pretty basic, but do you know about recency, frequency, and unit of sale?
Recency, yes.
Frequency.
I understand recency. Frequency, so how many times they've actually purchased your mail order.
And the
Unit of sale, how much they purchased. How big of it was it? Was $10 or $8?
In other words, you want a guy that paid $5,000 yesterday to buy a similar thing and he's done it 20 times before.
Yes.
So you want those mailing lists. You basically want a real estate info junkie. But let's winnow these guys down. Reuben Donnelly, what I told you about Martin Bear, that was a long time ago. Now every name in the United States is coded by 2 or 3 big compilers with what, 30 characteristics or 40?
Yeah, different lifestyle characters.
Income, education, car. You can kick them out by what kind of car they drive.
Hobbies, what kind of TV programs they watch, what magazines they read, all kinds of things.
And that's called an overlay. In other words, what a big coupon mailer, big mailer do now is they'll mail 1 million letters and then they'll have Reuben Donnelly put the overlay out of it. And they'll say, your A prospect is homeowners with 2.6 children, but not over 4 children, between the ages of such and such, with an income of such and such, and all the rest of it. And they'll say, out of the 250 million names, there's 17 million good ones. Now, I'll give you one I actually did. I did it for an ad agency in New York. They had a guy who was selling a widget that got you more miles per gallon for your car. And they had advertised in really broad-based space like Parade magazine, and I made them analyze their sales by make and model of car. They didn't want to do that, but I made them do that. And then I made them get me the statistics on how many cars of that model and year were made. And then you do a simple regression analysis, and you found out the owners of what kind of cars were buying their products. The top was a 3-year-old Lincoln at that time, that's all I remember. And at the other end would be a VW. You know, they don't need to increase their gas mileage. So then when they went to Reuben Donnelly, who has all the automobile things on there, you know, they wouldn't say, just give me a list of car owners. They would say, give me a list of 3-year-old Lincoln owners, etc. And you keep going down and down until you no longer make a profit, right? So the first thing you guys all need, in your case, it's more true than their cases because yours is a simpler job with list selection. But you need to get the best list you could humanly possibly get. Then the next thing you should do after that is you should get the best copywriter that your money can buy. And the reason you should do that is that will be the least expensive part of your advertising. The really good copywriters don't cost you money. If you pay a guy like Gary Benzavenga $30,000 or $60,000 to write a letter for you, you can ask me or John, you've just gotten the best bargain you're ever going to get. Because when you amortize that out over all the letters that are mailed, Gary Benzavenga is going to bring back more money than almost anybody else that you're going to have. And you can get a lot of guys for $2,500 to write your thing, and what's going to happen is you'll think that's a bargain, but that's not. So make that your second note. You need to get your mailing list broker, then you need to get the best copywriter. Then the next thing you need is you need to affiliate yourself with someone like Sam Fishbein or someone he can recommend who can do logistical things that are not likely to be able to be done by other people. Now, I'll tell you what, Sam and I work together a lot. We have since the 1980s. Sometimes Sam calls me and we'll talk on the phone, and when we're done, copy for 2 ads and 2 direct mail letters will be finished. He will have them in my fax machine while we're still talking, camera ready, ready to print, and justified with the headline and everything, ready for the Denver Post to run it. He'll press one button, the Denver Post has got it, press another one, Direct Mail Services has got it, and it's ready to go. You need somebody like Direct Mail Services, that's in Denver, they may be in a different company.
What is that? What is direct mail?
Just a direct mail house that can do all the fulfillment, the printing, and the postage.
Like Kyle out in California.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's not like Kyle. Kyle he's a one-note song. But here's what you can do with him. And now we're going to get into increasing the response to your direct mail. Because I think that's what all this focuses down to. If you use a letter shop like that, for not much more than the cost of printing the letter, you can put the person's name in upper and lowercase big headlines across the top of the letter. You could write a letter that says, Terry Huenefeld increases commissions by 75% with secret he learned in 2 hours. And then you can put a date, an inside address, say, Dear Terry, please take a moment to read the headline at the top of this page. Don't laugh, it really could happen. I did a letter for Phillips Publishing, the largest newsletter publisher in the world, and what I did is I put headlines all the way through the letter, subheads. And if that's not enough, imagine you woke up in the morning, picked up your daily newspaper, and it said, Terry Huenefield's family blown away by DCNs. And here's how you can stop that from happening. Or how would you like to pick up the newspaper and say, Terry Huenefeld makes extra $1 million because of blah, blah. In other words, I was able to make them picture it, and you can do that with the right direct mail.
And John, you did it with the golf thing too, right? Or the karate thing, or family gets killed.
They only went out once. They got too much white mail on that, but yeah,
Okay.
it worked.
The other thing is that you want to concentrate on your propositions all the time. You guys have a proposition and a model that has been sort of handed to you. Maybe your proposition should be a different one, or maybe you should use more than one proposition. You know, like
What do you mean by proposition?
Okay, here's the most common proposition in the world. You give me X amount of dollars, I'll give you this. That's it. That's the most common one. Here's a variation on that. You give me X amount of dollars, I'll give you this, and if you don't like it in 30 days, I'll give you your money back. Another proposition is, this is going to cost you X amount of dollars, but you can pay me over 12 months. Another change in the proposition is you can write me a post-dated check. Infinite, right, but these are things that will make enormous changes in it.
Hold on a minute. You know how you said we should mail 10 times a year? Would you change the proposition every time, or just restate the same proposition?
Well, first thing I'd do is I would take the same letter and mail it till it wasn't profitable anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, you start testing other ones, and if you find a better one, go with that one.
Okay.
To make your direct mail more effective, one of the things you want to do is you just simply want to test everything in the world. Tell them how many ads you create a year, Sam.
Oh, about 300 to 400.
A year. 300 to 400 a year.
Whoa.
A lot of it's cut and paste.
So you do it every day, or what?
You're changing the look.
I've got a big archive of things that I draw from, so it doesn't take that long to do them. The main thing is coming up with the headlines and like different propositions, different offers.
Here's what Sam and I came to the conclusion. Sam's deal is the same all the time. It's no money down, no interest, no payment for 12 months, low prices, and top quality. That's the only thing we have to say, right?
Yeah, there's a few other things, but that's the majority of it.
But I mean, that's the yada yadas.
Yeah, the yada yada.
We call that the yada yadas. Now what we have to do is we have to invent a reason for the sale, and then we have to make them believe it. So some of the reasons for a sale is that what was the first one? The bulldozers were tearing your block down.
Right.
And then, if it's a rain damaged sale, Sam will have to go up in the warehouse and punch a hole in the roof so that it rains on the furniture and have an excuse for a sale. His wife's birthday sale.
Right, that's a big one. The other one was, if it snows on Halloween, we'll give you your furniture free. That was one.
Okay.
We paid an insurance company a premium, so if it did snow, then they paid everybody back. That was big. We got a lot of
Great
purposes.
reason.
So you just got to repackage and come up with a
Or
lot
like-
of,
like-
like in direct mail, you said your ads, their life diminishes over time. In newspaper, in the same market, it happens much quicker. It dies very quickly. So a lot of it is just repackaging it and changing the
If
headline.
you don't
in the
like
same
your
market.
couch, you can sleep with my wife.
Say. Those kind of things.
Have we done that yet?
No, we had,
Leslie tries new position and
one
company.
I got a lot of grief on, local furniture store owner swears under oath that the furniture he's selling was not stolen.
Right.
That was one we did.
You know what? I just thought of something that should be in your tone. It's very good. Have you ever been on a diet?
Yes.
Have you've been on a diet? But you know about diets.
Yeah, I've been on diet.
Almost
to lose
anything
weight.
you do that works, what's the first thing that happens after you find something that works? Say a workout routine, or say you start
Probably share
jogging
with other
so you
people?
go out and you jog a mile every day. What's the
Tell
first thing that
everybody
starts
you
to
know.
happen about a month down the road, 2 months down the road? What happens?
You have to change it.
Right. It starts losing its effectiveness, right? Or you
And
got
you get
enough
tired of
candy
it.
or something, right? So in a diet, what is the thing that you have to do with your diet? It's not the foods, it's how your body processes the food. You guys are making your money, you're living, you're dying, you're laughing and crying, all on the strength of your copy you're sending out. Without the copy, you're not in business, right? Your copy is the thing you got to look at. And you've been mailing the same letter for over a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like being on the same diet for a year and wondering, why aren't I losing weight still? What
It's
happened?
like walking up to a girl in a bar every night and using the same line.
On the same girl.
Yeah, on the same girl.
Or it's like driving a car with the same tires for 15 years.
Yep.
This is your lifeblood. This is the
gotta
beginning and
change.
the end of who you are and what you're doing and what it's
I thought
But actually, that's good, because a lot of people, including myself, you get tired of your shit a lot
Yeah.
sooner than your audience does. And sometimes you change it to your detriment.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful of that too.
Well, but the point is, you watch
You still gotta
effectiveness.
change. Yeah, you look at the results.
I thought you were leading somewhere else, though. What's the first thing that happens if you have an infomercial that's making a lot of money or an ad that's repeated over and over?
You stop doing it.
No, someone else knocks it
Backed
off.
off, yeah.
And so who
We
should
talked
be the
about
first person to knock off your successful promo?
Me?
Right.
We talked about that this morning.
Oh, we did?
What, you weren't here.
Well, that's it. Andy Grove in his book, Only the Paranoid Survive, saying that he constantly looks for replacement for every product, no matter how profitable it is, because he wants.
Do you like that book?
I haven't read it. I just
Bill Gates said that was one of his favorite books.
But he said he obsoletes
I gotta
every
read that.
product he makes just to keep the competition off his back. Because if he just stuck with what he had, he knows he's not going to be around very long. And most companies who just stick with what they have and stick with the status quo fail. And that's
Okay.
what happened to IBM.
Let's talk about that. How would you suggest that we knock ourselves off?
Well, before you think about knocking yourself off,
I've thought about it a lot.
yeah, but before you even do that, you need to maximize what you're doing now.
So that's
And
not-
let's just start making a list of ways to do that, all right?
Okay. Well, hold on. Did you cover all the you said the first thing to do is get the best mailing list and broker, get the best copywriter, affiliate yourself with someone who can do logistical things, and change your proposition. Anything else?
Well, I had 17 other things, and Carrie walked in and I forgot them all. So let's go on to another subject.
Okay.
She erased my mind. What are we here for? I'm just
Is there a tornado out there now?
No.
It'll happen when you want.
Yeah.
There's a bunch more things, like grabbers and all the rest of it. But let's just take a fresh list and let's start talking about ways to maximize your profits, okay? I use this analogy a lot, is just imagine that you,
This program continues with tape 3.
Now, Gary is going to talk about ways to maximize your offer.
no, actually, I'm really not just yet.
Okay.
Let's just, I was
You were
talking
talking about
the coins.
paratroopers or
You-
whatever.
Like, And let's say that there's gold coins in one area and silver coins in another and copper in another, lead in another. You've heard me talk about that before. And some people say, let's just run around a frenzy picking up coins. And I'll say, no, let's stay here and pick up the gold coins until there's no more gold.
You know
then
what?
Let's go after the silver.
That's exactly what I was talking about when you said, what do I need? I've got coins available everywhere. I just want to get the gold ones.
Right. Because there's only 24 hours in a day.
And a coin is a coin, but if this is gold, it's a lot more valuable than if it's lead.
And if it takes the same amount of effort to pick up the gold one as it does the lead one, pick up the gold.
That is a great, and I'm going to swipe that totally for my seminars.
I may not hit these completely in rank order, but all of them are things that lend itself immediately thought. Is you need a different lead generating ad. That should be on your list. Different lead generating ad.
I have multiple ones that have all worked, and I change them occasionally. I mean, would you suggest going back and resurrecting
Wait a minute. And after that, you know what you need?
New one?
No, but immediately, you need a third lead generating ad. And you need a fourth lead generating ad, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh.
Are you talking about in the context of doing the over and over again?
I'm talking about the formula you're working now.
Okay.
You guys are basically one-trick ponies right now. Maybe you're not, but what if your ad produced no leads all of a sudden?
I'd be changing the ad.
Yeah.
We are changing the ad now.
But my point is, you should do that now.
I should have been doing that months ago.
Yeah, you should have a family of ads.
Yes.
And those ads should be different sizes, all the way from classifieds to full pages to vertical columns. They're 3-column magazines, etc. They should have different headlines, different body copy, and so forth. That's number one. You need a family of ads. That's the first thing you can do. Second thing...
And running them all at once?
No.
Just rotating?
Well, yeah, you mix and match. You know, you run this one, you run that one, you run this one. Sometimes you run more than one ad in the magazine. Let me tell you another thing, too. You may want to put reference ads in there. Want to double your commissions? See page 74. Those are little ads that advertise the advertising.
Holy shit, hold on a minute here. That is great for the classified ads. Want to double your business, see page, whatever.
I asked the trade publication. They're doing that between my full page and my articles and my classified and my articles.
Good. You can
actually call those reference ads?
I call them reference ads. You can put a reference ad every 10 pages because
you said actually run one. I mean,
yeah.
Because I asked them if they could reference them. They did it for me, but you're saying if they won't, I can run one.
Sure.
Wow.
You guys aren't paying very much for your ads in those magazines.
Well, Terry probably pays the most because he has the largest circulation, but I pay $2,000 a month for one, about $1,800 for another.
The look of your ad should be different. The look and the size, the headlines, the copy. And let me tell you that one of the formulas that you want to play on more and more if you have success stories is how a paraplegic who was blind from birth succeeded in the brain surgery business or something. Story ads work very well. Story ads and reason why.
How a failing real estate agent went from earning $0 to $28,000 in a month.
Yeah,
2 months.
but you see how many stories there are like that? I mean, you're using one. And you want different looks to your ad, different photos. In other words, see, this is the most important part of your business. This is the one you want to focus on.
You know what? What about this, Gary? Should you run multiple, like this whole reference thing? I think that would work fantastically well. What I've noticed, like my latest ad is a testimonial ad with a headline that basically says exposed in big bold letters all the way across the top. A small town carpet cleaner speaks out and reveals the truth about Joe Polish, that marketing guy that advertises in this magazine all the time. And it's looked to be an expose. I'm a crook or something. And then they go on to read, and the guy starts talking about how he made $193,000 his first year. Well, we've been getting a lot of new leads from this ad, but what we've noticed is because of this ad, all these guys that have been sitting on my sales letters or getting my sequences that have not yet bought, it's fueling them to buy because the testimonial ad is convincing them that obviously this guy is for real. Now, what I was thinking was the thing about these trade mags in terms of readership is sometimes I'll possibly have to run that ad for a year until every person actually sees it. You know, the people that read, not everybody, but you know, certain people don't flip to that page or whatever, so I'm going to run it more than one time. But I like the idea of catching them at different parts of the magazine in case they didn't see it on page 12. You can get them with a reference ad on page 17, little tiny ones. But to actually, because that ad has fueled so much response from back people that have responded to my letters that are sitting on them, what if I was to put
put like 4 or 5 different full-page testimonial ads in one issue of the magazine.
Why not put one testimonial ad? You know, there was a guy, remember this guy in Utah, John, his only advertising was this big trade thing, he sold cinder blocks or something. He got all his business from a one-page ad in there. And I said, run 6 ads, and he never thought of that. Run 6 ads. You know, you look at a BizOp magazine, how many ads do you see running over and over of the same thing? You need a family of ads.
Also, when you mail to a prospect, a guy who's risen his hand, he says, yeah, mail me this stuff. You mail him letter number 1, right?
Right.
And then if he doesn't respond to that, you mail him letter number 2, right?
Right.
Well, see,
That's probably good, but what's the most effective letter you've got in that?
letter number 1, because
Why aren't you mailing letter number 1 again to make sure that the guy got it?
we are really. They're all the same. They're not different letters. Like
That's
here's
the carbon copy letter, right? But people-
yeah, here's letter.
Just change the front page, say second one.
Here's letter number
Carbon
1.
copy.
What's
They'd
that?
still go for it, I bet.
You know, here's letter number 1, which comes with $1 million bill. We've used real dollar bills, didn't change response at all to go to $1 million bill, except to cut my cost down about, 90 cents per letter.
Yeah.
It has a picture of me in the middle. Then they get this free report. Then they get this big testimonial book. This right here is what doubled my response. When I started sending this, we went from 8% to 16%. And it's Joe Paula should have used current system users. Listen to this tape after you've read my letter. And basically, it's a 90-minute cassette tape of me talking to actual users in my system, talking about it's great, how could you not want to buy it, Joe guarantees that all this stuff actually works, blah, 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 which still, anyone that would listen to this tape would have to be freaking brain dead or completely incapable of buying my stuff in order to not really believe it, like this is a scam, because I've got multiple people on there talking about how great I am. But anyway, people that don't respond to that, they get letter number 2. Letter number 2 has a different and new 1-hour testimonial tape that says, here's what Joe Polish clients have to say about his marketing system, different color.
Does it cost you to mail it, including the tape?
No, what's the response?
No response.
Okay, this one is about, I think, because they're different for different lists, but I would say to keep it simple, this one's about 8%.
Why are they the different lists?
I get better response from different magazines. But the average is 8% off letter number 1, 3% off letter number 2, 5% off letter number 3. So letter number 2, cover letter, it says, are you still tearing up money and throwing it away? If you haven't gotten a hold of my tested, proven, guaranteed money-making secrets, yet you are. And then it's personalized. Dear John, whatever. And then there's second notice, finally discover how to make big dollars, not just pennies. And it's the same letter as letter number 1, just a different cover and a tiny little different intro. But then the rest of it's basically the same. Article reprints, ugly green order form with actual writing on it, mucked up. Then,
Remember what I told you over the phone when we were talking?
It's hard for me to believe that's the right way to do it.
Okay.
Remember what I told you on the phone?
What specifically?
Well, you ought to try a different format. Think of it this way. I mean, you don't know if this is working or not. You're in this box, so to speak, as we can call it, and you're doing this. So you say, okay, I'm going to send you this big, ugly letter and a tape, and if you don't respond, well, I'm going to send you a bigger tape and a bigger ugly letter. If you don't respond to that, I'm going to send you a bigger, I think I told you, a number 10.
Okay, well, to follow up with what you told me, what we're doing now, we send them in different color envelopes now, okay, different looking envelopes. We have the white envelopes with the green
You're in a
borders.
box. You are in a box.
But hold on a
You're
minute.
in a box. Just say, what do you mean, John? Can you give me some ideas?
I know exactly what he's talking about. He's exactly right. I'm aware of this. You gotta understand, I can't revamp my mailings just overnight along
I'm thinking of
with 10
revamping
billion
mine
other
overnight.
things.
Actually, you can. Actually, you should. What is more important than your mailing?
Well, for one, what I've done is we've changed the color of the letters. The testimonial book, which we used to send out the big blue one, now we've changed it to a small booklet with blue writing, which is different. Still the same shit, same testimonials, but just a different look.
Good, isn't that nice?
So-
He's got them on their letterheads. Nice job. But he's got 16% conversion rate. That's double mine. So he's doing something real
Well,
right.
we're going to double yours in the next 20 minutes. Let's go back to lime colored order forms. Maybe we should expand on the ugliness of the package. What's like the ugliest thing in the world?
You in the morning?
No, you in the morning.
I've heard
You in the morning.
You in the morning.
I've heard of someone mass producing the fake coffee cup stain on the top of the sales letter. And another thing that I thought was always kind of funny, which I've never tried, because Dan says it's too cutesy, but I thought it was kind of neat, is when someone crumples up a piece of paper, and then they uncrumple it and fold it, and then they send the letter. It says, Dear so-and-so, I've pre-crumpled this letter to save you the trouble of throwing it in the trash yourself. You ever seen those? I got a letter like that in the mail, and I thought, damn, I would read it. I'm pulling out a totally crumpled letter, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it says, Dear so-and-so, the reason I pre-crumpled this letter is to save you the trouble of throwing it in the trash. However, it would be a big mistake if you didn't do that. And then it goes on with the
Or you could
page.
say, I almost didn't want to send you this letter, and I almost threw it away.
That's a good one. I almost.
Or there's blood on it, blood on it. By the time you receive this letter, I'll be dead from loss of blood.
There was an old one, a guy did it, said, I'm sorry to be writing this with a crayon, but that's all they'll let us have in there.
That's funny.
That was you that wrote that, right?
No.
Let's go back to where John was criticizing your piece and you were getting, not
For educational
he was-
purposes, you just
what?
enjoy this, don't you?
He was commenting on it,
just-
and you were getting real defensive.
No,
Okay,
I'm not getting
let's go ahead.
defensive. I'm saying it's absolutely something I should be doing. You know, I just wish I wasn't so fucked up management-wise so I could implement this tomorrow, but it's in the works. It is in the works. I'm having all my sales letters printed in different colors. We've ordered different envelopes for each one. The biggest challenge for me is the changing of the copy because, see, I'm not the one that writes my copy. Dan writes my copy, and getting Dan to make changes or do certain things sometimes takes 3 weeks to a month because he's busy.
You can do an envelope that says, warning, open carefully, the dust mites enclosed.
Nice.
Well,
Was there anything else?
You know what? I told him he should plant an article about dust mites, and the
There's a lot of talk about
next day it's in there. Dust mites are big now.
They're huge. That's like.
They're very, I sell, I mean, a lot of my
And you give
promotions
away
are
a
based
free-
around.
You know, it says Denver invaded by bugs that live in bedroom carpets. The free test kit reveals it. And you call to get the free test kit, and then you got the lead.
This is what I'm going to do to change a lot of my mailings. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start including actual photographs with my mailings in different envelopes. And I'm going to handwrite on one, stamp on another, photo enclosed, okay, on the outside of the envelope. And then I'm going to send my fourth sequence.
By the way, Old American Insurance found out by putting something like that in, it was the most lift that they'd ever gotten. Another one they got, the biggest one of all was carbon enclosed, do not write or something. And it's weird to get a response from that.
You have something in your home that's more dangerous than radon gas. Remember when the radon gas thing was big and they got thousands of people to buy those detectors?
You have something more hideous in your home than
radon.
What you really need, though, is Denver invaded by bugs that live in bedroom carpets. And then you just tell this horrible story, and you don't mention what business you're in, you just give them a free testing kit.
Give them a free testing.
However, I need to tell you what I need to tell you next because I'm getting old and I forget things, and what I need to tell you next is probably the most important thing that we're going to talk about in the entire 2 days. This one will get you.
Before he forgets.
Before I forget, because I do forget. We're going to go over your numbers again. Your lead cost is
10.
So you spend to get 1,000
leads. To get 100, I spend $1,000 and I get 100 leads.
Okay, you spend $1,000 and you get 100 leads.
Yes.
And then you spend how much more on these 100 leads in advertising?
Another $800.
Another $800. So you are now spending $1,800 to get on
4
these
sales letters in front of.
Yeah, but you've spent $1,800, and how many sales do you get?
8.
8 sales. Okay. Now, let's punch up your cost a little bit, okay? This is what we're going to do. And this one will triple your profits. We could go home right now, absolutely guarantee, do this exactly the way I tell you, it will triple your profits, okay? First thing is, are you mailing first class mail?
Yes.
Stop that. Start mailing by priority mail. First letter goes out priority mail or FedEx. You want to check it, but priority mail is $3.
Right.
Yes.
Okay? Now, priority mail is like a big cardboard package, like a
I know
FedEx.
exactly what it looks like.
Okay. Now,
number 1 letter, priority mail.
hold it. No. Stay with me. Inside this package is a sealed envelope. Let's use brown vanilla. Just a regular brown vanilla envelope that contains your sales pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And with that sealed envelope is a 1-page letter. 1 page, and it's personalized, automatically typed, or computerized or
do that.
roboticized.
Yep. Right. Mhm.
And it's got a dollar bill attached to the top of it.
Right.
And here's the theme of the letter. You can see I sent you a dollar bill. I'm doing this for 2 reasons. Number 1,
I have something very important to tell you, and I wanted to make sure that this letter caught your attention. Number two, since what this is about is how you can make a lot of money, I thought using a dollar bill was a very good eye catcher. Do you remember the headline, How to Make More Real Estate Commissions? I'm sure you do, because that's the headline that caused you read it and so and called my office, et cetera, et cetera. Well, all the information I promised you is inside the sealed envelope, and yada, 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 and you tell them that. And then you also tell them you can do anything you want with that dollar bill. Buy yourself a beer, give it to charity. What you hope you do is you frame it. Why? Because I hope that 2 years from now, when someone comes in, sees that framed dollar bill on your wall and asks you about it, you say, well, that's the first dollar bill I ever received because of my association with Terry Huenefeld, and since then I've gotten over 1 million more. Now, we've added the cost of package. But what we've done, what you want, these people, you do not want to economize on these 100 people. So now let's talk about that package. Let's talk about if we just put this inside in your sequence, okay? Let's talk about how much we're going to add to your cost. Well, we're going to add $4 with the dollar bill and everything else, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and now let's, add $2 for the rest of it, printing and stuff, is that fair? Make it $6? Okay, now we got 100 leads there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've pumped your cost up $600. Now, how many more sales we got to make from those 100 to justify this kind of sledgehammer impact? Here it is, think about it. You're reading an ad, you call an 800 number, you leave your name and address, and 3 days later you get a priority mail or FedEx that's got a dollar bill letter personalized that drives you into that. You ain't never been treated like that before. How many more of that 100 people got to respond to justify that?
One.
And you know how many more will?
More than one.
More than one.
Two.
One and a half.
We sent out 240 of those, and we got 80 back for $1,200 a piece.
Yeah, they're sweet kids. You gonna write
$1,200 a piece.
Well, it was.
What were you selling for $1,200?
Tapes, a home study course.
Yep.
$1,200.
After we got the leads, we sent out 240 priority mail packs, personalized with a dollar bill, and we got 80 back.
Yeah.
Out of 240.
When Sam first hired me, the first thing I said is to send a dollar bill letter to all your customer lists, and they fought me on that, and they've never done anything more profitable yet. That right there is the number one thing you can do instantly, even if you don't hire another copywriter, even if you don't change your package, just put your current package inside a sealed envelope. One more.
That'll triple the response.
Yeah, you're going to triple your response, which
for
probably
$600 more.
Wow.
That's a good idea, huh?
Wow.
You know, we're going to edit this out of the tape so everyone that buys this can. Because, I mean, I want to deal with the more important shit, not this minutia of, like...
Tripling your response.
A dollar bill letter. This, I mean, he's been...
Okay, you want to triple it again?
Sure. Do it 3 times.
Now what you do, next step, after mailing this, the phone rings, you say, hi, this is Terry Huenefeld. You call them. It's a setup for a call. Here's the reason it's a setup. After you send this should be your first package. And after you send that package, the next thing that happens is not another letter, but a telephone call.
Mm-hmm.
And then the telephone call says, hi, this is Gary Halbert. I'm calling because I sent you a letter the other day and I wanted to make sure you got it. You'll remember if you did, because I sent it priority mail and there was a dollar bill attached to it. Oh yeah, I got that. Well, I was a little worried. You know, you can't be too careful when you send money through the mail. He said, yeah, but you got it okay. You got your second yes nod. Did you get a chance to read the letter? You get your third yes nod. If you can't take it from there, you're beyond all hope.
What do you
That'll
say
triple
after
it
that,
again.
though, Gary? What would you really say?
What would I really say?
I want to hear you say,
Yeah,
you say, if you can't get it from there, you're beyond all hope. What would be leading questions that you would actually say?
First of all, after I established they had read the package, I would say, well, that's good. I'm really glad you did, because we've been getting all kinds of calls from the people we sent this out. And I was just going to ask you, what did you like best about what I had to say?
Okay.
And what you said, do you have any questions?
We're kind of wondering why we haven't heard from you.
Yeah.
And so many other people have been calling, and we haven't heard from you, so...
That's better than mine.
Okay. And so we're just kind of wondering, I wanted to make sure you got it, and you read it. Why haven't you called?
Well, no, we do a lot of telemarketing. What we end up happening is that it works, it's effective, but what I'd like to do is streamline it, because this is where...
Wait. Okay, now what you want to do now is you want to make those calls, the first 100, until you capture yourself a concert pitch. Then you put those 6 in a cassette, and that's your training for your salespeople. And where you're overcoming like the 10 most common objections, where you're making your close, your assumptive closes and all the rest of it, and then you get that down to whatever, 6 cassettes, 4 cassettes, someone comes in to work the phone for you, you say, here, I did it myself, you listen to my actual calls, that's your training thing.
You hear that? Training tapes. Training tapes. This is the key.
No, I know. Believe me, I've done a lot of, when I first started this business, I did a lot of it, and I'm real damn good on the phone. See, this is the deal. A lot of time is taken because these guys start talking. They start talking, and I want to reel
Joe,
them in.
let me interrupt something. You, amongst all the people in this room, need the least sales help. You need to be kicked out of your fucking business and have somebody else manage it. I've watched you. You're a disaster. I feel free to say that because I'm the biggest disaster in the world, except for Kit Weathers and Jay Abraham. You're also a disaster. Your main concerns are management concerns, and you're never going to solve them because you are an insane person, just like me and John and Jay and Kit. That's really something you need to know. You need to be out of your business. You need to be going to sessions like this, doing this, and giving it to somebody, like Sam does. He gives it to Leslie. See, do you notice what your questions revolve around all the time? Not the same thing is. This is not saying you're bad, it's you're different. You know, it's, but how am I going to do this? I know that.
How am I going to get my people to do this?
You're not good at figuring that out, and you're not good at implementing it. You know what? I started with the business of 700 people, then found out I was no good, had a partner run it. Then I started with me and Paulette, me writing copy, her answering the phone and typing, made millions of dollars. Moved to another building, got 3 employees. Moved to Florida, got 7. Moved to fucking Key West, got 3 teams of telemarketers. You know what I'm good at? I'm good at doing what I'm doing right now and writing letters. You know how many employees I need to do that? 1. You ain't no fucking good at running a business. You're horrible. I watched you. That's why I made you communicate by fax for a week. You leave a trail of chaos behind. Here's how John Carlton describes Gary Halbert walking into an office. John says, it's like there's an anthill here. I open the door, go in there, kick the anthill. Well, that's it for me today. And then I go home, you know?
We would walk in the office, everything was humming smooth, and people on the phone. 5 minutes later, we're walking up, papers flying, and people yelling at each other and screaming, and everybody's hair fizzed, and kick the animal.
You're an entrepreneur, and you're a great marketing guy, and you are not a manager.
Okay.
Accept it, get out of it. I just did it. I got rid of all my employees except Terry, who works out of Akala, ripped out 15 telephone lines. I'm now starting to make money. I was going fucking bankrupt. I couldn't pay my rent. You know what? Listen to you. Listen to you. This is the most important thing I'm going to teach you this weekend. Listen to you. Well, yeah, that would triple profits, I guess, you know, but shit, you know, how do I get these done, you know? You know, and you're already saying, I don't know which coins to pick up. You're running around like a chicken with its head cut out. Get out of your fucking business. Get out of it.
When you say get out of it, though,
I mean, get out of the management of it. You're not a manager. You can't run a business well. You suck at running a business. No. Running a business is for people who lead sucky lives anyway. They're all dull. Everyone who can run a business well is a dull turd. Joe is not. Like, okay, he's a bright turd. You know, really.
Gary can't find his.
You don't need any more ideas, Joe. I mean, you do, but anyhow. Okay, now step one thing is you need a family of ads, which also, same copy, is a family of letters. But you have the people call in, capture their name and address, you send them the priority mail package with the cover letter with the dollar bill, and follow it up with a phone call till you got your training session, then you give it to the other people coming in.
That actually sounded like good therapy. I think I'm going to try that on you too.
It was great. You know, I don't know if it helped him or not, but it helped me. I just love to rag on people like that, you know?
you've already given me that pitch before. I mean, not that what would you call it? I take it as good advice. I don't take it because I know you truly want to help.
I don't get that passionate about people I don't care about. And the same advice applies to me. I just went through that whole painful process.
I mean, honest to God, I am in my office less than 30 minutes a week. I give them little supervision, if any. And part of me, you see, the thing lacking in my business is really leadership. The leadership shouldn't come from me. It should come from someone else. The problem is I don't have that person right now, and I need to get that person. I've got to run my business until that person actually exists or until I find that person, and I'm working on that.
You know what it is? In psychology, they have a term. It's called understanding is the booby prize. Understanding doesn't get you anywhere. It's implementation.
Understanding is the movie.
Yeah. Is it really? Yeah, okay. Asked. Go for it. When we give the seminars, we look out on the sea of 40 eager faces, all look down there, and we'd be able to pick out on 2 fingers how many of those people are going to go out and actually make it work.
Yeah.
Now listen to me.
Almost none.
Almost none would be able to go out and make it work.
Everything. Jay fought it.
I see that by going to these big JPDK seminars where Dan Kim and Jeff, I mean, they're selling literally thousands of these systems, and they have hundreds of people come to these seminars. You know, there are very few people that have actually
implemented. You know how many people break the cellophane on a videotape that they buy from a TV commercial? You know how many do it? Probably about 1 out of 100 who even break the cellophane. And that's a good sales job. A good sales job means that once you reach out, you pick up the phone, you order, you think you've actually taken that first step. And then when the tape arrives 2 weeks later, what's this thing? You throw it away. When am I going to get
I've got like 6 Spanish courses that I get seduced in for Airline Magazine. I've never listened to the first tape, you know, but I keep ordering them.
I bought the one that was Math Magic, how you could...
Did you ever crack the cellophane?
Well, after 6 months I did, and I put it in the VCR and it kept coming out.
Yeah.
I thought my VCR was screwed up. And I kept doing it over, and finally I looked in there's no tape in there. That's why I kept taking it. It was blank.
There was this guy at the Dan Kennedy seminar that you had the recording of. There's a guy there in the audience who had a 5% return rate on his videos that he sent out. And one time he discovered that for 6 months he was sending out blank videotapes because of the mistake at the duplicating spot. And you know what his return rate was? 5%. So I said, well, you know what? The only people that are returning your tape are the ones that are cracking it and looking at it. He said, oh man, I guess that's right. That's why he's back in.
Don't change it.
Well, but Gary had a transcript he sent out with tapes, and there was like 35 pages missing.
Yeah.
And one guy called him.
One guy called him. The kick here is that won't hurt your back end. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't buy from you again. Because remember, they think it's, how do I describe it once? When you think about getting a guy to move to buy your stuff, don't think of him as a human being looking eagerly going, wow, I want that. Think of them as this huge slobbering slug that can barely move enough to change the channel.
It's true, he's got it.
And it's like the cop has to move them to the fact to kind of move this bulk and find the wallet. And picking up the phone is just an amazing amount of energy and slobber everywhere. And once he makes this in, and he reading off, he reads off his credit card number, and he hangs up, and that's it. He's forgotten about you. By the time he's hung up, he's done what he thinks he needs to have done. So getting this stuff is secondary, but he's still hooked. You got him in the mindset. Keep going after that guy, because you got that slug moving a little bit. A slug in motion.
And you got to remember, a slug in motion will not stop. Well, you've got to remember, though, that these people, a slug only remains in heat for a short period of time.
That's right.
You want to hit him as many times as you can. Then after that, you finally learn.
It's hard to motivate a frozen slug.
Yes, it is.
Take your lessons from the real world. Haven't you noticed on late night television, what machine are they on now? They're on some weird, they started out with the belly buster and they went to the thing, and now they're making up machines out of thin air. It's like the toe jam machine, I do the toe thing, and I've lost a lot of weight, my stomach's tighter, They got
face aerobics now.
It's the same benefits. Tighter stomach, I feel great, blah, blah, and they look fucking ridiculous. And those machines go right under the bed. Nobody uses them.
No.
But you know what? They're going to come up with another one in about a couple of weeks. I think they're due. Then as soon as they come out with one, there'll be a knockoff at a lower price. There'll be a knockoff at a different kind of payment.
Well, you know what Dan said about...
And then they're in Sports Authority and Eckert's,
Well, Dan said about the infomercial exercise products is all of them are made real specifically now to have the handles facing up, because when the handles face down, the return rate goes up because people's clothes slide off them when they're facing down.
$900 Nordic track in my office for 3 years. I used 3 times, but I refused to take it down because, goddamn it, I paid $900. Finally, I took it down. I got all this room in my office now. It's great, but I'm still rueful about having bought the damn thing. Somebody came in and said, "Oh, this is an expensive clothing." When I first bought it, I said, "No, I'm going to use this. I'm really." One day I look up, there's a hat
in my green
shirt
at the bottom. There's a metal
and a sweatshirt I hadn't touched for a year. Now, what's the next best thing I can do? What's the next best thing? You think of it that way. But another way to look at it is like romance. Not in a funny way. Think about you're romancing each lead that comes in. Each lead is the girl of your dreams. You got to love and want and care about that person. And what would you do? When they respond to you, they have just moved their sluggish bulk and done something they don't usually do, and they've done it. You got to reward them. It's like a girl putting out on a first date. She's put out. If you don't call her the next morning, she's going to be really upset. If you do call her the next morning, then you're in the game, And what's the steps you would take? You're romancing the slug.
It's all a matter of positioning, isn't it? Positioning and perceptions.
You guys are doing a lot of stuff really right. I mean, way, way above a lot of people that we talk with. I mean, worlds above. This is just, John calls it bursting through membrane. We're just kicking you through another membrane, you know, actually maybe 2 or 3. Joe needed to hear what I told him. I don't know that you guys do. I don't know, but I know you obviously don't. But Joe really has got a lot of me in him, you know, and it's hard to catch on to. It's hard to accept.
Yeah, but that's why you can say it from the heart, because you see you and him.
Yeah, ask Sam. Sam knows how efficient and organized I am.
He's a lead buffalo. He wants to be a lead buffalo. Go over to Clinton, I want everybody to follow.
Did I have my name being mentioned?
Sure did.
What was said about me?
We were talking.
Well, into the office,
Yeah.
like a fuse, and
I can
figure this out.
pause.
No, it's talking.
Okay.
And everybody scatters.
All right. Tony's going to try to figure out the results of the tear sheet mailing and fax it to me. I'll probably have it tomorrow.
Okay.
Hopefully so. All right, let's move on.
What else would you like to know?
Where we benefit is by you taking us out of the box that we're in, you know, not necessarily about, but the model that we've been working in, because there's a lot of things. There's a big guy down in Phoenix, Arizona, who says, well, the direct mail won't work, doesn't work. And so you just do it his way, and if you do it out of his way, it won't work. So this kind of stuff for us goes, wow, yes. Not that I haven't read about priority mail or heard you talk about it on your tapes before, but this makes sense.
Actually, what I really want to do, and you'll see me come back to this all the time, is the arithmetic. Let's talk about those 8 orders you get from the 100 people, and let's make a realistic guess as to what this would punch it up to. And remember, we're talking about priority mail, dollar bill letter, and a telephone call. What's realistic? Make a guess for me.
Well, if I'm at 8% response now, I don't know, 10?
What do you think? I mean, let's just hear.
Kick it up 2 points from 8% to 10?
See, I think it's going to kick it to 15.
Or maybe even higher.
You've got more
By
experience.
priority mail, you're going into a whole new ballgame.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what would make this would make it easy is you can regurgitate, because I've seen you do it, copy just from the top of your head. I think we should just make the sales letter, the cover letter, and we should just do it.
You should not.
Why?
But
no, okay, fine, but I just want to know why do you think that's not?
Because the cover letter is to sell the immediate reading of the sales letter, okay?
Right.
I'm punching it to 15 is at least reasonable. Actually, as Sam says, it's probably going to go higher. All right, let's talk about...
I'll print the one that
Okay.
I've got it at home.
Yeah. Did you hear that? We'll print the one.
I'll give you the one that we sent out, and we got like a 33% response.
Yeah.
Are you mailing this
And the
all
price
time?
point was
We're not
$1,300.
involved in it anymore. Gary and I were.
They couldn't implement it.
They couldn't
Sam, what
implement it.
letter do
They
you
couldn't
call that, in
implement
case you forget and I have to call you?
Who
and
couldn't
ask you for it?
implement it?
Cover letter for the guy we were working with.
Stay with me at 15%, okay? Figure out how much extra that is that you're making.
And we're assuming that we do all 4 steps yet? We mail all
No,
4?
that's just with 2
We
steps.
just do,
This is just with 2 steps.
we just do a 2-step letter now?
No, you just...
Or actually 1 step.
It's
That's-
1-step letter to
Priority.
priority. You're going from 8 to 15, 8% to 15. So what's 7 extra sales worth?
$3,500 minimum.
7, 6, $4,200.
$200.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Minus the extra for...
What's the majority of people? They buy your deluxe or they buy your basic? Do you have those numbers?
Well, it's about average sale $650 is what we use it. Most of them are deluxes, so it's actually a little higher than that.
15 times 6.
So if I make 15 sales instead of 8 sales, out of 80, I got 100 leads. One makes 8 sales, one makes 15 sales. About an extra $4,000 per sequence like that. And that would, that would kick me up right now.
Like that idea?
Well, basically it doubles everything. It doubles my sales, but a lot of it goes to the bottom line. None of my overhead goes up.
Exactly.
So most of that goes to the bottom line. I don't have to increase staffing.
That's what I said. I didn't say, what it probably will do, probably will triple your sales, honestly.
So you think he'll go to 24%?
Yes, I do.
And that's what Nieswanger was doing too.
Yep.
A series of, he had, I forget, what was it? I want to say 30, but that's not right. It wasn't 30 steps, but he had a lot of steps. He had a dozen steps or so.
Are you guys, in your experience, aware of anyone else that sells anything similar to niche markets like we have done?
Chiropractors, John's got a guy that...
What is being sold, though?
Tapes,
For a
his
lot.
services. He's
How is it sold? All through direct mail or through trade magazines?
Well,
both, or-
that's I showed it. I got it right here. He's running it in trade mags.
But he can't run more ads because John's ad produces so much business he can't handle it anymore. Has to
That's true.
sequence it.
Yeah, he has to skip them, and he still falls behind.
Right, okay.
Because he can't manage it.
Yeah. It's personal delivery too.
But he's selling two things. That's his personal consultant. He can only take on so many.
Right.
He has to call it. But he's selling tapes now. I got him to tape one of the seminars. So he can sell as many tapes at the seminars as he wants to.
Right.
See, my insight is that I just got is that, again, it's coming out of the box. It's just a simple little thing about not sending them in an 8x12 manila envelope, but sending it in a priority mail. I've heard those things, but I was so into copying that model, so much in that model box, that my thinking could only go as far as changing the copy of my sales letter, putting different kinds of inserts in the same 8x12 manila envelope mailed first class mail hand address, because that's the model.
Nothing wrong with that. You can keep the model going, but try both. Take half or a third of every name. Every third name that comes in, do a priority mail.
So priority mail is 3 to 5 days, right? I think
3 days guaranteed.
3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
Generally,
it's not. It's
actually
not
1 to 3 days.
Yeah, the time is there, but the one thing is the way it's presented.
Oh
It's a
no, I'm
huge
thinking about the
package.
telephone call. I was just thinking.
Oh, I see
out
what you're
loud.
saying.
And then do a telephone call. What about the second, third? Just go back to first class on those.
Second,
Got
third.
any
To
further?
mail them again?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to call every single person. so
Right,
that-
but I haven't read your sales letter yet, or I've read it. I want to think about it. I didn't know if we were talking about just going to these 2 steps and that's it.
No, I mean, this is just,
you can test different variations of it.
oh, you know what you could do? Then you could go back to your old way of doing it. Just follow up the old way.
What about our price points? That's another box that I'm coming out of now. I use that model because that's what Jeff and Dan said. Why am I at $700 for a course that really, literally does make them an extra $15,000 or $20,000 in a year if they apply it? I mean, it's tremendous value.
Well, because that's what we were taught. I looked in the trade magazines. One of the other marketing packages I bought, they're charging $300 a month for 12 months, getting ready to go to $500 a month, and it's renewable every year.
For what business?
For heating and ventilation. I mean, it's not
So it's a continuity program?
It's not comprehensive marketing, but it's specific ads for new furnaces and air conditioning. But they charge $300 a month. I mean, you do get service. You get weekly faxes, quick faxes, phone support, truck buying service.
A truck, what kind of business is it?
There's another company that advertising to the heating and air that you buy their package and it's $300. They're $300 going to $500 a month, renewable every year.
Those are the J-Ram guys, right?
No, it's this other company.
How's that for an exclusive in your territory?
Yeah, it is by territory.
Okay. Do you do an exclusive by population, maybe?
I don't know how I would ever do that at this point now because I've sold so many marketing packages.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got 45 clients in Denver. Now, out of those, you'd be lucky if 5 of them do anything.
That's the whole point.
What's real interesting about my program and about this niche marketing stuff is when you make it so user-friendly for these people, you could say something like 5% of people actually do something with it. I mean, I'd say 20-30% of everyone that buys my program does something.
Well, the Yellow Pages, you only have 2 guys doing the ad.
Right, but I mean like the referral programs and stuff. I mean, because I get more response and testimonials than 5% of my list. I probably have more testimonials out of the 1,500 people that I've sold than probably Brad Richdale does out of the 500,000 he's sold. Why? Because it's so user-friendly and it's so applicable and always in their face. I mean, with a monthly newsletter, the tapes that I send out and stuff like that. So someone would have to be frickin' a complete moron to not take the package and within a year's time not get a couple of jobs out of it. I mean, how many jobs do they need to make $597 back?
You don't get to sell us, though.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is the point is that's why I think we really need to start testing these different price points because we're literally giving this shit away.
Well, you just bumped yours up, right?
Yeah, I bumped it up
I started
100.
mine at that.
Right.
You can change the package. That's what I was trying to say earlier. You can change it substantially. Just create the platinum package.
I just started the platinum package. I sell it for $1,097 at my seminars, and at my, I've probably sold 30 of them in the last month.
Great. But the point is, you can create it, make it worth it, but make it worth it without the stuff that's causing you problems or whatever. Just do it. Find out what you need to do it.
That's it.
If you figure those consultation calls are worth X units of value, find some kind of written material or a videotape or something that replaces that X amount of value using the person's mind.
Okay, let me tell you what to do next.
You know what? That's a freaking great idea. Put it on video. A video critique. Everyone's always ahead of me, though. I'd give Terry a bunch of freaking ideas, and he's like got them done before I'm even thinking about typing them. Video critique.
Terry, here's your next one. After you've got a big enough customer base, which you already have, you send them a very long copy, detailed sales letter offering an extremely expensive seminar. My suggestion is in the $7,000 range.
What do you say, tell them to do this?
To come to a seminar, live.
At what point? Just after you sell
Well,
it?
he should do that when he gets back right now.
And you know I'm already giving seminars now for $1,000.
Well, that's quarterly. Hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. Give a $7,000 seminar. All right. You just write a terrific sales letter, and you have a killer sales letter go out. Send it to your entire list. Doesn't matter how many people show up for the seminar. Doesn't matter. Some people's going to show up. All right. And you audio tape and videotape the seminar, and you have transcripts made from it. And then you send another letter right on the heels of that letter, right after your seminar. And the headline is, here's how you can get the tapes of my recent $7,000 seminar absolutely free. And they get those free with a lifetime subscription or a 5-year subscription to your newsletter, which costs
$200 a year.
My model is $2,855. And about half of my subs are lifers. So what I'm saying is the formula is you send a letter promoting a very expensive seminar, have the seminar, as soon as the seminar is over, you send them another letter telling them they can get the tapes of that seminar free. Because they were all hot to trot to go to the seminar, but they couldn't afford the $7,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give them the tapes when they do something else. That will make you more money than anything else in the life of that customer.
Okay, John Carlton's going to tell Terry what to do with his 20,000 or 60,000 names of people who never bought.
Oh, well, go back on a letter for something else, for cheaper. It may have been a price point. It's probably the price point.
Yes.
So create a package, take half the shit out of your package and sell for half the price. See how that does, then do it again. Take more shit until you're down to selling one tape or something.
As long as the mailing's paying for itself.
Yes, as long as the mail.
Mail it.
Mail it.
It can come from you, or it can come from a different company, different product name, different geographic location.
Different offer.
You don't owe them any explanation why the letter's in the mail to them. They've already raised their hand, said they're interested. For some reason they were interested, for some reason you don't know, they didn't reply. It's probably price. Pretend you're a competitor.
These guys have just been picking up the gold coins. It isn't true that it's not worthwhile to pick up the silver coins. Now it's time to pick up the silver and the copper coins and so forth.
John, and Gary, you can fill in on this too, about the chiropractor. You've got an ad that you're running for him that's a long copy ad that he runs in trade publications, and you say he's getting so much response. How does he convert those responses? I noticed there it says call him at a number.
Right, then all I got to do is present him with the people calling. So they say, okay, what's the deal? And then he's got to take off. And it takes him a certain amount of time on average to flip them. And he has a certain flip percentage, you know. Out of every 10 people who calls, he flips one. He can only handle 120 people a year as clients.
On that.
If I get 90 people to respond to his ad, 90 people, he's got his regular work to do. He can only spend a few hours a day doing that. So in the course of a month, he can't get back to 90 people.
Now, is that a lot of tail there? He's got to take those calls himself?
Yes.
This guy is all tail. This guy's whole business is tail. It's all personal. It's him. He can't delegate any of this. He has to do it. That's his main business.
Why haven't you given him the whole lecture on tail?
Some people...
No, he's a consultant.
People don't want the same thing.
Well, wait, Gary, there's a better answer. The answer is that's what the second ad is all about. I talked him in the course of writing the first ad. I said, you're giving all these seminar stuff. Why don't you videotape the seminars and sell the videotapes? First, it'll be a profit center for you. Second, you may just give up consultation altogether. And he got very intrigued, and he went ahead and taped the seminar, and all his clients bought it, and he ran the ad, and people are buying it. So he's now thinking in the terms of, I want to start getting everything on video and start multiplying myself.
Yeah,
we just did plugs in the back.
Can you plug this in for us?
It stole us with knowledge.
You guys were going to ask questions, and you said you had a list.
Yeah, some of them have kind of been covered, but...
When you say test different sales letters, where we test different ads, just what are some of the things that come up for you when you say test different ads? You've seen the type of ads that we run, you know? What are some of the things just come up for you as to things we could do differently?
Well, first...
Ads, sales letters, the whole gamut.
Yeah, okay.
Stream of consciousness here.
Sure. Different size ads, different look, different headline, different copy, different appeal. It's all going to be the same appeal. A different story, a different guarantee, a different offer.
But just changing the dollar amount can change the response.
Yeah.
The 349,000 most people say, I can't believe that. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mailing the ad instead of running it in the magazine. Do your boys have a formula for that, John?
Yeah, I told them about it already.
I can't remember what it is.
They don't need to break even on a mail to the magazine to know that the ad will be time and a half or better.
No, I just went to
Okay.
All they need is close to break even on mailing to the magazine. They know the ad will do real well.
So we can test different ads by direct mail and then pick the best ones to go into the magazines?
Right. You only need mail a couple of thousand.
Right.
But see, I would think that you would want to concentrate on mail more than the ads, because the ads only reach a fraction of your potential audience. First of all, they have to get the magazine. Secondly, they have to read that particular issue. So that you're just hitting a really tiny little fraction of the market. And that's some of the things you can test with the ad. But when you get into the thing of direct mail, I mean, it's endless. It's just endless things that you can test. You can test mailing a straightforward direct mail letter. You can test letters with different grabbers, like a penny or a Japanese yen or $1 million bill. You test mailing a tear sheet. You can test mailing your letter with a post-it note attached. You can test mailing personalized letters versus just regular printed letters. You can test mailings where you have a sealed envelope inside the envelope with a cover letter referring to it.
Did you ever call the people that asked for the free report that didn't buy and call them up and ask them why they didn't?
No.
After the fact?
No.
Might get a lot. That might change the ad a lot too.
Yeah.
That might.
You've got all the names.
No, you just call and talk to the people who didn't buy.
How long afterwards?
47 hours and 22 minutes after they didn't buy.
Okay, you got that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Any later than that, forget it.
Yeah. I don't know exactly. I mean, until they've had it.
You are annoying, Joe.
That's the question right here, and it didn't come from me.
What does it say?
When should telemarketing follow-up take place? Many of my prospects after 1 week haven't had enough time to read my report.
Doing the model that I'm suggesting to you, it answers that question because you want that telemarketing done right away.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting, the priority.
And they'll tell you if they say they're not going to buy,
right.
Then you're on the phone with them, why not?
Yeah.
What is it about that ad or about the special report that you didn't like?
Right. And you'll find with the priority mail, they'll read it quicker than they will a mail piece. Sometimes a mail piece they'll put aside for a while.
Yeah.
But the priority mail, they'll read it almost immediately.
Because that added impact, yeah.
Listen to this question. My sales letter is very similar to Joe Polish's. Some prospects have told me that it is very vague because we offer a free report, saying I didn't teach them anything. They're right, it doesn't teach much, but it is very compelling. Should sales letters be more educational, revealing, or just sales letters? What do you think? Well, we're offering free reports to these people, and it almost looks as if we're going to teach them something. That's what they're requesting, how to learn how to get rich, how to get rich is buy our shit.
Who asked this question?
One of the teleconference
And what's
guys.
his problem?
He has my stuff licensed.
I can explain it to you. The model we've been taught says that we offer a free special report.
There.
Okay? You've seen that in my closing, right? So for a free special report, bullet, call. Well, when they get the free, they're expecting a free special report, which is really the system. They're expecting me to reveal all the secrets of this stuff to them in the special report, when really what they get is a story and
Yeah, I understand, but what is the question?
He's saying, should I give
why
them more
is he
information
asking the
themselves?
question?
Why he doesn't feel confident with sending out a
Is he getting
sales report?
Because people are calling him up saying, you promised me a free
this guy,
percentage, a
how,
small
how many people, this guy is getting one bad call among 300, and that's all he's paying
on that.
attention to.
Right.
Yes.
He's
The answer to this is shut up.
No, but no, it could, I mean, do you think it would actually...
When I go up and speak, and I'm going to speak on copywriting, I get up, and if I got 40 minutes, I start talking at minute 1, and I divulge inside secrets and information. No teasing, just here's what I do, here's how you do it, here, blah, 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 blah. And when they finally shove me off stage, then I'm through, and I stop. It's all information. You can't overtell information. So the answer is yes, you should have informative and educational stuff. The more you tell, the more you sell. That's an old salesman's adage. However, you guys got a package that's working. This guy is complaining about nothing. You cannot have a package that will not get people complaining about it. It's impossible. Cannot do it. And if you're going to have a problem with somebody complaining about that he didn't get what he thought he was going to get, you're in the wrong business. Get out. Go work for somebody. Get a 9 to 5. Okay. Next question.
All right.
You're irritating me. Actually, I'm just irritated. I didn't sleep much.
Well, I'll tell you what Phillips does selling Abraham's newsletter. They do tell you what risk reversal is.
and what maybe...
I'll tell you what Phillips does selling Abraham's newsletter is they lose their ass. They can't make it fucking work. I know the inside story on that. When they got into it, me and John laughed at them. Whatever they do, put it out of your mind. It's not what should be done. Yeah, you know, the question really deserves a better answer. The real answer is when you're talking about how to write the best letter, there's a lot of different ways to do that. One of the things is you can make the free report, tell them they need to have a long copy yellow page ad, tell them they need to have the sales letter, and then you can provide it for them. You know, when I have a seminar on how to write copy, I teach people everything that I can think of to teach them. Everything. I hold nothing back. And all the sharp people in that audience, you know what they do? Their first question is, are you available? Because they don't need another occupation. So your report is sort of analogous to me doing that. The people would say, and here's the report should give information. Yeah, I think it should. I think you should deliver on it. But you're going to deliver on it in a way that is not a turnkey cookie cutter thing for these people. But that's not right now. John's right. That is not a problem that letter is not working. It's kind of funny, but it happens a lot that people will get 100 favorable calls. They'll all be sales. And they'll get 3 calls of somebody complaining, and then they'll come and ask you what to do about that. Well, I mean, what do you mean what to do about it? You know, he's right.
Well, how about a crash course in writing copy?
Yeah, a little PMS going.
What? It says, what about a crash course in writing copy?
That's what you deliver on. Don't you tell them how to write copy? What's that? Isn't that part of the thing that you're selling, is how to write copy? You have a whole report on it, don't you?
No.
There is no crash course.
Brian K. also sent some questions. He's like, if you want to ask these
questions. Is the question how to write copy?
A crash course in writing copy, like your best secrets.
Yeah, like
how to write copy.
Don't write a letter like they're writing it to their best friend.
Take your best prospects, call them up, pitch them your wares, do it over and over, and record the call until you forget you're calling it. Wait till you have a really good call, capture yourself a concert pitch, have that call dictated, and have it form the heart of your sales letter.
This is just interesting for me. What are your favorite books? What are your recommended books?
I never read War and Peace. Right now, I like the Travis McGee novels.
What's that?
I think you can get the War and Peace in the bathroom book.
Yeah. I used to like Penthouse till
they were right next to us in the book expo.
Robert Collier letter book.
Okay.
Scientific advertising.
Okay.
How to make maximum money in minimum time.
That book sucked horribly.
Well, you got the books that I talked about earlier, right?
Uh-huh.
That's the ones that he's going to talk about.
Yeah.
Caples and
Vic Schwab.
Vic Schwab and
How about the joy of running in the miracle of fasting?
Well, it's complicated. Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz.
Yeah, I don't think they should read that, though.
That's pretty complicated.
Yeah, you don't want to read that yet.
Read the David Ogilvy stuff just to get a taste of...
You know what's better to read than copywriting books is books on how to be a better salesman, really.
It's true. Go to the go to the library.
Like what?
That was good. Becker and How I Made $1 Million in Insurance or something. He was the first guy to make.
Oh, there's a lot of good books on sales.
I was just going to say, go to the library. I think it's 6.
Yeah,
I think it's 620 in the Dewey Decimal System. It starts on sales, and it just says salesmanship. And I think 610 is marketing, and 630 is advertising. I'm not sure, but just go and get every book there and go through it.
Do you guys know Jay Conrad Levinson? I've never heard any big marketer talk about him, the guerrilla marketing guy.
Oh, they wrote the book?
They wrote all those guerrilla. He's sold more marketing books than anyone in terms of bookstore books.
It's
Jay Conrad Levinson.
And
you don't know him?
Never heard of him. Rappin' Collins and some of those.
Oh, he's in Madison Avenue.
He writes street fighting, guerrilla marketing,
and shit like that.
Yeah.
No, Levinson didn't write. He wrote.
He wrote guerrilla marketing.
He wrote guerrilla marketing and about 30 other books based around
street
guerrilla
fighting
and guerrilla selling, guerrilla.
That's all.
Actually, some of the stuff's really good. I mean, I have a lot of his books. Some of it I disagree with, but some of it's really good information. For novice, general people that know squat about marketing and simple, easy to implement things, they're good books.
The best thing you could read, if you could get them, is the Thomas Hall Direct Mail Guide.
How would one get them? The Thomas Hall. You wrote about that in Maximum Money.
Call Lou Williams. I don't think Galetti's got him.
Well, try go ahead. Yeah.
Call Lou Williams.
How do I get a hold of Lou Williams?
Terry will give you his number. Lou and Anita Williams.
Lou Williams and Anita Williams, or possibly Carl Galetti. What else?
Next question.
We're done with books?
Get
all the Carlton.
he has these books. He has two lists.
Yeah.
He has a short list and a long list on all the copywriting books that
There's
he has.
a new book out, I forgot the author, but it's called How to Get Into Your Customer's Head.
Yeah, I wrote that down already.
Right, so I told you that.
There's a new book out. This is serious. I saw it yesterday. How to Succeed in Business Even If You're Not White. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
That was a guy from Theatris Foods.
Get all the issues,
You know,
the past
Leslie?
issues, Cosmopolitan, and look under their business advice. It's
Leslie?
very, very good.
I got thousands of them at home.
Of course, it assumes you're a secretary in a
Well,
firm.
Suarez has a
Oh, how
couple
to
books
attract
on that.
clients for consulting royalty arrangements, like my licensing deals. That's a good question. How to attract clients for consulting and royalty arrangements, such as I'm doing a lot of my licensing deals, and right now I'll charge anywhere between $20,000 to $35,000 is pretty much what I've done with, I don't want to say it on tape, and another guy. But what would you recommend in terms of me licensing my stuff to other people so I teach them how to do this? Following what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. My course for carpet cleaners that I've licensed to 7 different industries. The lowest price license I've done with anyone has been $5,000. Okay. The highest price license I've done has been $35,000. Now, I've done a couple of $35,000 deals, but the product was already created, that's what justifies the high cost, plus Dan Kennedy writes the copy. For other ones, it'll be a little, depending if the niche is really tiny, it won't be as high of a price. If the niche is bigger, there will be a higher price. I'm getting ready to do a new licensing deal with somebody who's not, the product's not going to be created for them, and no one's going to write the copy except them, and I'm going to charge them anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000 and a royalty.
Okay.
But I want to get your recommendation. How would you structure deals like that? Because there's literally an endless supply of people that I can license my course to, so they can take my product, reconvert it to a specific niche, such as plumbers, painters, roofers.
I don't know. That's out of my league.
Okay.
I mean, that's way out my, I don't know. It's out of my field of
It's
expertise.
franchising.
Jay Abraham's good at that.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay is good at that.
Okay.
Answering those kind of questions.
Well, I don't know Jay, so.
You don't know Jay?
No. You want to talk about how to reduce refunds? And we know the dollar bill thing. That you any other suggestions other than your dollar bill letter that says frame this? You're going to make many more.
Yeah.
If you work out, what else would you recommend for
Speed up
What you do is
reply.
you make a double your money back guarantee that this system will work if you follow the instructions. You give them 4 months or 5 months or 6 months to follow the instructions, and if it doesn't work, they need to send you some evidence. And don't make it onerous, but show me a copy of the sales letter that you sent and
Business
cards, et cetera, and give me your figures. Tell me when you ran the ad in your local newspaper.
Then you'll get almost no returns because it's too much work.
Well, let me tell you when people make up their mind they want a refund. Before they order. That's generally the truth. It's before they order. That's not all the time, but it's often the case. And the other part is when they get it and they find out it really isn't a magic wand, that they had to do these things that's just unfair, like apply for a business license, get cards printed, get letterheads.
Get up in the morning.
Yeah, get up.
Well, what's in it? Chase Rebell started that, didn't he, with his little courses he used to sell?
Yeah, but I'm the one who did it. I did that work. Yeah, Chase hired me because their refunds were really high. And I said, make it double your money back. What they had to do is send in a copy of their business license and a letter written on their letterhead. Well, the thing is, most of these wannabes, they never got that far. They never did anything, Just reminds me, Parker Publishing, a division of Prentice Hall, used to sell these books that are going to change your life. They literally got to the point where you didn't have to read the book. All you had to do is put your hand on it or just keep it in the room with you.
Under your pillow.
Yeah, as long as you had the book.
It was osmosis.
Yeah, right. The other segment of people who want refunds are those who find out that you actually have to do these unfair things.
Okay. What would you do in the actual package other than just a stick letter? Anything else to reduce refunds? Since using this belief that people made up their minds before the fact, and the best thing you can do.
Well, yeah, there's a word that you probably want to write. It's another note I'd suggest you take, and that word is bonding. Bonding. If you pay attention to these people in a personal way or have someone do it, call up, hi, I'm so-and-so, just checking to make sure you got the package, blah, 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 and stuff like that. It's really harder to ask for a refund for someone that has taken the trouble to bond to you a little bit. The sale really isn't complete until the refund part is over. And you need to remember that you need to do a selling job every step of the way. You need to do a better selling job to get the lead. You need to do a better selling job to get the name and address of the person who calls. You need to do a better selling job of getting the person to read the letter. You need to do a better selling job in the letter. You need to structure your stuff when you send it out so that the package is a selling job in itself. You need to make an offer right away to them that after you read this package and after you implement it, etc., I'm going to send you this other thing that's free too. So you're giving them a selling job on keeping that. You need to do post-purchase reassurance with letters. You need a selling job on that. You need a selling job when you do a thank you for your order, a selling job when it's time to renew. It's just all of this stuff. What you cannot take for granted is that you can do less than a complete and thorough selling job every step of the way. When I was selling encyclopedias door to door, every once in a while you knock on a door and inside there are people who would say, "Thank God you're here for the Americana Encyclopedia. You know, we've been wanting to buy one for a long time. In fact, we have $350 set aside in a jar for that." And I made this mistake, and some of the other salesmen did too at first, is we would think, oh, well, I don't have to go through the whole thing with this guy. Yeah, you do. You need to go from A to Z every single time. A to Z every time. You know, I mean, I've seen a lot of guys astonished walk into a house, people saying, you know, we've been wanting an encyclopedia for years, we've got the money, etc. So they skip the important parts of the pitch. You need to do that on your resell job, on your upsell, and all the rest of it.
Is that what they had back then, just one encyclopedia?
They had the Britannica and Funk and Wag, probably 3.
They might just one volume.
Yeah.
Ask Gary about Don Elm and Magic Floppy Promotion. I don't know what that is.
That's Don Alm Magic Floppy Promotion. What Don Alm does is something called funnel marketing. He runs a really small classified ad. The people call and they have to pay for the call. They leave their name and address. He sends them a letter getting them to watch a free video for which they have to make a $20 deposit. He sends out the free videos. And then the videos is a pitch in itself. And then on the floppy part of it, he follows it up by sending a floppy disk. And the first part of the floppy disk has a sales letter that really makes them hungry for the product. And then he tells them, you have the product. That's what the rest of the floppy is. The rest of the floppy is the report. And all you need is the magic key to unlock it because it's encoded. And then they call up, give you your credit card number, and you give them the key to uncode the floppy. And then after you deliver it, at the end of the product delivery, guess what there is? There's another sales letter to sell you something else.
So he's charging people to read the rest of the sales letter pitching.
Well, no. The floppy has the sales letter and the information the sales letter is selling.
Right. Okay.
But
what does he sell?
It's business opportunity stuff, related stuff.
Does he make money?
Yeah, he makes a lot of money and he has an incredibly good lifestyle. His is the most successful uncopied formula that I know about.
What do you mean uncopied? No one's knocked it off?
Yeah.
You think we should be trying this?
Well,
kind of tricky.
It's actually not all that tricky. I'm just kind of carefully fashioning my answer to that, Joe. You shouldn't try something just because it's profitable. Because there's lots of things that are profitable. What you got to do is make your best guess about what your best option is. I don't think you should be thinking of new interest right now. I mean, not that you never should or anything. You're not done picking up gold coins yet. You haven't even started, right? Because what I've already told you is probably going to triple your profits or more. That's the same is true with you. And one of the ways that you can, and I'm really good at this, that you can fuck that up, you know what it is to get off on other stuff. You know, you haven't picked up these gold coins that are right there in front of you. Yeah, in general, I think you should make yourself aware of Don Alm and the stuff that he's doing, just as you should be aware of a whole lot of other things. But with what you guys are doing, you haven't really scratched the surface. And by the way, what I told them to do, that's what you should be doing too.
Exactly. Doing it. I am doing that.
Are you sending priority mail when they call?
I'm gonna do that when I get back. I'm also going to take all my dead leads, meaning the ones that have been through the whole sequence and haven't bought. I'm going to go back to them. But, I guess that's maybe a question I should ask you. I've got 7,000 leads that have been through the whole sequence. I've got a million things I could do that you've talked about. What would you do? What specifically should I do with those 7,000 leads? Should I send them a priority mail package? What should I send them? Another different version of the sales letter saying it's been a few months since we talked to you? What would be the approach?
Yeah, that's what we talked about before. Send them a half price thing. Pare down your package and just sell them a part of it. Sell them the tapes alone for half or something. Offer them something like that. Make one more shot at it and then just write them off. You're not going to sell everybody. But if these guys raised their hand and said, yeah, I want some of this information, I'm interested.
There's a gold mine in that.
Yeah, but there's a time to give up, too.
Yeah. Well, you could take 100 of them and sell
I'm nowhere near the point to where I've relentlessly marketed to them to where I should give up on them. It's been more neglect than just they just...
You got no response from them at all?
No. In his case, it's just neglect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they've been through, some of them have been through 3 sequences and I stopped because I had, when I first had my original partner that I bought out, I mean, there was a lot of leads from that. So, I mean,
you learn this as you go along, though.
Well, the best thing to do with that, because names can get old and they can screw you up, just send out a few. Send out somewhere between 100 and 1,000 a week or something like that. Just whatever's easy, and send it out and keep track of it. See what happens. And give them a shot, and then come back and try them with a fire sale or type of thing. Just do one shot. My main client had 20,000 names that hadn't bought for a long time, and I talked them into going back with a fire sale. And essentially, it was the tapes that everybody else had bought for, I think, 69 or 99 bucks, and you could get them for 39 bucks.
Tell them how many successful mailings went to that list selling essentially the same product.
17, 22, something like that.
I had one where they misspelled the label on the tape.
Yeah, that's the fire sale. That's what I'm talking about. So you could get it for 1/3 the price just because the tape. I had them go back and
label.
Yeah, the labels are screwed up.
And then when you call, we're sold out. We aren't going to have any for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I had a guy call me a bitch one time because the videotapes weren't scuffed up. He was pissed off because they weren't damaged.
Yeah, you can manufacture it, but the idea is to not piss off the people who have bought it at full price. And ideally, it's the bargain thing. It's if price was the reason they didn't buy, you're giving them a chance to now address the issue again with a price that...
Yeah, and there's another thing too, just as a general theme of it. You guys have copy that has been written for you, which has been really good copy. You should be working on your copy continuously.
That's true.
Continuously. That should be the main thing you're thinking about. Like with Sam, that's the only thing he thinks about. Isn't that true, Leslie?
That was the point I was trying to make earlier. Your copy is your blood. You got tired blood.
Oxygen for your business.
Yeah. Places like Rodale and Phillips, they are constantly trying to beat their controls. Now, they almost take it to a ridiculous state.
Sam and Leslie have 5 furniture stores here in Denver. They're opening 2 more. Just want to tell you, he does 400 ads a year. That's his main job, is to get those people to come into the store. That's your main job too, to get more of these people coming on.
I'm always looking for better ways to get in more.
A crash course in writing copy is to record it, but that should be your main thrust. Ideally, you should have someone like Leslie that runs your business so that you focus on the marketing. You say it, Joe, and your stuff. You tell these people the change occurred when I found out there isn't any money in cleaning carpets. There's money in selling carpet cleaning. And there isn't any money in managing your business. The money is in the salesmanship.
If you're in direct mail, you got to learn the direct mail game.
Yeah.
The direct mail game is the copy and the mailing and the marketing. And
Yeah.
How to become a guru, that's a question that Brian Cave put on here. How to become a guru. How to establish yourself as the guru.
The real answer to that is just to self-aggrandize yourself shamelessly and incessantly.
What's self-aggrandizement? I mean, I know...
Self-aggrandizement?
Give me your definition of it.
Blowing your own horn.
It's what Gary and Dan Kennedy and Jay Abraham do.
Yeah, just tell people constantly how great they are.
Get the book Winning Through Intimidation by Robert Ringer. He calls it the leapfrog. It's a leapfrog theory. You don't have to climb every rung of the ladder. You just go to the head of the pack and say, I'm number 1.
Yeah.
It's a leapfrog. I do that in Grand Rapids when I sell in real estate. I do it now in real estate.
So, same here.
It's number 1. Yeah, you're number 1.
Great book.
You know how to do that.
You don't have to tell them what your number one is.
You know how I can prove I'm the greatest copywriter in the world? It says so, write my newsletter. Over and over and over.
How to increase newsletter renewals?
Well, mail more pitches, mail more detailed pitches, and that goes back to something I said earlier. Do a complete job. Don't just do an off-the-cuff thing. Your renewal effort should be premium intensive, just like your original subscription effort was.
What are some of the things you've used for newsletter renewals to get that rate?
Best of all has been tapes of seminars. You get the tapes of the seminar free if you read it. That's the very best one.
This program continues with tape 4.
You know what Philips does? Philips will ask, if you sign on for one of their newsletters, and they're the biggest newsletter publisher in the world, they have a renewal pitch that goes out every month. They do at least 12. They have a couple of.
You know, what does Philips sell? I have no idea. What do they sell?
The biggest newsletter they have is the Whitaker Wellness Letter. And then almost all the rest of them are financial letters. Schabacher Mutual Fund Letter, the retirement letter.
Arzarelli, Dessauer, Jack Adamo. You got about 14 of them. And you get pitched on them once a week.
You know, one of the keys I would tell you is just to do more marketing, do more letters.
It wouldn't be as safe as like you said earlier.
You know, it wouldn't, it's not as safe. But now that you have that model up and running, there's no reason that you shouldn't do the other model. But actually, once you have a space success, if there are lists of those same people, I can't even begin to entertain why you wouldn't mail them. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
Give me another question from what's his face?
Pete?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Pete, here comes one for you.
Sorry, Pete, I apologize in advance. Have Gary give a complete summary about how he would market an info product. For example, if he was selling a program to carpet cleaners, what steps would he take to market it? In what order would he do them? A, direct mail, cold prospects. B, lead generation, direct mail. C, lead generation, trade mags. D, seminars himself. E, seminars, hire someone else. F, endorsement mailings. G, free trial offers. H, telemarketing. I, step-down offers, 1995 book. Not a bad question, but you're going to take it in the context of Pete asking it.
Well, the simple answer is he should do more of what he's doing now because he hasn't exploited that.
Okay.
Really, he just needs to do a lot
well, if you were starting yourself,
I would start the way you guys did. I think
lead generation?
Yeah, I think that's the best model to start.
Okay, then everything else has been answered. When selling info products, does Halbert have a formula, or is the selling process mostly guesswork and testing?
Well, that's really a very good question, which brings me to an extremely important point. What you need to know is that your marketing should be a process, not an event. And it should be based on feedback. Some of the best advice you got here was from Sam when he said you should call these people. Call them, ask them why they didn't buy. They'll tell you. And then you modify the letter based on that. Look at it like this. Let's suppose that you play the guitar and you sing, and you get a chance to work in a bar. So you do 10 songs, and the public loves one of them. They're indifferent to 5 of them, and they hate 4 of them. So the next time, you drop one of the 4 and you keep replacing it, till now you got 2 that they love, 4 that they can tolerate, and only 4 that they loathe. And you keep doing that over and over, and there will be a point at some time where you go in and you've got drop-dead 10 proven rave hits, all right? The point is, you didn't sit down and write those 10 rave hits immediately, because you don't know. As you market, you will find out things. Keep what works and keep experimenting. And use it like a ratchet effect. You know, you keep experimenting, and once one comes in, well, that one works, then you keep that one. That's another piece of your repertoire, another piece of your ammunition. But you should be experimenting with it all the time. You know, I think that the main job of the guy who owns the company is to either do the marketing or see that it gets done and improved all the time. The rest of the stuff you should have other people doing. That should be your focus all the time. That's Sam's only focus. Dennis Hasslinger told me something when I started in business, and he was 100 times smarter than I was about business. He said, imagine business as a complete circle. And you take the part that nobody else can do but you, and you shade that in, you know, that circle. And maybe that's 10 degrees of the 360. And if you can hire somebody to do something, you should. You should. You know, you don't want to clean your own offices. You don't want to do your own typing necessarily. You don't want to cook the food that you have brought in for lunch. If you can just do that part that you do. I've had to learn that all over again. You know, I mean, I was trying to run a business. I had 15 phone lines. I mean, I'm terrible at that. I'm even terrible of seeing that it gets done. You guys' job should be to do a lot more of what you're doing right here today, figuring out how to improve your sales and how to improve your profitability.
And the rest all takes care of itself.
I don't think that's really true,
Yeah.
but there is no rest of it if you don't take care of this part.
Mm-hmm.
And it is easier to get help. It's much easier to get accounting help that's good than marketing help that's good. It's much easier to get someone to clean your offices and do your secretarial work. And it's much easier to get a photographer to take pictures of your product, etc. That's something you just almost can't divorce yourself from, is the marketing in your business.
Every time I'm doing something, I ask, is there anybody I can hire to do this for me?
Yeah.
If it is, I got them. You know, so.
You know, I just finished Dan Kennedy's book on time management, which I thought was really excellent. You know, it explains a lot of his attitude. You know, he's really a curmudgeon. And in the book, he's sort of proud of it, and I think he should be. Dan will not allow people to waste his time. He figures how much his time is worth, and he bases every decision he makes on that, you know, and it's really a good way to do it. And he said right in the book, he said, I don't know if you've read that particular one, maybe I got it from you, I think I got it from Dan. He said, you know, I don't have a reputation for being the most sociable guy around, but he gets a lot of stuff done, and he's right. But I think you should go after marketing answers, really like a shark after bloody meat.
Go after marketing answers?
Yeah. Marketing answers and marketing solutions.
How to get maximum attendance and sales at boot camps and seminars?
The way to do that is to do more marketing and to have more newsletter subscribers and have the people be more bonded to you.
Okay. How to create urgency and cross-sell, upsell on inbound calls?
Because Sam does that all the time. That's a big factor in selling furniture.
What's that?
Is to create urgency.
That's the key factor.
How do you create urgency in furniture sales?
Well, if you don't make your monthly goals.
It is urgent.
Final 2 days, last chance. Never going to happen again. Happens once.
IRS forces local furniture owner.
Right. You're in liquidation. We get special deals from the factory. Good for 1 week only. You don't buy it now. Prices go back up.
We've got a.
Oh, you know what?
All kinds of things.
What about upsells, such as like phone upsells? For instance, Brad Richdale, what he does is, you know, they sell the $39 infomercial course, which used to be $79, and as soon as people call, and his philosophy is as soon as one sale is transacted, they're ready for the other. Meaning, as soon as you got, okay, $39, now would you like this? And as soon as they buy this, now would you like this? And they keep going until they got everything. What he said is every sale, be it through the mail or whatever, should be immediately followed with an additional sale, which is something that we never started doing until I actually had Brad tell me that. So now we immediately upsell everybody either onto my Attack on Bait and Switch publicity kit, my Tape of the Month club, my indoor air quality videos, things like that. We close a lot of deals.
That's when they're most receptive, is when they're...
Yeah, as soon as they're in that mode, and when they're in heat, you keep hitting them. What would you say about that? Any suggestions?
Well, yeah, I think he's doing it too late in the sequence. I think the additional sale should begin before they've received the original product. As soon as they order, they should get a stick letter that reassures them they made a good decision purchasing that product, and say, by the way, I want to tell you, something brand new just happened, and you may be interested too. And since you've ordered this other thing, if you order it right away, you get a special deal. Right now, that's the most profitable time usually in the selling cycle of a customer.
When Phillips does that, as soon as you subscribe to a newsletter, they send you an offer to extend it.
Yeah.
Before you even get your...
Yep, that's right.
Offers of other newsletters.
Yeah, before you get the first newsletter.
They want you to extend it and subscribe to other ones.
Right.
Because they've got you in the right mood.
What do you think about his delayed billing idea? Okay, for instance, the way he did his $7,000 person seminar, what they did was they pitched a $7,000 person seminar, but people can pay for 10% of the seminar. for $700, leaving a remaining balance of $6,300, which is due in 6 months, but only if you make 10 times the remaining balance of $63,000.
Well, I don't know the numbers on that, and it might be a profitable thing to do, but it's not the thing for you guys to be doing at this point in time. I mean, for example, you should be on a plane right now getting back doing what I already told you to do, because you're going to make so much money doing that, you need to just suck that out before you do anything else. Yeah, these are good ideas, Joe, and they may be workable models, but you got to remember about something. Do you want Brad Richdale's headaches? I mean, do you want 700 people working for you? Do you want to carry this financing? Do you want all of this stuff? I mean, I don't know. Those numbers on TV are very deceiving. I've done a lot of television shows. I know the numbers on this stuff. The numbers that you quote in sales have nothing in relationship to what Brad Richdale is making. Now, he may be making a lot of money, but you talk about management intensive shit, Jesus Christ. You want to make the most profit of all if you're selling information? I'll tell you how to do it. You do it just like one of John's main clients, Rodale, is. They never ask for money. It's always bill me later. And that is the most profitable way to sell information. Bill me later. But Rodale is this monster corporation. They have to sell the book, then they have to sell the people on paying for the book. Bottom line, that's the most profitable thing you can do. Do you want to do it? I don't know. To address your question, if I were you and I were selling on payments, I would get a factor involved, wouldn't you? And give them a hell of a discount.
No, you don't have to.
What do you mean?
Get somebody to carry the paper with the no recourse.
Well, see, this is what we do. Since I offer a 1-year guarantee, literally, if they don't pay the second installment, I have the choice of chasing after them like crazy. But what's that going to do? It's just going to cause them to refund. I can't send really hardcore collection letters to people. So what I do is I send them string letters. I send them a letter with a string attached at the top of it that says, "Dear so-and-so, I've attached a string to the top of this letter. Please tie it to your finger. It's a friendly reminder that you owe us money. But please send the string back because I need it for other accounts."
But do you understand what we're saying to you is you should get somebody else to buy the paper from the jump.
Right. Who would buy that? I don't know.
A ton of people.
Any
will.
finance company.
Is that the Open University type thing where they teach them factoring, or was that real estate? The Pino guy?
Pino probably teaches it, but do you know what a factor is? Okay, a factor is a guy who buys receivables at a discount.
Right.
Just that simple.
He takes a percentage off the top and assumes all the risk.
And they go after your payments.
Yeah, so if they don't pay, then they go after them.
And what if
you get paid right away.
What if they refund?
Then you have to pay it back. Then they come back to you. So we have our percentage of refunds and we immediately pay it back.
Do you use factors on your installments?
Well, we use finance companies. It's not really.
Commercial paper.
It's commercial paper. It's not really a factor. We just.
Are you borrowing it, or are you actually selling
No, we don't
selling the
borrow it.
receivable?
We just sell it. We don't carry our own accounts. So we give them a
It's more profitable
discount.
to carry on accounts, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you make
Especially if you can
you make
charge
a lot
interest.
more money if you can charge interest, but there's more headaches involved in running your own receivables.
Mhm.
You've got to deal with what you're talking about, and it takes away your time from doing what you really do best. So what we do is we'll pay anywhere from 3% to 10%, depending on the kind of financing we offer, and they take it off the top and they immediately pay us the difference. And then
And it's the same way the MasterCharge or Visa works,
same thing.
in essence.
Yeah, you pay a discount there, right? That's a factor. They're assuming all the risk. And with credit card companies, though, they can draw out of your account if somebody's unhappy, so it's a little harder to deal with them. It's much easier with a finance company. But I would say if you did a deal with people that buy your course and say you don't have to pay for it for a full year, then obviously you're going to sell a lot more people.
And then someone else will pay us immediately for that and assume the rest.
Right. When you handle the returns, it'll be a minor part. But the double your money back guarantee that Gary was talking about is they have to perform in order to get their money back. And 99.9% of them will not. So you virtually eliminate your returns overnight. Go down to almost zero under those circumstances. Because they have to give you proof of everything that they tried to do. And if they did try everything you told them to do, they're going to be successful, and then they won't want their money back. Same in your situation, right?
Exactly.
But you made it too easy. You just said, hey, if you're unhappy, I'll give you your money back. They've got to at least put out an effort.
You know,
So then you don't have to worry about it.
Terry, since you're already doing those seminars, you should use it, because I'm going to do this. It's what Brad did. You should up your price. You should go ahead and do that, though. Up your price to the $7,000, to charge them the $14,000 or $1,000, whatever you're doing.
And then you use your $7,000 seminar as your premium.
See, the reason that Richdale does his $7,000 a person seminar, he does not expect to get the 6,300. I doubt they even send the letter of money. He does it so he could go on TV and say, 500 people attended my $7,000 a person seminar. That's why he does it. Because a few did pay $7,000. But if they don't have the $7,000 up front, they can pay 10% down. He gets 500 people there, and it allows him to, I guess that is legit, to say,
Well, 500 times
7,000.
that's a lot of
I can't argue with the fact that I think that's ingenious and it's slick, but I think it's just too far to the edge for me.
There's another thing you need to remember is he's selling to a very different animal than you are. He's selling to the dreamers, the wannabes, the flakes, and everything. You're selling to real people.
Real businessmen who you're trying to establish a bond of trust with.
And their main goal is they're already in the business.
I'm
They
just
want to do better.
merely asking the opinion of it, and you're telling me. I mean, I'm not out here doing it. I mean, I'm just asking your opinion of it.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam, what do you recommend in terms of computers to personalize all this stuff? How do we do that?
You find
Gary, I asked him when you were out of the room before, so I wouldn't have to hear this.
No, you hired.
You're the one that said that he can do all this
I
stuff.
told him the exact thing on the phone last week, the week before. I told him to him 100 times, you got to hire a computer geek.
You hire a mail house.
Yes. Or a mail
You
house.
guys mail house. Much
Okay,
safer. That's
tell
all.
me who, so I will just use your mail house. Who the hell are these?
You can use mine, but I'm sure you can find somebody just as capable where you're
Okay,
at.
but in the meantime, since I don't know what these guys do, I'd like to use yours as a point of reference, and then if I want to compare
Okay,
it.
that's called direct mail services.
You have their phone number?
Yeah, 922-4507.
922-4507?
Right, now, what quantity, how much do you mail out? How many pieces do you mail out?
1,000 a month.
Okay, see that, for them, that's not very much. They do larger runs.
But I could do the whole list of carpet cleaners throughout the country once I test the piece and it works, and I'll roll out to the whole
Right,
list.
yeah, so test it, you're gonna pay a little bit of a premium to do 1,000.
Who do I ask for?
Scott or Dan.
Scott?
Or Dan.
Or Dan. Okay, 922-4507?
Right.
And what do they do?
what do
You
you call it?
email them the copy?
Direct mail
And they
services.
Yeah,
print it?
you can do it
mail it?
by email, you can do it camera ready, and then they'll reset the first page with the personalization and keep the back page the same or the other pages. I always print the signature in blue and then personalize the letter, and then they match them when they go in the envelope. And we use like a typewriter font for the name and just a return address without a name. Put a live stamp on it.
First class stamp or bulk?
First class, never go bulk.
Okay. And
To go to 1,000, it's a waste to go bulk.
how many do you mail then? 10,000?
No, we mail about 30,000 once a month, and sometimes I'll go twice that.
And
30,000
what's the
twice.
cost per piece then when you're doing it that rate? 30,000?
30,000
Oh, what, one-
personalized about 50 cents.
50 cents a piece personalized, first
That's
class
with
stamp
everything, yeah.
with a stamp.
What's that?
Okay, and it's what, 2 sheets of paper?
Ours, I'll print some for you.
Do they get you the list, or do you buy it?
No, it's my list.
I think I'm good.
And then
How do you get it
You
to
know
them?
how to find
Well, I have my own
Yeah,
list
well,
in-house.
you know,
We have an
I'm
in-house
gonna
list.
stay
and
after this is over.
You email it or on a disc?
I just wanted.
Oh, you mean how they get the list? I send it to them on mag tape. They'll take it on disc,
Yeah.
they'll take it in any
There's
format.
Yeah, I haven't even been.
Who do you buy your
I
list
haven't
from?
even seen it.
He's got his
The last
own
one
list,
was, Database America was the last place I bought a list from.
but he's talking about doing a mailing to his whole list too.
Yeah,
What's
if you got your own
whole
list, just
10
put it
grand
on.
now? People didn't buy it?
8,
Who didn't buy?
7.
You got 7,000 names? Just give them your names, tell them the format that they're in, put them on disc or however you do it. And they'll do the rest.
There are only, I don't even know, 10 copywriters in the country that are top, are world-class copywriters. Having said that, I should amend it by saying that you can hire. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of good copywriters. They own businesses, and I'll tell you how they got that way. They built a business, they were making a lot of money, then they needed to do better advertising, they thought, or more marketing, and they'd look under advertising agencies or get a list of copywriters, and they'd hire these guys. And they would keep fucking it up over and over and over. So eventually the guy would say, wait a minute, I don't need this shit. I know how to sell to my people. And he would do it himself. That's like Ben Suarez, only Suarez had me guiding him, you know. But once the people can really write copy, if they have business sense at all, they keep doing it for themselves because it doesn't make sense for them to work for you. The best kind of copywriters you can possibly have is a guy like me, and I'll tell you why. It's because I've written copies that have built giant businesses for myself and other people, and then realize anytime I'm in management they fuck up. But it's not just the writing of a copy, it's the salesmanship that you got to understand. I learned to do what I do, knocking on doors, selling encyclopedias. That's where you learn how to do it.
Whoever the hell's listening to this tape, this is day 2. Pamela Yellen is here now, and we're all here together again. We're wide awake and ready to go. And John Carlton's leaving in a few minutes.
Yeah, he's going to talk for the next 30 minutes straight. Yeah.
So,
what did you want me to talk about?
By the way, I mentioned that you guys, the best thing you could do is hire somebody like John. He's not taking any new work, and I didn't realize.
I came out here when Gary asked me to come out, and of course talking to you, I wanted to meet you, and I really enjoyed talking to you, and of course it was a real pleasure talking to you and looking at your stuff, and it's just, it's an open invitation to talk with you and do things like that, and I really enjoyed doing this.
Good, thanks.
But I'm booked up. I couldn't take any more clients except for an act of God, so I really came out here, hang out with Gary and do this stuff. It's just, it pays off in ways, down the line, in a lot of different ways, so.
Well, we'll stay in touch. We'll brainstorm.
I didn't know that Gary had mentioned that to you, but
Well, I didn't until yesterday, just seeing what the, especially somebody like Terry, what he needs is somebody just spending a lot of time on all that from woe to go.
All you guys do. The most important thing we said yesterday was the intensity of the need for copy. It's lifeblood, and it's really true, and it's really obvious, of course, coming from a copywriter.
Right.
But I think you guys heard it, and that's what you need. So you definitely have to start making relationships with writers and doing things like that. And I wish I had time because you guys are real interesting. You guys, and especially the energy you bring to this whole thing, is really kind of neat. It's that entrepreneurial thing, as opposed to the corporate clients I have, which are almost like dealing with dinosaurs. This monolithic slugs moving down the advertising lanes.
One of them works for is Rodale. How many people have to sign off on your pieces?
Unbelievable amount of people have to sign off.
Like
departments. There's like a dozen departments.
Really? I'm assuming the copy is just wanting to be changed like every step of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, the lawyer puts his 2 cents in. He says you can't use this word. Why? With no reason. He's justifying his job. The guys in the marketing department have MBAs. They have no clue how to sell anything. The first thing I did was that sex ad for Sex and Man's Guide. Is that the book that you said you had?
Right.
And they were just outraged. And they said, this isn't going to work. And I got to see the comments because my AE sent the comments back to me. And I wasn't supposed to see them. They didn't think that the copywriter was going to see them. They were just outraged. They were saying, this copywriter is unethical and he doesn't know what he's doing and nobody's going to read this. Who's going to respond to this? And so I asked for them to get in a meeting. And if you have to imagine, here's all the honchos of Rodale, the biggest mail order place. And there's like 5 of the big marketing honchos in this room. And there's me on a little speakerphone there. I'm actually in my house in Reno in my underwear talking on the phone. and I was yelling at it. So this little box they said was kind of moving and jumping on the table. And I got them to mail the piece, and it's been the control for over a year now.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and it changed everything. It's tough dealing with big clients. And I have some entrepreneurial clients, my boys in Visalia, the ones that do the self-defense stuff and the golfing stuff. And it's much more fun dealing with them. It's a smaller amount of payback and stuff because they're just not mailing in the great volume.
Right.
That's not that.
Yeah, home runs for companies like Phillips and Rodale's worth a lot of money, but it's just an enormous amount of grief.
What's the deal when they start changing the sales letters, like modifications and stuff? I mean,
they usually don't. What they do is they go out and they hire another Benzavinga or Carlton or Halbert and they'll just shell out unconscionable amounts of money and bring in a whole new thing. It's like Gary made the observation, and it's a point. Are you recording this? Mm-hmm. This is a point well worth taking. Is that these corporations have lost sight with where they came from. Yeah. Which is, Rodale started with, I think his name was Pete Rodale, and he was a guy like me or Gary or you, and he started writing letters and making books and sending them out, and then it became a huge corporation. Now, what they have forgotten is that advertising is often a process, and they like to treat it as an event. They want the ad to come in kind of fully blown, pass muster with their lawyers and like that, and go out and make them a lot of money. One of the first jobs I did with Gary was a job for a guy out of Atlanta who was selling a diet product. And Gary was I wrote the letter, but he made me do 17 drafts of that first letter, and each draft was different. The 16th was the worst of the bunch, and the 17th mailed for a year and a half. But would have never gotten to the 17th if we had tried to make, the one letter, just write it, bang it out, and the first one, who knows what the first one would have done, but certainly not as good as that 17th version. So I do many versions. It's a process. And with my entrepreneurial clients, sometimes with that chiropractor ad I was showing around, we sent that first ad out by Federal Express to 200 of his people that he had called for but hadn't become clients. And he was expecting a big response. I said, don't expect a big response. We may get 1 or 2 people and we'll just, we'll see how that goes. It didn't work. He didn't get any calls, I don't think. I don't know why, what happened, whatever. And then I said, okay, let's not change the ad. Let's run it in the Journal for American Chiropractors, which is, I think, one of the bigger journals. And he ran the ad and he got swamped with replies, and he's run it 4 or 5 times. So if we had taken that as an event and done that first Federal Express mailing, and that was the be and all the ad, it would have never gone anywhere else. But he listened to me and he went ahead and ran it in the magazine, and it's turned into it's turned his life around. So it was a process, and we may have to change that ad or do some other things. Of course, the ad will get tired.
The best example of that is Ted Nicholas. He wrote 10 times as many words to advertise his book, How to Form a Corporation, as there are words in the book.
That's true. That's
really, 10 times as many words in the ad. And, he changed the headline, changed the offer, changed the sequencing, everything. And, of course, that thing's still going strong. And I was reading on the airplane on its current incarnation, that somebody else owns it, and it's still going strong. The letter I wrote in 1968, that as of 2 years ago, they mailed 600 million. It's still being mailed. It's a little bit different incarnation, but we must be approaching 1 billion letters of it.
Let me see that.
And you know how long it took me to get that right? First, that was my first successful sales letter. 18 months of constant, but I don't have to do that anymore, but
you wrote this.
That's me.
I got that in the mail the other day.
Did it? There's still.
And what is this?
It's based on the original letter that I did. It's
Yeah, I've never seen this one before with the pictures and everything.
They would test every fraction of the letter. They would test all different parts of it, because they knew that when they, by sometimes changing a fraction of a percentage, it could mean millions of dollars because they're dealing with such a broad base of names.
Right.
But if you come away with nothing other than the fact that advertising is a process and not an event, and yet corporations at Madison Avenue, they like to treat it like an event. The big buzz still from Madison Avenue is that 1984.
I need an envelope. I'm sorry, John. I just want to show you something before you go. I just need an envelope, any envelope.
Remember the Big Apple ad that aired one time at the 1984, or was it the 85 Super Bowl? It was announcing Macintosh or whatever it was. It ran one time at halftime in the 1984 Super Bowl. It was done by Ridley Scott, the guy who did, what did Ridley Scott do? He did Aliens. And they ran it one time, it blew their entire budget for the whole year, and they said that made the company and did things. Well, it didn't really, because the company kind of floundered after that. But that set the tone for this idea of an event, advertising as an event. And it was really a bad thing. Now everybody that does an ad, whether it's for the new Cadillac or something else, they seem to think that PR and making an event and flowers flying and parades and stuff is somehow going to translate into sales, and it doesn't. Sales is always down.
I'm going to show you something I want John to see before he leaves. I invented this. I think you know about it. Sam can do this.
This isn't those cheap magic tricks, is it?
No.
Oh, it's a handwritten thing.
It's done by computer, though.
Right.
Do you ever use any of the handwritten font programs, Sam, or are those all bogus?
Yeah.
I first heard about those 10 years ago, and what they was, you would write in your own hand every letter, but you do all the vowels 2 or 3 times because they would random pick the vowels.
Right.
Well, what happened to those programs? I've never seen anybody use them.
They're still out there, but nobody uses them.
Why? Is it too expensive to implement?
No. The program,
They don't increase any response.
They don't do anything.
What about just ease of, if you're hand addressing envelopes, and what about just the ease of doing that as opposed to making it look like your hand address?
Doesn't matter. You just use a courier or a typewriter.
Sam can have his letter shop, knock that right out.
That's what
They pre-print the yellow.
Yeah.
So how does that work? It's hard.
Pre-print the yellow.
So when they're printing the address, they take the
print
name.
and use the handwriting font to do the whole.
But I was thinking of doing it.
So this is all stat.
What you're going to do is just highlight the name,
I'm going to test it though.
not the whole thing, right?
Do it either way.
Yeah, you pre-print the envelopes with the yellow
But this
one.
part isn't pre-printed.
No.
All right, let me.
That gets
All this
done
is
when the
printed out at the
address
same
gets done.
time.
Right.
And how much is it?
It's about the same as doing the address because they program it in.
John, don't
Another
read
line.
this
Really?
until you are.
Now, who is your?
And you have it just highlighted, huh?
Who is
Yeah.
Read it to the table.
Okay. Gary wrote on an envelope.
Let me see if it'll work better if I do the yellow first.
Read that onto the tape too, so they know.
John, don't read this until you are alone, Gary. And that's on yellow on the envelope. Sam Fishbein, who is here, can get that automated for no more than the cost of addressing an envelope. Can you imagine the added impact that's going to have?
So we're back to teaser copy now, aren't we?
His letter shop can get this done on all the mailings for almost nothing else other than the cost they would charge you for addressing it anyway.
Huh.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more for programming.
Have you done this on a letter?
No, but he can do it. I talked to him about it.
I mean, I wouldn't have to say this.
It's not that complicated.
It's like every envelope has its own Post-it note, personalized Post-it note on the front of it. And, you know, you can do one for dentist and say, for Dr. Smith only, not to be opened by staff. Or, Kit, make sure your staff doesn't read this letter. You know, my favorite opening line of any letter I ever wrote says, Dear Joe, this letter is being sent to you by mistake. Not one person called the bitch or be confused about that.
I was always particularly proud of Martha, where have you been?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
a sneaky copy line. To sum it up, what are your lasting words? The most important thing that we talked about was copy is lifeblood. In your initial box or whatever you call it, the template you were using, makes a lot of sense, and it works very, very well. There's a X factor there that wasn't introduced originally because it's down the road, as Terry has found out. Terry, how long did it take for your letter to get tired? A year?
My ad is getting tired after about 6 months.
6 months. Okay, so it was down the line. It's an X factor. By bringing it up before he got into it, it would have confused him. Now he knows the copy gets tired.
What do you mean by X factor?
X factor means it was an unknown element of any campaign. In other words, whoever gave you all the written material, Dan and Jeff Paul.
Oh. Well, the thing is, you're in a different stage of your development now, that's all. Dan gave you the very best prototype you could work with.
Absolutely.
The safest, most likely, high percentage chance of success, and it worked. But now that that is a success, that doesn't mean that you're married to that. You can keep that and go through another membrane and, you know.
And the next thing you do, is that copy does get tired. In other words, an ad is not a monolithic single event that can be reproduced over and over and over. It's kind of like if you gave the same parade every year for St. Patty's Day, people get a little tired and they wouldn't keep coming. You got to change it up a little bit.
Right.
So you can't look at copy as this monolithic structure that once you've got it down, you wipe your brow and then you're off to the races. It's a changing, living, breathing thing that you need to start developing relationships with copywriters. You need, as reluctant as you are, you've got to start getting into copy yourself, because you can't, unless you bring a copywriter on board and either making part of your business or hire them or start working with freelancers, you're going to have to start sometimes making spot changes at the last minute. You're going to have to understand what is needed about it. It's like if you are totally dependent on your horse and you're going to go live somewhere where the horse is the major mode of transportation, you better learn the care and feeding of the horse, because the horse becomes very, very important to you.
Well, I do
Your
write a
copy
lot
is
of
your
my own
horse.
copy. It just takes me forever.
Well, it's the same with a lot of people. For a job for Rodale, it takes me 6 weeks.
You're talking one package, one 8-page letter, and a couple of inserts?
Yeah.
You're talking 8 weeks of slaving in that computer coming up?
No. The actual slaving is probably 2 weeks. But to gather the information, I call it gelling, and it's what a lot of clients don't understand, because if you were seeing me, sometimes it's just staring at the wall. And what I'm waiting for is not inspiration, but for the various facts and little sales detective works to kind of gel together. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you get this little aha experience, which is, it comes together. For example, I was given one guy, it was a golf product, and essentially what it was a guy who was going to show you how to do this swing that when you hit the ball, it would go farther and straighter. Sam actually bought from the ad. But after talking to the guy, found out where he got his idea for this new swing was he watched a one-legged golfer pop up to the ball. You stand on one leg, and the guy hit it, and he hit it 360 yards straight and true down the fairway. Nobody else paid any attention to this fact that 20 years ago, this guy had seen a one-legged golfer and realized that you can actually lay on one leg, and it was the whole way that he approached the shot. But after that, he never brought up the one-legged golfer again until I interviewed him over and over, and at one point he said, oh yeah, I remember 20 years ago I watched this guy do it, and that's what sparked it in him. So my headline was, one-legged golfer, I forget, I call it the one-legged golfer ad, but it's in the headline. Amazing golfing secret revealed by one-legged golfer, shows you how to hit tee shots like a howitzer cannon, something like that. And that ad has been running for 2 years now, and it's brought in just tons and tons of money. But it was a little tiny tidbit of information that nobody else had saw, and I saw it, and it just came to me. So that was like that little thing that happens.
What you're doing is you are looking for a needle in the haystack, and you don't know if it's even a needle. You don't even know what you're looking for. What he's saying is...
Wait, before you go, because while I'm on the stack, the other thing is sometimes with Rodale, there is no inspiration. They just got a book that really doesn't say a whole lot, and I got to slog it out. It's like digging a ditch. It's like I got to start here, and I got to end there, and I got to go 6 feet down, and it's got to be straight, and it's going to be a lot of dirt, and there ain't no getting around it, and there's no way, and I just got to get down and start digging. Now, I'm very lucky, and Sam, and I get to call Gary. Gary and I get the job back and forth, and Gary will frequently give me ideas, and we'll go back and forth, and he's watching on my show, and I look at his copy, and he looks at mine, and we trade up. So when you start talking with other people, a lot of times they will see things that you don't see, or they'll take a different spin on it. A lot of times it is spin control on just boring, dull products. How do you take something like a footstool and make it exciting or sexy or sell it? But yet that's what you want to do. So you start getting used to it. That's why yesterday I said one of the secrets to writing great copy is just fall absolutely head over heels in love with what you're writing about. And just translate that passion into copy and you're off to the races. Because that stuff shines through. That was the point of when I interrupted you, was that there's like 3 stages. One is that there is something there that will come out. The other is that sometimes it's just journeyman work. Writing that 4th letter to somebody. It's just you got to do it. I mean, I say that in a way that is not derogatory, but you are. You got to love every project that comes your way, and you got to love every part of it. And it's no matter how distasteful it is to you. If that's the job you got to do, that's what you got to do. If you're really tired of it, you should like what you're doing anyways. And the best thing about you guys is that you're going to be writing about something you're doing. And if you don't love what you're doing, you're in the wrong business, first of all. So that's A. So I got to assume that you already love what you're doing. You like dealing with people, you like bringing the money in, you like being your own boss, you like all this stuff. So just gather that energy, that kind of passion, and just focus it. Focus it on what you're writing about. Let that shine through. Let that come through. That will cover a lot of ground that the technical proficiency of your writing, the lack of the technical proficiency, the passion will cover those little holes in your writing style.
Let's talk about, because I want to hear what you have to say about the tail, quickly, about getting rid of the tail.
Getting rid of the tail. Well,
not necessarily getting rid of it, but maybe making it more manageable.
I got into this business, I started working with Jay Abraham a lot, and through Jay's divorce party, I met Gary. And I got to watch Jay deal with the tail firsthand.
And what he means by tail is the servicing after you sell the product.
Okay.
In other words, Jay had this great idea, and it still is a great idea, and that is added value, added perceived value. And it's like throwing in everything but the kitchen sink. If you want to charge $4,000 for a product, just keep piling it on. I'll do this, you get this, you get this. And that's something that these packages have that you had, that Dan Kennedy did, that same kind of style. You said that Jeff Paul was using it.
Jay has a little secret that makes
you just don't call.
Doesn't do it.
However, I saw the agony from that stuff, and I had spent my life trying to reduce stress in my life rather than add stress. One of the reasons I went out. So when I went with Gary, one of the things I liked about Gary when we clicked was that Gary really didn't like much about the tail either. But we did it on our first seminar. We put a big tail on that thing. But I suffered for a year on that thing, and it just drove it home to me that, because the next seminars we gave, we charged the same amount of money, and we had no tail. And it didn't make any difference at all. And so I said, start taking a close look at what you're doing. If you offer them 45 days of consultation over the next year, okay, that's a pretty good thing to offer. You can say copy by it. I'm going to hold your hand. You can call me anytime you want to, blah, blah, blah. Now think about how could you give equal value yet not have that personal contact. I will give you 14 written reports of all the major questions that I've had in the past over those 45-day consultations with past clients. You won't have a question that I can't answer. And if by chance there is some question you have answered, then here's my fax number, and I'll get back to you within 2 days. So then you don't have a phone call, you don't have the guy calling you, you get a fax and the guy has his question written on the fax. Forcing them to sit down and write the question on the fax will eliminate a lot of those questions. All the bullshit questions vanish because they look at it and say, that's stupid, they don't want to do it. So the stuff that comes through the fax is going to be thought out, and at least it's a real question, and then you can think about it, and you can actually write them, or you can pick up the phone if you want, you can answer it. You're going to eliminate a lot of stuff, yet you're still giving them the same value, right?
Right.
So you can write it up in the same way. I'm going to hold your hand with these special reports, rather than with these phone calls. I'm going to do with the special reports. You can charge a lot, you can charge the same amount of money, vast amounts of money, and yet there's no tail.
You can index the book, and it's like having me right at your desk looking over your shoulder.
And unfortunately, I have to get going. And again, it was a pleasure talking with you guys.
Yes, thanks.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks, John.
You know, it would probably be good, this is just my idea. I think it would be real beneficial for me to hear Gary do to Pamela what he did to us yesterday.
Okay.
And then hear, his slant on her stuff. That will also benefit her a lot.
Okay, Pamela, I need your name, address, and telephone number.
All right.
Pamela? What's your middle name?
Gay.
G-A-Y? Y-E-L-L-E-N?
Correct.
Your address?
39 Vista Estrella, which is E-S-T-R-E-L-L-A, South.
Okay.
Laney, L-A-N as in Mary, Y. Prospecting and Marketing Institute.
Okay, and what's that business about?
Marketing, consulting, and training and speaking to specific niche industries, in my case, recreational vehicle dealers and life insurance agents and managers.
And you teach them to do something? Wait a minute, RV dealers and life insurance what?
Agents, and separately managers, life insurance agency managers as well.
And what do you teach them?
Direct response marketing, prospecting techniques, getting more people calling them, getting a steady, consistent, predictable flow of customers, as well as providing some of them. I'm doing more turnkey marketing systems, copywriting, and preparing a whole system for my clients that they can implement on their own.
Okay. Let's start with how you get a new client. Do you run ads, mail letters, or whatever? How does a client first become aware of you?
Most of them will, well, of course I do a fair amount of speaking too, so they may become aware of me when I'm speaking to one of their associations or professional meetings or whatever it is. But most of the people that we've gotten coming into our funnel in the last 2.5 years have come through ads.
Just like me and Terry.
In trade magazines?
In trade magazines.
Same shtick. Lead generation, free report.
Yeah.
Sell a kit.
Following that model.
You run full page ads?
Primarily 2/3 page ads. Usually start testing them smaller and then blow them up to 2/3 page ad. I haven't run very many full page ads.
Okay. Typically, what would it cost you to run an ad?
About $1,600, $1,500-$1,600.
How can those people respond?
Primarily through the lead capture 800 number. They call into the 800 number, listen to the recorded message, leave their name and address. Now we've got their information, but on the teleconference that we did last week or the week before, the other lead generation that we had been experimenting with was postcard lead generators and ad lead generators that were offering a free subscription to the newsletter with $7 to cover postage and handling.
Okay, well, let's just stay with it. We'll get back to that one. Now, they call an 800 number, they listen to a message and leave their name and address. Who does that for you?
Concord, probably the
Concord.
same
Yeah,
people.
same people we use.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the capture rate?
Differs in the markets, but my best capture rate in one of my markets is about 90-some%. My lowest capture rate is around 50%.
Okay. When you run a $1,600 ad, typically, how many prospects would you expect to get?
Depends on the market. The RV market is much smaller. The ad prices are about the same as in the life insurance industry, where I might have readership of anywhere from 50 to 200,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be quite different. But
What I'm really getting at is how much a lead costs you.
My RV market, my leads have skyrocketed. I've only been in the RV market for 6 or 7 months.
What did the ad do when it started?
When it started, it was pulling, actually, it wasn't even a 2/3 page. I was still testing the smaller sizes. It was pulling for about $1,200, $1,000 to $1,200, pulling about 40 leads. Each ad would pull about 40 leads.
What's that, $30 a lead?
Yeah, I think it was running about $30 when I first started.
What's it run now?
It's over 50.
Okay, and once you've got their name and address, what happens next?
We send them the 3-letter sequence, converting, just to go back and answer your question again, in my life insurance market, I'm for like a $1,600 ad, I've gotten as many as 900 calls off of that.
What's the typical lead cost then?
Most recently, $25 a lead. 20 to $25.
Okay. They get a 3-letter sequence too, right? On the RV, how many people buy as a result of the 3-letter sequence?
The RV, it was about 7 to 8%.
Okay. And what about the life insurance leads?
Well, we stopped doing the special report lead generation for that because it had stopped pulling as well, and so we decided to test this.
But what did it do?
What did it do?
Yeah.
Depending on the price that we were selling the program at, it was converting as high as 18.75% and as low as 6%.
Okay. On this RV market, what was the price of what you were selling?
We only have one option on the RV market currently, and that's $697.
Okay. And your fulfillment cost is probably around $60?
Mm-hmm.
And the life insurance sales?
We have a program at $287 and then one at $477.
And what's your average sale, would you think?
$360.
$360. So what would you most like to learn here?
Well, I feel like I would have probably come here anyway, just to hear what you all had to say. So I need to find other ways to get customers into my lead.
And how does your speaking go? How does that work?
Well, I used to do 100-some dates a year to the insurance industry.
And that's fun.
Yeah, and I'm real tired. I got real tired of that. I didn't want to do it anymore. And right now, the only speaking dates I seek are where it's an association's really a good opportunity, or I'm marketing my services to some of the associations as fundraisers. So that when they bring me in to speak, instead of it being an expense to them, they're actually going to make money on the deal, and I'll make more money.
But how did that work for you as far as getting customers for your material?
Oh, that works great. I mean, because if I can get in front of, typically if they bring me in to speak to, say, a life insurance association, there's going to be 200-300 people there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sell an average of about 25 to 30% of the audience. And of course, you know, there's follow-up that could be done with the other people, although I have not found that type of follow-up to be particularly profitable in the past. Those who don't buy at the seminar, I've done some marketing in the past to those people and have not been successful in converting them.
But if you have 200 people at seminar, maybe 60 will buy.
Is it that 200 buying units? I don't know if that's 200 buying units because of sometimes couples. See, that's the way that I always look at a seminar. You have 100 people in the room. How many of those are actually buying units if they're there at the partner? So in a room of 200, you probably have 170 buying units.
In the insurance industry, yeah, in the RV industry, it'd probably be less than that, but yeah.
And how many sales at what price?
I probably am selling too low back of the room. I'm selling it for $197, and I've tested some two options, $197 plus, but have not really figured out a way to.
But like if you're selling at $197, how many would buy?
25 to 30%.
Of the 200. So you're talking about 50 to 60 people, say 50 sales at $200.
Now, did they buy your program because of what you talked about?
So that's $10,000 in sales that you can expect to generate from a room of 200 people, right?
Plus whatever back end we might be able to get out of them after that.
These trade magazines that you advertise in, how many people are you reaching there?
Oh, in the case of the insurance industry, it could be anywhere from 50, potentially, I'm assuming that's how many people get the publication, say 50,000, 40 or 50,000 up to 120 to 40,000, but with the RV industry, it might just be a few thousand, or tops 7,000.
How did you happen to pick the RV industry?
When I went to Dan's marketing boot camps, I went with the idea that I knew for some time that I had to develop a new market. The insurance market has been in the skids for a couple of years now, and less profitable and harder to work, and it's shrinking. The industry is shrinking about 25% in the last 2 years. So I knew I had to find another one, and I put it off already for a couple of years because I was just kind of fat and happy in that industry. And I trying to think of some natural markets or some connection I would have with the market, and I had just an intuition of the RV industry since I used to be the national sales manager for a regional publication where I got to know the dealers, the manufacturers, and that sort of thing.
Have you ever mailed a direct mail letter to these people?
I did not test it.
For one thing, it doesn't cost very much to find out.
No, you're right. I mean, I'm the first to say I'm good at taking orders, and there are times when I will fight, you know, say, hey, I really want to try this, I got to do this, and I will do that sometimes, but I haven't done it yet with that. But that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I know that there've got to be other ways, and I'm willing to test them.
Let me ask you a question on the insurance. You said there's about 100 seminars a year for the insurance
I used to do that. I don't do that anymore.
They still have the seminars? Or?
Oh, I mean, you can go into every little agency, but you're only talking to that's what I used to do, agency seminars where you're talking anywhere from 30 to 100 people at a time.
At seminars?
Yeah.
Okay. But you go to their site, is that it?
Yeah, you go to their site. But now what I'm trying to do is more and more boot camps where I fly them into Santa Fe, and I can stay home and sleep in my own bed.
Yeah, it's just the whole getting sick of the road warrior thing. You know, I mean, I can make a killing doing seminars. I'm not kidding you. I could do the type of seminars where I pull in 20 to 30,000 net every weekend, and I wouldn't run out of them.
Right.
I just hate them. The travel sucks. It's in moderation. I mean, it's like drinking. You know, I mean, after so much of it, you just want to puke, and that's what it is with
I think, but you know what I think happens when you start giving seminars is at first you really get off on the adulation.
No kidding.
and holding court and
Such
the
an ego.
people all around you. And after a while, you realize these aren't teenage rock star groupies that are, these are fat middle-aged men just like you, who want to suck your brain dry. And
yeah, it's kind of thrilling to have someone ask for your autograph in the beginning, but after a while you're like,
Yeah.
you have no idea.
I have people knock on my door. I mean, I've done big. I remember Ruff had this seminar, and it was a big monster seminar in Orlando, and I walked in, and I was in the, where the brochures are and everything, and I was talking to the woman there. Some guy there, and he says, "Are you Gary Halbert?" I said, "Yeah." "You sound just like yourself, and then pretty soon someone got out, and I was going to the bathroom, taking a leak, and there's a guy standing beside, "Let me ask you a question." Guys knocking on my door, and I really didn't like that at all. I cannot imagine being Jay Leno or somebody. It just takes your life away.
Yeah.
If you were really famous.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was backing out of my driveway the other day and I couldn't get out. Some guy was pulled up in front of my driveway at my house. I've got to go to a doctor appointment. And this he's sitting there and I'm saying, "Can I help you?" And he's saying, "Yeah, are you Terry Huenefeld?" And I said, "Yeah." "Well, I just came up to Grand Rapids to get your course." And he wanted to talk to me. I said, "Sure, I gotta go."
That happened too.
Yeah, I've had people show up, but anyway, I don't want to take you off track. But she, basically she's not speaking anymore because she just got sick of it. You get jaded after a while.
Yeah, and I don't sleep at all when I travel. Not at all. I don't sleep because of the time zones and the strange beds, so I will, literally stay awake the whole night, 3 or 4 nights in a row. So anyway, I'm working to do more boot camps.
That kind of sucks.
It really does. In Santa Fe.
4 nights you haven't slept at all.
With 2
You're doing
hours
this
sleep
speech in front of
every day.
Hi everybody, get motivated today.
They never would have known. I can do it. I can get up there, but it's just hard. It's killer.
Right.
Do you want to stay in this market?
I want to get what I can out of it. I'm still making some money in it. I've got a couple other things that we had a reasonably profitable boot camp. I finally did my first boot camp for the insurance industry. Reasonably profitable.
How did you get the people there?
I direct mailed my customer base.
How many customers you got?
I had at that time about 1,000 subscribers /
Pecking
customers.
away on a laptop behind me. Do I hear the pecking sound?
You hear it pecking.
Gary's addicted to his computer, his keyboard.
You know what that always means is people aren't paying attention to you during the moment. They miss 80% of it. That's okay.
You just think that.
No, I don't. Go ahead. You know what? I've learned to hate that sound. I think it enrages me the first time is when they put it in airports, because I go stand there, and I think if you want to buy a ticket on an airplane, you pull out some money, give it to them, they rip off a ticket like the movies, and you go on. But no, when I stand there, say, "Hi, may I help you?" "Yeah, I'm Gary Halbert. I want to fly to Las Vegas." The guy doesn't say another word, and he goes, and he just looks and taps and looks and taps. I had a guy do that in Miami, literally for 20 minutes before I said, "Hey," and it's just what they just look and tap. And there was a funny, Rocco predicted the end of the world was going to happen this way. This really happened. He was at a fast food place, and he was at the drive-thru, and all these people enraged were attacking. They're running to attack the girl at the service window, and they'd all ordered hamburgers. But of course, all the people that work there are illiterate. They don't know numbers and alphabet, so they have pictures on the keys. And she pushed the picture for a cookie because she thought it was a hamburger. And all these people were driving away with their little bag, with a cookie in it instead of a hamburger. When they found out, they became enraged. And that all has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do. How many people do you have on your master list?
When you say master list, you mean my
prospects, customers, inquiries?
7,000, 8,000.
Okay.
Some of them are agents, some of them are managers. We market to them differently.
Mm-hmm. And how many letters have you mailed to them?
I used to mail quite regularly. I took that tack for a couple years, just regular mailings to get people calling me for speaking engagements and to market our recruiting program to them, that sort of thing. And that worked well for a while.
But you just mailed to get them to come to a boot camp?
Did that. We sold tape programs. We sold video training systems.
How recently was that?
Anywhere from currently to, or the last 3 months to 3-4 years, last 3-4 years.
And that works?
It did work. It doesn't anymore.
How many times do you think you've mailed this list?
Well, our agent prospect list, some of them we mail 10 times a year.
Okay.
The managers list, we were mailing at peak, I would say we were mailing them 6 times a year, which is not enough.
What's the best part of your list, the one that has the potential for making?
Right now, it's the agent list, not the manager's list.
How many names on the agent list?
Probably 5,000. Some of them are getting kind of a little old, but 5,000.
And what do you sell them? The tape kit and the info
Take kit and the newsletter
how much is that?
subscription, either $287 or $477.
How many people out of 10 buy 287 and how many people buy 477?
It used to be that 70% of them bought the 477 one, but more recently I think it's more like about 50-50. I have not done the numbers in the last 6 months on that particular one.
And when you mail that list, like in your memory, if you would mail 5,000 of those people, what do you think you'd get from that?
If I mail the whole 5,000, well, some of them would go back, 3 years.
But what do you think you'd
What
get?
I think I'd get 2 or 3%, depends on what I was offering them, but I would say 2 or 3%.
So if you got 2% from that, you're talking about 100 orders?
Yes. Is that right?
Yeah. And if you were selling it for, say, $350 was your average?
$35,000.
It's $35,000. How many sales do you think you'd make if you mailed a letter to all those people and then you personally called them?
Well, this is what I'm wrestling with. See, I used to do a lot of telephone marketing, and I was very good at it. I didn't even mind it. I could spend hours on the phone, and I did spend hours on the phone. In the beginning, I did all my own marketing for my seminars and whatever. I mean, I sold it all myself. But to me, that's kind of like speaking, and after a while, you just kind of get tired of spending your... Well, it seems like if you're spending your time
Well,
calling...
hold a second.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just wanting a quick answer rather than expound it. How many do you think you'd sell?
I'd have to say that I don't know that I could sell a significantly greater percentage than I could through sending them a letter.
You telling me that if you sent a letter to 5,000 people and made 100 sales, and if you telephoned 5,000 people, you wouldn't make more?
After you sent them the letter.
After you send them the letter?
Yeah, we're not talking cold telemarketing.
Oh,
We're talking
okay,
send a letter and
okay,
then follow up with a phone
okay.
call.
All right. I would be surprised if you couldn't increase it, yeah.
But
I
about
don't
how
know
much?
I don't know how much it had.
The rule of thumb is that you'll increase it by a factor of 5, times 5.
That sounds great.
Do you have one of your letters?
Yeah, I have some of them.
Let me see some of them.
Okay.
What she needs to do is obviously the same thing I told you guys to do yesterday. And what Terry wanted me to do is start looking at the letters and making comments on them, and I may as well do that with hers. Does that sound pretty good?
Let me show you something. Do you
No,
want? You just
this-
want to see sales letters and
No,
not ad?
and I want to ask you also,
Uh-huh.
is there anything else that I didn't ask that you think would have been helpful if I did?
Well, I have some specific questions that I want to ask, but...
Go ahead, shoot them to me.
Well, okay.
That's not a jerky. You have to be a jerky voice. Like,
Shoot, let me have it.
I picked up on.
Come on.
I picked up on the conversation, but I deliberately didn't laugh because he said, "I'm proud of you." It's just very proud of you. Very proud of you. But you have to be a fan to get that stuff. All right, shoot.
Well,
Wrap you in the head with it.
I got to tell you, one of the great things that had appealed to me about Dan's whole approach of getting them to inquire and then sending them stuff until they buy or they die, or just make it unprofitable for you to keep sending them stuff, was very appealing to me because I realized that, I was getting tired of making the calls myself and spending so much time making the calls that I didn't have enough time to do the other stuff that really could develop the back end, write the newsletters, write the programs, etc. And the other thing is that I have been notoriously unsuccessful in hiring people to do it successfully for me. So I look at, when you talk about it, sounds great, but I must be doing something really wrong because I've not been able to make it work in the past. I've hired people to do this, and when I was able to sell on the phone, these people weren't. It didn't seem to matter how much training I did or how much time I spent with them or how much coaching.
Pamela, I know that if I'd let you ramble long enough, that buried in there someplace is a question. Now,
okay, here's the question. What I'm looking for is some things you can do that are not so labor intensive, so much grunt work. I'm really tired of the grunt work, okay? And I want a magic pill. Maybe it doesn't exist. But I want to know if there's ways to do it that are not so painful.
But so you understand, just to give you some insight, another partial problem with her to kind of see where you're going to go with this in that process is that's exactly what she teaches the insurance people. Her message to them is you do not have to pick up the phone and do cold call grunt work. We can eliminate all of that And therefore, for her, not only has she done it in the past and is sick of it, but it's also something that she teaches her clients. So she already has this attachment of that's like the method to do. So she already has a mindset cemented into her head of this is not the way to sell, because this is what I tell people not to do. And this is also her mentor, Dan, who's also works with me. That's what he always preaches. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do it. So you got to break that mode, because we do it, and it obviously it works, because I've even tested it. But
what you're asking is a very general question: is how to make a lot of money with very little work, right?
Yeah.
Wait, let's try for a more specific question. That's kind of, if I.
It's too bad he covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Pete Kaczynski's question yesterday. How do you write good copy?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got other questions, but I'm going to...
Go for them. No, go for them.
Okay. All right.
So before you do, let me say one thing. You said when you give seminars, you sell 25% of the people that are at the seminar.
25 to 30%.
All right. Now, let's say you didn't go to those seminars, but you had a list of all the people that attended the seminars. How many of those people do you think you could sell your program to?
Since I don't know about people who, haven't responded to me, haven't inquired or whatever, well, at the very least, I would sell 6% of them.
Yeah. That attended
So that's
the
of the
seminar.
total universe, okay. Well,
No, they went to the seminars. Let's say there was a seminar for insurance agents and you didn't go to it, but you
Right.
had all their names. And they all went to the seminar for a reason. They wanted to learn something or advance themselves or improve their lot in life.
I have
If you had their names, how many of them could you sell?
I don't know, because I've not tried that.
Okay, out of the 25% you sell at a seminar, how many are sold because they come and ask you questions or want more information?
They're just sold because I sell them before they get a chance to come up and talk to me at the first
She
break.
closes at the end of the deal, right?
I close at the first break. I close after 1 hour.
But you pass out order forms and everything, right?
Yeah, no, I give the pitch. I got a great pitch.
Okay, and does that include an order form to everyone in the audience while you're pitching live? I mean, you have someone pass out, okay.
I actually
Yeah,
have
do you
to
have that pitch on audio tape, right?
Yeah, but I don't
Okay.
have it with me.
So let's say you could get the list of all the people that attended that seminar, sent them an audio tape with an offer to buy the package. How many could you sell?
Well, if it included the first hour of the talk, it would
Right.
probably have a very similar effect. It's a great idea.
Well, you know what, Pamela? Just so we can, I have a follow-up letter that I use to everyone at the end of my seminars to pitch a course that works.
You do.
I can't imagine it
Or you could
not
sign up
having
for
a
the
decent
seminar as
result with
an
yours
attendee.
too. Cover letter, I'll
Because they
give you the
a
whole
list of everybody,
process.
so it's
Similar
kind
to Dan's
and that's your
follow-up
mailing list. It
people.
costs a little.
I've never seen
No,
his.
okay.
I don't know.
Don't mind.
But I mean, after I do a seminar and I close, of course, the best people you're going to sell are at your best 2 hours of speaking,
But you
because
got
that's,
prospects
if they don't buy there, you got to think,
Yeah,
what's
that's
wrong with them? But I follow up with everyone and it kind of covers, well, there's 3 reasons
Do you know
why.
your percentage, your conversion?
Oh, we probably pick up, if we mail to 100, we probably pick up another 10 sales.
So 10%.
Yeah.
But nationwide, how many insurance seminars are there total?
Well,
300, 400 seminars?
I don't know if there's that many. I mean, there's not that many that I might be able to get into.
But you could get a list of who attended those seminars, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm talking about, you don't necessarily have to attend the seminars to
Right,
get the
right.
prospects that are in heat for your product.
Sure.
And you don't have to travel and you don't have to do all
Right.
this other stuff.
And I like the
Yeah.
idea of a tape that includes because my first 45 minutes is just a really keynote-oriented.
How much is your boot camp cost?
The one we did for the insurance agents was about $800. The one we did for the agency managers was $1,300 to $1,500.
Okay. Why don't you ask your next questions?
Okay. I need a step-down offer to both of my markets, and I was looking for some ideas on what would be a good
Go ahead to your
step-down.
next question.
Okay. That whole thing you discussed on the teleconference when you talked about, let's say you have the book that you offer and normally you'd sell for $19.95 plus $3 postage and handling, give it free, charge $3 whether you even process it or not. It made a lot of sense. How do you adapt some of those ideas to those, you probably covered this yesterday, those of us who do not have a book or using the special report or whatever to do it?
Go to your next question.
Okay, all right. I wanted to get more specific on your wording of the double your money back guarantee and what you say in your cover letter to the person when you send that out.
What you do is that this system is so foolproof. That's why I'm offering an amazing double your money back guarantee to anybody who purchases the system and gives it an honest try.
Okay, but you mentioned a pitch about what you say in the letter, when you send the letter with the program itself, about how use these ideas, show me an example, show me an ad that you use.
So let's go to the next question.
Okay, all right.
Because what I want to do, Pamela, I want to hear your questions, and then I want to answer the questions
Okay.
that you need to have answered.
Okay, that's fine too. I may not be.
Because really a step-down offer, it wasn't going to do someone a lot of good who hasn't had an order in 3 months. How do you step down from that,
Well,
to pay them money?
No, I guess I was told that was one of the solutions is you need a step-down offer, at least get them in, and then bump them up.
Okay, let's just go with the questions. and then-
Okay. I wondered if on this trial subscription, which is working fairly well, the $7 trial subscription, which I want to start doing to the RV market.
That's for a newsletter?
Yeah.
Okay.
When then we mail them with the newsletter, they get the pitch for the program, and we've had a very high conversion ratio on that deal.
What's the high?
Well, higher than we do from the special reports. We get a 9 to 10%.
Is that a direct mail offer or an ad offer in the beginning?
Since our conversation, I'm going to be cold mailing these things, but
it is an ad offer.
it's both. We've done it as an ad, which I can show you.
Okay.
And we've done it as a postcard to people who have inquired but not bought after they've gotten their 3-letter sequence. And also, we swap mailing lists with other people who sell prospecting programs, their inquiry lists. We mail to their inquiry list as well, and that's where we get a 9 to 10% conversion on that.
Okay. So go ahead with it.
Okay, so I wondered, is there any problem with the $7 versus the $3 on a trial subscription?
I would think there is. Yeah, I think that it should be free, with $3 being the shipping and handling. I've done a lot of experimenting, that seems to be a good price. But you can always test that,
Right.
things change.
Yeah, okay. I've already changed the post. I've taken your advice about giving them a call, either call or test the different options, call or write. So we changed all of that, and we're going to start testing that next week.
Okay.
I want some ideas for some specific upcoming boot camp things that we're doing, one for myself and one for an agency manager, and I'm just trying to get some ideas on better marketing the boot camps. I got a lot of ideas out of that teleconference. I thought the idea of using a teleconference to market a boot camp was a great idea, but I want to see if I could come up with some others.
Okay, what else?
I want to know how you mentioned if you reach the point of diminishing returns that you should try becoming your competitor. And so I wanted to get some thoughts from you on that, and whether
That's great. Knock yourself off.
Knock yourself off. How much are you really changing? Are you actually changing the entire program, redoing it in a different person's voice? How much do you change?
Well, I'll give you an example of how that's done. There has been a diet, which is, its current incarnation is the Atkins diet, which is ketogenic. It throws you into ketosis. It's basically zero or very low carbohydrate diet. Before that, there was the Stillman diet, and there's all kinds of variations. And it started like at the turn of the century. But it's a different doctor, a different book, a different message. And the thing is, if someone buys a diet book or a diet pill from you, most of the people are not going to lose the weight they want. Not because what you're selling is faulty. It is rather because they eat too much and exercise too little, and that's it. So it's kind of hard for you to write back to them from the same company, and say, hi, it's Pamela again. Since my first promise miracle didn't change your life, here's my miracle number 2.
Right.
But what happens is that Helen from Montana can mail a package and talk about having it. And it's essentially the same appeal, but it's coming from a different person, different company, different geographic location.
And how much of the program itself is the same?
It can be the same and look different, etc. I mean, it can be very much the same.
The reason I'm asking you that is that my partner thinks that after a point, just being a woman dealing with the mostly male markets, there are those people who won't buy from a woman no matter what. And that if we did it as a male voice instead, that maybe we would be able to convert people. We haven't with me as the persona.
No.
And so we're wondering if we're going to test something like that, how much we would have to change. And
what's the next question?
Next question. The rest of my questions is I just want to pick up as much ideas as I can. I'm sure I'll have other questions as we go along, but I just wanted to get as many ideas about getting more customers into my market.
Okay, but you don't need a whole lot of ideas. I mean, what you need is 2 different kinds of ideas. Right now, you need some emergency life-saving ideas. Like, the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is though you were wounded in combat and I'm running the MASH hospital, you come in and I got to stop the bleeding and make sure that you don't die. All right, now here's exactly how you do that. You take the 5,000 list that you have, the best portion of that list, and that is your agent list, right?
Yes.
Okay. Write a sales letter, and part of this is boilerplate copy that I have memorized, so I'm going to give it to you quickly. It'll be on the tape, and then you're going to have to fill in the yada yadas. Now, each one of these letters will be computer generated so that they look personalized, as though they were individually typed. And it'll be something like this. June 11th, 1977, John Q. Everett, 123 Elm Street, Massillon, Ohio, 44646. Dear Mr. Everett, as you can see, I've attached a nice crisp $1 bill to the top of this letter. Why have I done this? Actually, there are two reasons. Number one, I have something very important to tell you, and I wanted some way to make sure this letter would catch your attention. Number two, since what I have to tell you concerns how you can double the amount of money you make on commissions or whatever it is, I thought using a dollar bill as a financial eye catcher was especially appropriate. Here's what it's all about. My name is Pamela Yellen, and I have recently developed a lead-generating, profit-making system that is so incredible.
This program continues with Tape 5.
Now, what you want to do is you want to take 100 of those letters. Now, listen real carefully, because what I'm about to tell you is crucial. You do this with 100 letters, and you send those letters by priority mail, all right? So that they're going to arrive within 3 days. That's guaranteed. And you send it priority mail, and then you call them. When you call, you make it a person-to-person call to John Q. Everett from Pamela, and then you talk to those guys and see how many sales that you can close. Now, what you're going to find out is some of them are not interested, some of you can't get through, some of them are going to really like it, etc., etc. But as you get feedback, now when you write the next 100 letters, you're going to change it. But you're not going to change it through guesswork or intuition or gut feeling. You're going to change it because of real, honest-to-God field feedback, right? Then you do it with another 100 letters, and then you do it with another 100. And somewhere about that time, you're going to have probably about the best letter that you can write without getting some world-class copywriter to come in and do it. Then you go through the numbers. Now, it may not be that you want to continue mailing priority mail. Maybe you want to mail this package regular first-class mail. But whenever I'm in doubt, when I first worked with Sam and Leslie Fishbein, they had a real big problem. They've got 5 furniture stores here in Denver. They're about to open 2 more, but I started working in '88, and they were in sort of a crisis situation. And I almost always tell people in a crisis situation, if you haven't done it, mail a dollar bill letter to your existing list and then follow it up with a telephone call. Now, I don't want to hear any of this shit about how you don't like making calls. Make the calls and record the calls. And as you record the calls, wait till you capture yourself at concert pitch on a few of them. Then you use that as a training program for anybody else that's going to work for you. You know, you have Mary come in, you say, Mary, listen to these tapes. She'll hear you actually selling this at your best, overcoming the 10 most common objectives. That's how you get somebody to do it, okay? But the first thing that you need to do is you need to send all those people a dollar bill promotion, and believe me, it'll reactivate enough of them.
In an amount that you can follow up with it 100 a time, or do you just send all 5,000?
No, you do not send all 500.
You want to keep refining.
You want to do the 100. You want to do the 100. You want to do them priority mail. You're trying to make sales, but you're also trying to buy information here.
Why they're not buying and what.
Yeah, exactly. And then the next 100 letters you change and you make it better, and then the next 100 letters get better and better and better. Okay, and then when you finally have it good enough that you think you can put it on automatic pilot, you may think about having Mary and then Jane come in and do that. All right, but that's an emergency bailout. Now, to tell you the truth, after the first 200 calls, you can probably get enough money to bail yourself out of any financial problem you have simply by mailing a letter with a stamp, with a personalized letter and a dollar bill, and not following up with a phone call, should you so choose. The rule of thumb, though, if you follow up with a telephone call, is that your sales will increase by a factor of 5.
So you're talking about a 30% closing ratio?
You have that already?
No, I'm just what you.
Yes, if you're getting 6, you're going to jump it to 5. You know, because you got the biofeedback. You're talking to somebody. I mean, one of the things that you said, which was just factually inaccurate, is when Sam asked you how many would close if you're talking to them. It would be a lot higher. Okay, that's your bailout. Now let me tell you what you might consider doing. I always give a seminar or give a talk. That talk should be the same one where you flip 30% of the audience to buying your product and capture that on videotape. All right? Now you go back to the trade magazines and you run an ad, and your ad will say something like, Santa Fe woman dazzles insurance agents at Denver seminar. And then you have like the superscript quotes, or pull quotes. If her inside secrets don't double your commissions, you've got to be brain dead. And then you start telling the story. It starts out Denver, Colorado. Last week on Thursday the 19th, the seminar for people insane enough to sell insurance for a living was held at such and such a hotel. The main speaker was so-and-so and so-and-so, but there was a diminutive redheaded woman from somewhere in the wilds of New Mexico stole the show. And what she did is she revealed secret after secret that everybody in that room could use to double or triple their commissions. By the time she was finished, there was almost a stampede of these people to answer her questions and you do that a full-page ad or maybe a 2 full-page ad, and you just go on and on and on about this. And then you say, a free video of her speech is available for anybody. A free video is available, all right? You have those people call, and then when they do call, you tell them the video is free, but they have to return it, and you get a $20 deposit from that.
Should that be in the ad, Gary? The mention of the $20 deposit?
No.
Okay.
You want them to call, and then you should do this yourself, personally, Pamela, at first. You got to work it out. Then you talk to them and say, look, I'm getting so many requests for these videos, and I'm sending them free, but people got to return them. I just can't keep affording it, so I'm just asking for a $20 deposit. You get it back. By the way, 70% of the people, at least, will never ask for the deposit, whether it's video or not. Okay, now you've got these people who have paid you to watch you pitch them. Okay, now then you send this out. What you do is you send some kind of Federal Express, or you even make a phone call or something, a telegram or something. No, send a FedEx. You haven't used a dollar bill on them. So send them a FedEx package with the video and then a dollar bill, and go through the same thing that I taught you where, I'm using this to get your attention, yada, yada, yada. This video, you can do anything you want with the dollar bills, buy a beer, give it to charity. What I hope you do is frame it, because 2 years from now when someone comes in and sees that framed dollar bill on your wall and says what that's about, that's the first dollar I ever got because of my association with Pamela Yellen. Since then, I have gotten more than 1 million more. And if you're willing to work as hard as I have, we can make this happen. Please watch the video right away. Then the people watch the video. And then you call up. Many of those people will order, but those who do not, you call up and ask them if they watch the video and talk to them. So the first part's your bailout, what to do immediately. The second part is a good long-term funnel marketing technique. There's a guy named Don Alm. I'll tell you how he does that. Don was down and out, divorced, broke, back against the wall. And all he had was about 4 or 5 copies of Gary Halbert newsletters. And he read them, and he did what I suggested, only he really refined it. He runs an ad in one of the BizOp magazines. It's just a little ad. You call a POTS number, not an 800 number. You got to pay for the call. And when you call, there's a recording there. Get your name and address. Then he sends out a 4-page letter. The letter pitches you on the video, which you pay $20 for. Then you send him the $20. He sends you the video, and the video pitches you. And you cannot get Don Alm on the phone. And he makes a fortune, and he works 2 or 3 hours a day. See, the thing is, here's what you got to know. Advertising should be, and marketing must be, salesmanship multiplied. You're a great sales lady. You stand in front of a group, you got them. Okay? So the thing is, how do you multiply that? Well, the best way, I would think in your case, is to capture you doing that. And then engineer it so all these people watch
You're
that.
totally right.
That's it.
In the meantime, before I get this on a video, can I use an audio? How would I use an audio?
You could. What I'm describing is what I think is the most effective way to do it. But let me tell you something else too, that your question, because there's a hidden thing in there's questions within questions, and I've learned that. And incidentally, I know I come off very rude and crude, and that's because I am, but it's because it's also, I've done these things so many times, I know what's going to be beneath the answer. One of the things you need to do do is do something like I've said to you right away. Do it even if you do it wrong. If it's going to take you a while to get the video, yes, do the audio, but shoot for doing it the ultimate way that I just showed you. And what you want to do, marketing is a matter of impact. It's like people are exposed to about 2,000 advertising messages a day, but we're really not. We're unconscious about them. You know, they just float right by us. You couldn't exist. One of the main things that separate yourself, you got to remember this, Joe, is theater. Theater and drama. Theater and drama. I'm about to do something. I did this before with Ernest and Tova Borgnine, and right now the Estefans have been following my writings, and they're talking to me about doing a book and about shooting an album cover. And I don't know if you know even who they are, Gloria Estefan, but she's one of the probably 100 most well-known people in the world because she's a very famous Latino singer. Well, here's what I did for the Borgnines, how I got the relationship started. I wrote a full-page newspaper ad. New book by Tova Borgnine hits #1 bestseller list. I had it typeset just like it was a real newspaper ad, had it framed with a gold frame, had it wrapped in silver foil to bow, and had it couriered to her office. And she opened it up and called me 20 minutes later. I made millions of dollars from that association. While here in Denver, I'm going to do that for a Gloria Estefan book, for the New York Times, and have it delivered right there. That's theater. Theater and drama. You got to stand out from these people. The idea is not to make it cheaper all the time. I'm talking about your marketing. You don't want to overpay for your marketing, but you want to make your marketing more impactful. Wham, wham, wham. You want to hit it. There's another thing that you can do after you do all this, just improving the response to your offers. I'll tell you something that you can do. And it'll take your breath away, but you need to test it. And the main thing that you need to remember is what this is all about. It's about arithmetic. We're all in the arithmetic business. Tell the people that you're so confident in this system, et cetera, that you will not process their credit cards or cash their checks for 60 days after it comes in, after they've had the product. All right? Now, will you get more refunds? Yes, you will. Will you get more sales? Yes, you will. Is it a good thing for you to do? I don't know. The numbers will tell us, and the answer is almost certainly going to be yes. Sam is working on 7 furniture stores now here in Denver, and you can ask him. You give a guy lower prices, better styles, etc., only they got to pay up front for it, and he can sell on credit with no money down. He'll cream them, right? That's it. If somebody wants what you're selling and you take the fear out of it, you'll make the sale. And a lot of people are afraid to do that. Mel Powers wrote a book, How to Make $1 Million in Mail Order, except he didn't know how. Hired me to write the copy for him. And he wouldn't run my copy. And eventually, after redoing it 5 times, he wanted his money back, and I told him to go to hell. The reason he wouldn't run it is because I told him to test the post-dated check concept. Well, here's where he wouldn't do it. I'm in his office, he pulls up, so I won't do that. Look, that's what he says, look at this, you know.
I'll tell you something interesting though, on the an option for paying cash at a discount, 40% will take the cash discount off. You've never tried that in yours?
No, I've never.
But the majority would rather pay cash rather than take deferred. Yeah, give me a discount and I'll pay you right now.
And as we talked yesterday, you can sell those receivables. You can get your money immediately from a factor.
Up front.
Okay. Is there any magic to testing 30 days versus 60 or 90 days on the we will not process until?
I just think that the longer it is, the fewer refunds you get. The rule of thumb is the longer the guarantee,
the better.
The better.
No, she means on the processing, right? 30 days you don't pay or 60 days you don't pay. Which one's better? What I want to find out from you is what specific steps would you take during that waiting period as to when you're going to charge the card or cash the check? What should you do?
You should bond with them.
Okay, now that's what I mean. What specific things?
Write them letters, offer different things to be helped. It's harder to stiff a friend than it is an unknown entity.
So bonding with them would require, over a 6-day period might require how many contacts to really do it right?
I don't know exactly how long. Just the 30 days will probably triple your sales. You know, I'll tell you what. I was working with Guthrie Ray. They do all these TV promotions, and they did a Victoria Principal one, and they couldn't make it pay a profit. And you know what? When they said, we won't process your credit card for 30 days, tripled sales. That's why the show was able to run.
Well, something else that's interesting too, when we sell mattresses, we used to give a 30-day money-back guarantee. We call it a sleep guarantee. And our returns were killing us. We bumped it up to 90 days and it almost eliminated it.
I've tested even the 1-year guarantee, and I've done that.
And double your money back if you give it an honest chance and it doesn't work, reduces it even further.
That's what I want to hear, what they have to send you on the double your money back guarantee. They have
How that came to be invented is that Chase Rebel, who founded Entrepreneur Magazine, was also selling these expensive reports. They were expensive back then, $67, $97 or whatever. And the first half of the report, which was in a 3-ring binder, was generic. How to get a business license, how to get your business cards printed, your letterheads, and so on and so forth. The second part was specific to what he was selling, how to be a balloon vendor or whatever the heck it was. And he was getting creamed by refunds. He said, they hired me to solve it. And so what I did to solve it is I made it a double your money back guarantee. This program is so good if you give us an honest chance to work, that if it doesn't, we'll give you double your money back. And then when we sent the product, we reminded them that, and we guarantee that this will work in 60 days, and we're so strongly about it that if it doesn't, of course, like we said in our initial presentation, we'll give you double your money back. As we said, all we want you to give us is an honest try. So if you try it and for some reason you're the first person in history it doesn't work for, just send us a photocopy of your business license and a letter written on your business stationery telling us that your balloon vending business didn't work. Well, the reason it didn't work for them is none of them did anything. Right. In your case, it might be something like, show me the postcard, send me some Nixies or whatever.
Like an ad that they redid based on what I'm teaching them.
Yeah.
Why did you have them send you a copy of the business card? That almost sounds like you're trying to make them go through some hoops or something.
Well, because that's not too much to ask. If I'm going to give you a foolproof business plan, and if you don't get a business license, which you're required to do, that's really not giving it a fair try, is it?
All right.
You're almost saying if you're not even going to try it, why even bother ordering it to begin with? Because you get a lot of people order it just to look at it and then send it back anyway, with no intention of doing anything.
Like Gary said yesterday, they know before they order it, they're going to send it back.
Right. Most people who want refunds from mail order decide they want the refund at the time of purchase, before they've gotten the product.
Right. They have no intention.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think of those?
Very good. Excellent.
Those thoughts.
Excellent.
You know, one of the things that I said yesterday is that the very best thing that all of you can do is affiliate yourself with a really world-class copywriter and marketer. And I was hoping you could do that with John, but John just doesn't have any time left. The marketing is the lifeblood of your business. Almost all the time you spend doing anything other than thinking about marketing or having someone do it for you and working with them, you're doing something that is a diminished return on your time.
So is there any reason why, if I'm getting pretty good at copywriting, I shouldn't keep working on doing something?
No, you should keep doing it. But what I mean is that should be your focus.
Well, that's what I think. I think that's the most valuable skill I can learn. The most valuable thing I can spend my time on is strategizing and writing the copy.
Right.
Getting the promotions out there. Wherein comes that, like, gee, do I want to get back on the phone? Because ever since I stopped doing the phone, I've gotten a lot more developed in these other areas.
How long have you been doing this?
6 months, 7 months.
You know, one of the keys to making all this stuff work is just work. You know, getting in there and doing a lot of it. You know, so many of us, you know, like 2 or 3 people say something, we say, oh, well, that's the thing.
I'm not saying that's it, because I don't know. Unless you actually get out there and do the research, you don't know, right?
Right, and you need to be mailing a lot of different letters, and you need to be doing different models and trying different formulas. And if I were you, I would be looking real closely at different niches.
I am.
I think RV dealers is a particularly bad niche because when the economy goes down, they just stop. They don't slow down, you know. When people cut back on a potential purchase, RV's an easy choice.
But don't you think with the information superhighway and the internet that RVs are going to sell a lot more these days?
I am getting ready to go into some new markets. Don't know what yet. I have some ideas, but...
Pamela, do you have anybody working for you?
My partner works with me, and I have a part-time, actually she pretty much works about 30 hours a week for me, and then occasionally contract out for stuff. I have found that managing people is not my forte, and I don't enjoy it, so...
Well, actually, Gary, maybe you could talk about this.
Gary's you know, if my
Cohen, if he ends up listening to these tapes, he's having the same problem because he's doing everything himself. Myself too, just getting started. And it does seem like so much grunt work because, I'm addressing envelopes and stamping and trying to also do all the research. And, that's what makes it so hard.
Right.
What's your point?
A lot of it, I think, has to do with just us being sometimes just wanting to relinquish doing everything. I mean, that's my biggest thing. Is not that it can't be done, not that you can't get other people. It's just outright taking the damn time to do it. I don't think anyone has been hammered more about delegation than probably like me by Terry. I mean, we're talking hours and hours of... I always tell people that's why I like marketing so much, because marketing is scientific, it's predictable, you can test things, but management...
And marketing is delegation, it's the ultimate delegation.
Mm-hmm. It's a replacement of your sales force.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I'm saying is, when you're talking about management, you're talking about live human beings who have personal problems, drug problems, they're psychotic and all that stuff. The thing is, right now, as much as I've been against delegating and hiring, I'm starting to do a pretty damn good job. I mean, I'm hardly ever in my office. The business churns out anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 to 6,000 a day in sales. I'm never there. See, my time is spent not necessarily doing everything myself, but doing a bunch of stupid activities that really aren't making the money. I mean, he made a good point yesterday about you got a field of coins, or something, just making this up, but you got a field of coins where there's lead coins over here, there's silver coins, there's gold coins, and you're out there picking up all the different coins when you should be picking up the gold coins, not spending your time picking up the lead coins and stuff like that. And to me, that made a real good picture in my mind of that's me. I'm out there picking up all these different coins, trying to do all these joint ventures, when in reality, if I spent the 80-20 rule or whatever, 80% of my time picking up the gold coins, then I'd be making a whole lot more money.
My point is that getting it more autopilot, the main thing, so that you got that machine picking up the gold coins, and then you can spend your time writing ads, letters.
I don't spend my time, and I haven't since the very beginning, spent my time doing things like addressing envelopes and stamping them. I mean, to me, that's something you hire someone for at $6 or $8 an hour to do.
I just thought of that because you were talking about it being, you wanted to get less of the hard grunt work.
When I talk about grunt work, though, I'm not referring to that kind of
I know what
work.
you're saying. You're saying that it's hard to find a replacement for the activities that you do.
Yeah.
Like it's hard cloning a Joe, it's hard cloning a Pamela.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I mean, I've got a guy that's doing my seminars for me now because I have so many people that want me to do seminars, I physically don't have the time to do them.
Is he doing okay?
He did one to... yeah, Jim. He could do it. Well, he did one to a franchise organization, to 100 of them or whatever. Didn't sell a damn thing. But the problem is what he was teaching. When you're there to sell, you don't teach. You sell. Yeah. You tell them what to do. You just don't tell them how to do it. He got up there and told them all how to do it. By the time he was done speaking, they probably we knew it all. What the hell are we going to buy anything for? He's doing one of my full-day seminars next weekend in Fort Lauderdale, which I ain't going to be there because I can't show up. If I show up, then everyone's going to want me to talk because they all know me. All the cleaners, already know me. I'm doing it. I'm just testing the water. And one thing that I think would work real effectively for you, since how long have you been in this insurance market?
6 years.
And they all know of you, for the most part, the readers of the trade mags. Have you ever done an expose ad like I did with Wolverton?
I saw.
Well, other than Tom, Tom, you did the one with Tom, right?
The testimonial, that's different though.
Yeah,
but it's the same concept, just a little different.
Yeah, my approach is, they're thinking, well, this guy's obviously full of crap. Well, that new ad with Wolverton.
Really well?
Yeah, but I'm not talking new leads. I'm talking people that have been sitting on the sales letters for a long time. It's getting them to buy. See, the thing is you've spent all this marketing cost in the last 6 years sending letters out to people that have still not bought. Right. So if you coupled with sending all these people on your database a letter like Gary's talking about, coupled with an expose ad talking about, hey, this stuff is real and here's the proof, I think you're going to resurrect a ton of dead people.
Because, like I told you, that endorsement ad that we ran in a letter, that was one of the most profitable things I've ever done.
Right.
So this expose, that's good.
What else was Gary saying about knocking yourself off? What I think he was saying was not necessarily knocking yourself off, but have someone else other than you making the sales pitch. Like, for instance, what I'm going to do with my 4th and 5th sequence is I'm going to have my 4th letter is not going to be a letter from me. It's going to be a letter from me, my free report, but it's going to be a cover letter from Eunice with an actual photograph of me and Eunice. And we're going to use that as a grabber, and it's going to say Eunice is going to send them a letter. On the outside of the envelope, we're going to put photo enclosed. So, you get a letter that says photo enclosed, you're going to open it up because you want to see the photo. And
And so anyway, we're going to put photo enclosed, handwritten or stamped in red on the outside of the envelope. Then it's going to be a picture of me and Eunice. And Eunice is going to say, you know, I've enclosed a picture of me and Joe. He doesn't know I'm sending you this letter, but I've been here. I feel like it's our program, it's our business, because I've seen so many carpet cleaners make so much money, and I can't believe why you haven't done it. And then if they don't respond to that, then they're going to get a letter from Jim, which is going to include a picture of me and Jim. I'm going to just keep doing that, take that whole personal approach, but the cover letter is, you know, so it's going to be a letter from my secretary, a letter from another carpet cleaner. And so you're saying this thing about, you know, all these guys are not responding to a woman. Well, what if they got, you know, a letter from a man who's an actual insurance guy saying, hey, if you won't listen to her, listen to me. She's changed my life, you know?
And when are you going to resurrect that?
When am I going to do it? The Eunice letter's already written.
Because you were doing that
months ago. Yeah, well, we should have the photographs done by the time I get back. I want that letter hopefully going out within 2 weeks from now. I've been wanting to change my #1 letter, I'm not kidding, for the last year. That's just a misplacement of priorities on my part.
Because that letter with Eunice is the one you did with Lucinda, right?
Yeah, that's when we stopped using it.
I'm just jabbing you.
But
You're so resurrected.
I give you 100 things you can jab me for. Well, see, that's the beauty of this type of business, though, is to be a completely disorganized, mismanaged flake that I could still be, you know, pulling in upwards of 100 grand a month at 30% net. You know, I'm obviously, what could happen if I did the shit right? You know, if I had, you're working on that operation manual. You know, that's something, not that anyone's going to follow, because who reads operation manuals, but there's enough nuggets of information for us to put that together and pitch it to everyone.
I've already talked with Heather about that.
Have you?
So are you seriously considering implementing most or all of those things in your upgrade letter to, what are you going to call it, gold or platinum or whatever?
The upgrade.
You sent me that gold. Remember the upgrading your 200 members. No more than 200 people can upgrade.
Yeah.
There's a ton of service in that one.
Well, no, because I'm going to strip out the things that. Well, see, here's. Wait, this is. No, this is this. You slipped through the cracks letter. Damn it, I don't have that letter with me. No, what I'm going to do, I want to do the continuity program, but I'm going to do it without the servicing. I'm not going to add any more things that I'm already doing, other than like the teleconferences and the weekly faxes, but those are still delegatable. I want to do a broadcast fax. And like what John said, instead of doing critiques, the report, you know, every month you're going to get a hot report worth blah, blah, blah. You know, that's an easy way to just switch it over. Yeah, but I want more than 200 people. I mean, how much is 200 people? 20 grand a month? It's mostly all net, but still. I mean, I want 100 grand a month of continuity coming in.
Sounds like a deal.
Yeah, but I got to figure out how to. I thought I brought the wrong damn letter. I wanted to show that to Gary, but I got the pitch right here is for my tape of the month. I've got all these tapes.
Is it in here? The letter?
I don't think so. It's a brand new one. I might have it buried in something. But oh, you know what? This is it right here. This is a letter from Eunice. This is my 4th letter. Listen to this, Gary.
Okay.
It says, from the desk of Joe Polish's secretary. This goes out after 4 times. Dear carpet cleaner, hi, I'm Eunice Miller, Joe Polish's secretary. He doesn't know I'm slipping in this special letter, but I wanted to tell you something, and it's very important. I'm not a carpet cleaner, but I talk to a lot of carpet cleaners just like you all day long. It's my job. I love my job because I get to hear how carpet cleaners go from struggling to make ends meet to happy, fun, and wealthy business people. Like just the other day, a carpet cleaner from Albuquerque ordered our membership 3 months ago. When he ordered it, he was dead broke. He borrowed half of the money for our membership from his brother, and the other half he borrowed from his mother. His brother didn't realize he borrowed half from his mom, and his mom didn't realize he borrowed half from his brother. So it was kind of a sticky situation for a while. He called in the other day to say this is the first time in his career as a carpet cleaner that he had ever made money at all. He was finally making money and he was thrilled. The spark of life was back in his voice, and I could just tell the spring was back in his step. He was no longer down and out, he was on top of the world. Not to brag, but it was our membership. I say our because I kind of feel like it's mine too, don't tell Joe, that put him back on top. I'm telling you all this because you don't have to suffer anymore. Our membership will put you back on top. You'll be able to get loads of great customers who want you. Don't miss out on this opportunity to change your bank account and your life. Too often we let opportunities to really make wonderful changes pass by. Well, don't. Grasp it. I know you can do it. Call me at blah, blah, blah and start your membership right now. I want you to be happy again. Cordially, Eunice Miller, Joe Polish's secretary. P.S. Remember, we have our 100% money back guarantee. If you aren't totally happy with our membership, we do keep our word. If you aren't happy, send it back and I'll make sure you get every penny back. And then there's going to be an actual photograph of me and her
there together, and outside the envelope's gonna say photo close.
You haven't tested that yet, or?
Oh yeah, you want to hear how stupid I am?
Conversion, I know you stopped, this is when you stopped using.
This is when I stopped using.
What was your conversion on?
8% off that letter alone. And we stopped using it because I bought out my partner. It's not that I purposely stopped, I just outright forgot about it. And since like half a year ago I remembered it, I still haven't implemented it yet. But you know, it's.
Do you include a wholesale?
Yeah, we have a whole number 4 letter, and what we do is the same letter instead, but what we have a different headline that says, if you truly want to get a flood of new customers, then read this right now. How to get proven marketing strategies that will double your business in 6 months or less for only 4 payments of $127. That's the headline. And so we go from an installment plan of half now and half in 45 days to 4 installments of $127 for the basic. And we charge interest, which most people aren't aware of that, but we have a $100 interest built into our 6-month payment. Mm-hmm. But they pay it, and so we make interest on them since we're playing banker.
Good deal.
Yeah, but anyway, can you see improvements for that, Gary?
No.
You like it?
Yeah. The letter from the secretary?
Yeah.
Well, the improvement I can see is that since it pulls 8%, you should continue doing it.
Okay. Maybe I should wait a few more months though.
That's what I don't.
Because I think if you jump on these leads too soon, if they haven't aged for at least a year like a fine wine, then the results might not be as.
That's what I do. I spend money to create a product, do the thing, pay for the marketing, test it, works good, and I forget it. That's exactly my MO.
Yeah, that's true though.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Yeah, because that's.
You like more excitement?
What do you mean your MO?
It's boring.
Vendor
It's boring.
Yeah, I get bored.
And he wants to move on to something else.
Yeah.
It's no fun anymore.
You know, I like to
No
solve
more challenge.
problems.
Right, there's no more challenge in it. It just sits there and it says, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think with your deal,
Tell people though.
do the dollar bill to everybody.
Tell people.
Do the expose ad if you. Oh, one thing I think you should do too. He mentioned something yesterday. All the people on the tape are getting this twice. There's a little thing that he said you get little ads on pages throughout the magazine, that the little reference ads. You have them in different parts of the magazine, and you say, you know, double your commissions, see page 23. Put that on page 12. Classified section on the back, learn how to double your business, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
You call this 800 number for a free report, or see page 23.
Oh,
Advertise the advertising.
yeah.
I think that's pretty neat. Are you getting articles in the mags too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not as much as I could or should, but yeah.
Let me ask you, this is, maybe you're gonna think this is stupid, but I've been looking at these for years and I've never like asked the question. I've always wondered, there's like these papers that have like things on there, and there's one that caution, and there's one here that has a hard hat. And I mean, I'm thinking you could put a message on here, you know, you must be real hard-headed because you haven't responded to my last 47 letters. What do you think of this? Is this stupid?
Madison Avenue.
Is it?
You're just trying to get cute.
It's cute, yeah.
But like things like caution, I mean, seriously, you just think all of it's a complete waste.
Sometimes it works.
Well, the only reason I say that, I mean, taking cutesy aside, when I get letters like that, even me being a marketing person, it just piques my curiosity.
Try some.
Okay, you've never done anything like that though?
No,
What's the weirdest thing you've ever done that worked really damn well? Other than dollar bill letters. That's like a great idea. I'm not just trying to dig for more stuff.
Cutesy.
And not necessarily cutesy. What's a really wow, highly effective thing? I mean, are the fake priority envelopes worthless compared to the real ones?
No, I had marketing guys, you know, I got a pitch in the mail, a fake priority envelope, and the postman in Florida made me sign for it. He made me sign for my bulk. You know. I thought that was kind of weird. When you say the weirdest thing?
Not necessarily weirdest, but what's a really, I mean, obviously the dollar bill letter is intended to get attention. What other things can you do along with it? Say you send a dollar bill, they don't respond. What's another thing that you could do to just knock their socks off other than just a real powerful ass headline?
In other words, in your 30 years of doing this, what are some other techniques that have worked well for you?
I mean, that's an attention generating type of deal. What else could you do to get
the tube mailing? Have you ever heard of the tube mailing?
No.
Take a cylindrical tube and you put a little key inside. And it's for promotion that's big in retail called a treasure chest. You could use it and say, this is the key to unlock your future success and profits. But anybody who gets a tube in the mail is going to open it, and you could have your message in there. It costs about 75 cents to mail it.
Does your letter shop do those tubes?
No, I've got a guy back in Ohio that does it. Okay, I can get you his number. They specialize in that. You can put whatever you want inside.
Yes.
But if somebody gets a tube in the mail and shake it and here's something inside, they're going to open it up. So
I'll tell you when I did that was in the millions. This guy had a book on massage, a report on massage, and I said, if you change it
to erotic massage, I think it really improved the pull. And then I helped him do a letter with a photograph attached to the letter. Actually, it was a photograph of Paulette, the negligee, and it says, can you imagine spending a night with a woman who looks like this? That could either be the most exciting night of your life, or it could be the most embarrassing. And that was the Segue, and they mailed millions and millions of those.
And they spelled erotic.
That's very nice. I'm very proud of you.
So putting in a photograph, if you put in what appears to be a real photograph, that really gets people.
I mean, do you like the idea of me on my 4th sequence sending the photograph of me and Eunice with photo enclosed on the outside of the envelope? Yeah. On the 5th letter, me and Jim Wolverton, the big chubby guy.
Yeah. Again, I keep coming up to the work I do with Sam. The yada yadas are all the same. We keep trying a way to add theater to it.
You change the beginning and the end, and everything in the middle stays the same.
Yeah.
Just cut and paste.
You can mail from Hawaii. I was over here in Hawaii, and I was just driving down the street, and I saw this guy. It had a sign in the shop. I went in and talked to him about it, and it had something to do with carpet cleaning. Then I took a picture of it, and here's the picture. You need to.
That's interesting. That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, if you want to focus on something, focus on grabbers and segues. That's a good thing. You know, I sometimes at
what's a segue?
A segue is a way you transition from one thing to another thing. And I used to like dazzle audiences at my seminars. Maybe you were there at the one. I would say, give me anything that, you know, reasonably, not a lampshade or something, that you can attach to the top of a letter, and I will instantly, right before your eyes, do a segue of how that will fit into it. And try it. Just give me an object you can attach to the top of the letter.
A lottery ticket.
A lottery ticket? Dear friend, as you can see, I've attached a lottery ticket to the top of this letter. Why have I done this? The answer is simple. Most people, when it comes to their personal income, leave it more up to chance than they do. They may as well be wasting money at the lottery. If you're doing that in your carpet cleaning business, you're not in control of your financial fate any more than some low-income person thinks that they're going to get rich by buying a lottery ticket. If you want to change up, see how you did it?
Actually, this is very helpful for all of us. What about a rubber band? I'm thinking, what can you do with a rubber band?
I would use the same openings, and dear friend, as you can see, I've attached a rubber band to the top of this letter. Why have I done that? The answer is simple. There are 10 million rubber bands in the United States used every day of this exact size and nature. These rubber bands can be used to wrap around 2 or 3 pencils, etc. But if you really want to, you can stretch that rubber band so that it will hold something that is 4 inches in diameter. If the rubber band doesn't cost anymore, there's no more rubber in it, it's just being more utilized. You just go on and on with us.
Band-Aid.
No, Band-Aid's easy. Dear friend, as you can see, I've attached a Band-Aid to the top of this letter. Why have I done this? The answer is simple. Most people, when they get in trouble with their businesses, they start frantically looking around for answers. They end up talking to marketing gurus who charge them, you know, enormous amounts of money, make them fly to places like Denver and listen to him insult them. And after they come out of the ether, they realize he didn't give them any real solutions. He just gave them a goddamn Band-Aid. You want real solutions. If you don't want, you know, just something that's going to evaporate overnight, you need to be talking to somebody who really knows his shit, like Gary Halbert. Shit.
Okay, what about a nail file?
A nail file. Dear friend, as you can see, I have attached a nail file to the top of this letter. Why have I done this? The answer is simple. As you know, one of the major problems in the country with men over 50 years old is not often talked about. It's called impotence. I personally never gave this much of a thought until I looked up one day. I wasn't paying attention because the room was dark while I was making love to my wife, who incidentally isn't even Jewish, and she was filing her nails. You know, I knew I was in I could do this forever, but
this stuff, no, this is good stuff because grabbers always work. Like, what would you do with a balloon? To sell something that had to do with making money. Is that too far of a stretch?
No, none of them are too far of a stretch, but I think, you know, we could do this endlessly, and the point is made. You know, you can attach aspirins and segue into how it's going to eliminate.
Yeah, I've done that a lot.
You could put a balloon in there and say, you know, I'll tell you what, You go give this to a normal marketing consultant, ask him to blow it up, and you know what you're going to have? You're going to have inside that balloon the exact same thing that he will give you if you pay him for a consulting session, hot air. You can just do it on and on and on and on.
You could put a condom in there and talk
This is
about
good. I'm going to use all these.
No, all these are great.
Better keep this.
If we did this for an hour, we would have like 40 billion cover letters.
Well, I say, see, Gary doesn't realize how it comes to him. See, what we're doing is listening to the technique of how Gary does this, and he makes a story out of it, and he just like goes into story trance. Just you doing these things that seem so simple to you, this for us and for other people who may be listening to this tape, that gives us an insight into how you put it together to segue it in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't come naturally to me.
You don't want to just do grabbers, Talk about ultimate theater. Ultimate theater would be to have a movie star deliver your letter, to have a courier deliver your letter, to send it by telegram, to send it by Federal Express. Theater is using that tear sheet method, where it looks like a newspaper. Another piece of theater is you can tear something out that either was or looks like it was an ad in a trade publication. The $1 million bill letter is an example of theater. Sending an oversized thing is an example of theater. The thing is, Ed Mayer, who was the dean of direct mail and now deceased, said one thing to me I've never forgotten. He said, they don't remember what you said, they remember the look of your promotion. And a lot of times when you're getting a promotion over and over from the same guy, because he's obviously using the same mailing list multiple times, you discard it immediately because you know what it is. Because of the way it has that look to it, Another thing, you guys, if I could just free flow for a little bit, another thing that you people should be doing is running 3, 4, 5, 6-page ads in these trade publications. These long copy ads almost always work better than anything else. Just do what you would do in a letter and put that letter in the trade magazine, and you're effectively getting your letter delivered for a fraction of what it would be, and also you're getting it in an environment that sort of has an implied endorsement from it. Another thing, get yourself a celebrity. Get yourself a Love Boat type celebrity. I worked in Hollywood for a long time. Everybody thinks celebrities are all rich. Most of them can't pay their rent. And a Love Boat celebrity is somebody that's over the hill that they hire on the Love Boat for $600. Get yourself one of those people. Have a letter come from someone whose name has high marquee value. You can do that cheaper than you would think. My favorite people to go after is when every time you get a customer, it's worth hundreds of thousands to you, then you can really do some neat things. You can see I've enclosed an 8x10 photograph of the entrance to your building. I happened to be driving by the other day and I noticed that and stopped and got out and took a picture. Do you realize that there is something in this picture that's, maybe you don't know it, but is repelling 70% of your customers?
You remember the idea you told me about cutting out everyone's phone book ad and sending them a copy of their actual phone book ad? Do you know any efficient way to do that other than just giving people stacks of phone books and scissors and having them call? Where the hell do you get like every phone book in the country sent to you, or a service that could do that clipping for you and provide you with the whole complete address or some shit like that?
Well, if I were going to do that, I would take the top 30 cities in the country or something, which probably represents 70% of the population, and just clip those.
I was thinking I should compile every phone book in the country and all the addresses first before I mail the letter.
For the last 6 months, I've been.
That's a good idea for you. Your leads are going down. You go through the insurance things, fill out their actual phone book, and send them a copy of their own ad, the cover letter.
Just attach it as a graph.
I'll show you how to improve it.
Insurance agents don't run ads, but that would work for me.
Would I use?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Just my regular sales letter.
Yeah, you
What's
could.
that?
Actually, I would not recommend you do that.
What's that? Recommend what?
That you attach the yellow page ad.
You don't recommend?
No, I mean, you might experiment with it, but I'm not as hot on that as when I first had that idea.
Why? Time. Tell me what time. Jerky voice, man. What time is it down there? Well, the time. Tell me what time.
Well, the way that started,
all the people on the tape are like, what the hell are they talking about?
If you put a competitor's yellow page ad, if you gave that ad when they delivered the pizza, so eventually all the competitors are out of the yellow pages.
But one thing I want to stress is you guys don't really need so much exotic ideas as you need to be doing some really basic fundamental things like I've been talking about. In my current newsletter, which is how to use email and websites in a way that really makes money, and people are going to be very tantalized by that, I use an example of the kind of people that infuriate me. And I tell you, this is a little preview of what's in my letter. When I had my office in LA, I got a call from these two guys. They worked for a company that sold consulting services to manufacturers in the U.S. who were not selling to Pacific Rim countries, who should be, who could really make a lot more money if they were doing that. And what I told them to do is to get a sample of paper money from each of the Pacific Rim countries. I don't know how many there are. Say there's 15 of them. Put them all together, put a rubber band around them, and scotch tape it to the first page of a letter, and then Federal Express it to their prospects, because every time they made a sale, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then after the prospect got that, say, I want you to do me a favor. Would you just unscotch tape that? Is that a word? Unscotch tape this from the letter and take a look at each one of those bills. That's real money. Each one of those is legal tender and one Pacific Rim company. The reason I'm saying you this is to dramatize a point, is that your company is not selling in any of these Pacific Rim countries, and it could be. You could be doing that easily, and it's just found money for you. You should be doing it. Selling to Pacific Rim companies for America. Why don't more American companies do it? Because they don't know how to go about it. Yeah, it's true. It can turn into a nightmare if you don't know how to do it, but it can turn into a dream come true if you do it the right way. That's where we come in. We have experience with that. You have exactly the kind of product / and or service that would sell well. And he said, I'm going to call you for an appointment. I'd like to talk to you. I said, do that first, FedEx it, then call the people. So the guys got really excited. They called me a month later. They said, we'd love to talk to you again. We'd like that idea. They said, we want another idea. I said, what, that one didn't work? They said, well, we never actually did that, but it was so much fun talking to you. And I just blistered them, The point is, that wasn't just a good idea. That could be, almost a life-changing idea for them, but they got excited about the idea and then they wanted another idea. And sometimes people chase ideas. You want an idea for all you people? Start using fucking direct mail, for Christ's sake.
I got it.
Send letters to people and ask them to send you money.
Why do you think so many people don't implement?
Because Maslow came out with, he was a psychologist, I think it was him, the hierarchy of needs. And what he said, the number one hierarchy is that which is needed to sustain life, survival. And then another, I think the second was sex, to reproduce the race, and so on and so forth. He was not right. The top of the hierarchy is the need for a human being to remain in his or her comfort zone. People will do anything to remain in that comfort zone. You take a bar that's got high prices, dirty floors, and shitty service, and it's doing a good business. You buy the bar, clean it up, lower prices, lose your clientele, because they're not comfortable in there. Most people who win the lottery 36 months later are broke. Most widows and people who collect big insurance policies, 3 or 4 years later, they're broke. They've got to get back into that comfort zone. You are taught where you belong by the time you're 4 years old, maximum. And you will unconsciously fight to stay there.
What it boils down to is people hate change.
Yeah, and whether it's good change or bad change. You take a guy that's never broke 90 playing golf in his entire life, and all of a sudden he notices his first round, he shot it in 40. He will adjust, without knowing it, that second round so that his score will be what it's quote-unquote supposed to be. Some people, they don't like it that they're never going to be anything. They can't accept that. And so they go to seminars, listen to tapes like this, and blah, 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 to give themselves the illusion of movement. There is no growth without injury. You got to be bloody. You don't learn to fight from reading and going things. You get some information, you do it. Information's very important, but you got to do it, You got to get in the battlefield. And people don't want to do that.
No, one of the main reasons people leave us is when we change something and they come to us and say, I wasn't hired under these conditions and I won't do this.
Yeah.
They don't want to change. That's one of the biggest reasons we have turnover.
What motivates you to get out of a slump or to get you moving when there's a lot of resistance? Do you get yourself in a mindset? Do you have a ritual? I mean, what do you do?
Believe it or not, this is as helpful to me as it is to you. Usually when I am in a slump, there's a number of reasons for it, and that's because I haven't talked to people like Sam and John, Jay Abrams, and people who have, the first condition to success, the very first thing you have to have is the feeling that you deserve success. If you don't have that, you'll never have success. The second thing is that you have to believe that success is possible. And most people don't, and that's why I like to talk to Sam and Leslie. I could be talking with Sam and Leslie and John Carlton and some of my other friends, and the Nazis could be bombing us and everything else. And we're not thinking whether or not we're going to get out of this. It's how we're going to get out. We know we're getting out of it. I stopped that kind of contact, that kind of, and then it seems I do that, and then all of a sudden I'm not working out at the gym, and I'm not running on my treadmill. My apartment starts to look sloppy, and there I am, and I really think seminars are more valuable to people who already know the information, don't you?
It re-energizes it.
Yeah.
It reminds you.
Well, I mean, that's why I listen to tapes all the time, because it keeps you up. If there's any other way, it keeps you in the mode. But see, I mean, I think it's human nature to throw roadblocks in front of yourself all the time. And I mean, someone told me that, the difference between successful people and unsuccessful people, and there's a billion theories on this, is, a few human behaviors. I mean, that sounds very simple, but it's true. I mean, there's a few things you do every day that will either fuck you up or help you. And it's just a matter of, like you say, the thing about deservance. I think that's a huge thing. I mean, the psychology of deservance. I think to me that's a big issue. I've never,
it is to me too.
How does one actually get themselves in the mindset that they just, I would like to have $100 million company or $100 million, however it lands in my lap, but I would like to get it. But it's a matter, a lot of that has to do not with technique and methodology. I kind of know that. A lot of it has to do with deservance and working on the things that would actually.
I really don't know how you come. I had a lot of imprinting from my parents that I didn't deserve it. Don't get too big for your britches. We're just common people. We're white trash, blah, blah, blah. And that's a tough one to overcome for all of us because,
Well, I mean, in your case, that's true, but I mean for others. I mean, I don't know why you would deserve anything, but...
Well, a lot of the world, and especially a lot of women agree with that. They think I don't, and... Well, actually, I think the world is full of people who resent success in reality. You know it. Any of you're ever successful, you got it by cheating, by screwing other people, by luck, whatever it was. They don't see where you risked your house and worked the 18-hour days and,
Well, like Don DeLue, he said yesterday, he was very successful. He had 2 planes, he had a Porsche in his previous business, and one day he was pulling into the airport in his plane and he just left it out there and walked away and said, screw it, I'm not going to do it anymore.
Right.
He walked away from everything.
My brother, he knows what I'm getting into. He calls me Jimmy Voo. And he does the voice. You too can have.
Well, that guy was amazing. Well, Carlton is interesting. John wanted to come out and see me and give me a little birthday gift. John's lifestyle, he lives in a little house, he doesn't have bills, and he has a great life. He's a great guitar player, he's a talented artist, and he works enough to give himself the money that he wants. And if there's any stress involved at all, he won't take it a moment. And I've envied him a lot. And I've just recently changed my life a lot because I got rid of all my employees, took 15 phone lines out, because I suck at managing. I hate it. And this is what I do best.
If you tried, I'm not saying you should, I'm just wondering, because I feel I suck at management, and I feel I suck at a lot of things. I'm pretty good at marketing, but I suck at a lot of things. But I'm always trying to, I think all those things can be learned and blah, blah, blah,
but
blah.
I don't want to know.
Okay, no, I'm not trying to say you should. I mean, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, what I'm curious is, have you actually tried and just come to the conclusion that, hey, it's just not part of my wiring. I'm just not.
Yeah, that's why it's not there.
Because I'm always freaking reading management books. I go to all these damn management seminars.
I don't anymore.
But did you? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean,
are you a shitty manager because you just haven't got the training, or you've tried to get the training, you just don't get it?
I think more than anything, I think it's boring as pig shit. And I don't want to do it.
That's hard.
Personality styles, Joe. There are
Yeah,
different
no idea
personality
with it.
styles, and there are all different kinds of theories about personality styles. But what Gary sees in you, and he said yesterday, real loud and clear, and you should be listening to that, is that he sees a lot of him in you, and that he's telling you right now, he's saving you, if you'll listen to him, a lifetime of grief by addressing the fact.
Do you know what? I'm taking this so far. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for the right person to hook up with to publish my newsletter. Because I shouldn't even be publishing my newsletter. My stuff is so proven and makes so much money that if somebody who were a manager owned my newsletter and paid me, I mean, we could buy Denver. People call me up and say, I want to resubscribe to you. How come you never send me notices? You know, I never do anything I'm telling you guys to do. I don't do it. I mean, I invent it. Yes, I do. I do it enough to test it to make sure it works, and then I abandon it.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that part, that you tested it and you're not just, hey, do what I say, not what I do.
That's my MO. You know, when I work with Sam's the biggest nag in the world, I mean, sit on there and just goes over every he's inexhaustible. You have to do 400 ads a day, but it gets done. Other people I work with, it gets done. This guy I'm working with, I don't know if you know him. You might want to meet him. His name is Mitchell, Bob Mitchell. Sells diet stuff, and he's one of the good guys in the business. Me and John wrote some stuff for him back in the 80s, I mean, this guy only works because he has to, and he's one of these guys, if he has a direct mail piece that pulls back 1.3%, he exploits it for all it's worth. John's working for these guys, if they don't get 15%, their business collapses,
Yeah. Continuity programs, I want to talk about that. I want to whack these guys every month for $100, $200. Do you have any price point, any ideas, any suggestions? Oh wait, no, back up. Let's get to that in a moment. I want to ask Sam something. Okay. So, one thing that I deal with employees, and always have ever since I had my first employee, and what was the first business I had? The first business I had where I had 5 employees and an office manager. It was an advertising company where we sold advertising space on phone book covers. Every time I get an employee, I always respond to them not as an employee, but almost I try to perceive people as an equal. And I know this intellectually, but I still can't keep myself from probably wanting them to really excel, wanting to get them motivated, handing them a tape set.
Dennis Hasslinger and I met at a ski lodge after we hadn't seen each other for about 10 years, sharing reminiscences, and the biggest lament of both of us is how many people we try to motivate that didn't want it for themselves. And it's the most fruitless thing in the world, the most fruitless endeavor in the world.
Well, the other thing is, the reason you want to look at them as an equal is you want their friendship and approval. And you should never do that with an employee. Never look for friendship or approval.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking you is because you obviously have 170 employees. And see, you know how I communicate to the world? I communicate to the world as if everyone is an entrepreneur. It is so hard for me to even understand the employee mindset, how someone can even work for somebody and not do this. Now, because it's so difficult for me to even think back when I was an employee, it's very hard for me to even respond to people, which I think is the root cause of me being a shitty manager. Because I'd love everyone to come into my company and make 50 to 100 grand a year.
But most of them don't want that. Everybody works, like Gary said, to their comfort.
And you scare the shit out of them.
You scare the shit out of them, and you're trying to turn them into an entrepreneur, but that's not what they are.
And that's where the problems arise.
And Gary's gone through that many times.
Right? Yeah.
The next step after I sell as much information as I can to the carpet cleaners, get a nice little back end going where they're subscribing to my newsletter, buying tape sets, is to get them on the automatic till further notice types of deals to where it becomes very autopilotable every month. It's maintenance and we just hit them. Because see, the point is, and I don't think it's focused a lot much on the JPDK model, is to sell product, saturate a market, go into another market. I think I could sustain a very good business through carpet cleaning that I could either get sick of and then eventually sell because it is all automatic. Because see, the thing is, with this type of business, once you establish yourself as the guru, it's very hard to just sell that to someone else. I mean, and have another guru step in. I mean, we're almost creating businesses here that might be difficult for someone else to take over. Not that they couldn't be sold, but in order for someone to take it over and it continue to be profitable, because boom, you're building the newsletter around the personality. You said the personality letter sell. I mean, if you were to sell Gary Halbert letter to someone else, I don't think it would ever work. It'd be gone.
No.
But at the same time, you take something like our businesses, her business, Terry's business, mine, which it's based around a guru. Well, it's hard to sell that without like a continuity program. Well, I've got 500 people here that are paying $100 a month, and if you sustain this and maintain this, then there's probably very viable business here. But the point is, it's not necessarily just to sell. That's down the road thinking. But what I want to do now is, I'm getting to the point where I've hit magazine saturation. So the next step is
direct mail. After I mail all of these people and sell them a marketing program, I want to sell them again. And what I want to sell them again on is something that brings in the most amount of cash with the least amount of labor. And to me, that's like a $97 a month automatic charge or $250 a month. And what I want to get from you is there any price that you think is better than the other? 97. I shouldn't do 197. I should.
Well, that's my opinion.
Okay.
You may want to test it, but I like 97.
Okay.
And it's that's a tested price by Phillips, by the way.
Phillips Publishing.
Yeah, and my newsletter probably should be priced at 97 instead of 197.
I heard you say that a long time ago, and you said you were going to try, but you never did, of course, but that's because you never do anything.
Because I'm dysfunctional.
Would you recommend that to us, or should we still stay at the 197 price point?
Well, I don't like to recommend change to success, but you're talking about the continuity program.
Okay, so let's...
And I think at 97 a month is great.
Okay, so let's say we're doing a $97 a month continuity program. Mm-hmm. At what time do we pitch people into that after they buy the course? Well, I mean, some of these might be too specific or something, but I'm just trying to get general ideas. This is what I want to do. I want to know, when should I pitch it? How should I pitch it? What should it include? That type of stuff.
Continuity programs. What are you going to sell them?
You take your lifetime subscriber deal, which is, pretty cool because you sell it for $2,900, but your problem is you sell a shitload of them, then you spend all the money, and then you have to be chained to these people for eternity, and the only way that you can
actually, my lifetime subscribers are the least
annoying
of all. Yeah.
Sure.
You know what? That's kind of true too. The people that give me the most amount of money are the least amount of stress.
Yeah. When they call me, they say, Gary, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I just need to know one thing. What's the name of that guy in Atlanta that blah, blah, blah? And I tell them, they say, well, thanks. That's it. Because those are the top people.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, but the problem is there's a cash flow thing there because the money was gotten 5 years ago, you spent it. Okay, I want something ongoing on a regular basis because, see, my thing is if I sold a bunch of lifetime subscriber things, I'd probably sell a shitload of them, and I'd spend all the money, and 2 years from now I'd be pissed off.
What's your question?
My question is pitching it. Tell me about how you would recommend. All three of us could do this. All four of us, what am I talking about? All four of us could pitch a $97 a month program. What's the best way to do it, according to Gary
Hold
Halbert?
a seminar.
Okay.
Make your best pitch for it. Tape it. Get the videotape to all of your subscribers.
Okay. And should we just send it for free? Should they lead generate for it? If you're interested in this.
Send them a $1 bill letter. Don't ask them to buy or respond. Just tell them the video is coming. Or put the video in with the package. And the only thing is, all I'm doing this is to get your attention. I want you to watch the video.
Okay.
What are you going to sell them?
What do you mean?
What do they get every month?
Oh, well, that's one question I wanted to ask you, but I was thinking
I would tape of the month.
I do. I already have a tape of it. 250 subscribers that pay me This is why I want to do a continuity program, because I have a client newsletter, which is a newsletter I write for them to send to their...
Incidentally, I know the answer to the question, but I want to hear your answer.
You know the answer to what question?
What you should sell them.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm going to sell them already, and what I want to find out is what more could I add to it, is I've got my client newsletter currently, which I have two versions. I have the basic version, which is $27 a month, which is just the paper, and then the deluxe, which is on disc for $47 a month. Then I have my Tape of the Month Club, which I charge $18.53 a month, and then I have my Piranha Marketing Letter, which they're paying $197 a year for. Yeah. So I want to put all that stuff together so there's not three different charges. It's all together. Then I want to add a weekly broadcast fax. I want to add, every 3 months they're going to get quarterly updates, Q&A, free reports, free books, bonus cassettes, stuff like that. Possibly I don't know how often, but a teleconference where I want to replace my actual consultations and critiques with teleconferences, so I'm not talking to one person, I'm talking to 100 people at a time. And so they get a monthly teleconference with Joe, so I spend an hour a month, or every, twice a month they get that. Then bonus reports here and there, discounts on all Piranha products, future boot camps, stuff like that.
To do it for $99 a month by invitation only.
Well, actually, I think there's a lot better product to sell than that.
Okay, what is it?
If you were still cleaning carpets, I think what you'd appreciate even more than that is that you got sent a brand new, fresh, creative promotion to get you new customers every month. And you could build a lot of value into that. You could say that you worked with 6 of the top copywriters. They brainstormed for 3 days. This is what they came up with this month. It's a lead generator, followed up by this script, etc., etc. You send them a fresh way to get customers every month.
Okay.
Rather than, the other stuff is good too, but wouldn't you love to have that every month you get a new way to...
Did you hear that, Jerry?
You send a fresh new way to get customers every single month.
It's talking to you.
And that's part of the continuity program. And say that we spent...
Because that's what they really want.
We spent a couple days with 5 of the hottest marketing minds and one of the largest psychotics in the country.
But you know what they really want, though, is they want it done for them. And you can do that. And you can build a lot of value. You can say, if you would have had this done, you'd have had to pay $30,000. It's true.
Okay. Would you limit it to create a sense of urgency, like only 200 people can sign up? Or how would you create a sense of urgency for that? Dan wrote me a letter that said only 200 people can sign up. You're not going to get a second letter. This is it. You got to sign up right now. And I loved the letter, except I didn't like that part. I didn't like the close. Because it's like, well, shit, what if I only signed up 10 people off this one and I want a sequential mailing? And what if I don't want 200 people, I want 1,000 people doing this? The continuity pitch I got, which I'm going to use a good portion of it, I just want to improve it. You know, I want to get more people. I mean, like I said, I want the carpet cleaning thing. I want 1,000 guys paying me $100 a month. That's $1.2 million.
One of the things you could do is have it built around something timely, like Haley's Comet coming or the Super Bowl. It is if you have this promotion now in place, ready to go before the Super Bowl airs or before the Olympics, you know, you'll be able to take advantage of it.
Okay.
Timeliness. And of course your competitors, if you don't do it, your competitors are going to eat you alive.
Okay.
Now Sam's the aberration with as many ads as he runs. Most companies aren't going to do that, right?
No.
Well, I have to change them all the time. You guys are talking about one specific focus you're on. We're
right,
all
but realistically, most of them aren't going to do that. And you have a problem with the client newsletter because what happens is they get the next one the next month. They didn't send the one out before.
Right.
So
Which,
should we
okay.
maybe send promotions maybe every 2 months?
Let me mention something. Let me mention something, because you made a really good point. What he's talking about is the exact reason why I want to do a continuity program. Now, hear me out. I send out the client newsletter. Like I said, I had 2 versions. The basic, which is the paper version for $27, the deluxe version for $47 a month, which is the deluxe. Now, the problem is, it's hard enough for me to write my damn newsletter, and I get paid for it, let alone these guys. You know, they're sending out a free newsletter to their carpet cleaning clients to stay in touch with them every month because I'm telling them to. However, they're busy. They've got a million other things to do in life, and they've got, you know, comfort zone problems like everyone else. So they send out the newsletter this month. Approximately 4 weeks later, they're supposed to have the thing printed and dropped it that day, but they get a week behind, so it goes out 5 weeks. Then the next month, they're 3 weeks behind. Pretty soon, they drop. I lose them. So I figure, well, how could I keep them? Well, the way that I keep them is I build that newsletter into a continuity program, so even if they don't send the damn thing out, they still keep paying me every month because they got to get that free report. They got to get that cassette tape. They got to get all the other stuff that comes with it. So then it becomes irrelevant that they're not sending it out every single month because they want all the other shit anyway. And it's a way for me to sustain the life of these people, because you get 1,000 cleaners paying you $47 a month, that's $500,000 a year. But if you're losing pretty much 70% of them after 3 months because they can't keep the damn thing out every month, then what do? Well, the way you do it is you package it up around something else, so the bonuses are far more valuable than the fact that they aren't getting the thing out. Does that make sense?
Well, I think packaging the new promotions, now that still doing the same, all those things, the client newsletter, tape of the month, your Prana, you know, the regular newsletter, and that bonus of a new promotion every 2 months would probably keep them from canceling, even if they don't get the client newsletter out.
Yeah, I want it to be where if they don't even mail the damn thing, they don't care, they just want the shit.
I was actually thinking, okay, forget all that and have the continuity program, just the new promotion every 2 months, but if it's still all packaged in together, they're probably not going to cancel, because even if they're not running the ads, they know they're not going to get another one for another 2 months.
Right.
So
See, I want it to be
probably another reason to stick.
I want them to be getting hit with every angle. Like the people that get my best customers are the people that get my tape of the month program. I charge $18.53 a month for it. I have 250 subscribers, and I've never hard pitched it. Now I'm getting ready to hard pitch it with this sales letter. But the point is, it's worth more than $18.53 a month. The information is killer. I mean, I interview some great people, and $18.53 a month, I could afford to send these tapes of the month out to everyone for free and still make money, because the interesting thing about my tape of the month is it's not just the $18.53. The tape of the month fuels the back end. Everyone that signs up for my tape of the month, the majority of everyone that goes to my boot camps gets my tape of the month program. Why? Because every single month they're being educated more about marketing through my tapes of the month. So that it's a valuable thing that every one of my clients should be getting, and I could make money by sending it out for free, but I don't want to do that because I know if I pitch it right and I package it right, it's a huge profit center.
Well, one thing I think is whatever you're giving them every month, should tease them into what's coming next month.
I kind of do that in the newsletter. I always mention, well, next month I'm gonna,
Yeah, I don't quite understand is that it doesn't seem to be how to get them in the continuity program, but how to keep them in. Is that it?
No, it's kind of a combination of how to get them in, what to offer them, and how to keep them in.
I think he's given us some great techniques for getting them in. I think really the focus now is how to keep them in. We just haven't heard a ton of stuff.
I mean, the nirvana would be for you to sit down and write me a sales letter right now, but of course...
The $7,000 offer, it's the $7,000 summit. That is an irresistible. You say they want that more than they want that.
Okay, I know what I'm going to do.
I'm going to sign up. I'm going to get the $7,000 thing for free just for signing up. So we got them in. Now
I'm going to charge them $197 upfront fee to get signed up. That includes they get the tapes of my most recent boot camp, which people paid $1,500 a person. Just for signing up in this, they pay $197 initiation fee. It's $97 every month to be part of it. So that's my pitch. I think that sounds realistic. How do we keep them in from there?
The key to keeping them coming for it is one word that is used about my newsletter more than any other newsletter I've ever heard, is it's addictive. That's what the continuity program has to be if you want it to exist in perpetuity. It has to be addictive. Now, you're going to have a certain amount of fall off in a continuity program, period. Period. They're going to go out of the carpet cleaning business, they're going to die, etc., etc. But I think now what you're talking about really is delivering. Delivering excitement and all the rest of it every month. In a way, I don't know that that's a marketing thing.
Well, let's talk about...
Well, wait a minute. Here's a way that you could do it. Get them on the continuity program and send them a sales letter every month for what they've already bought and tell them it's coming.
You're
You see what I'm
retailing them
saying?
every month,
No.
basically, on what they already...
Yeah, and say, I'm sending you this letter because I want to tell you next Tuesday I'm putting in the mail the tapes of the blah 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 seminar at the South East Marriott. I want you to just don't forget this because I was talking to Sam Fishbein and John Carlton and Gary Halbert and Pamela Yellen, blah blah blah, and say this is going to be exciting and just keep pitching that. Pitch it every month. Don't take it for granted.
Okay, so it's a stick letter every month.
Stick letter every month. That's
Okay.
that's an original idea, I think.
Okay.
On the other hand, there's something else you need to think about. There's a guy in Las Vegas who was making a lot of money with a postcard, and he paid me $10,000 to rewrite the postcard. Now, he had paid me an enormous amount of money before that because I made him really a multimillionaire. But the postcard I wrote didn't work as well as his original postcard. And you know why? Because I clarified what the message was. And it was bullshit. The offer sucked. I mean, but I made it clear. I clarified. That's what I naturally try and do. Sometimes, I don't know this to be true, and I'm not recommending it. It's just a thought. On a continuity program, maybe the best thing is let sleeping dogs lie. Just get them signed up on it, and
Hope they don't wake up.
yeah, just
charge them every month.
Just charge them every month.
I'm going to sign up a bunch of people. I'm going to give them the option of every month or signing up for a year with a discount. All right. You had mentioned something about going. Well, I don't know if this applies to everyone else though, but you wanted me to. Which I'm going to end up spending about $600 with Laura so she can research decimites because you had this idea of going to consumers and somehow using those leads to funnel into my guys or some shit. I don't know what the hell you were thinking, but you had a thing of selling to the consumers that the actual people that we're marketing to generate leads for them.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to play on what the ultimate person wants, is if they're in business, what they really want is they would like the phone ringing every day and say, hey, my carpet's dirty, but, I'd like you to come out and clean it. Is that not so?
Yeah, that's
sure. And I don't even know if it's a viable thing to do because we're just talking. But nobody's going to do that advertising better than you. And let's say that you were running full-page ads in the Rocky Mountain News. And you were talking about how dangerous bacteria and other microscopic bugs invading bedroom carpets in Denver. You tell the whole story about it, and you tell how you can get a free test kit. And then you get thousands of those test kits, and then those leads are sold to people here in the Denver area. I don't know if that is something that's workable for you doing, but I'll tell you what people really want. I got clear on this about 10, 15 years ago. And it's something, you should know from birth. But I got clear a very specific way. I was having trouble getting my engine on my boat repaired. You know, it was always unsatisfactory, breakdown. And there was a guy that advertised this little boating publication on having a seminar on how to repair a marine engine. And I nearly signed up for this seminar. But, you know, then I thought, I really don't want to know how to repair a marine engine. I want it repaired. Another time, this is back when I was in LA, and I just had more money than I was literally trying to give my money away, you know. I had more money than I knew what to do with, and this guy wrote a book on how to invest in gold coins. I wrote him a letter. You know, I tracked him down, called him, and sent him $100,000 and said, buy me gold coins. The point of this is, you know, people come to a copywriting seminar for 3 reasons. One is because they are voyeurs and want to give themselves the illusion of movement. The second group is because they want the information so that they can go do it. The third group come there and they may not know it when they come, but the real reason they want to know it is if you have your shit wired or not, and they can hire you to do it. Because in reality, I would guess none of you really want to know how to write copy. If you would like, well, you might. I don't know why anybody would want to know that. I mean, if I could hire somebody to do it, I would. You don't want to know how to fix your car engine. You want the engine to work. By the same token, I'm talking about the ultimate. Carpet cleaners and all these other niches, they don't want to really know how to market. They want the customers.
This program continues with tape 6.
Jim Wolverton made is that people in America hire a carpet cleaner the majority of the time, not because of dirty carpets, but because of an event in their life.
And I think that applies to many different things. People do business with someone in a lot of situations more so than the reason that you initially think, well, the carpet looks like shit. Well, it's looked like shit for 6 months, so why did you decide to get the carpet cleaned right now? Well, there's an event occurring. The in-laws are coming over.
Reunion.
Same thing with Sam. I bet a lot of people buy furniture. They needed a new couch for 2 years.
They need it right away.
But there's an event. Something has occurred in the mind that has made them want to do that. And that's the same thing with hiring a carpet cleaner. Is 90% of the time there's an event as to why they're hiring it, not because they have dirty carpet.
Almost all furniture is sold because you have a time-sensitive offer. And that's part of the challenge all the time, is to lend credibility to why you've got to act now.
It's interesting those mattresses are sold based on people sleeping on their mattress until the springs pop through and they're eating into their back.
I just bought one of those $2,000 Select Comfort.
Me too, yeah.
Do you like those?
No, but they
Why?
were,
I love it.
well, it's an air mattress. I guess they're promoting very heavily. They're doing a lot of infomercials. They're on the 500 list as one of the fastest growing companies.
You don't like those
in America.
mattresses?
No, because I don't know what the longevity of those is going to be compared to conventional mattress. You know, anything that has air in it.
You have one now?
I got it.
You like it?
No, I love it.
I don't like it.
You don't?
I want to get one of those
You got a
Tempur.
guarantee.
I know. I want to get one of those Tempur-Pedic ones.
Oh yeah,
Those phone ones,
the
those
other
memory
one.
phones.
Yeah.
Oh, memory
That's the other
phone.
one I was looking at.
What do you think of those?
Well, the best one, I think, the highest rated one by Consumer Reports is the Simmons Beauty Rest, because it has, each coil is individually wrapped in its own little sack, so when you lay down, every inch of your body has its own coil to support it, where on most mattresses it's not even, it's more spread out, so you have more pressure points. So,
Right.
I don't know, it's, everybody has their own.
Which mattress is that? Is that the air mattress?
No, she has one. I have one, and he doesn't.
What about the air mattress? Have you heard about that air mattress? These guys, what a have you got their stuff?
Their
They are
marketing is
tremendous
great.
marketers.
Yeah, they're very
they are.
aggressive.
Everyone on the
I don't
table.
even really
What the
want
fuck are they
one.
talking
Brian
about?
Hay told me to call him and listen to it. I'm happy with my mattress, but reading this stuff, I'm going, I got to get one of these. So I actually ordered one, and then they lost the order. But then I cooled off. I mean, it was so compelling.
Right.
And they got the money back guarantee, try it free for 90 days, and then you don't buy, 30 days later you get another letter saying, we'll pay the shipping, okay? All of a sudden now the shipping fee gets more and more irresistible.
Right.
I got mine without shipping and stuff, and
What's the real story on that, Sam, on that mattress?
Just another angle on sleep things. Futons were hot for a while. Water beds were, it's a fad coming, and I think it'll go after a while.
But because of their marketing.
Because the
really-
problem with air is it loses it after a while, and it's going to change over time.
Well, they got little air pumps on them.
Oh, I know. And
you know, they said they ran over it with like a pickup truck or a semi truck like 40,000 times, and it never lost less than 10% of its elasticity, and it's a 20-year guarantee on it.
But who the hell?
Right. Well, they're growing by leaps and bounds. They started.
You know what pisses me off about those? You can't bounce on them. That's why I buy a bed.
Right, did you try it?
It's a job. You got balance.
You can still
Use it as a trampoline.
Yeah.
Well, what you can do is dig a big hole in your backyard and then tie straps to it and sleep on it that way. Or use it for a trampoline for the neighborhood. Either way.
So, do you write the majority of your ads and then have this other place lay them out, or you do all the
I
layout
do
yourself?
everything. I do the layout.
On what, Word?
No, Quark.
Quark?
I use Adobe Photoshop and Quark.
So you're a Macintosh guy, right?
Yeah. I haven't gone to PC yet, Windows version, but they're still not as good as Macintosh.
Yeah.
And too jerky and too slow. So
I agree.
On what day?
What day? They've been out for 7 days. So
Counting the day you took them to the post office is day one?
Kyle Hunter mailed them with personalized Post-it notes, each one personalized.
Oh, okay.
George.
What I'm saying is, making the day that he mailed them, day one, all right? So these are results as of day 7.
Mm-hmm.
And how many calls do you have?
6 leads.
Okay, now how do you close a lead? Is that from a phone sale?
No, a lead goes into the free recorded message where we send them a free report. So 6 people have been sent a
But
free
you don't
report.
they don't have the report,
Right,
obviously.
right.
So you couldn't have any sales.
No, they could have the report, but the report would only be in their hands for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense because 6 leads, 71 nixies and no sales. I think he's probably referring to the sales letters have been out for 7 days, because how would we get the nixies back that quick?
Mm-hmm. Right.
The tear sheet mailing has been out, and that's what the nixies are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, let me tell you something you may find important someday. When were these letters mailed?
I don't know the exact
Why
date.
don't you pick up the phone and call your office and
Okay.
ask them to grab a handful of nixies,
Okay.
and then find out what the postmark they were mailed on. I got a big direct mail winner.
Well, tell us.
It's to Dentist, and it sells a $177 book. And we just got the early results, and it's already in profit.
Is it a one-step
Yeah,
letter going out
yeah.
to a group of dentists?
Yes.
How was the list selected?
Whether or not they were dentists.
You just bought a compiled list of dentists. You didn't try
Did it for
to
mail order?
section
We
off.
still have names left from kids.
We can
Yeah,
sell
we
it.
didn't use those, though. Eric wanted to get the names.
If he can
himself.
send the letters straight, selling a $177 book and it works, why couldn't we?
Yeah.
Well, because you're not
Doing it.
copywriter like me.
Right. Well, where's your letter? I want to see this letter so I can knock it off. So I can say, are you sick of being a professional carpet cleaner?
Tell us about the promotion.
Come on, Gary, come clean.
It's got an envelope.
No, start off. This dentist came to you and he had this idea?
No, none of that's
No?
so.
Okay, tell us the
I
story.
actually don't want to talk to you about dentists. I really don't want to tell you that story. I'll tell you other stories. I don't want to tell you dentist stories.
Okay.
Sam doesn't want to tell you dentist stories either, but he's saying.
You know, personally, Gary, though, since we are paying for this, I'd like to spend the rest of the afternoon talking about dentists. I mean, that would make me happy. I want to talk about teeth. I want to talk about cavities.
What we need to hear is over and over again, different ways of saying the same thing. This is what the client had.
Okay.
This is what he
You can
needed.
say-
This is what I did. This is what I mailed. This is what I said. This is how I selected the list. And this is what happened. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear?
Sure.
What do you want to hear?
That sounds good.
What's the first
You want-
part?
you want
That's what I'm.
stories.
What he says. What I'm trying
They
to
came to
say.
you, they said, here's what I think that I can do, and then you said, well, then this is what we'll do, and then you do this type of a letter, you mailed this type of list, you got these kind of results, you made these kind of offers.
Well, I will tell them about the dentist stop for me. I'll tell them about the one. These dentists came to me and they were selling a $1,300 seminar, and I wrote an 8-page letter for them, and Sam helped me write it and did the mechanics, and we mailed 10,000 of the letters, and it cost $12,000 to mail those, and we got 200 sales at $1,300 a piece, and the dentist didn't mail any more of the letters. And there were 150,000 more dentists to mail. They quit.
Wow. Why?
That's the part we don't want to get.
Not talking about that.
Just because.
What about this new
That's because
promotion?
their wives started saying.
No,
There
they,
are no wives involved.
you know what it is? I think it's got to be the comfort zone again. You know, it's like these guys ended up doing things like having conference call for a week to determine whether a trade name should have a hyphen in it
Or where the trademark should be, or how big it
yeah,
should be.
and just they focused on minutia.
Because they're dentists.
Yes.
Yes, which is why they are dentists.
Exactly.
And God love them, we all need dentists.
Then they start ripping apart the letter because of certain things that say in the
I
letter.
don't like the way it says this, and I don't think you should say it that way, that kind of stuff. And then they just stop
doing it.
But this is now another thing here you've got.
What was the $177 book? What did
It's a book on how to get unlimited new patients.
Is this a different dentist?
This is not even a dentist. It's a guy who consults with dentists wrote the book.
Okay. And he came to you with an idea for the book?
He wrote the book.
What's the bonuses? Any bonuses? Newsletters? Nothing? Just a book?
Yeah.
No maintenance, no tail?
No.
Any back end?
People who read the book hire him to do consulting, but that letter doesn't even have a return envelope or a coupon or nothing. It's just a letter.
So the $177 book that you're selling, you mailed how many letters? 10,000?
No, that was a $1,300 seminar.
Okay.
It cost you $1,300 to go to the seminar, or for the same amount of money, you got the tapes of the seminar.
Okay.
The sales
Right.
$1,300.
Home study course.
Home study course.
Of
Mailed
this.
10,000?
Got 200 sales.
200 sales.
And bearing in mind, they lost a lot of the sales.
Mhm.
I mean, physically lost them.
Because they're dentists, they didn't know how to handle them.
No,
Well,
they
they-
had a girl in their office who was a total idiot.
They were working with
Lost
trailer
them.
trash employees.
Right. So this $177 book that you just hit on today, how many of those were mailed?
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. How about some other stories?
You mean like winter stories?
Yeah, winter stories. If people came to you, said, I have this product, I'm not able to sell it, or I have this idea.
Well, let me tell you what some of the tough ones. See, you guys really have marketing problems. Honestly, I don't mean to brag, but I could solve them in a coma. This is just brain dead stuff, I mean, you're not mailing any letters. What's the solution? Mail some letters. It's like basic piece of advice. And you know what? My stuff's not working. Well, write some new stuff and mail some new stuff, and do some different things. But the one that really got me is I had this guy, Frank Robinson, came to me. And he says, I want to hire you. How much you charge? I told him, how much? I told him, but he hired me. And I said, okay, what do you got? He says, I got a name. And what's the name? Pearl Cream. I says, what do you got to go with it? Nothing. That's all I got's the name. I said, that's it. A name, Pearl Cream, right? He says, yeah, I saw it in Hong Kong. They use it for a lady's skin lotion. They say it's made of pearls. I like the name. I said, you paid me all this money to promote, and all you got is Pearl Cream, right? He says, yeah. He says, you'll figure it out, right? I said, sure. He said, tell me what I need to do. I said, okay, we need some kind of skin lotion that's got pearls in it. He writes it on the list. I said, we need a celebrity. And so he goes out and he gets Nancy Kwan, who's an Oriental actress who won the Academy Award for The World of Susie Wong. Then I wrote a newspaper ad for him, and the newspaper ad just broke even. It didn't go anyplace. But breaking even in the newspaper is pretty good. But then he did a television commercial, and that just broke even. And then, part of what I did is I wrote like 7 reports, Oriental beauty secrets, and that made the television ad go, and that's the famous Nancy Kwan Pearl Cream commercial, which ran for years upon years upon years upon years. And you know what the funny thing about that story? Frank died about 2 years ago, and the last thing he did is have Nancy Kwan come to his deathbed so he could confess he cheated her out of her commissions. And I mean, he was paying me commissions too, but he didn't call me in, so I don't know what the hell that meant. He paid me a lot of money. That was one. The Boardines, Ernest and Tova Boardine hired me, and they were losing about $20,000 a month. And I took them to $800,000 a month in half a year. And the way I did it is I created an ad for them with the headline, "The amazing facelift in a jar for Hollywood stars who don't want plastic surgery." Tova had been looking for years for a fragrance to add to her line called Tova. And she had kept traveling all over the world to get these little guys in Twitter pants to mix these concoctions, and never got anything to her satisfaction. And I was reading an article in the National Enquirer that said that almost all perfume is made from alcohol, water, and an essential oil. If you know what essential oil is used to make your favorite perfume, you can make it at home for a fraction of the cost. Well, I was in Westwood, and I saw this kiosk, this open-air kiosk, where they sold almost in test tubes all these different essential oils. And I said to the girl, what's the most popular one? And she said, China Musk, by far. I said, why doesn't somebody pour China Musk in a bottle and call it ABC perfume, put it on the market? She said, I don't know, it sounds like a good idea. So I bought some China Musk, poured it in a bottle, took it to a jeweler, had it engraved with the name Tova. And then Tova and Ernest Borgnine were at a photo shoot when I went down there and I delivered this bottle to Tova. And she said, what is that? And I said, it's the new fragrance you've been looking for. She takes a sniff of it. She just loved it, you know. And she said, what's the formula? She said, you're a genius. I said, yeah, I'd be the last to deny that. She said, what's the formula? I said, well, it's kind of a secret. So then she fell in love with it, and we decided to have a perfume launch. And she was going to have the perfume launch on Rodeo Drive at a little boutique that's owned by Candy Spelling, who at that time was Aaron Spelling's wife, the guy that produces all the TV shows. But it would only hold about 150 people, and I said, if you let me do it the way I want to do it, you need a much bigger place. He said, how much bigger? I said, you need the entire Century Plaza Hotel, the entire bottom. And she'd learned to trust me by then, but she went white when she did it because that was an expensive proposition. And I wrote an ad that got 7,000 people in the middle of the week to show up for that perfume opening. It was the biggest perfume opening in history. Time Magazine wrote it up. We got unsolicited purchase orders from Federated, the biggest department store chain, Burdine's, May Company filings. And the headline I used was that wife of famous movie star swears under oath that her new perfume does not contain an illegal sexual stimulant. And agrees to give away 10,000 samples of her new fragrance in order to prove that it's safe to wear in public. The news media picked it up, and the only reason we only had 7,000, the fire marshals wouldn't let anybody else in. Right after that, my relationship with the Borgnines ended, partially because that campaign was put on hold because Tova Borgnine's astrologer told her that it wasn't the right time to launch a perfume. And she made all her decisions based on her astrologer, and I thought, well, you know, I invented your perfume, gave you the biggest launch in history, and I had a piece of this. And yet, you know, my fate is being controlled by some dipshit airbrain new age astrologer. I don't think this is proceeding the way it's supposed to be. You know, the ones where the people come to you with absolutely nothing are the real challenges, where they just have wee little bits of it. The easy ones are where it's already working, it's just limping along. What you can't make work, you can't make work an appeal that's not on target. A good copywriter cannot sell refrigerators to Eskimos. Now, he can trick them into buying it. You know, he can commit fraud and get them to tell them they're space heaters. But the main thing is that you have to have an audience that's hungry for the solution or benefit of what you're selling. If you've got that, then you can start using all these marketing things and tricks with it. I'll tell you one story that's real interesting, and I've done variations of it over the years, but I didn't do the first one. Reader's Digest years ago had a subscription promotion where the price was either 98 cents, $1.98, or whatever. And they sent 2 pennies attached to the first page of the letter with the theme, here's your change. And that promotion was one of the best that they had ever had. And it worked so well, and they mailed so many, that just the Nixies, you know, was the jillion Nixies. And they found out that they could not take the pennies off the letters. It cost more than 2 cents labor to do that. So they hired the Boy Scouts in Pleasantville, New York to take the pennies off. The Boy Scouts got to keep one, and Reader's Digest got the other. The Boy Scouts made enough from that they built their new clubhouse in Pleasantville. And I've used that penny promotion so many times. Did you know that Phillips, for the promotion I wrote for the retirement letter, literally had to have new pennies minted? And they had to have freight them in. They were minting pennies because of my promotion and freighting them in to get them. My favorite thing in direct mail is to attach grabbers. And my favorite grabber is money. And you know, one thing I thought about, John said something real interesting. He was telling Rodale, you know, these clients that he has in Visalia, he's going to the same audience, you know, getting close to 30 times now, essentially selling the same thing, which is a tape that teaches you how to kill people, you know. And so the next tape says, well, if you think that last guy was bad, wait till you hear about this guy. And it's the same thing. And so we used all kinds of gimmicks to do it. But John said these people get kind of used to those sales letters like coming from an old friend. And I was thinking sometimes if you had an offer like to carpet cleaners, that you could send them a banknote from Venezuela one month and a banknote from Australia the next month, and I'll bet you they kind of get used to that. Maybe they would and sort of like it. I'll tell you one of the most successful promotions I ever did. There was a diet product on the market called glucomannan. It's a good product too. It's a fiber-based product, and you take the pill and drink a glass of water and it expands in your stomach. And it added a lot of fiber, gave you a feeling of fullness and all the benefits of fiber. And what I did is I found out that Japanese 1 yen coin is made out of aluminum and weighs practically nothing. And so I attached that to the top of the letter, and the premise of the letter was, I'm attaching this to get your attention, and because what I'm about to tell you about was discovered in Japan. And then what I did is I went on to say that this product has gone through the Japanese equivalent of the FDA and other testing things, but that is not considered valid in the US. So just because this is proven in results, we want to tell you that we are not specifically saying if you use this product that you will, and then burn up to 4 inches off your waist, do this, do that, do this. And that they mail tens of millions of that one. So that's kind of an interesting marketing story, I think. If I would have just general advice.
How about berry trim?
Oh wow, yeah. I just got paid my last $40,000 on berry trim. I worked 3 days on that and got paid $1,240,000. And on that one, the way it went, the guy couldn't even afford to hire me. But he sort of impressed me, so he paid me half the money, and I wrote an ad to sell the diet product, but I wouldn't give it to him until he paid me the other half the money, plus paid me my standard 5%. He ran it in his newspaper, it worked really well. He says, is there any way to punch it up? I said, yeah, let's take your picture out of the ad, put a celebrity's picture in the ad. And we got Jeff Scott from Dynasty, put his picture in the ad. He was Crystal's ex-husband, the tennis player. And then that jumped up the promotion. He said, what else we could do? Then we could start doing it as a tear sheet mailing. And we started mailing it as a tear sheet mailing. Kyle Hunter did it. We were mailing 125,000 personalized letters a day on that one. Now think about it. That guy paid me $1,240,000. Think what he made. What I like is he blew all the money. He bought a seniors baseball team.
Drugs.
I don't know if it was drugs, but he went through all of that.
But he's doing it again now, isn't he?
He's not, because he was part of a 15 promotion sweep, and I think that one's pretty much run its course.
By the FDA?
Yes, somebody. I don't know. It's actually a pretty clean ad, but so I don't think he's in any serious trouble with it, but I think he's not going to be able to exploit it the way he did before.
You want to talk about my tear sheet mailing?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we mailed out 2,500 of these ads right here. It was a copy of this ad with an actual red headline that says the big money's not in carpet cleaning, it's in marketing carpet cleaning services, and ad discovery changed my life. And then it's asking for a call and get a free report. That's all the ad is designed to do, is to get people to call an 800 number to get a free report. We mailed 2,500 of these to a list we got from Database America 14 days ago, Tuesday, May 27th.
How do you know?
Tony knows. He looked at the Nixies.
He looked at the Nixies.
We mailed 2,500 of them. We got 71 Nixies back so far. Out of those 2,500 names, we've got 6 leads. No sales. Sales letters have been out.
Is it new copy?
What do you mean?
Is it untested copy?
No, this works very well in the trade mag.
Let me take a look at it.
I've ran this ad for 8 months.
Did you put this in?
Yeah, we mailed it in a tear sheet.
Oh, a tear sheet mailing.
Yeah,
two
tear sheet
carpet
mailing.
cleaners.
2 carpet cleaners.
Was it this size?
That size. It looked like it was ripped out right of the magazine. The edges of the pages were put through a table saw, so they looked like they were ripped out. And there's a post-it note that was not personalized, but it said, "I thought you should see this. It's amazing, Jay."
Was this mailed by Kyle?
Kyle Hunter,
Okay.
with a post-it note that said, "I thought you should see this. It's amazing, Jay." Signed Jay. I can't believe that. 2,500 people, 6 leads.
6 people called.
6 people out of 2,500 minus 71 Nixies.
I'm wondering if the right people are seeing them.
You know what I'm going to say, Sam. I don't care.
What?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe they're mailed?
I just simply don't believe it. When something isn't right to me, I don't believe it. I don't believe 2,500 of those were. Incidentally, that wasn't mailed properly, but still in all, it should do better than that. There's something wrong. It's mailed to the wrong list, it wasn't mailed at all, or something. Whenever results don't make sense, I don't believe them.
Well, if you got 71 Nixies, there's probably, that's pretty indicative of the fact that the mailing went out.
That some went out.
Some went out. And you mail it first class?
Do you know how clean or dirty that list is?
Where'd you get the list from?
Database America.
I mailed a list from Database of America that inexplicably didn't work either.
Really?
Who's Database America?
No, it was America Business List, wasn't it?
The dentist list?
Yeah. I don't know. That just seems very odd to me.
Seems very odd to me, too.
Have you tested yourself in any of your campaigns the tear-out sheet to cold lists?
Sure. To the tune of 40, 50, 60 million pieces.
For lead generation purposes?
What would make the difference?
Well, Gary, you said I didn't do it right. Now, what did I do wrong?
Well, first of all, it has a red headline. That doesn't...
Well, no, it's right out of the magazine. On the
Red magazine has a headline?
Yeah, they throw in red headlines because, like in one of my magazines, I got exposed to red because I don't use the bingo card. So because I don't use the bingo card, they throw in one color, so we use the headline as red. And when we've gone to red headlines, it's jumped response.
And they don't put the word advertisement at the top.
This one they didn't. They left it out by accident.
And you printed the back of the sheet?
I mean, we're talking an actual issue. We had it reprinted. I mean, it looked like it came right out of the mag, and the edges were ripped up.
I don't know.
Folded like this, with a Post-it note sitting right on top.
And sent what kind of envelope? Just
Number 10. The mistake that was made was I told Kyle not to put a return address, because when you're doing these...
How did you get Nixies?
Because he did put a return address. So in this case, it's good to see that they actually got mailed, but I think when you're sending something that looks like...
Well, you didn't personalize it either. That's the whole point of the Post-it note. I mean, that actually just completely emasculates it. The idea is that Joe thought you should see this, Gary.
I don't know why that wasn't done, because the last time he did these tear sheet mailings for us, they were personalized. I mean,
and how did they work?
I don't have the numbers for it, but I know we made a couple of sales, I think.
And you mailed out how many?
Something like 3,000. But the reason I'm doing it again, because like an idiot, I didn't have my numbers before, which is the exact reason I'm doing this one this time, is to find out if it works. I don't know.
I think I want to tell you something that Sam might disagree with me on, but there's something that just lately I have experienced makes me adamant about. I don't ever again want to let anybody take my mail to the post office, including my employees. Now, personally, I'm not in the mail order business now. I'm back to my copywriting business. But when you consider it, think of a stamp as a paper coin, And you guys are all business people. When someone makes a deposit in your bank, you get a receipt, you check it, you double check it, etc. But, we let these third world people with minimum wage starvation incomes haul all this stuff to the post office. And even if the letter shop owner is very honest, it's not treated with the respect that money is, and it is money. John did a promotion for me that didn't work. He absolutely couldn't believe it didn't work, and 2 years later, they found all the unmailed letters back in the warehouse. So, I mean, seriously, if a letter's worth $50, every 2 letters is worth $1, and I think if you're mailing 20,000 letters, you should take them to the post office, and you should have that count verified to know they went out. Nothing is more expensive than bad information. Nothing more valuable than good information. And what you have here is questionable information. It just does not compute to me.
Mm-hmm. I had a mailing once where Hart Hanks did it, and they never took the bags to the post office. The guy who was supposed to take them just forgot. We didn't find out until about a week after.
And there's a real simple thing you can do. Have the mail shop finish the letters and ship them to you. Yes, there will be a shipping charge, but that is not anything compared to him only mailing 80 or 50% of your mail. Have them ship it to you and you mail it.
So mailing houses, that's how they make their income.
Yeah.
They hold back 20% of the postage.
It's common.
Mm-hmm. And there's no way for you to know that. And if you get a real lowball bid on something, it doesn't sound like that's what they're doing, because nobody ever checked.
How does that piece of copy work in the magazines now?
Well, last time I ran it was last month, because I had taken it out for a while because I was using my attack on bait and switch publicity kit ads, and it works. It's always been profitable.
How much did it cost to run the ad?
2001 magazine.
Okay, in 2000, how many leads did you get?
I don't know. I can't even begin to tell you. I'll be guessing right now. Without having to, I got the figures, but I don't have it in front of me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like how many? If you had to guess, what would you say?
Well, you say my cost per lead in clean facts, which cost me $2,000, is $11 a lead. So how many leads would I need to get in order to equal $2,000 at $11 each? That's the figure.
Let's make it $10 each and cut it in half,
So
which
what's
is
it, 20 or 200 leads? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. If it cost you $2,000, you'd get 200 leads at $10 a piece. I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah. You know what though? I mean, last time I did this mailing, I don't have the numbers that seemed the same way though. It seemed like they were just freaking dismal results. But we did make a couple sales. But part of this is a couple sales were not through the mail, and part of them are calling up and telemarketing them and stuff. You know, Tony. So I mean, we're talking a lot of work put into these things. It's not just like we're out sending letters and getting.
How many carpet cleaners are there in the country?
33,000 approximately.
How many of them get the trade magazines?
28,000 in one magazine is a subscription, and 24,000 in the other.
Oh, okay. But Joe,
okay.
How many carpet cleaners are there? What's the list you mail to?
The 2,500 I mailed to, that was a list of professional carpet and upholstery cleaners that they compiled out of God knows where.
Why would you have mailed to the magazine list?
Because I wanted to buy a list from these guys and.
How many more names are there than they get? What I want to know is how many people subscribe to the trades and how many people there are.
I've heard figures between 30,000 to 40,000 professional carpet cleaners. There's tons of people that are janitorial companies that
30 to 50,000.
To stay safe, let's say 30,000 carpet cleaners throughout the country.
There are 30,000
that are really their business.
And what's the circulation of the trade magazine?
28,000 for one of them, 24,000.
So it's all of them.
Close to, yeah.
Okay, now where did this other list come from?
I don't know.
Well, it couldn't have come from these magazines. Doesn't even make sense, does it?
Probably not.
Maybe the list is off.
Couldn't these things be getting screened? As they're arriving at companies by the secretaries or whatever?
Yeah, that's... No,
how the hell, now this is a computer question, but how the hell do I get the list and merge them with mine to take out my existing customers? How do I do that?
They have programs where you can do a merge purge.
Yeah.
I have my mailing house, but they have real sophisticated programs that can.
So if I send them my disc of customers, because what I'll do, I'll just buy the magazine list. I'll buy the magazine list.
And you do a merge purge of the people who are.
So have them do the merge purge?
Oh yeah, it's an easy thing.
Yeah, the people you got the list from tell you the total universe?
I think they got 30-something thousand on their list. I think they have 31,000.
I can't imagine they have every single carpet cleaner in the country on their list. That doesn't make sense.
I think they got 30.
You get those on mag tape, my consulting company could probably write a program to do that for you.
Yeah.
Really?
But most direct mail has to have a program that automatically.
Can you do it?
I could, but I don't have the time.
Post office is instituting something, I think, where you've got to match your name against the national movers list from the post office before you can mail a piece, because they're going to start cutting back on returns.
What any marketing questions do you have for Gary, Carmen? No, just ask him anything.
How would you market a salon service? An in-home personalized salon service?
The people could, do you do it in their home? You know, like you come home and come in this person's home and give beauty
Go to their home
treatment?
and you do, yeah.
I think probably be a really big market for that.
Do you hate going to salons?
I hate, I mean, it's so easy to cut my hair and.
But actually, the way I would do that really is little lead generating ads and have the people call. Yeah, I really would. And I'd run them in high income areas. And a lot of times if you run it in the newspaper, you can specify the zip codes you want for somebody. I would do that.
The money man keep on
So you sit on this.
Why do you not like network marketing?
I think it's inefficient. I mean, I think if you've got something that people really want to buy, why should you go to all the trouble of building a downline instead of when you could reach millions of people in a day with conventional methods?
One guy made a fortune off of the XL long distance. That's how they do it. They're a huge company now. And it's all network marketing.
My friends does them and try to get my sister in, and she had me look at the stuff.
They're based out of Chicago.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Okay, so what's next? So bestow us with more intellect, oh master,
I'll tell you something that
might
be useful for you to know. Let's say that you had a tested direct mail piece, you tested it to 5,000 or 10,000 names, and that you knew that you were going to be able to roll it out. And let's say that there were 2 million names on the universe that you could mail to, which at an average of 50 cents a letter would cost you $1 million, which you didn't particularly have on hand. What you could do is you could get all of the million names and you could set it up so you mail 10,000, and as the orders come in, convert the orders to postage and use that to mail 30,000 letters, use the orders from that to mail 60,000, etc. And literally end up mailing 2 million pieces of mail with no more investment than it costs you to mail 10 or 20,000. In other words, you snowball it. A lot of times people think of mailing a list of 2 million names, they've got to have $1 million or $1 million credit line. You really don't. You just snowball that, and it snowballs very fast. But that's just something to think about. So then you can say, what's my return on the money? Well, I spent $1 million. Well, in actuality, you may have only spent $10,000, you know, and you turn the 10,000 into a couple million. Do you want me to just talk about things I think you ought to know in general?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you going to do anything on the dust mite promotion?
Well, my idea for the dust mite promotion is that one of the things that people dislike, especially women, who I would imagine make most carpet cleaning decisions, is the idea of having bacteria and viruses and germs, etc. And I think if you had headlines talking about new study determines Denver area infested with invisible germs and microbes that live in bedroom carpets or something like that, and do a whole story about it, you know, and just give facts, which may be normal, but they're unknown, you know, like in every square foot of fabric or carpet, there's 2,887 of this and 94 of that, et cetera, et cetera. And tell them that they can get a free test kit to see the condition of their carpets, and never mention that it's from a carpet. You know, just by calling a free 800 number, you can get a testing kit or a pamphlet to tell how you've got that and use that as leads. I think
and then sell the leads?
Yeah.
And then sell. What if we actually created a test kit or something that we could actually sell people, that you could sell to buyers of furniture, I could sell to buyers of carpet cleaning, and we do a JV on the frickin' thing?
What's involved in the test kit for dust mite?
Well, we'd have to create this. Who knows?
Is it something you could
Be a little
mail?
slob of pH, a little chemical that you put wet, and then you wet it with the pH paper so you can test the pH level.
Well, basically, if you've got a carpet, you've got them, you know. I mean,
right.
You know,
I mean, you've got everybody in America.
You just got to have something that once you take a carpet fiber and drop it into it, that it changes color, and it
No matter
will.
what.
Yeah, no matter what.
Well, you could go to Dr. Whitaker's mailing list, which would be prime for that, and give them a free thing and say, call 1-800-so-and-so and we'll talk about the new process or what's involved in getting rid of it.
You could mail people a square inch of carpet attached to a letter,
right,
and have it enclosed in some kind of airtight thing, and the reason you're doing it is because there are 28 million microbes there, and you know, I didn't want to add any more, but your carpet has even more. That's crazy, but who knows?
Actually, the bigger problem is the people that have them in their mattresses than their carpet. That's where they say a lot of the health problems come from. There was a thing on NBC News where they said they have special bed covers for people who have all kinds of allergies. As soon as they put these covers on, the allergies.
You know what I think really causes cancer?
What?
Government reports about what causes cancer.
Anyway, do you ever use tear sheets? Have you ever used tear sheets in a promotion, or you just always stick to the direct? My take on it.
Have I ever?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
time
just-
after time after time.
Just nothing but a tear sheet. No, not a letter along with it.
Yeah, in fact, tear sheets are mailed without letters.
That's the berry trim was.
Yeah, that's
one of
the whole
biggest
berry
ones.
trim. I mean, we mailed 30, 40, 50 million of those.
Berry trim is what?
A diet product.
It's a diet pill.
Now, Georgetown Press uses it a lot. I'm sure you've seen theirs. They're the ones that do the speakers seminar. They're the speaker
yeah.
book. They got in trouble with the feds for the Post-it notes. They're still mailing them anyway.
Well, they didn't get in trouble with the feds. The feds don't like it, but there's nothing illegal about it.
Okay. And so you've done lots of those, so that's why
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions. That's why the thing here with Joe's not working is such a mystery to you.
Well,
you know from tens of millions of these things that they work.
Well, yeah, but you got to understand that just mailing a tear sheet doesn't make something magically work. There's a lot of elements that make something work.
Let's talk about tear sheet elements that you got to have to make it work. What are the things you look for when you're writing a tear sheet that got to be there?
it's no different than anything else. The elements that make it work is number one, the list, number two, the offer, probably number three, the copy, and number four, the presentation or the theater. With the tear sheet, Joe's tear sheet, first of all, if I were doing Joe's tear sheet, I would have made it a full newspaper size tear sheet instead of the magazine.
That's in the works.
And also, the whole premise of the tear sheet is to put a personalized post-it note on there. That's the whole thing, is the idea is you got it from a friend. Joe, here's something I thought you'd like to see. Gary. And
the newspaper tear sheet has more urgency than a magazine.
And it's more valid to that it's printed on newsprint than it is
on newsprint.
Okay. Most of the tear sheets you use are the newspaper?
All of them.
All of them are newspaper style.
Newspaper and on newsprint. And all of them personalized.
Stock quotes on the backside.
Who do you use those anyway, even if they're big runs? They're big runs. They got to be big runs to justify.
No, they don't.
No?
No.
What could I expect to reasonably get a test? Do a test. If I wanted to test a newspaper tear sheet.
70 cents a letter.
70 cents a letter. And where am I going to get those printed? Who am I going to call?
You call Kyle Hunter and have him do it.
Kyle can do them.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for a tear sheet, for me, say, for instance, would I have it like a J. Abraham style where you've got testimonials and some stories? And
let me teach you something that'll really clarify things for you, okay? This is the utopian thing that could happen for anybody who's selling something. Let's say that there is a reporter for the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, the Wall Street Journal, or your local newspaper. And for some reason, he comes out to your place of visit to do a story. And he asks you all kinds of questions about you, and he asks you all kinds of questions about your business. And he falls in love with you, and he falls in love with your business. And he returns to the paper, and he sits down at his word processor, and he writes a glowing article about how wonderful you are, about how wonderful your product is, all the benefits of using it, etc., etc. And almost as a public service, he informs the people at the end of the article how they can get in touch with you. Now, that is a utopian situation, which is unlikely to happen. So if you want a guide for writing copy, you be that reporter. You be that reporter, and you write that, and then you have it set up and make it look as though it were an article that appears in the paper. Ads that appear to be articles that are article-like outperform ads that are obviously ads by a factor of about 5 to 1. And so then the utopian scenario would be, would it not, that someone read that and they knew someone that would be interested, they would rip that ad out of the paper, write on a post-it note, Jim, this sounds great, Gary, stick it on the paper and hastily hand address an envelope and mail it to you, all right? And so since that's not going to happen unless you make it happen, that's the way you should make it happen. Make it look like a killer newspaper article. And write it from the third person, a reporter's point of view. And when I asked him, he was very open, shared his files with me, and I called at random 10 of his customers, and this is what they say. Glowing testimonial 1, glowing testimonial 2, et cetera, et cetera. So now that I've taught you how to think about it, that can supersede a lot of other questions. That's the main thing that you want.
One article? One article, the whole page? Do I make the newspaper tear sheet look like there's a number of different articles and then mine is the one I'm flagging? Or is it all about me, the whole thing?
The whole thing is about you.
With photos and...
Yes, sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes you want to put photos in.
Well, it's just that one article on a whole, you seldom see in a newspaper one whole page on just one article.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to envision, because you look at a J. Abraham tear sheet, it's all about J. Abraham, and it's obviously, it doesn't look like somebody ripped out of a newspaper. He's sending you just a newspaper.
He's done them on newsprint too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I don't think you should use J. Abraham's marketing methods necessarily as a model, even though they often work in everything. Just do it as I said it. You know, the reporter might put a picture in the article, he might not. If the picture's going to add to the credibility of it, you may want to do that. And I'll tell you something else you can do. I'll give you a really good secret. Run that full-page ad in the Key West Citizen. Talk with a guy named Randy and mention my name. The Key West Citizen has the advantage of being a very small paper, only 10,000 circulation, but it's known all over the world. Therefore, you can buy a full-page ad in there relatively cheap. Plus, they will print tear sheets extra for you, front and back, for a very nominal charge. They'll, I don't know what it is now, 20 or 30 bucks a thousand. Then have your letters go from Key West. And you can say, George, saw this in the Key West newspaper while on vacation, thought you'd be interested, Jay. And the ad actually ran. And that makes a lot more sense, add some validity.
Now,
wait a minute, and you want to do something else? Think about, and I've never done this, but think about it. Think about running in an English language newspaper in a foreign country. Think about sending it from over there. It's theater.
Now, I should do something like that even though I'm talking to carpet cleaners, just to have the advantage of having actually ran. Even though it's not even going to be, no one in Key West is going to be at the least of interest.
Well, yeah, the point is you're not going to get customers from Key West that's going to justify the cost of the ad. That's not the point. But it did run. This is an ad that ran in a Key West paper. Or you can use a smaller paper or whatever, But I like Key West. Key West gets like 4 million tourists a year and everybody knows it. And another nice thing about it, it's true. I mean, the ad did run. It just adds something to it.
I think in Veritrim, didn't they get their mailing list by taking driver's license height and weight?
Yeah,
that's how they got the
that promotion worked so well that it just worked to porkers in general. So what we did is we came
up with a formula and figured out
height and weight, and you
have the computer do a calculation from the file of 160 million driver's license, kick out all the porkers, and even that doubled the money. That was a good promotion.
What's the next marketing question, Terry?
So in lieu of going through and writing a utopian article, or if I do, can you just make up a byline?
Yeah.
Just make up a name, right?
Sure, pen name.
What do you mean? What's that mean?
Well, go through the sequence of the importance of an ad. What's the first thing people read when they see an ad? Or an article in the newspaper? What's the first thing? Yeah.
My stuff in here.
That's what, 80% of it, right?
Yeah.
The next thing is, if there's a picture of a person on there, the next thing they'll do is go to the picture of the person.
Yeah.
And then the copy under the picture. Yeah. And then they start scanning the subheads.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to tell your whole story in the subheads if they don't read the copy. Or nothing.
You ought to get a really good tear sheet ad. You ought to have a collection of them and use them as templates to create your own.
Do you use templates when you create your advertising, or you just have
Sometimes.
Okay.
Usually they're my own templates.
But you reference, do you have a swipe file or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Is it organized at all, or is it just piles of crap throughout your apartment?
It's organized now because I sold a bunch of them. But if you're asking, am I likely to send it to you? Yes, I'd do it as a favor. Will I find it when I go back? God only knows.
And one thing Gary does too is to create headlines. He's got a bunch of headlines on index cards.
Yeah.
And you just flip through them. And I do that too.
I have hundreds of headlines.
Yeah, I do too. I flip through them and those spark ideas on
those
classic
cards.
headlines.
I want those cards.
Like Sam says, like 80% of it is the headline.
Yeah, without the headline, you're dead.
When you got a headline that says, wife of famous movie star swears under oath her new perfume does not contain an illegal sexual stimulant, you got them. They're going to read it, Some other things that you guys ought to pay attention to, and I say this over and over, everybody that does it nearly makes a lot of money because they do it. Put a celebrity in your stuff. Why don't you do that,
Okay, where do we go to get celebrities?
One you can call Don Cam.
Phone number?
And Marty, what's it?
And you can call Ingalls Inc. I don't know the number. Is it ING or ENGLES or Marty? It's from Marty
I
Ingalls.
think it's ING.
INGLES.
She's a comedian. I don't know if you remember.
No.
And that's in LA. I don't know the number there.
And ask for who?
Tell them you're interested in putting a celebrity. Anything. And another thing you can do, now I'll tell you something that's odd. It just doesn't seem to make sense, but it does make sense. If you put a sexy picture of a woman in your advertising, almost no matter what you're selling, it bumps up response.
Yeah, we used a model from LA.
Raven
Blue. She was in the movie Invasion of the Killer Bimbos. We brought her in for 2 days, but after one day we had to take her back to the airport.
I have a huge meathead that I hired as a personal trainer.
big. I mean, the guy's been on covers of magazines. He's been on Oprah before. Big dude. Has no money. I could do plenty of shots and stuff, but this guy could. How would I segue that into my ads? I mean,
I wouldn't put it in at all.
He's not
Doesn't
known.
relate. It's no.
Okay, there's nothing I can do with a bodybuilder, huh?
Well, I don't know, but
There's so much local, there's a lot of people that live in Arizona though.
But he's going national. He needs somebody that's recognized nationally from the Love Boat. You know, you got to get somebody that you see, you recognize somebody.
No, I wasn't
Joe
talking
from the Love
celebrity.
Boat.
I was just talking like he was talking about grabbers. Because see, Dan always contrives these weird ass stories, like me sitting on an army tank. Joe declares all out war on bait and switchers. The Rolex ad where he's comparing, a fake Rolex to me, I'm the real Joe Polish. And Dan comes up with all these really interesting stories. And I told Dan. He forgot about it, and I forgot about it till just now. I said, what can you come up with the bodybuilder? He's like, well, let me think of something, and I'll come up with something. And I was just out of curiosity, I'd wonder if you would do something with a bodybuilder. But anyway, no big deal. We can move back on the celebrities.
Bodybuilders don't have mass appeal.
I was thinking put some muscle into your marketing or some bullshit like that.
Get away from that cute stuff, that clever stuff.
What about show me the money?
See, he's talking about going back to the dust mite thing. The tips you got here about the dust mite, that's the powerful button.
How about a bodybuilder with a dust mite on his head? Like instead of the bodybuilder's head?
Get
They're
the
gonna say,
hell out.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding. This little dust mite's gonna beat the shit out of you.
This meeting has peaked and we're now on the downhill slope.
This dust mite is going to rip your head off.
No, you don't want to just do that cute stuff. You remember those campaigns for the burgers, where's the beef? They didn't make any money. They were
They
cute,
just
but
won a
didn't
lot
make
of
any.
awards.
The dust mite makes sense,
Right.
And a picture of a sexy woman works, period. So then it makes sense.
Oh, so how about I get dust mite a woman that says, who's sleeping in your bed?
Would you rather have sleeping in your bed?
Would you rather have sleeping in your bed? And then we can put a picture of Gary there right in the middle.
But most carpet cleaners know how to get rid of dust mites, right?
Yeah.
It's steam cleaner gets rid of them, right?
Not necessarily get rid of. See, people are not allergic to dust mites. They're allergic to the byproducts of the dust mite, the shell and the feces.
Right.
But the dust mite is the thing that scares the shit out of everyone because they look like little miniature dinosaurs.
Right, but carpet cleaners, when they clean your carpet, they get rid of it.
To a certain degree.
Not totally.
Not totally, but they get rid of the byproducts, the allergens and all that.
Right.
Yeah, so
that's automatic. There's no big.
So you're not walking around with your bare feet in dust mite feces. I mean, you can do some pretty compelling stuff with copy about that.
Right.
That would
Well,
just make the
one of
average
the things that there's, I don't know if you knew it, but there was an article about dust mites 2 days ago, literally. Had the same picture you had. But one of the things they said is that, there's 3 household products that people are using a lot now. And it has, in effect, according to the article, in effect, it gives the dust mites diarrhea. You're right, it's not the dust mite, it's dust mite shit. It's the byproduct of it. And it's kind of infesting things.
Yeah,
Is there a product that'll get rid of
yeah, there's
the byproducts for like 6 months, or keep them for?
It'll keep them from reproducing the dust mite, yeah.
For how long?
Shit, I guess as long as you put it down. It's like powder stuff.
Why aren't you signed up with one of these news search services that automatically clips all these articles for you? So you got these dust mite
Oh, how do I
articles,
find
which
one
is
of
the
those?
third part.
That's a
Well,
good
they're all
idea.
over the place.
Well,
You know,
then if they're everywhere, tell me how to
you
find
should
one.
be cataloging these things.
Tell me where to find
Selling
one, and
your
I will.
guys.
That's a great idea.
News search?
Well,
Where do I find
Paul
it?
Hartunian uses one.
Ask Paul Hartunian.
Paul Hartunian.
Ask Paul Hartunian about, what do they call?
News searches, news searches, clipping service.
Or the internet, I'm sure, has thousands.
Lexus, I'm telling you, Joe, just have Laura do it.
Well, I'm already into her for probably like $400 already.
Yeah, but I mean, I just hired her to get stuff on Gloria Esteban, and that was one of my calls I checked. She's got a whole ton. But there's something you guys didn't catch just then. I told you about the article about there's 3 household compounds they're now finding that are in effect giving the dust mites diarrhea.
What are they?
That's not true. But it would be interesting if it were true, would it not? That's a way of thinking.
Okay, so you're just saying that to try to get me to...
I'm trying to get you to think in that kind of story form.
Okay.
Yeah, you say, do the dust mites in your home have diarrhea?
There's nothing new about dust mites.
Your
They
home
live
is a
everywhere.
dust mite nursery.
But now, because of the new chemicals that
Carpet
almost
is
every
it.
household are using, the dust mites are depositing 3 times as much fecal material as ever before. Bacteria lives and breathes in this fecal material, and that's one of the reasons the people in Denver and other major cities are suffering near epidemic proportions of strange flu-like diseases, etc. And it's been proven that one of the most effective ways to get rid of this is to eat red meat and get your carpet cleaned regularly.
And the other thing you talk about is indoor air pollution, caused by all the things people drag in from the outside. People drag in from
You know what would be interesting is to have me read one of you guys' ads.
Okay.
And
read it
Okay,
out
we're all
loud.
volunteer. Hey.
look, let me put my contacts.
Well, have somebody read it out loud.
No. Well, yeah, they
read
can read. Have them read it out loud, then we'll just interrupt every time it's bad or good or anything.
HVAC contractors, read this only if you are not completely happy with your business's sales, profits, and new customer flow, your take-home, keeps you money, your daily work experience.
That headline sucks. That is truly, no joke, one of the worst fucking headlines I've ever read. Go from there.
Colon, subhead.
That part's good.
That part's good. I wrote that part. If there were little known but proven and practical high-profit marketing secrets that could transform your business, would you want to know about them? Or be left out while your competitors benefit from them? Schaumburg, Illinois, my name is Jim Fleck, and I'm kind of a marketing guru. But I'm not a starched white-collar Harvard MBA type guy with manicured fingernails, a Mont Blanc pen, so sophisticated I can spell horse in 7 languages, but so dumb I'd buy a cow to ride.
Okay. That is not even worth critiquing. Do you think it is? No, it's not even worth, I don't even want to comment on it. Why?
What would be the point of reading it then if you won't want to critique it? That's real useful. This is real educational. Okay, let's learn about our ads today. Oh, that's so shitty, it's not even worth reading. Let's go to the next one.
Can we at least find out what kind
Pump
of
me up
results
with
he
knowledge
gets?
here, why don't you?
Okay, let me ask you something. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. What was his headline? What was it about?
Well, it wasn't memorable.
You don't even know what it said, do you?
What did it say?
Well, see, you don't know what it said.
I'm asking.
No, but it's not the point of what were the words. Did you have it memorized? What the fuck did the headline say? You don't know, do you? No.
There are no benefits.
I mean, that's just... Jesus.
So the opening paragraph doesn't say, what are you going to do for me? It's pompous, here's what I am. Here's, but they don't give a shit.
Nobody gives a shit about you. Only them.
Well, you want to hear mine?
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to hear my new exposed ad or my old one that I did the tear sheet? Oh, let's do the tear sheet ad since it didn't work. I want to figure out. If your income, subhead, or what do you call the thing before
Above
the
the headline?
Yeah,
Lead-in?
What's that called?
Lead-in.
Lead-in, okay. If your income is smaller and less consistent than you'd like and you're willing to admit it, I can help. Free report reveals. Headline. In quotes, the big money is not in cleaning carpets. It's in marketing carpet cleaning services, and that discovery changed my life. Subhead. My system evolved by going from a $2,100 a month to $12,300 a month with only one band. Now I'm helping thousands skyrocket their earnings by the original Joe Polish. Say original because it's knockoffs.
Right.
Phoenix, Arizona. Here's the dirty little secret about making good money in the carpet cleaning business. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with how good of a job you do. You can be technically the very best carpet cleaner in your area, use only the highest quality chemicals, know more about stain removal than anybody, and flat out do a super job and still starve to death. Underlined. You're busy one week and lonely the next, and always worrying where your next job is coming from. I know because at one time I nearly starved myself right out of this business by stubbornly believing that being good ought to be good enough. By getting better and better at the technical aspects, I'd automatically make more money. Wrong. I also nearly went broke copying the ways everybody else seemed to get their customers, wasting money on all kinds of dumb advertising or trying the cheapest price approach. In parentheses, which is actually the worst thing that you could do, end of parentheses. I survived by begging business from friends, neighbors, and by cold call prospecting and door knocking, which is about as much fun as a tax audit. 2 discoveries changed my life. They might change yours too. Subhead. How to make more money each week than you now struggle to earn in your business in your best month. Do it easier than you can imagine and even enjoy being in business. The first discovery was that hardly anybody in the carpet cleaning business has any background, education, or savvy in marketing, so everybody copies everybody else. The blind and dumb leading the blind and dumb, doing everything the hard way. My turnaround started when I turned my back on just about everything I saw everybody else doing in this business and went into an entirely different direction. That direction, by the way, was into what's called direct response marketing. I sought out some world-class direct response marketing experts, learned their best techniques, brought them to the carpet cleaning business, and had breakthrough results like returns on ad dollars of 4-to-1, 6-to-1, and even 10-to-1. Like a very simple strategy that delivers 11 or more new customers every single week as predictably as the sun rising or a politician line. Used to say Clinton line, but I got a lot of complaints. Like 5 changes to make in a yellow page ad that turns it into an unbelievable money machine instead of a grudgingly defensive expense. That was discovery number 1. The second discovery was a 100% paradigm shift in thinking. I changed from being a carpet cleaner to being in the business of marketing carpet cleaning services. And that's when I went from grossing a pitiful $2,100 a month, working myself half to death getting it, to a $12,300 a month with one van and in one big leap.
In the subsequent months, I kept making $10,000 to $12,000 a month, and frankly, I did it by being lazy.
People now using my system who are willing to work harder are jumping up to bigger incomes, and already successful larger multi-person companies are instantly increasing revenues and profits by 50% to 100%. When you learn and implement a true marketing system like mine, your phone rings predictably every single day with really good, desirable new customers. That was big bold, I should have mentioned that. I have now invested a lot of time and money to test, prove, and fine-tune an entire collection of advertising, marketing, and profit improvements and referral stimulation strategies. If you get your hands on them, you're instantly light years ahead of all your competitors. Many of my strategies are poor boy marketing, because that's what I was, so I'm not asking you to spend a lot of dough. Most of my strategies are simple because I'm no rocket scientist. Most can be put to use easily and quickly, and here are a few of the biggest benefits you'll get from my system. 1. How to cut the waste out of your advertising. 2. How to target certain types of desirable customers and get them to call you. For example, how to attract upper middle class homeowners to call you. 3. How to escape price competition and avoid the cheapest price battle altogether. 4. What secret ingredients to add to your advertising, any advertising, door hangers, Valpak coupons, penny saver, even dirt cheap direct mail postcards that cause a flood of people to call you. 5. How to double response to yellow page ads without getting a bigger ad. 6. How to dramatically increase referrals. 7. How to target and get high profit jobs and customers most carpet cleaners do not understand, are afraid of, and never go after, so you have no competition. 8. Never cold call again. Set up a true system that brings new customers to you every day like clockwork. 9. How to make the breakthrough paradigm life-altering shift from carpet cleaner to professional marketer of carpet cleaning services and multiply at least 10 times your personal take-home income. In bold, the decision you need to make now, the incredible promise that I'll make you. Are you happy with business as usual, things as they are? If so, ignore what I'm about to say and the offer I'm about to make you. If you are somewhat frustrated, then you need to choose what kind of a business you want to be in. One that's really just a job, a drag that you have to force yourself out of bed in the morning to do, or an exciting, highly profitable, rewarding business that you can't wait to get at every day. If you are open-minded toward and ready for transformational change, then I have a remarkable guarantee-free offer for you. How can a free offer be guaranteed? First, at your request with no obligation, I will rush you a copy of my newest, updated, very provocative free report. What 99% of all carpet cleaners don't know and will never find out about marketing secrets of 100,000 plus yearly income. You can get this report simply by calling my free recorded message at 1-800 blah blah blah, anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in parentheses. You won't have to talk to any pushy salesperson either, just my robot. Second, if you get this report, read it, and honestly can say that reading it was a waste of your time, write and tell me, and I'll send you $10 or I'll send you $20 to your favorite charity. It's your choice. I guarantee that reading this report will not waste your time. Yes, it takes some pretty big cojones to make that kind of an offer to tens of thousands of people that could bankrupt me. But I know from experience it won't, because of the reactions of the carpet cleaners who've gotten my previous reports. Wait until you see what they have to say. I now command as much as $15,000 a day, incredible, in consulting and teaching marketing workshops to selected groups of carpet cleaners, but you don't have to ante up to even a plug nickel to get a good look at my system. Just call and get my free report. Still, a whole lot of folks will read this and won't call. Why? Stubbornness, laziness, apathy, skepticism, resistance to change. Consider this. Keep doing what you've always been doing, and you're certain to keep getting only what you've been getting. In fact, the definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over again, but hoping for different results. Well, it's up to you, Joe Polish, signed, the original. P.S. It doesn't matter whether you're a little guy dragging one machine around in the trunk of your car, a one-van operation, or a good-sized company. I've helped mom and poppers as much as triple their incomes in a couple of months. I've also worked with big companies to dramatically improve profits. My system is valuable, even if you are a franchise. It works anywhere, anytime for anybody, period, proven, and I'll send proof of my free report. PPS. Okay, when I started using these new strategies, I was barely grossing $2,000 a month. Some weeks I was starving. I was making it by running up credit cards and juggling one against the other. And the business I was getting ugly by cold calling, begging, occasionally getting a referral, and I hated what I was doing. I almost quit every day. These secrets quantum leaped me to a $12,300 a month single van business. Why not investigate what all this can do for you? Just call blah blah blah. Don't procrastinate though, because I'm not going to keep this free offer open forever.
You got a lot of stuff in there, I think, to make the headline more powerful. Right? There's tons of stuff in there.
Okay, world's greatest copywriter, what's the headline?
You're saying the income went from 2,000 to 12,000.
That's the subhead.
Okay, but
the headline is the big money's not
okay. But what do carpet cleaners care about when they're running their own business?
Money.
Okay, so you went from 2,000 to 12,000 in the same van,
Yeah.
right?
2,100 to 12,300 is the thing I'm saying. Yeah.
Without buying another van?
Correct.
Okay. And how about the amount of effort they had to put out to go from the 2,000 to the 12,000?
I mean, I worked my butt off, but you know.
Well, you don't have to say that.
But I've always worked my butt off, even doing this.
But did you work your butt off at 2,000 a month?
Yeah.
As much as 12,000 a month?
No.
No?
But the marketing that I was doing was about 10 times harder to get business. See, when I did actually implement systems, which is true. See, like most people that go into the information marketing business don't do any of this stuff. I'm actually I'm a product of my own marketing. I was not using it. I didn't have any systems. All my business was acquired through, personal selling. And once I learned how to, use free recorded messages and educational consumer awareness guides and stuff, it really helped build business. It really got me bigger jobs instead of small jobs. And, so all that's true.
Right. Gary's the Mr. Headline, Prince of Print, but I would say my carpet cleaning income went from 2,000 to 12,000 a month using the same van with hardly any effort at all, something like that. And then the lead in, the amazing thing is I'm not working as hard or something like that.
Right.
Because that's what they want to make more money, but they don't want to work as hard to get it. They want to do it as easy as possible. So I think the headline in that really doesn't lead into the story as well as the one you've got in there now. So
Okay.
you've got it buried in the subhead.
Okay.
And I'm sure Gary doesn't agree with that.
I don't disagree with it. I think the headline should probably be "The Amazing Money-Making Secret of a Desperate Man Who Almost Lost His Carpet Cleaning Service."
Right.
Or something.
Okay, the amazing money-making secret.
He said, or something like that. See, that rolls off your lips like it's just nothing.
Yeah, and he expects us to go back and do it.
But that is, that is a headline right there. That was just, it's unbelievable.
A desperate man who almost what?
Lost his carpet cleaning business.
Or lazy man was.
Yeah, I like desperate because I use that.
Better.
Yeah.
Who almost went broke until he found an amazing secret that tripled his income overnight using the same van.
And somewhere, and the lead-in headline should be, "Now at last, you can use it too." And then the headline below the headline, what do we call those? Quote, ...
Pre-subhead.
"The amazing thing, of course, is how fast the money rolls in, ... unquote.
Well, the amazing thing is how fast the money rolls in?
The amazing thing, comma, of course, is how fast this secret makes the money come in, ... end quote. Now, let me give you a general copywriting tip. Try and write your copy without adjectives, and above all, try and write it without, don't use cute stuff, but don't use stuff like faster than a politician can lie. That calls notice to your verbiage, and that's not what you want to do. The best advertising messages, the writing is actually unnoticed. What the people remember is the message. And that is written with a lot of cliches and with a lot of analogies and stuff like that are sort of clever. And you don't want to be...
I thought you liked cliches.
Sometimes I do, but I don't like them this way. They're really obvious.
Not in that context.
Not like this.
So you don't want your cliches to be obvious cliches.
Yeah, but just forget about it. Don't get into worrying about cliches.
Right.
What you want to do is write straightforward, benefit-laden, sincere copy. But this ad is not a terrible ad. It's just sort of an okay ad. I mean, what you guys need is better advertising. I mean, really, better strategized and better written. Now, that's not all that bad, but that...
No, the classic analogy is a dollar bill and $100 bill are the exact same size, printed on the same kind of paper, but one's worth 100 times more than the other. That's what it boils down to.
So how would he strategize, what would he do to try to strategize this better, make it more effective? What questions should he be asking? What should he be looking at?
Well, there's a lot of good stuff in that ad, but see, that's what somebody like Sam and I or John would consider the information that we're going to use from crafty to craft the ad.
Right.
You know what?
This is like what I call the fodder, and it's sort of thrown at the page.
You gotta make it easier to read.
Yeah,
and follow. It gets too intertwined and too complicated.
And this is all convoluted. And I'll tell you something else too. You tell them too much about what it is. You put the people to work. It's about direct marketing. It's about this. These should be blind ads, these lead generators. And then I discovered this amazing secret. Once I started using it, and make it mysterious all the way down so that they want to know
you can say, after I discovered this amazing secret, here's what happened.
Because you got a lot of people say, oh, fuck, this guy's talking about direct mail or direct response. I don't want to do that.
So he tells that too soon?
Yeah, it shouldn't tell it at all at this point.
Right, but he should tell the end result.
Tell the end result.
Here's what happened, bullet, bullet.
Yeah. It's like when I was in Bulgaria, and I was shopping, and I went off the main drag, and this little store, it was hard to even tell it was opening because the woman was dimly lit, and I went in there, and I was traveling with a girlfriend, and our relationship's history now, but I remember she was always looking for ways to look younger, and she was 45 years old, and we were talking to this woman in there, and she was astonishing. She was like a teenager. We got to talking to her. We couldn't believe she was 59. And my girlfriend said, "How do you have it?" And she picked up this thing and put it on my girlfriend's face. And I mean, I couldn't believe it. Now, I just made that story up. But you see what I'm doing there? Do you ever see Feather Spring with The Secret of Hamburg? But I walked in this store in Hamburg, etc. Or, I was just about to throw away I was in the carpet cleaning business. I was doing this and that.
This program continues with tape 7.
I happened, believe it or not, at the Museum of Natural Art. And he was a guy, he was an older guy, had a white beard, and we were walking through looking. We started talking, and we ended up having a cup of coffee. And the guy was, relatively affluent. He drove away in his Rolls Royce. And, I go to the museum every time. The second time I saw him, then we got talking. I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "Well, I'm retired." He said, "I used to be in the carpet cleaning business." I said, "You were in a carpet cleaning business? You own a Rolls Royce?" And he says, "Yeah." "How the hell did you do that?" And he says, "I'm in the carpet cleaning business." He says, "Well, I discovered a simple little secret. Actually, I learned it in Czechoslovakia, believe it or not. And when I brought it over here, nobody else in America was doing it. And it told my whole life around." And he said, "Well, is it expensive?" "No." Well, he said, "No, there's nothing to it." "Why don't other people?" I said, "I don't know. I just never thought of it." "Will you tell me what it is?" After we got to be friends, the guy told me what it was, and I got so excited I couldn't even finish the meal. I just literally ran away from the table. I thought, this is too good to be true. It is just too simple. This can't be real. But I decided to give it a test. Hell, it was only going to cost me $15. And I did it. And 3 days later, 3 people called me. The day after that, 7 more people called me. Within a month, I was getting an average of 56 calls a day and had to stop doing what this guy did. Do you see what I'm doing? Keep going. Your ad's not doing
Building
that.
desire.
Your ad's not doing that.
What about that whole emotional aspect of, that emotional pull of what he's doing?
One of the things that you cannot overdo is passion. Real, genuine passion. You'll notice if I talk to you guys, I hope you notice, I'm really trying to help you. To the point where I'm not being politically correct. I will bludgeon you to get it. Because I know what I'm saying has enormous value to you. And you notice, I will stand on your chest and, metaphorically just smash you in the head till you get these certain things, because they're important. What's that?
The paragraphs are too long, too.
Yeah.
Does it look, yeah.
Upside down.
And it's also, the ads don't have eye relief. They look tedious.
Yeah,
You put
right.
the reader to work. It's got to look like you look at it and you slide down through it, It's
Like
gotta-
John called the greased, what do you call it? The greased chute.
The greased chute.
It gets you in there and you just can't stop. And the
Yeah.
story you were telling, it's like, how can you stop? How can
You
you
were
bail
really
out of
into
there?
that
How can
story,
you bail
right?
out? How can you bail out of there?
Yeah.
What's this guy going to say next? What's he going to do next? How did he get the Rolls Royce? What is he going to say to me at dinner?
Right.
What happened when I went out and tried this
Yeah.
thing? It's just like, what? You got to keep reading.
Exactly.
So you wouldn't actually go through all the specific strategies that he's teaching them. He would just talk about the end results. And
I would talk about the end result. There's nothing that makes people respond more than curiosity. That's why I don't use teaser copy on envelopes. The number one reason people will open an envelope they get in the mail? To find out what's inside. And if you put teaser copy on the outside, they know, at least in a general way, what is inside. If it says half price off on Time Life magazine, you generally know what it says. I never like to let them know. And what you want is people just dying to know what this is. And you're sort of telling them. And also you're telling them in a way that puts them to work.
Because the purpose of that ad is not to sell the product.
It's the purpose
just
of that
to
ad,
get the call.
That's dead on. The guy who sold more cars than anybody else, everybody thinks he's a fool. Cal Worthington in California with his dog Spot that's a giraffe or a lion or whatever. He sells more cars at more profit per car than any other dealer in the world. And he said, the only purpose of my advertising is to get someone who wants to buy a car standing in front of someone who wants to sell a car. All you want is a carpet cleaner to dial that number. That's all you want.
Okay, then Gary, what would be the difference of running a...
Like I said before, it's like that tugboat theory I have. You know, a tugboat goes out and the ocean liner's in trouble and the waves are 20 feet high. He's got to connect this big steel cable. The cable's too heavy to get across over there. So they shoot like a nylon line. They put that on a winch. That connects to a bigger line, which is a bigger, and pretty soon they've got this big thick cable that saves the ocean liner. See, you're shooting a pretty thick line there already. If your copy read like I just did and tell that story, if you were in a carpet cleaning business, you couldn't wait to get to the point. You gotta know what that is. You sort of told them.
You're giving out too much information.
Yeah.
But this is basic stuff we know. We know that the purpose of these lead generation ads, have one call to get a pick up phone. Yet we get carried away with telling them too much because we're into our product.
Tell them we're
proud of our product.
Tell them what's going to happen to them after. Like you said, my yellow page advertising, instead of saying doubled, you say my yellow paging advertising, my response went up 247% and the ad stayed the same size. Instead of saying double, be more specific in there, those kind of things. But you're saying in there, here's what you're going to learn when you get my system. What you have to say is, here's what happened to me after.
That's a very important point. Right. Fuck that learning. Nobody wants to learn shit.
You're telling them, here's what you're going to learn.
This is what you're going to get.
This is what you're going to get. This is what happened to me. Don't tell them they have to learn it. Just tell them they're going to get it.
Nobody wants to learn anything.
No, they don't want to learn.
Well, I tell people that all day long.
What?
I always use the word discover instead of learn.
Yeah,
well, you got it loaded in the ad. Here's what you're going to learn, or this is what you're going to have to work at before it happens.
It's a lot easier to be critical of somebody else's than it is to see it in your own,
I mean, don't you think it should still be copy intensive, or, I mean...
Yeah, sure it has to be.
But his story was copy intensive. Did you hear the story? That's half of it right there. Then you keep going.
You know, the only way that I could ever construct it, well, without, spending months to construct, a good story like that...
You've got the story. You take it back and have it transcribed.
No, I'm saying is to have, to put the go along with the whole thing, because, it's easy for him to regurgitate that stuff, because that's what he's known for.
Well, when you talk to somebody on the phone, what do you tell them? What steps do you go through? Do you have any set pattern, or you just wing it?
Wing it.
Well, then you should just tape it and then listen to it. And the ones that worked out the best, and the ones you got most response from.
What about your ad?
What about my ad?
Yeah, let's hear it.
No, I mean, it's great information.
More story.
I'm glad I heard it.
Let's see now if I get way too much.
We got a lot of room to...
Let's take it from the top and see if I get...
Shoot it back up.
You ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Grand Rapids agent discovers the simple secret of earning $349,476 working only 40 hours a week. That's right. A 40-hour normal work week. I'm home most evenings and on weekends with my family, just like a normal dad. Whoever made this stupid law that says you have to work 60 hours a week to succeed in real estate? Now you can earn the respect and income you deserve while still enjoying life to the fullest. My free report reveals how you can use the gold rush effect to position yourself as the real estate expert in any niche market you select. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Keep reading to find out how I went from dead broke to a consistent six-figure income for the past 12 years and why I now have no choice but to reveal it to you. If you're really serious about learning the truth about making a six-figure income in the real estate business without selling or prospecting, then this will be the most important article you've ever read. My name is Terry Huenefeld. I'm not a professional sales trainer or seller of how-to systems. I'm a realtor, out there every day just like you, trying to earn a living in the real estate business. But there is a big difference between you and me. I have an average of 247 calls per week coming into my system automatically. Let me explain to you how this all happened. My first 10 years in the real estate business were a constant struggle for survival. Day after day, I came into the office to face the bone-numbing humiliation of calling hundreds of people who didn't want to talk to me in the hopes of finding a few who did. After enduring year after year of grinding rejection, I found myself at the brink of despair, burned out. Keep your chin up, my sales trainer said. People aren't rejecting you personally, just shake it off. Yeah, shake it off. As if somehow I could forget being hung up on, cursed at, and being treated like I had the plague. I got into real estate because I wanted to help people, not to pester them for business.
I couldn't sell. I hated selling. What tore me apart was being forced to use manipulative selling tactics to get listings or make sales. I bought dozens of tapes and books by famous real estate sales trainers, but they only taught selling. No matter how much I role-played objection handling techniques, when I got in front of a real-life prospect, I'd choke up and freeze. I just couldn't do it. God, how I hated selling. I found myself dead broke. I tried everything I could think of to attract new clients without selling, but nothing worked. I was barely hanging on. The stress of not knowing when I'd receive my next commission check was becoming unbearable. I was drowning under a sea of bills. Then the newspaper refused to extend me any more credit to advertise my listings. Court officers served papers on my broker, preventing me from getting paid on the few closings I did have. I was forced to file bankruptcy. Anne, my wife of only 6 months, had no idea of how deeply I was in debt when we married. I was ashamed and embarrassed because now she was pregnant with our first child and I was a financial failure. On one hand, I felt like finding a bridge and jumping. On the other hand, I wanted desperately to prove to Anne and myself that I really could do it. To get money coming in, I was forced to take a part-time job helping manage real estate rental property. Then I discovered the Gold Rush system. It all began one morning when my property management boss showed me his system to attract what he called a rush of inquiries for his rental business. It left me speechless. It was as if he'd removed a blindfold from my eyes after months of groping in the darkness. I was exhilarated, so excited I couldn't sleep at night. I realized I'd stumbled across an ingenious, one-of-a-kind marketing method quite by accident, one that could be applied directly to attracting streams of real estate clients. I prayed that I'd found that one secret, that one missing link to success in real estate without the struggle of cold prospecting. There was only one way to find out. Try the system in my real estate business. The Gold Rush system produced $7,928.32 in just the first month. The results were almost unbelievable. In just 4 days, the system had produced a sale. Only 12 days later, I collected a commission check of $2,841. The system then went on to produce 3 more sales that first month for a total of $7,928.32 in commissions. But here's the best part. All this cost me only $76 in advertising, which I sheepishly had to borrow from Ann. The next month, 4 more sales, resulting in commissions of $9,561.31. The following month was even better yet. 5 sales resulting in $12,324.75 in commissions, and all this cost me under $100 in a month for ads, and I didn't have to borrow the money from Ann anymore. And here's what was so amazing. My system delivered all the sales automatically. No selling, no objection handling, no prospecting, no cold calling, no rejection, and these were commissions I never would have received without the system creating them all for me. I was ecstatic. Was this really happening to me? Had I struck the bubbling crude, or was I just a fluke? People who knew me couldn't believe anyone could go from such an absolute failure to astounding success literally overnight. No, it wasn't just luck. I continued to duplicate these remarkable results simply and quickly anytime I wanted. My system creates a huge rush of business every time I use it. It reminded Ann of the uproar that the discovery of gold created in California back in the 1800s, so she coined it the Gold Rush system. Thanks to Gold Rush, I now spend a lot of my time with my family, doing things I truly enjoy instead of prospecting. My system automatically motivates a steady stream of qualified, ready-to-act buyers and sellers to want to do business with me, and only me. Now I'm sharing Gold Rush with you. For years I was able to keep what I was doing totally to myself. Ann always told me I was too selfish, but I do value my privacy. Despite my efforts to keep the system under wraps, the word of my success eventually started leaking out. Just recently, articles were written about me in many national and trade magazines. Hundreds of agents requested information. They wanted to know the secret. Ann begged me to teach my system to real estate agents who wanted to learn it. I was really hesitant to do this, but Ann pointed out that I really owe it to my profession to help other agents end the misery of finding sincere clients. I finally agreed, although we compromised. I would only share my secrets with agents outside of the Grand Rapids, Michigan area. The beauty of all this is that the Gold Rush system gives me the time to help you, even though I'm still actively selling real estate every day. I'll sell a ton of homes again this year with zero prospecting, whether or not you get involved in the Gold Rush system. I've written a free report for you revealing how my Gold Rush system will help you double your income. Bullet 1, helping you double your income by giving you more clients in a week than you now get in 2 months. Bullet, sell your listings for you in as little as 1 day. Bullet, show you how to end forever the rejection, misery, humiliation, embarrassment of traditional selling-based prospecting. Bullet, enable you to spend your time only with sincere buyers and sellers who want to take action now. Bullet, give you the one thing money can't buy, time. Bullet, reveal why if you keep trying to attract customers the same old way that you have been, you'll be broke, frustrated, depressed, and miserable. But once you discover the secret of automatically marketing your services and positioning yourself as the expert, streams of ready-to-act clients will call and ask you to help them. Paragraph, if you're like me and want to spend more time with your family, or just take time for yourself but want to build a professional career, you'll love my Gold Rush system. If you're really ambitious, I shudder to think of how fast you'll be recognized as the #1 agent in your area. I'm keeping my promise to Ann by letting you have this report for free. It explains everything you need to know in great detail, with proof of everything I've told you, and how to get your own system up and running. Just call toll-free 1-800-867-8304 anytime, 24 hours a day. You'll hear a recorded message, and I'll mail you the report. The call is free, so is a special report, so don't procrastinate. Call now.
That's a good ad. Now, let me ask you something. Joe, who wrote your ad?
Dan Kennedy.
Who wrote your ad?
I did.
Okay. There's the difference. Who wrote your ad?
Dan.
That's a great ad.
That reads like a
that's
story.
exactly what I just said to do.
It's like you're reading a novel.
Yeah. I didn't know if I got too...
I think you got too excited about it.
I have Terry rewrite your ad.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you should do. Rewrite his ad.
That's a great ad, Terry.
Tell
Really.
a
Thank
story.
you.
Yeah. Read the headline one more time.
Look, I'm sick of this great ad shit.
Grand Rapids agent discovers the simple secret of earning $349,476 working only 40 hours a week.
Let me see the ad. That's a great piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. It reads like a story.
Let me show you a couple things. What you need is more ads as good as this. No matter how good the ad is, it will wear out, starting to wear out. But that's a good ad. Now, something you can do to make this ad better is that it's difficult to read, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now you notice that these are all justified. Justified means they're all flush left. You don't want that.
Like my paragraphs are. I've got my paragraphs indented.
You mean the headline?
But not my headline.
Did you do it that way to model what the publication does for their headlines?
Well,
I may have.
But sometimes the publications don't. But you see, you want to do it upper and lower case like this, and then you don't want it all flush left.
Center.
And this is blocked, you know, sort of, it looks like kind of an official document. But maybe you want something like this. And then over here. And then make your subhead separate the paragraphs. You know, like, and then the subhead should be like this.
Notice how he's got shorter paragraphs in there too? Easier to read. Yours is like...
I'll just knock his ad off, then I'll be fine.
Okay.
This ad was months. I mean, just talk about over and over and over and over and over. I slaved. This is the hardest work I've ever done in my life.
That's what it takes.
Bleeding, literally bleeding. I mean, hours on a paragraph. And rewriting it and rewriting it and rewriting it. Oh, over and over and over until it just flowed.
Yeah, it flows very well.
Hardest work I've ever done.
It's like a story.
You know what, Terry?
Okay.
It's very easy.
See what I'm doing here?
Very nice. It's very nice.
Okay, so
These are the subheads.
You got this centered, not left aligned. Even with
You got too much.
centered.
You got too much.
Let me tell you what. I think Sam would agree to do this. If he gives you a disc, would you format that for him?
Yeah, I can format
Send him a disc with all that stuff, and he'll send it back to you the way it's supposed to
It'll
look.
take about 20 minutes. You got too much crap right here too.
Yeah. That's all.
There's too much.
It's
you
well
wanna make it
written.
real easy to get behind.
But you see what I'm doing here with these are all subheads. See, if you look at your ad, notice if you look at your ad, you can't tell anything. What Sam said, if you had the subheads, they would make you want to read it more. But that's a good job.
You got it on your laptop here, Terry?
No.
If you just give Sam a disc.
Yeah. Did you do that in what,
Jim, let me
Microsoft
see your
Word?
ad.
Yeah, I can convert it to Port.
Do you work in PageMaker or what? What do you work in?
I've got both, but I work in Quark.
What would be most convenient for you?
I can convert Word into Quark.
Okay.
I'll just relay
That's fast and easy for you to do? So otherwise I can get it to you, I can get it converted first and get it over to you.
In Quark?
Well, I get it to you in PageMaker
No, just
or
put it.
something.
No, put it in Word. It'll just give me one stream of copy, and then I can break it out. But send me a copy of that too. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, and one thing you might want to do also, you might want to make that a 2-page ad. These guys would do better with multi-pages.
Yeah, you could spread that out.
Well, in order for Sam to do it,
lead in above the headline too, and you got.
in order for Sam to do it, you're gonna have to send it on a Macintosh, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I can cross-read now, can't I?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll cross-read.
And since you're showing a glimmer of not being completely brain dead, I'll now answer your question about what to do with all the guys who didn't buy, okay? What you want to do is what we call the damaged set theory. And the damaged set was invented, I think, by Robert Collier. And he'd sell these people these sets of books. And he'd pitch them, and then after they wouldn't buy, then he writes a letter and tells about they just got a new shipment of books, and they're perfect in every respect. They reveal all the information, but the back covers are ragged and binding and torn, so he offers an incredible discount. One of the things Sam does is he says in a mattress sale, he can't sell the mattresses at full retail because the labels were sewn on backwards.
Upside down.
And then he gets the manufacturers to sew the labels on backwards.
Or like Carlton selling the video where he gets has the guy come out with a faulty labels and black them out.
And you know what? Your tape duplicator made a mistake, and the tapes have got all the information on, but the labels are whatever. It's just think of it as the damaged set concept. That's a good piece of work.
What kind of discounts do you offer that work for that?
Well, you know, nothing will work like a half price sale. I mean, it'll just...
Not 50%, half price.
Half price. It'll just suck the money right out of them.
Boy, that is just genius. That is genius.
What is genius?
It'll suck the price out of them. Half price sale. Sucks the money out of them. How can you not? You know, how can all of a sudden you were thinking you were on the fence at $7.97 and all of a sudden now you can get it for $3.97?
And you've only got 17 of these.
And it's first come, first served.
Yeah.
Right. And then when they call, say you're sold out, and I'll have some in a month.
Don't be calling me in a month and begging for it because they'll be gone.
And you can do that with the prospects that have been sitting on the fence for the last 3 or 4.
So, hold on. When you do the damaged set sale, should you include like a same real long form sales letter, same report?
Always.
Or should it be the same report with a different cover letter or a completely different...
Oh, the sales, I don't know. I see what you did there. Now let me tell you the bad part. You want to keep your business up, you got to do it again. And guess what? You got to do it again.
The same thing.
And again, and again, and again.
Yep.
John Carlton took this little market, which could be your market. He wrote the first ad. It was, well, actually, he didn't write the first one, but he took it over from there. Had an ad as good as yours there, and then he wrote another one and another one and another one. They're up to 20-some ads to the same market. If I were helping you now, what I would be doing is we'd say, okay, we've just about exhausted this story. Now we got to come up with another story, And it might be a story about how somebody met you, or what have you.
I've got those guys. Yep.
Yeah. How someone
Write a
met.
story about somebody that...
I can now write the story about somebody else, either in the first person or the third person. Either way.
See, but the thing is, what you can't do is you can't stop.
Can't stop.
You can't stop.
But I've got these guys. I've got a guy out there right now who is dying. He's just ready to get out of real estate. He's in Florida. And he was just about, he was burned out, made $29,000 in the first 60 days.
Well, tell his story.
Tell his story. Now, should I tell it in the third person or the first person? Should I be Paul telling my story, or should I be Terry telling the story about Paul?
Well, no, it should be him telling the story.
Paul, this is where I was, and this is what I did. And I read Terry's ad, and I thought, oh my God, but something spoke to me in the ad, and I thought about it, and I went home and I talked to my wife, and I said no, but then I thought about it a little bit more, so I called the 800 number, blah, 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 blah.
And I went from flat broke to $29,000.
And so finally my wife said, she said, John, what have you got to lose? Even the phone call's free. Remember Charles Atlas says, what the hell, I'll gamble a stamp,
Right.
And so now you don't even
have... What have you got to lose? Even the phone call's free. So I called the number and I got the report, and that for me was...
And what you got to do, you got to have that kind of advertising over and over and over. You got to have follow-ups that are different. It's work. But that's the work that pays off. See, your numbers are better than anybody else's in the room, are they not?
Mm-hmm. That's because he's lucky, though.
When I was in the beginning of my market, my numbers were like his, too.
Do you got your ad?
I don't have the ad that...
Shake the cream,
well, not the one
that's...
Not the one which was my control for like 2 years, which I don't have that one, because that one eventually stopped pulling as well, obviously.
But you've got some ads you can read,
Yeah,
right?
I have tons of 2 ads I would like to read. I don't have to read them all because I already know what's wrong with...
I call them...
Oh, wait a minute, let's hear it. Let me make one observation before you read these ads. Sometimes the game is just over. Like if you were selling to buggy whip manufacturers and they invented the car, it's over. And a lot of people go broke because they don't want it to be over. Now I'm telling you, with RV dealers, when you got a bad economy, RV dealers are going down. I know about that. And that's just it. It's over. I'm not saying it is, but it could be. And if it's over, it's over. That's what it is. And you got to accept that. There may come a time when it doesn't matter what you write to a certain group of individuals, it's over. And you need to know that, I get pissed off when everybody supports the plight of the American farmer. Basically, there's no need for all these farms anymore. They don't want that to be true. People who manufactured buggies didn't want that to be true either, but it's true.
It's like the railroads. They failed to realize they were in the transportation business.
Yeah,
And a lot of them pay because they didn't get into.
All right, Pamela, let's hear this insane dribble you've been passing off as marketing.
PAP. Or I'm going to read you part of 2 PAP ads.
Let's do the headlines.
Okay, first one. How a $7 investment can boost your commissions by as much as $60,000.
Wait a minute, listen to this, Sam. It's starting off pretty good. What is it? Do it again.
How a $7 investment can boost your commissions by as much as $60,000.
Okay.
Pamela Yellen's newsletter, The Power of Prospecting Success Letter, is packed with powerful prospecting and marketing strategies for insurance and financial services professionals that produce exceptional profits. For example, quote, "One of your ideas got me 50 referrals from one attorney in one session, and it was unbelievably easy to do. I also personalized your pre-approach referral letter, and I'm now getting appointments with 85% of my referrals." Then I've got his name and address. Quote, "I made one change in a marketing letter based on your ideas. It has made a dramatic difference and helped me open a case that is about to net me $60,000 in commissions. Worth every single penny. I now have more appointments with terrific qualified prospects than ever before. Also, using some of your suggested referral language, I'm able to obtain an average of 3 to 5 referrals on the initial appointment. Your ideas have enabled me to meet extremely well-qualified, wealthy prospects on a very favorable basis. I wrote 116 lives and $82,000 premium my first year. I bet I could have doubled my production if I'd had your help from the start. It works. This is great information for first-year agents and probably even better for older agents. I've been in the business for 10 years and I've just recently enrolled in your program."
Okay, you go past all the
Okay, all right.
testimonials now.
Okay. Then I go, "You could be using the insider's secrets found only in the success letter to enjoy similar gains. Here are just a few of the cutting-edge money-making strategies covered in recent issues." And now, of course, I probably made the mistake here of giving specific...
Go ahead.
Okay. 4 secrets that will turbocharge any marketing strategy.
No, see, that's a good bullet. That's a blind bullet.
You're right.
You don't know what that is.
You're right.
That isn't 4 secrets that will make your direct mail or blah, blah, blah. That's a blind bullet. I like blind bullets.
Okay. How to get appointments with at least 70% of the people you talk to.
Yeah, it's great.
How to create a moral obligation for your clients to enthusiastically refer you to their closest friends and associates. How to blast through call reluctance. How to leverage your best clients and contacts to target market the lazy person's way.
This is good stuff.
How to create a pre-approach letter that results in a 50% or more appointment ratio even with cold leads. The 4 magic questions top producers use to get showered with referrals. Powerful communication strategies that guarantee appointments with friends and acquaintances, plus much, much more. To get a 6-month trial subscription to the Power Prospecting Success Letter for just $7 to cover postage and handling, fill out the coupon and rush it along with your check to blah, blah. Send today to start boosting your commissions, and we've got a free trial certificate.
Okay, let me tell you what to do. You've got some great stuff in there, and you've done it about 80% right. Now let's make it all the way right, okay? Now, I'm going to tell you something. And this has been tested. You can use the word book, report, folio, white paper, but nothing is better than the word book. So this, I want you to be your new headline. New book reveals. And then what's your headline say?
How a $7 investment can boost your commissions by as much as $60,000.
Okay, and just put new book reveals. And I'm going to change your headline a little bit, do both of them, but then put new book reveals 37 little known ways to earn higher real estate commissions. Now I'm going to teach you all something. If you want to write an ad, you got to do it instantly. You don't have any time to be creative. Here's something that works very well. And we'll just do it word for word. Black and White Press of Denver, Colorado has just published a new book that teaches real estate agents, or whatever it is, how to triple their commission income, period. This book is amazing. Here is some of the secrets it reveals, colon. All the rest of the ad is bullets, nothing else. And then at the end, now, put, if you'd like to have a copy of this book, it's easy to order. All you have to do is write your name and address and the words new real estate book on a piece of paper and send it with your check of only $7 to cover such and such. Don't make it a newsletter, don't make it a report, make it a book. Don't put free up in the headline. You know, get these people reading. Now, there's people who make fortunes with just, that's all their ads are, is bullets. Like FCA, it's one of my subscribers, you know that guy up in Georgia that does the health books. And it's all he does is, FCA Publishers just released a new book that reveals 112 unusual ways to save your health without going to a doctor. Here are some of the amazing secrets found in this book. Bullet, 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 bullet. It's easy to order. Yeah, that's it.
So the book then is actually my special, could it be my special report? Doesn't it?
You should give them information in the book, but also it should make them want more. Deliver with the book, but deliver in a way that makes them hungry for more information. Tell them how they can do it, but then as a convenience say, but if you don't want to spend all this time doing it. I don't pitch much for copywriting jobs, but when I was, like if I'm before a group, like I told you yesterday, I'll tell them everything about writing copy. And I'll tell them the whole thing. And I'll say, or if you want, basically I'll do it for you. Usually somebody will ask. And so you do the same thing. And with your book, the book is what puts them to work. Do you get the difference? That's what puts them to work. But if you don't want to do all that, I'll send this collection of sales letters and ads, and all you got to do is fill in your name with your company, etc. You did it for them.
So what you get is you get a group of people that want to learn about it, and then out of that group you want people to say, screw it, I don't want to learn about it.
Just do it for me.
You do it for me, which is about 1 out of 10, right?
So I wouldn't even give them a trial subscription.
No, you don't want to be in the newsletter business. That's not your business.
Well,
that's my business. You don't want to be in the newsletter business.
Well, okay, here's my reasons for being in the newsletter business. Because it allows me to get paid to communicate every month with my customers and have them and sell a lot of shit to them while I do that.
Actually, that's not accurate. It costs you more than $7 to capture that lead and send these newsletters. Yeah. Do it this way, you'll get more leads and eliminate the newsletter part.
Well, I'm currently giving the newsletter to my members anyway. They're getting it.
But don't feature that in the ad. Make it a book. Look, newsletters are the hardest type of information to sell. Only the hardest core of the hardcore want a newsletter. A newsletter says, by implication, I've got a lot of good shit you should know, and I'm going to parcel it out to you every month in increments. All right? Now, if you're real interested in whatever it is, that'll be okay. But basically what the market wants is they want the answer right now. They don't want it parceled out. They don't want it delivered to them every month. They want you to hand it to them. Ergo, a book.
Okay.
Or a report.
But call it a book. But call it a book.
Call it a book. And well, Jeff Paul calls it a book.
But it is a book. It's bound like a little book.
It's a book.
Just cut it. What do you got? 11 by 17 or 11? Just cut it down.
Phillips Publishing called a book. They do magalogs and now they do bookalogs. Their advertising piece is a little book.
Yeah, it looks like a pocketbook.
Is it okay to take my report, which is nothing but a damn sales pitch, and put it into the form of a book, or should I add?
No, there's a law against that. Section GL 973 that was passed last Thursday at 2 p.m. says that Joe Polish cannot turn his free whatever it was into a book.
Right.
No.
Darn, that sucks because it sounded like a really good idea.
Okay, so here I wanted to read the first couple paragraphs of this other ad to see if I'm on track with this one.
All right.
Okay, here's my headline. Yeah. They all laughed when I started using these new marketing strategies. Their grins turned to amazement and envy when qualified prospects flooded my lot.
Well, that's sort of cute.
The interesting thing about this ad is that headline is 80% of it supposedly, but this ad has pulled better than any other ad I've ever run.
Yeah, it's not as good as the other one, but it's...
What's the headline on that?
They all laughed when I started using these new marketing strategies, but their grins turned to amazement and envy when qualified prospects flooded my lot. So how would I, do you have any suggestions?
That's actually not, that's just a takeoff. They all laughed when I sat down at the piano.
Everyone else keeps saying they knock that one off and get results with it, so I figured I'd try.
Well, it's working, so.
Okay,
or it did. But read some of it.
Okay. Oklahoma. Kim and Steve Bell of Bell Camper Sales enrolled in the RV Marketers Inner Circle and began running direct response marketing techniques revealed in the program. Steve says, quote, "Our local competitors and all the advertising sales reps think I've gone off the deep end, but our new ads, sales letters, and promotions pull like crazy for us now. We're having a great year, and most of our traffic and sales are coming from the unique marketing techniques we discovered in the 101 Marketing Secrets for RV Dealers program. We're getting more response from these ads than from anything we've ever done. They're unconventional, but far more effective than the traditional marketing most dealerships do. There are lots of dealerships paying big bucks to advertising agencies to create campaigns that don't work anywhere near as well as these. We get 15 to 20 times the results while cutting our advertising expense by 35 to 50%. And we got results even during this quote slow and quote time of the year. But the most exciting part is how prospects now perceive us. Quote, we wouldn't consider buying from anyone but you. That's what some of them say when they walk on our lot. And everyone sees us as an advisor genuinely interested in serving their best interests. I don't know a better way to tell our story and have prospects believe it. They don't see it as just another sales pitch. I recommend this program to any dealer who wants a breakthrough in sales. It works a zillion times better than all the useless Me Too junk RV dealers have been taught to use. I wanted your feedback on the quote. From there I go into who I am and what's in the program. But I pulled that quote out of these people.
I think it's excellent so far.
That's good.
It's really good.
Tells a good story.
Yeah?
So what's the rest of it?
Okay.
My thinking on here is we're in the first paragraph.
Yeah, where it said running direct response.
Yes.
That's what I was
She starts out
wondering.
right. Kim and Steve Bell of Bell Camper Sales enrolled in the RV Marketers Inner Circle and began running direct response marketing techniques revealed in the program.
Yeah, you don't say what program.
Some people go, I don't want to do direct response marketing.
Yeah, some people may. I would change that. But
And Pamela Yellen's secret
You
strategy.
mentioned program, but
Exactly.
you didn't qualify what the program is. What's the program?
I say later, in the
Later.
next paragraph, I say 101 marketing secrets for RV dealers.
Yeah, but you say in the first paragraph without having any reference to it before
Yeah, okay, all right. And then I go into, I'm Pamela Yellen, CEO of the Prospecting and Marketing Institute, speaker at the 96 RVDA Convention Expo, and former sales manager for a regional RV publication. I've discovered 101 $1 million marketing and advertising secrets that will blow your competition away and turn your dealership into the cash cow you've always dreamed of. I put all the details in a free report that's yours for the asking. And quite honestly, the next 4 paragraphs are, just like the same kind of stuff Joe puts in his ads.
Read them.
Okay. Are you tired of dumping money unscientifically on throw mud against the wall and hope advertising? Are you frustrated by always competing against dealers who don't play fair, don't hold margins, and steal your customers by cutting corners on service and support? Do you detest cheapest price competition? I hate lowest price marketing too, and I don't teach it. I can guarantee that I can free you from lowest price advertising and marketing once and for all, forever. I'll show you how to seek out and attract customers who are not cheap price motivated. Better quality, more profitable customers. Customers much more likely to refer business to you. The hardest lesson for many RV dealers to swallow is this one, because it seems so unfair. Being good has very little to do with how much profit you bank. Shockingly, this quote I took right out of one of his letters. Shockingly, in every field, including this one, some of the best, most knowledgeable, most skilled people are starving to death. Here's why. Even the best RV dealer in the world will struggle and suffer, even go broke, without a steady flow of new, good customers. Like it or not, making big profits for your dealership is not about how much you know about RVs. It's how much you know about marketing. How can you transform an ordinary RV dealership into a profit-spewing machine? You can do it with marketing systems, bringing in a steady, predictable stream of good new customers every week with no low-price advertising or competition.
Are you going for leads with this, right?
Correct.
I just think you're way past. I think you had them, and you're starting to lose them now.
You're starting to try to sell your product.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And the part here's what's going to happen to you after you get my report, rather than here's what you'll learn. Or you've got it phrased as a question on each thing. Are you tired of?
I've got some of those. Do you detest cheapest price competition? How can you transform an ordinary?
Yeah.
So
well,
what
you should just change that to eliminate price competition forever. Instead of,
okay.
Yeah, instead of do you have price competition?
Yeah.
Tell them what's going to happen afterwards. So you got to go forward.
One thing that struck me, and this hit on something John was talking about yesterday, is you don't know where the gold is, to do the research. What did you do with the magazine, the RV magazine? You said you were something?
Oh, when I said I was speaker at the RVDA Convention Expo?
In the magazine, you said something about a magazine.
Oh, that I was a former sales manager for a regional RV publication.
What was the name of that?
Camperama.
Here's just a thought. Write this one down. Former employee of RV Trade magazine finally reveals the truth. So I'm struggling here, but
101 money-making secrets.
Well, I want to do something like that the magazine wouldn't publish.
Yeah, only available to a small inner circle or something like that. Only available.
Former employee of RV Trade magazine
spills the beans.
reveals facts the editors were afraid to publish. Something that's just to spur you thinking, you know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Reveals the facts the editors were what?
Afraid to publish.
Because actually in my, I can probably play off of that, because in my letter I tell them about how I was a salesperson. I made a lot of money doing it, and one of the things is the dealers would always, I would sell advertising to dealers who would always say to me, I never know if the darn stuff is working. And I was always trying to come up with some sort of way that they could gauge their advertising, how well it was working, and I did my best, and they were reasonably happy with it, but what I'm basically saying is that I didn't know shit about it. When it came time to having this, I don't even remember what the whole story is, but I basically, totally raise advertising salespeople, myself being one of them. I say, I just would never,
And try this variation too. Former employee of RV Trade magazine finally reveals the dirty little secret used by the most profitable dealers.
Ooh. How can you not keep going to find out what the secret is? You gotta know what that dirty little secret is. You gotta know.
Almost illegal secrets.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be an illegal secret. It's nothing, right? There has to be a law against it, so it can't be secret. That's a new claim.
Dan Kennedy's doing something real interesting. He writes ads, has them set up, sends them with an insertion order to the Wall Street Journal or somebody. They don't run them. Then he says, here's the ad the Wall Street Journal refused. Yeah, didn't want you to run. That's really clever. I wish I could take credit for that.
Yeah.
Yellow Pages will not let you run consumer alert or warning ads. And so I was thinking, use the same thing. This is the ad, the Yellow Pages would and send it how? Send it. Okay, you got the. This is the ad. The Yellow Pages wouldn't let me run, and then you do it as a lead generator letter type thing, or what? Or you run it somewhere else where they will let you run it, or.
If you were doing it with the Yellow Page ad, hey, you know what? If I have something. One of the things that really helps is to know that something can be done, and to know how well it can be done. Like, who is Roger Bannister?
He's the guy that had runner.
Problems with his legs, wasn't
This guy broke the 4-minute mile.
Right.
Who else broke it?
Someone a month after he did.
And a whole bunch of other people.
But no one remembers their name.
Yeah, all right. Okay, now what I'm going to do now, which I think is helpful, especially at this point in time, is to give you a glimpse of how well it can be done, okay? I'm going to ask you to read this. Just read it.
Okay. Now at last, you can have the best sex of your life at any age. World famous doctor reveals sex secrets so hot most people didn't even know they exist. Dear friend, with your permission and with strict precautions for privacy, I'm going to send you one of the hottest and most exciting sex books ever written. The book reveals breathtaking sex facts so powerful that they even astonish the doctors and sex experts who discovered them. Listen, my name is Dr. Ross Stewart, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. My practice is located in Dallas, Texas, and my state certification number is whatever. I have degrees from 2 different colleges, and I have devoted my entire working life to helping people with all kinds of physical, mental, and emotional problems. Because of this, the last thing in the world I want to do is offend anybody or make anybody emotionally uncomfortable. I'm telling you this because the rest of this message is about to have the hottest sex of your life at any age. So if the idea of having extremely good sex offends you, please stop reading right now. However, if you've ever dreamed of discovering all the little-known secrets of truly heart-stopping sex, less than 3 out of 10,000 people know about this, and they're all dead. Well, if that's the case, this would be the most exciting message you will ever read. I added that one part that wasn't really in here. Okay. Here's why. A new book has just come out that reveals sexual secrets you will never find out anywhere else. Here's just a small sample of what you will learn when you read this amazing new book. How to get a rock-hard erection immediately at any age and in any situation. Most people don't know it, but there is now a new sex pill that cures 8% of all problems related to male impotence. How to give your partner an over-the-top orgasm every time you make love. The amazing yet simple secret that lets you make love all night long. How to make young women go crazy over you. How to make older women go crazy over you. How to make any woman give you undying love and 100% devotion. How to reignite that white-hot passion of any marriage or any other type of long-term relationship. Believe it or not, with this secret, you can make it even hotter than it was at the beginning. How to replenish and manage a steady new flood of fresh and youthful testosterone, allowing you to experience more frequent, more intense, and much more pleasurable orgasms. That's just the beginning. As a doctor, I cannot stress enough how powerfully these secrets can affect your life. There is no other book like this in the world. Until now, only a tiny trickle of the amazing new breakthroughs of absolute peak sex was leaking out from a secret university, sex laboratories, private, cutting-edge sex therapists, and the bedrooms of a few daring sexual pioneers who have learned how to take sex and lovemaking to unbelievably new levels of intensity and pleasure. But now, with the sudden and unexpected release of this new book, you can satisfy your own personal, healthy desire to learn every secret that anyone, anywhere has ever discovered about better sex. Here, in even more specific detail, is what this hot new book reveals. There's a little typos here. How to set up the perfect sexual encounter with your lover every time. The number one rule that absolutely must be observed for women to have a truly mind-blowing orgasm. The clumsy mistakes 90% of all men make during lovemaking, and how to quickly learn the inside secrets of the most satisfied 10%. How to guarantee every thought your lover thinks of you is supercharged with pleasure, excitement, and white-hot anticipation. The 20-minute secret that can turn your sex life around immediately. It's so simple you'll kick yourself for not having thought of it. The secret reward for men who give their women the fuel for feeling in love all day long, every day. Not one man in 1,000 understands this fail-safe secret of excruciating happiness, and those who do, almost never share it with even their closest friends. Why men almost always fail to understand women's physiological signals even after years of marriage. Just learning this one secret will take your love life into another world. The single biggest sexual complaint women have about men, and men who do not make this mistake, can have almost any woman they want.
It should be, and why men who don't.
Okay, all right.
That's just a typo here.
Yeah, there's a few typos. How and where to touch a woman to guarantee mind-altering sex. This technique is so simple and so little known, even 75% of all women don't know it. What women really want when they have sex with a man. 9 out of 10 men are absolutely floored by this secret because they don't have a clue. I can attest to that. Why men almost never see the danger signals that give an early warning that their woman is going to leave them. Women just can't believe that men don't catch on to these danger signals. The real reason why Prozac is so popular in this country. Almost no one, even most doctors, understands the startling sexual implications. 7 very specific secrets a man can use to take a woman 100% over the top, and why, with this amazing technique. Some women will literally black out safely from pure sexual pleasure. Everything you must know about the G-spot. The first ever explicit anatomical map of a woman's body. It shows everything, which, clearly the true location of the hottest sexual pleasure. I have something missing there. 4 little magic words, not, I love you, honey, that you can say to a woman and win her heart forever. The 7 most effective and foolproof ways to seduce the woman of your dreams. This was only discovered after a very persuasive doctor somehow got a group of women in a research group to finally tell the truth about what makes them decide instantly to have sex with a man. The same women also revealed the one thing, it is not cheating on them, that will literally destroy your sex life with them. The sex act women consistently rate as more enjoyable and more pleasurable than orgasm. By the way, the sex act I just mentioned is often physically impossible for most men unless they know a certain very simple trick. This trick can literally save the sexual relationship between a man and a woman. It truly is one of the first pieces of wisdom a father should tell his sons. The problem, of course, is this is still a complete mystery to 99.99% of all fathers in the world. It's such a shame, too, because this can make any woman happy almost beyond belief. Here's more of what this new book will teach you. The only scientifically proven aphrodisiac that gently sends a woman's sex desire into overdrive. The amazing secret that eliminates performance anxiety in nearly all men who use it. This very simple technique has been proven to work for hundreds of years by the most daring and successful lovers in the world. A step-by-step fingertip guide to the 12 hot spots on a woman's body that will make many women almost beg for sex. Women's biggest complaint about giving a man oral sex. Actually, it's what most women don't do that makes her feel less than enthusiastic. By the way, this is easy to fix. How a man can make his erection last much longer. Until now, this was one of the most jealously guarded discoveries of heavily financed sex researchers because it can also lead to multiple male orgasms. Holy cow. The 11 I want you sexual signals given by women that 99% of all men miss entirely. How to tell in less than 5 seconds if your mate has cheated on you in the last 24 hours. The ultimate secrets of where and how to meet women who want sex and who want it now. It took 20 years of scientific research to ferret out these secrets. By now, I'm sure you can understand why this new book is must-reading for anyone who wants a better sex life. The secrets it reveals can cause dramatic and wonderful changes in your life on every level. People who are lucky enough to read this book have an opportunity to enjoy what other people only dream about. Not only that, this book is dirt cheap, and it's not available in bookstores. But it is now available by mail for only $10, and you do not even have to pay extra for postage and handling. Also, this book comes with an ironclad money-back guarantee for 2 entire years. To make it even better, the publisher has decided not to deposit your check or money order for at least 31 days. And if you decide to return the book during that time period, you will get back your uncashed check or money order. If you decide to use a credit card and you order by phone, it's the same deal. Your credit card charge will not be processed for 31 days, and if you decide to return the book during that period, your credit card charge slip will be torn in half and sent back to you immediately by return mail. I'll tell you how to order this amazing book in just a few minutes. But first, I can't resist telling you just a tiny bit more of what's in the book. Why your fingernails may be the reason your would-be lover unconsciously decides to reject you. How to have fabulous sex with a bad back. Temporary or chronic, this is sexual life-saving news for a lot of men. You want the book now? The 5 Secrets of Kissing Like a World-Class Lover. This is a stunning key to advanced foreplay, and women who know about it are demanding that their men learn this. A foolproof way to tell if a woman is faking an orgasm. The ultra-secret sex videos that women love to watch and where to get them cheap. Women hate most porno tapes, but these very special, almost secret tapes give women an erotic charge and an incredible and immediate massive surge of sexual energy. Why many men brighten when they learn the truth about penis size. Most men eventually measure their penis in private, of course, and they do it wrong. Those public places 85% of single women almost always go to when they're just dying to have sex. You'd never guess. It's not where you think. There's more. A lot more. I could go on, but by now, I'm sure you get the idea. The plain fact is, if you have any interest whatsoever in having a world-class sex life, you must read this book. It's easy to order. All you have to do is write your name and address in the words book, $000 on a piece of paper and send it with a check or money order, post dated 31 days ahead, for $10 to name and address. By the way, checks and money orders should be made payable to Allegan Books, and it is not a good idea to mail cash. Sincerely, Dr. Ross Stewart. P.S. For extra fast service, you can use one of your credit cards and order by phone. The book will be sent to you in a plain, unmarked envelope, and there's no title on the cover. Therefore, just tell the operator who answers that you're ordering book number whatever. Here is the toll-free number, 800, etc.
A copy of that, a variation of that, ran as a full page in the Miami Herald. We were selling a videotape for $69. We contracted the Sunshine Answering Service to take the calls. They gave us 50 lines and we blew them out 3 times. They couldn't take the calls. Now, there's some things in that ad that have some valuable lessons in there. First of all, who wrote the ad?
A doctor, an expert.
And what does he tell you about himself immediately?
That he's an expert.
But what else does he tell you? Does he tell you doesn't have his medical license?
Yeah.
His license to practice number
where
in
he's
there,
located,
and where he's located, and the verification.
Credentialization.
Yeah.
Now you notice that this is an ad that is the exact opposite thing of what Ross Jeffries does. This is a palatable, dignified ad about what is usually a not talked about subject, certainly in print. That's a piece of work, that's a Halbert and Carlton /Carlton effort. But we're about to launch that in a big way. And we've debated for a long time how to do it. I'm actually not doing it with John, I'm doing it with a guy named Eric Weinstein. But we could sell right from the ad, we've proven that. But in this particular market, what's really valuable is the list. And so what we're doing is we're making it a $10 book, and the people call in, and we're building this huge mailing list, and we're going to sell them, and the book is going to deliver, but then we're going to say, but you should see how this looks on video, and then we send them, and we give them an excuse. It's almost a responsibility to watch these adult videos.
rationalizing it in their mind. In other words, helping them rationalize logically what they want emotionally.
Yes.
To get the video.
Exactly. Yeah.
For medicinal and therapeutic purposes.
Right.
And beautiful at the
you
end.
You get double your money back guarantee as long as they make an honest effort to trial these things. And show proof, right, when they return it.
Did you write the book, Gary?
I'm writing the book, yeah. But anyway, I would say, if I had to put up an ad that was really a great piece of work, that one is. It's a proven piece of work. And you'll notice, when John and I work, what we do is we write the bullets first. And, really and truly, the whole ad, everything you write should be almost a reason to get the people to read and believe the bullets. You either want what those bullets say, you want to know that 7 secrets of taking a woman over the top, or you don't. And if you do, then we've got you. Now, believe it or not, this is essentially the same type of piece of work. Let me take this. But you know what this is about? This is about endodontics. I worked with Sam on this. Is this the one that pulled all the money, Sam?
No, that's the one that went priority mail.
I'm not going to have you read this aloud because it's very long, but it's written kind of to the same formula as the other one on a very different subject. It's written on endodontics. Actually, I can leave a couple of these with whoever needs them.
That would be great.
Here's the
Give me copies. I'll send it to everyone out with the tapes.
Okay, you can't have the sex one. Really, you can't have that.
But this one?
Yeah, that one. And then this one, that's the Sam. You can keep that. Yeah, people ought to have that.
And do you want us to copy this now, Gary?
No. You can keep that.
Keep this?
That one with we sent out 230, and we got 80 orders, priority mail.
230. You got 80 orders. Now what we're looking at here is a nustpaper ad that Sam ran.
At $1,300. This is what he's saying.
And the total cost of mailing was $230 times $3, plus the printing cost, which was negligible.
About $1,100.
$1,100.
For what?
To do that priority mailing that brought in 80 times 1,300.
So you mailed this oversized.
No, this.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the ad that you just read, can you imagine someone reading that and not wanting to know that stuff? That's what you've got to do in your advertising. Whatever it is that you're selling, it's got to be in there. It's just almost can't stop yourself from having to know. I've had people order things from me and call me up and say, God damn you, you son of a bitch, everything you write, I buy it, you get me everything. And they're kidding, half kidding, and I also have people call me up and say, I've bought everything you've ever written. Don't you have anything else I can buy from you? And what you want to do is you want to make it addictive, you're going to get that in there. And the stuff that you're running, Joe, it's okay, it's adequate, but it's not the kind of stuff we've been discussing lately, in the last session of this.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, because, the worst thing you want a guy like me to say is, it's great because where are you going to go from there, And like your ad, I might be able to do a little bit of tinkering, but I couldn't improve it. Like, the only thing I could do is do another one for it. Probably a lot faster than you could. That would equal it, and then do another one and another one. But you got it. You put into it what you had.
What's the story behind this one? How does this work? And
That does about $2 million over a 10-day period of time.
We're looking at the newspaper ad now that says local furniture dealer celebrates 42nd birthday.
and you use this. You send it as a tear sheet, or
No,
you run it as an
it's
ad
in the
about
newspaper.
a couple times.
It's a full-page ad in a tabloid newspaper. Now imagine not too many other because normally your standard furniture ad is just a bunch of screaming with pictures of furniture and get this twin set, and this is a whole different style furniture ad.
Right.
Did I give you
These
the
were
dust
not real
mite thing?
quick in the newspaper. You can't run these for a long period of time.
Right.
People catch on.
Right.
You've got the same readership. It's the same.
But as long as you keep coming up with stories to tell.
Right.
Or reasons for the
And I've
ad.
had variations of like 10 different stories that I've done in that format. And I was able to run those over a 6-month period of time.
So we're going to get copies of these.
Joe's going to send us copies of these, and anybody who buys these tapes is going to get copies. Now, also, we have Arthur K. Weathers, Jr. DDS. This is a letter that you and Gary collaborated on.
Right.
And again, the numbers on this letter that will be, it's a 6-page letter.
Right.
That was mailed
went
to...
priority mail to... There were 230 guys who were interested in attending the seminar, but never did.
Okay.
For one reason or another. So we sent them this letter by priority mail after the seminar was done, and it was all put on video. And we offered them the home study course at the same price. for an 11-day period of time because we were going to raise the price after that. And we got 80 buyers.
You mailed 230?
230.
So you 33%.
It wasn't up to us to mail it. That's the whole point there. We would have kept going on and on because we were making tons of money off the deal, but they didn't want to do it anymore.
They're basically were
idiots.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. I mean, we had a gold mine going here, and they said, hey, we're not going to mail this anymore. He went off and bought $100,000 worth of titanium drill bits.
You're in charge of those.
Don't worry about it.
That ended up being the wrong, mislabeled, wrong size.
This is what I need.
But right stuff.
The other side.
Yeah, no, it's the right stuff, the computer.
He's talking about this. Oh, this is... Yeah, they've been talking about this for a while. With the flat screen.
They're only going to make 12,000 of them.
I know, and it's a big bucks. It's like 8 to 10 grand.
What the hell's it for?
It's the Super Mac.
Super Mac.
Ultimate
flat screen. It's like 10 grand, I think. It's a limited edition. Then they're going to go out of business. Not that one, the other side.
Okay, ask me anything else. Shoot.
Pam had some great questions that we knew.
What were you wanting to give me?
Go back to your question.
I thought I had the dust mite thing, but maybe I don't.
Okay.
Pam has some questions here that I thought were great that we, because you were wanting to get to the root of her problem, you didn't cover, but if you could, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say on these.
Don't end up.
Okay, let's start with this. When you're sending this priority mail letter, does it always go blind?
For what?
Priority mail letter containing the book or the special report or whatever it is that you're using, do you send it, is it blind, is there a return address, I mean, do they know?
Yeah, no, you just put your address there. I mean, put your name and address on it.
So they know the company?
Yeah, everybody's going to open that.
So they know the company who sent it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Question came out of this. So you don't go through the specific strategies you're teaching them in your lead generation ad, but in your sales letter, do you?
Yeah, I think you sort of do. It's sort of like the Jeff Paul book. You can't keep it blind continually.
Okay, you do have to get specific.
Yeah.
This is one you may be interested in. You mentioned on the teleconference that you want to avoid minutia. How do you avoid dealing with the minutia, as you mentioned on the teleconference?
No.
You have little or no staff, and you have a small, very small number of staff.
I'll tell you one thing that really is just refuse to do it. Don't do it. You know, I mean, you've probably gotten something while you're here in that you talked about your ad that you sweat blood and put all this time in, you know, and you were thinking it's over. But nothing you have done in the last 10 years has made you as much return on investment as that has there.
Correct.
All right. So, now nobody lives in a perfect world, and you can't only do the one thing. But that's got to be your number one priority. That, what you just did, it's got to be to get that done. Because if that isn't done and done well, there's nothing else that needs to be done. So you really have to prioritize. And do you know the Covey way of doing it, which is really a good way of doing it? It's a system of time management. This is not unique to me, but it's really worth repeating. And if you draw a square and then draw 2 lines in it, so you've got 4 squares there. And the upper left-hand one is quadrant 1, over to the right is quadrant 3, to quadrant 2, below 1 is quadrant 3, and over is quadrant 4. Okay, now quadrant 1 is, label that urgent and important. Quadrant 2 is important but not urgent. Quadrant 3 is urgent but not important. And quadrant 4 is not urgent and not important. Now, which one of those quadrants do you think successful people spend the most time in?
Important but not urgent.
Exactly. And something that would be an example of is doing your exercise every day and watching your diet. It's not urgent, but it's important. And if you're doing things in quadrant 1, which is urgent and important all the time, what that means is that you're not operating correctly. Because, you know, an example would be you having a heart attack and, you know, getting an ambulance to take you to the hospital. Had you been living more in quadrant 2, it's not as likely that you would have to take care of that thing. And so you can divide everything that you do into that thing. But the more time you spend doing quadrant 2 type tasks, the better, the more success you're going to have.
Okay.
And you should, what I'm saying is, to answer your question, all that minutia, where does it fall?
I personally don't do that much of it anymore. I used to, but I don't do it now. This was a question my partner wanted because he's doing some of that. I shuffled it off on him.
Okay. Well, that's my answer to it. I mean.
Okay. Okay. I think you were interested in this one too. What are good ideas for step-down offers? The damaged program was certainly one idea.
Well, you do everything that you can to sell it the regular way, and then some of the things that you want to do is sell it on credit, sell it on payments, sell a stripped-down version of it, sell a damaged set version of it, sell a portion of it, a piece of it, 3 sentences at a time. And somewhere along the line, you would have the remnants of what wasn't burnt in the fire.
Okay. All right. I wanted some ideas for marketing boot camps. Whether you would use just any. I mean, obviously, some of these ideas we've already talked about can be used. I just wondered if you had any other.
Well, if you haven't, I mean, the way to sell marketing boot camps is to sell them to people with whom you already have an association or a bond.
Right.
It's pretty tough to get people to pay multi-$1,000s to go to a boot camp, until they've had a taste of your wonderfulness.
So, in doing that, do you use the priority mail packets and the telephone phone?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do that in most cases. Really, I do, because you're selling something for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. What you pay if you're mailing to, if you're fishing in a pool where the fish already like you, the cost of each mailing is almost inconsequential.
We had Dan and I did a boot camp together to insurance managers, and I mailed it just to my own database of customers. I picked out the 70 people that I really thought would be there and should be there and were the leaders in the industry, and I FedExed all of those people the sales letter, and that actually did work reasonably well.
What does reasonably well mean?
It didn't blow me away. We got like 2 or 3 people signing up out of it, and I would have thought we would have gotten more from that.
How much was it?
Early bird discount was like $12.87.
So you had a $1,300 sale and you got 3 of them. So that's $3,900, right?
Yeah.
And how much did you pay to get that?
Oh, like the FedEx is where I got them for like $7 or $8 a piece.
And how many did you mail?
70.
So that's $490, and you took in $3,900. And how many other people are on your list?
3,000.
Why? Just forget it then.
Well, I guess in my mind I'm thinking, well, if you've got your prime prospects.
I don't even know what to say. I feel like I'm talking to Kit Weathers here. I mean, what's the problem? You're making 7 times your money.
Yeah, but I would think there'd be a way to get an even higher percentage than that if they're your prime prospect. But I'm sorry to be pissing and moaning about it.
How many did you mail?
70 to just the top people that we just absolutely knew would want to be there.
And you only got 3 out of it.
To me, I was surprised. I really was. I mean, I'm not complaining about the return on investment.
5%, yeah.
I would have thought I would have gotten at least a 10% out of that particular list.
Did you only mail 1 FedEx package?
1 FedEx, right.
What,
then I did a fax mailing after that.
But only 1 mailing?
One FedEx mailing.
So if you would have mailed 500 FedEx packages, what do you think?
I really don't know, because I made the assumption that I should do it just with my best prospects and just mail it to the rest of them.
Yeah.
Maybe that was...
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
All right, I can handle it.
All right, listen. How many customers do you have?
Depends on the market.
Well, how many from that market?
Oh, from that market. Okay. I had at that time about 350 clients.
No, you just said on that list. How many do you have on that list?
On the list, 350 clients and about 3,000 prospects.
Okay, here's what you do. You take every 10th client. That'll give you 35, right?
Yeah.
And how many prospects do you have?
3,000.
3,000. So you take every 10th one there, that'll give you, now that's too much for you. Take every 20th one, that'll give you 150, right?
I think so.
So you have 185. Now you mail 185 of those, and say it costs you $7 a piece, and if not one single person orders, you will have lost $800 or $900, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if those 3,000 people mail, they come in at the rate only 1/3 of what your other one was? And you were getting 3 out of 80, so let's say you only get 1 out of 100 and you got 3,000. So that's 1 times 3, so you got 30 people. You got a building gold mine there, you just got to do it. Yeah, you just mail every 10th one or every 20th one, but don't, see, you have made a decision that ruins salespeople sometimes, and you have qualified yourself to a degree out of business there. You have made the decision that these people won't buy. You didn't give them a chance to prove it to you. You didn't bother with that. You just said that they won't. And I'm getting on you about this because I care about the people I consult with, and I want you to do it. Go back and mail a couple hundred of those people to your prospects. Go do it. It costs you chump change. If you lose, there's almost zero risk. But what if you win? What if it works? What if you mail 200 and you get 2 signups?
I still.
Then you mail all of them, right? And then you call the people that you mail to, and you use the dollar bill thing. You got a lot of money in that list right there.
I have a boot camp coming up that I wanted to get more exposure in the RV market, and I went to someone who already has a relationship with a bunch of RV dealers in a geographic area. I got him to sponsor me doing a boot camp to his people. He's going to send out the letters, and he's going to mail to them, and even basically tell them, you know I shouldn't even I mean, there's part of me that really doesn't want to even have her speak to you, because she's going to show you how to spend less on your advertising, which is going to cut into my lifeblood and get more results with it. But I feel I owe it to you because, I want to help you grow your businesses. So we're going to do that kind of thing. And I wondered, and if it works, I'd like to roll it out and do it in some other instances.
No. If it works, you do the same thing you did with your FedEx mailing. You drop it and go on to something else, just like I do.
No, I promise you that if it works, I will not drop it, because when I find something that I know it works, all right? I'm kind of stupid about it sometimes. I don't always know it works.
See, I do this all the time. I mean, I do it way worse than anybody in the room. That's a really good way to do that. The only caution I would make is I would, if I could, tell the guy that's your host, let me take care of the mailing for you. Take it out of his hands.
To make sure it goes out.
And make sure it goes out, yeah.
Good idea.
Because it's probably not, at the top of his priority list.
Well, he's making money off of it too.
Still probably not, and it's closer to the top of yours than his. And if you could get him to let you handle it, it'd be good.
Okay, so all right. So let's assume that I'm going to handle the mailing. Would you recommend it? It comes from him.
Yeah.
And it's a
same thing. You just do it to make sure it gets done.
But it does come as
and priority mail I think works about as good as FedEx.
I think you're right. It looks about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah. And a lot cheaper. Yeah. And
they'll deliver on Sundays too, I think.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So and it's okay. They know the package is coming from him. It's got his label on it, even though we're mailing it out for him. It's not a blind package. And would you have it be just a cover letter from him and a sales letter from me, or the entire letters from him?
How many people is it going to?
About 150 dealerships.
I kind of have it all from him. They don't know you.
Some of them would have seen my ads or maybe heard.
Yeah, but they all have a pretty close relationship with him, don't they?
Right.
All right, so what's the next question?
Does it really matter?
Everyone's throwing napkins at me.
Whether you do...
No.
Okay, next question.
No. What is it?
Does it make a difference when you're doing renewals, like you're doing Inner Circle newsletter renewals? we're doing it now, and we all haven't had a chance to test it to see how well it's actually worked, is that, my people are now all giving me the right to hit their charge card 1 year from the time that they sign up on a monthly basis after that to continue their newsletter and certain other benefits. Is there a formula for whether that's a better way to do it than to just get them to renew right away for an extra year or whatever?
Well, Kit Weathers has almost 100% renewals, and that's the way he does it. But he sends a new, Kit Weathers is
He sends it with the first newsletter.
Okay. Yeah, but they almost have to have his newsletter. Now, what you don't want to end up is charging a bunch of cards and have those charges go south and get in trouble with your merchant account.
Right.
So I don't really know the answer to that.
Let's talk about newsletter renewals. You've been in the newsletter business for a long time. What's an acceptable mortality rate? I mean, 90% is acceptable, 70%, but what realistically, pragmatically speaking, I sell somebody $800 my course, they get my free newsletter for $200, they get a $200 newsletter subscription for a year. A year comes up, I want them to renew, okay? And Dan Kennedy points out, and I think validly, that it's not the content. I always used to think that it was the content of what I gave them for 12 months, and you talk about that being addictive, okay? I try to give them really good stuff. Kennedy says that it's not so much the quality of what you give them, it has to be good, but if it's good enough, it's more the offer that you give them, the stuff you're willing to give away.
Here's something I learned from Howard Ruff. There's something even more important than that. They sign up for what they think you can do for them. They renew because they like you. And it's the personality letters that really go. I mean, people that read my newsletter know all kinds of things about me. Howard Ruff, you knew all about his kids. The guy with the retirement letter, his dog Fluffy. And you just got to put something personal into it. If the word I keep saying is bonding, if you're going to do the newsletter, you want to be, Joe is the champion of the carpet cleaners. That's what you want to be, is the, fighting for your rights kind of guy. And you want to tell them personal stuff, and snapshots of you and your family, and all kinds of stuff like that.
Okay, so the personality letters work, and they renew because they like you.
But that's not the only reason. I mean, you just can't write stories about you and your dog Fluffy.
What's your renewal rate? I mean, you don't even send letters to renew, do you? You just let them expire, right? Or do you even keep track?
It's probably not the right question to be asking you, right?
Yeah. I mean, how the hell do you know?
That's a good point. I preach better than I practice. It's very high. 60% of my people are lifetime subscribers.
Okay.
And that cost almost $3,000. And one of the things, though, what you're going to find is what your renewal rate is, and what all the rest of it is, how much you put into it. You want to keep the results you had before, you got to do what you did before. Can't go to sleep.
Okay, I'm thinking, I've been sending them now a 4-page letter, with their last 2 issues. I have a lot of ways now that I can strengthen that. What would you think about going to a 4? Then we're starting 4 months before and hitting them with a 4 months, $160 if you renew this month, $170 if you renew next month, $180 if you renew next month, $190.
See, personally, I don't like discounting newsletters.
You don't like discounting them at all because it cheapens it?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, if you're going to do that, then you should follow the wisdom that the best time to renew the person is right away. You're going to get a much better renewal rate
before they even get the first letter, really.
If you keep, I save all of Phillips Publishing renewal letters and some of the other bottom line. They're always trying to get me to renew 2 or 3 months or 1 month after I just subscribe. I personally never take advantage of that. But that doesn't, obviously it works.
When Phillips does it, do they give bonuses for early renew?
Sometimes, not always.
Free reports or free books or free special report, your selection
or a little better price if you do it right now.
Phillips, incidentally, has somewhere in the vicinity of 50% renewal rate,
pretty good
which is very good considering they have over 1 million subscribers overall.
Yeah.
Kennedy says 25% is good.
Well, it is sometimes. It is sometimes. There's a lot of like if you're working the car dealer market or the market that you're working, there's a lot of people that are fly-by-nights. They come in, they go out. You know, they're dilettantes. And so you can't expect that you're going to keep those people on all the time. And also, if you're working the market like Jeff Paul is working, you're basically working the dreamers and the wannabes. And those people usually only stay in heat, I think, 18 months to about 3 years. And then they say, you know what, I'm just going to keep working at the Visco and or whatever.
At the what?
Oh, that was where my grandfather worked.
The Visco?
Yeah, just the plant.
He doesn't even have a
With the Kmart or the GM or...
Gives away 12 months worth, and then tried to get a paid one going because I got the subscription sales letter for it, but then when I bought it, sent back saying, we're not doing it or something like that, because obviously the test didn't work. To go longer than the 12 months with the JPDK.
Really?
The 12 newsletters. Did you get that offer for that and the tape of the month?
Yeah.
And then, because I went and bought it.
But they didn't crash the sugar because they were testing it.
Right.
Yeah, I did too.
This program concludes with tape 8.
Pamela Yellen was asking a question. Go, Pamela.
Another one of my inane questions.
Shoot them at us.
Okay, so
hit us. Shoot.
I'm working out this.
What's your question?
Joint venture deal with this agency manager, who it has the potential of being a home run. That's why I want to do it right. He's the top agency manager for his company, and he's developed this entire. I mean, it sounds really boring, and I've obviously got to make it sound much sexier, but basically what it does is it teaches the agents how to focus on a business plan that helps them grow their, get a fast start in the business, or if they're an experienced agent, and helps them double or triple their business with less work in about 60 days or less. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the best way to get started with that. My current thinking is to do it as a boot camp to the agency managers and sales managers.
These are insurance guys?
Yeah. And then sell the agency managers on the idea of an agent business planning kit that's going to be, $400 or $500 or whatever for each agent, and then market the kits to the sales managers and directly to the agents. But I wanted some thoughts on what's the best. I've got this guy, he's got a great reputation. All the ads, of course, and all the sales letters would be with his image, his name, we'll be writing all the copy, but it's going to be him. Any suggestions on?
What are you trying to sell them?
A program that he's come up with to help.
It's his that business plan program?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So what's your place in it?
Well, we basically did a joint venture with him because he doesn't know squat about marketing, and so we're marketing the program for him.
So you want to know how to market his program? And he's got people that he knows, right?
Well, he's known in the industry by some, and certainly we could make him, if they haven't heard of him, he's active in the industry. He's on the board of directors of the association.
John touched on this yesterday. The real question is, how do you market a boring as dog shit product?
Exactly.
And what you do is you just get into it, and you just sweat blood, and pretty soon you want to stop writing those things, because even though they're profitable, there's no easy answer to that. The only thing I can tell you as a general rule is you got to focus on the benefits of it, not the product itself. You got to focus on the end result.
Yeah, you ever call it a business, but they go, well, that's going to transform my life? Yeah, right.
I addressed a huge audience in Chicago at the Drake Hotel, and it's PIMA, the Professional Insurance Mass Marketers Association. Those were the dullest, most boring people I have ever addressed. And
how'd you end up addressing them?
I don't know, they called and asked me to do it. Every speaker generally has a few things that are tried and true. I sometimes will pull out my cow story, which is a true story, and by the time I get to the boo part, lots of people are laughing. But these people sat there, hundreds and hundreds of them. They just sat there, didn't shuffle papers, their expressions didn't change. After a while, I was standing up there, and I wasn't nervous, I wasn't frightened, nothing, and I just said to myself, this is the shittiest group of people I've ever addressed. And I looked out at them and I said, I'm going to change the rest of my talk. I said, you know what? I've been doing this for a lot of things, and I think you are the most ignorant, marketing, illiterate group of dull people I have ever addressed. And I spent like 20 minutes just lashing. I got off, and I literally had guys running after me down the, we're not all that way, you know what I mean? And I'm just get away from me, you know? But they are. I mean, maybe they're not all, but
well,
Jesus,
the
they
people
call it.
I work with
Dentists. They're dentists.
The ones you're talking about, they are, but the aspect of the industry I work with, they're not boring. They're a lot of fun. They're interesting people. And I know how to make the program sound sexy. That, I guess, I mean, I know it's boring, and I know I can make it sound sexy, but I guess my question is...
What did you say, son?
They camp a lot. They go out camping.
Camping, yes.
Is there, what's the best way to tell the story? Is it to FedEx or Priority Mail all packets of the
Talk
sales
about
letter?
the bear in the woods. The guy takes his wife, ties her to a tree, and he wants to have sex with her, and he puts honey all over, and then this bear attacks her and starts licking all the honey off, and he blames himself for it. You can take it from that aspect. How he almost got out of the RV business.
I gotta tell you the story. I showed Joe this, and Joe, I think you kind of you got some ideas from this, but one of the most successful campaigns I ever ran was an endorsement ad that one of my agency managers did for this recruiting program. Basically, I wrote the whole thing for him, but I interviewed him by tape, and then I had a letter from him that he sent out to people, and it made more money than anything I've ever done. But in the letter...
So you probably won't do it again.
Well, no, in the letter and even in the ad, he had made a comment where he said it's almost as good as sex. And when he said that on the tape, I said, I'm going to put that in, because I think it's really cute and it makes you real, and he says, sure, whatever. He signs the release, right? So about a month after the ad comes out, he says, you put that stuff in there? My company's got the ad, and they're really upset. They want you to take that out of all your ads and your letters. So this is that kind of market. You can't really get away with, that kind of stuff. I'm just making a comment.
You know what?
What?
You know how a lot of movie stars and Lloyd's of London, as a publicity stunt, they insure a woman's breast or her legs or something like that? You could send a picture of some big woman with a big chest and say, this is what turned around one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. Tell them how they insured each breast for $400,000, and Lloyd's of London got so much publicity out of it. Now, you may not want to go that far. However, which brings me to another point about creativity. One of the things that is an important thing to creativity is fatigue. And you notice we're starting to talk about ridiculous things now. But a lot of times, this is where the gold ends up coming, because what happens is your inhibitions and your barriers are down, and you're more like you were when you're 7 years old, and you're talking about insuring someone's breast or doing, a bear in the woods covered with honey or whatever. And believe it or not, this is the kind of stuff that you got to get into. And one of the tricks is to remember that just because we're talking about it doesn't mean it's going to be what appears in print. The worst kind of people you can have in a meeting like this is they're sitting there tense all the time. And Sam will say, well, smear a bear with honey in the woods. He says, my God, they're going to put a bear in the woods and smear him with honey. We can't do that. And it's mind freezes, You got to get those people out of any kind of creative sessions, because you got to understand what we're doing here is we're just talking. None of this mess.
Like Gary will say sometimes to me, what would it take to sell every single person you approach by direct mail or by newspaper? And we talk about that and say, but that's impossible, we could never offer that. And then you back it off from there, and you keep backing it off, and finally you get to the point where it's like, hey, this might work, and we might make some money doing it this way. But you take it to its extreme.
Yeah, write an ad that you wish were true, as though it were. You're not going to mail it, but just say, God, I wish this was the story,
Right.
And just write it as strong as you can. Don't ever edit your passion in the first draft.
We talked about, when I gave out the $20, we started at $100. So what if we offered people $100 just to come in the store to look around? How many people do you think would show up out of 1,000? And I figured about 1,000. And that would be too expensive. So then we talked, how much would come in if we gave them 50? We said it would probably be 1,000 there. So then we said, what about $5? Said, yeah, probably not that many people came in. We finally settled at 20.
Yeah.
And we had about 200 people coming out of the 1,000.
What did you project on that one?
Well, listen to what he said. About 200 people came in out
of 1,000. So, in your thing, you might say, I'll give you $100 if you read my report. How many people do you think would respond?
Everybody.
Right. So then you start working back from that. You go from the ridiculous or something that's far-fetched, and then you move back from that.
Yeah.
Because you're not stuck with the first thing that comes out of your mouth. Nobody's forcing you to print it Like the magazine says,
Yeah.
you said that first, we're gonna publish that.
But that helps get you in the mindset,
Right,
rather
in
than
the
what
mindset
do
where
I
you-
want to give them, it helps, what do they want? What will they
Right.
automatically respond to? And then
Right.
you
It opens your mind and you start crawling out of your box.
Yes.
You don't get confined. Because I found myself trapped in that, and Gary helped me get out of that. So I think about that. Whenever I make an offer, I say, what's the most ridiculous thing I can offer?
Yeah, I mean,
That everybody
Good point.
will accept. And I say, I can't do that. It opens your mind to the point where you're more receptive to other offers that maybe you wouldn't have been before.
Mhm.
So you got to start thinking that way too.
yeah, you gotta really put as much passionate error on the side of too much passion. You can always edit
Yeah.
down. You know?
Always. Just take it to its extreme and then
Yeah.
you can back off. Even go beyond legal bounds.
Yeah.
What could I do that's illegal that I know is going to
What if, and think about, what if the government said, I could say anything I want to for the next month, and it doesn't have to have a smidgen of truth in it. No one can sue me and no one can arrest me. What would be the ultimate thing? And then write that one. You'll be surprised how much that can liberate your mind.
We get so confined with our upbringing, teaching, and learning that we're confined in a box. Say, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know, we sat in meetings and say, oh, that'll never work. We can't do that.
You know what the best example that you people represent of doing that? You've been sitting around for months wondering whether or not you should use direct mail, and for about $300 or $400 you could have known.
Right.
You know, you just put it and mail it out. You know, maybe you can't use direct mail. Who knows? Mail it out, find out, go to the next thing.
Yep.
Who knows?
You know what I've been wondering though? Can we use direct mail?
No. Who knows? I'll get back to you in about 6 weeks.
Yeah. Let me tell you one, I don't know if it's a final thing, but we're getting pretty close to the end there. That there's one thing that I think that Dan Kennedy did you guys a good service because he gave you the safest, most likely to work model there is. Now, let me tell you this. Once you have a winner, what most people are guilty of is not making enough mistakes. You've got your winner now. Now you start throwing everything at the wall you can think of, and you keep going with that which sticks.
Start throwing everything at the wall. I like that. It's like balls to the wall. Okay, hey, babe, theme, start.
You know, I mean, try the dollar bill letter, try the FedEx, try some direct mail, try some tear sheets, you know, try different offers.
Thing is, he taught you how to fish, but he only gave you a certain amount of line.
Yeah.
You're starting to run out of line.
Yeah, and I mean, what you're doing now is you're fishing with the same old lure. You know, the fish are still hungry, but they're not going to bite that jitterbug.
Gary, what do you think about sales letters on audio tape? Because I'm real good at talking. But you're going to say transcribe, but then when you transcribe, you lose all my personality, the tonality and stuff. What do you think of me putting my sales letter on audio?
Well, again, I think you should give it a try. That's not something I would bet on. I'll tell you why. I think the least effective way to sell somebody something is video, second is audio, and the best is print. And the reason for that is you send someone a videotape, they've got to find time, a VCR, etc. With an audio tape, it's the same thing, but to a lesser degree because they can listen to it in the car.
And then the point is, when they read something, if they get interrupted, they can go back and start reviewing and going over it again, where with an audio and a video, it makes it too hard and then they
But with an
screw up.
audio, they are forced to listen to it in the order. They can't skip over things.
Well,
You know,
but
pay attention.
yeah, they're forced to listen in that order, but have you ever driven around in your car listening to audio and then
And you're
you get halfway
out.
through it and say, what the hell did he just
Yeah,
say? So you guys start thinking about something else.
And the thing is that they are not forced to listen to it at all. They can ignore it. You know?
Here's an interesting statistical test that I did. I mailed out for my last $100,000 weekend where people come to my boot camp for $1,000 each. I had a list of 2,000 I was going to mail to. I mailed all of them the same sales letter, but 1,000 of them I sent an audio tape. And I thought it was just a tremendous audio tape, you know, that would just kick up sales because, I mean, I had these testimonials from the last one, and I had these people saying how it changed your life, literally crying, and this is just the most wonderful thing I ever heard. You taught me things I never, you've changed my life, that kind of stuff. Okay, I put that in there thinking that the people, I wanted to test it to see how much it increased response.
Let me tell you what it did.
What did it do?
It dropped your response by 2/3.
Yeah, by half.
Okay.
Yeah, significantly.
I did that too.
Okay, now why? Why did it?
Jumped mine.
Because, you know what? Delay is the death of a sale.
They read the letter, I gotta listen to the video before I make a decision, or the audio, and I never get around to listening to the,
I
set it
did the
aside.
same thing. I did the same thing.
Yep. At least I was not stupid, so stupid, at least I tested it.
But you know,
Because otherwise, you know.
But all that was is a learning experience.
Oh,
and now
tremendous,
you know.
tremendous. Because I ordered 2,000 tapes, and I thought, oh, I'm going to send it 1,000 of them. So I'm so sure it'll work. I'll use the other 1,000 for the next seminar. Well, I'm throwing 1,000 tapes in. Who cares?
Right.
You know?
No. This is what you do with the next ones. This is what you do with the. This is what I did for mine, and it upsells. I took my testimonial tapes, put it in a separate envelope, mailed them out to the people with a letter that said, "Oops, I goofed. You were supposed to get this tape included in the big packet of information that was recently sent to you, but we forgot to put in the tape. Sorry, my apologies, Joe." And we just include this tape, and we mail it, but we mail it before we sent the sales letter. And then a couple days later, no, because what's happening is they're calling the office saying, "I didn't get a big packet of information after they listened to the tape." And so a couple days later, they get the sales letter, and they're already crying because they listened to the tape. And it upped my response. I mean, I had another 25 people at my boot camp in the last one. You like that idea?
You want to know a great way to fuck with people's minds?
Sure.
When you go on a trip and you're in Europe or somewhere, send them a telegram, say, "Urgent, must ignore my first telegram." And do you know that there was, this is when people use typewriters all the time. If you mailed a sales letter and you got 100% response, or whatever you got was 100, you know, that's the index, and you followed that up with a carbon copy of that sales letter, written on there, it said, you know, this is a copy of a letter I've sent, you still haven't gotten a reply, you'll get 70% of what you got on the first letter. But if you send the carbon first before you sent the original, you get like 110% response, which is sort of a variation on what you just said.
Say that again?
You know,
I missed it.
It's the exact same thing.
What did he say?
He's sending out the carbon first, saying, "Here's a copy of the letter that I sent you," but he's sending that letter first. He's sending the step 2 letter saying, "Last week I sent you a letter, you didn't respond, here's a carbon copy of it."
Right.
And he's kicking
People
your
don't believe in carbon copies anymore, but.
No, but I was thinking
Or just
you
a copy
actually
of it.
send carbon.
There's a direct mail piece out there that a lot of people use that gets an 80% response. 80 to 90%.
I want to send my letters on carbon.
what's that?
What is that?
It's a wedding invitation. Works every time.
Jesus.
Well, you want to get
You gotta analyze that.
Well, it's a wedding invitation.
Why is it wedding
What do you
invitation?
got there?
Huh?
See, he's taking you deeper into this shit.
Right.
Oh my God! You know what? Why don't we send our letters disguised as a wedding invitation?
You've got the rule of reciprocity there.
Right.
Okay, you've got something for nothing. But you got to buy a gift, but you're getting to go to the But no, really, it's really culture. It's their cultural thing there that you're their obligation.
You just read it in everything.
And rule of
don't you?
reciprocity.
You just read it. You just got to analyze fucking everything, don't you?
What do you think?
I don't know.
I don't think he.
I mean, you're trying to figure this out.
Why is it?
No,
Because if you can write something that's as good as a wedding invitation, you're rich.
You know what I think we should do? We should like make fake wedding invitations and then put a
everybody
little
shows up
slip
at the
note that
wedding,
says,
that's
"Read this
right."
envelope after you've read my wedding invitation," and then this little pitch that says, "It's like getting married." I figured, you know, I think it's a good idea. It's one of those fatigue things, you know. But once you listen to this, you'll realize how brilliant that actually is to disguise your sales letter into a wedding invitation, or better yet, use a floppy disk, put your whole sales letter on, and insert it into that wedding invitation.
Well, you want to know really like super effective, but really down and dirty, just barely legal stuff.
What that?
You know,
Certainly.
All right. June 11th, 1997, John Q. Everett, 123 Elm Street, Massillon, Ohio, 44646. Dear Mr. Everett, I never thought I'd be writing a letter like this, but also I never thought I'd meet a woman like your wife either. I haven't spent a lot of time in Massillon, Ohio. I was only there for about a 1-week period, and that was last August. But I'll never forget what happened there. And the thing about it is I've always been trying to, get in touch with you since, but let me tell you why. On the next page, I've decided to take a chance and tell you about my experience. And we're stopping in the little sentence and go to page 2. But you do this on your letterhead with your phone, and there's no page 2. What that guy's got to do is call, right?
And then what do you say when he calls?
Let me tell you something that I actually do. I've been doing this for years. Every once in a while, you'll be calling somebody who's got a very efficient secretary who's guarding the gate, the gatekeeper. You can't get in. And so I'll call and I'll say, is Mr. Everett there? Who's calling, please? My name's Gary Halbert. May I ask what it's about? I said, well, it's very personal. Do you have an appointment to speak with him? No, I don't. Well, Mr. Everett doesn't talk to people without an appointment. She said, unless he knows what it is. He's a very businessman. I said, well, like I said, it's personal. She said, sir, you have to tell me what it is, or I'm afraid that I can't let you talk to Mr. Everett. I said, are you sure I can talk about this to you? And she, yeah. She said, I said, I want to know what he's going to do about my wife. And she says, what are you talking about? I said, look, the test just came back from the lab. They're positive. He's admitted he did it. He said he's going to take care of it. Now, he's either going to take care of it or he's not. And if he doesn't, I'm going to see my fucking lawyer. Okay, now, you know it. What are we going to do? You know, and I do that. You know what she does now? Think about it. She goes in and says, excuse me, Mr. Everett, I think there's a call you'd better take. She doesn't tell him what it is. She isn't going to tell him that some guy's talking about his serious wife. He said, hi, this is Mr. Everett. Mr. Everett, my name's Gary Halbert. You know, I've been hearing a lot about you over the years, and I want to talk to you about, and just go on, you know, just start talking.
Because she's never going to dare go back to him and say,
not.
what about that wife with the guy's wife?
My secretary.
Of course not.
We'll do a conference call. We'll call AT&T and they say we can't get you on for half an hour. So Gary will say we're all doctors. We're doing open heart surgery and we've got a cross-country consultation. We've got to get on immediately.
Yeah.
And they say yes, sir, and they get us all connected and we start talking.
I call it Feingold. I invented Dr. Feingold. You know.
What did you?
Yeah.
And we get on immediately. No.
I had a girlfriend, pretty good, Laura, that was staying at a hotel in Orlando, and it's this monster hotel, and they, you know, and I'd call up, and here's the way they answered: Monster Hotel, please hold. And before you even had, at about the 7th call, they'd pick up the phone and say, Dr. Feingold here, medical emergency. Got a patient room, and they put me right through. And that's where I started inventing the art of Feingolding. And you know, doctors are the best. Doctors get attention. You know, you can walk up to the line and say, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but my name is Dr. Halbert. And I've got surgery scheduled for about, you know, in just about 20 minutes, and they'll just like put you right through. Nobody says, let me see your proof if you're a doctor. So be a doctor, get you conference calls, stay on top. You know what else they get you? The lowest humanly rate possible you can get on cell phones. They give it to doctors. So make yourself a doctor. I mean, did you ever ask for a doctor for his ID?
Well, my wife's going to be answering phones out to make sure if you ever call.
I'll put you through. Do you know, people pull a joke on me at Kit Weather's seminar that really worked. And there was a lawyer I knew hated me. And this guy came up to me and mentioned her name and said he was suing me. And I said, why? He says, maybe this will help you understand. Pulls out, his name was Dr. Feingold. Really? And he was in it. They put him up to it. They thought it was a joke. He's one of my subscribers, you know. And he actually is the Dr. Feingold. But I call that Feingold. And you know, it's like my mother died a while ago, and a couple of years ago, and I found out how much easier her death made for me to get priority treatment. And my mother's, you know, I mean, she owned a biker barn. We had a lot of laughs. She wouldn't mind this. Sometimes I'm going someplace, I say, excuse me, I'm not thinking it too clearly. My mother just died and I've got to get out of here. You know, whatever. All you're doing is doing things to get what the people should give you anyway, you know, which is, now all the people on the tape are gonna.
Well, plus you're snapping their consciousness.
It's taking their brain. It's a paradigm change.
Right, exactly.
You're just giving them a paradigm change.
Yeah.
Shift. Sure. I need one.
Shift. Looks a lot like some of your letters, I'm sure, parts of it.
All right. I'm out of here.
You're leaving?
Some ad proofs.
4:15.
You scared? Did you learn anything?
I'm gonna go back home and just keep doing things the same old way.
Or keep not doing them, that's better.
You want some promotional stuff?
Yeah, I want a picture of me here. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Terry.
And everybody on the tape, he said bye. We're going to end this tape. It's pretty much wrapped up for the day, and we're going to leave with Gary's carbonized shit theory.
And what I'm going to say is I was just telling Joe that he has way too many ideas, and I mean that, and way too much marketing, and he shouldn't be going after anymore, and that he should be taking like a vacation every 3 weeks to places like Jamaica where they don't know what marketing is, and I'm very serious about that. Because there's a point where you're just adding on and adding on. And you know, I'll tell you what it reminds me of is information overload that people get when they become addicted to the internet, you know. And I say, oh God, you know, I can, and they're sitting there in front of that screen gathering information for 14 hours a day. Or they're developing new ideas, etc. You know, you don't need 1,000 good ideas and you can't implement 1,000 good ideas. I think you're at the point now where you're starting to suffer from carbonized shit effect. And I'll tell you what that is. A lot of people don't know it, but when you are born, God or whoever is running schemes assigns you a little invisible angel with little invisible wings that flutter around your head. And he has a little invisible mallet, and he has a little invisible bag of shit, and the bag is porous. And he's got that, you can't feel it, but he's got, in one hand, he's got that bag of shit on top of your head all the time, and he's got the invisible mallet, all the other. And every time you're given misinformation, the little angel assigned to you whacks that bag with his little invisible mallet. And the bag being porous, some of the shit filters through the bag, and your head being porous, it goes down into your cranial cavity. It starts when you're young and you're crying for food. Mom says, don't cry, it's not time to eat. Well, it is time to eat when you're hungry. And so the angel goes whap, and a little bit of that shit filters down in there. As you get a little older and you're looking at pictures and you come across a Playboy magazine and maybe your mom tells you that's bad. You go whack, and a little bit more shit comes down. Then you go in school and they're going to take you to civics class and they say this is how business works and government works. Whack, whack, because it all works on graft and stuff. And then then you go to church and they say that if you say 47 Hail Marys, you can kill people and get away with it. Whack, whack, whack. And then the Republicans are going to save your ass. Whack. The Democrats are going to save your ass. Whack. There comes a point, usually when you're about 29 years old, that there is a problem with this. And the problem is that your cranial cavity is a finite amount of cubic inches in space in there, but there's an infinite amount of shit that the little angel has, that this little fairy-like creature has to pound in your head. And so you begin to get what Arthur Haley referred to as a dense pack. The shit that's the only way you can get more shit. He has to pound it harder, and there's so much in there. It gets denser and denser and denser until actually it hardens to a diamond-like hardness. And you can tell when this has happened to people. I can tell it with Joe. And you know how you can tell? Is you look at their eyes and you see radiating out of it the gleam of what appears to be intelligence and enthusiasm and go get them. And all it is light reflecting off shit that is so dense and hard packed it has the brilliance of a diamond and is throwing it back at you. Now, to go any further in life, what you have to do is give yourself periodically a mental enema. You have to begin with a stool softener. Now, I'm sort of a living stool softener. That's kind of what I did here the last 2 days, is the first thing you do. But you need to work at it more now. And I mean, you really need to take vacation sort of as an enema. But the thing is, about this shit in there are diamonds and pearls and rubies and emeralds and stuff. But they're all packed within the shit. Once you soften the brain stool and begin giving yourself a mental enema, and it comes out and it's just, and you, oh wait, there's that's green, that looks like an enema, and you wash the shit off of it and you hold it under a faucet, and you put that aside, you put it over here, and then you keep going around through the shit until you find another one, and you put it, wash off, put it, and pretty soon you have a beautiful necklace of a life, which you are never going to have if you don't concentrate on getting the pearls by taking vacations and instead continue your insane, obsessive, insanity-driven madness of acquiring more and more information and expertise and ideas.
All right, well, it's been a lovely 2 days. And to all the listeners, hope you had fun listening. Bye.